Chapter 71. Lin Jiaxu seemed much better after not returning to that home. She used to have a look of melancholy, but now she was cheerful. Indeed, it was because those troubles were gone. Cheng Ji recently collected the alfalfa he had planted for the deer from his space, thus obtaining alfalfa seeds. He discussed with Fang Guowei and the others whether they could plant an alfalfa field. The original alfalfa grew very quickly, typically ready for harvest in 25 to 30 days. The mutated alfalfa now grows even faster, ready for harvest in less than 20 days. Growing alfalfa? Are you planning to farm it? Thinking of what alfalfa is used for, Fang Guowei immediately asked. Well, now that the food problem has been solved, the meat problem must be solved as well. Cheng Ji smiled. Fang Guowei also smiled and said, of course, no problem. In the past, even if our base's psychics hunted ordinary animals, they wouldn't dare bring them back to raise, because there wasn't enough food for people, let alone animals. If we want to raise them, we have to start preparing ahead of time. Once the breeding department is established, maybe our base will be able to enjoy meat-free living. Cheng Ji thought the same thing. They had to start preparing little by little to avoid being caught off guard later. He also mentioned this to Lin Kong, as it concerned the livelihood of the base, and he naturally didn't object. Besides growing alfalfa, shouldn't we also build some pig pens? Cheng Ji was about to bring this up. Building pig pens would definitely require labor, but ordinary people could do it, and it would also allow them to earn contribution points. After discussing it, Lin Kong sent someone to recruit people. He then looked at Cheng Ji and said, what do you think of what I said before? Actually, our base has entered a stable period. It's easier for you to take over now than it was for me. Cheng Ji smiled. You managed to get through that period, so it's a shame to quit now, isn't it? Lin Kong thought about it and realized, well, it's mainly because I feel like I'm not cut out for management. I might be better suited for a technical position. He said, please think about it again. I'm serious. Cheng Ji finally gave it some serious thought and said, I think about it. Okay, think about it carefully. Lin Kong felt it was better if Cheng Ji was willing to take his time to consider things. He would be uneasy if he impulsively agreed. After all, managing the base was no small matter. He had previously thought it was just a village and should be easy to manage, but once he got started, he realized how timid and worried he was. However, after Cheng Ji and the others returned, he felt a lot more relaxed, as Cheng Ji also worried about what the people at the base should eat and what to grow. Now that the food problem has been solved and the wheat is growing well, they're starting to address the meat problem. That's great. Cheng Ji is thoughtful, so he doesn't have to worry about that anymore. Yes, I will. Cheng Ji was actually a bit confused about the idea of managing the base. He'd never considered taking that position, but honestly, he was a bit tempted. Although Lin Kong trusted him now, and rarely objected to anything he said, he was still the highest-ranking official at the base, and he needed to consult him about everything he did. But if he took on management, wouldn't that be unnecessary? Cheng Ji only now realized that his ambitions were a bit too big. He wasn't content with just a small base. He had seen so much on his journey back home, and he wanted to build a completely safe utopia. In the apocalypse, as long as the base was strong enough, the people of the city could live in peace, free from zombie infestations, just like before the apocalypse. But he knew it would be difficult. Their base might be called a base, but it wasn't even small. Furthermore, the food wasn't even harvested yet, and with so few people, it wasn't enough to provide for them. It was still a long way from what he had imagined. Jiyu? Cheng Yamo beside him brought him back to his senses. Cheng Jiyu blinked. What's wrong? Cheng Yamo said seriously, Jiyu, I support you, no matter what you do. Cheng Jiyu was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Yes. Then you have to praise me. Cheng Yamo took the opportunity to ask, or give me a reward. Why are you like that? Cheng Jiyu crossed his arms. Just supporting me, and you're asking for a reward. Cheng Yamo coughed lightly. Oh, can't you be a little more generous? Cheng Jiyu couldn't help but laugh. Tian Xiao, watching from the side, felt a pang of envy. He decided to stay away from the young couple. Who could have imagined that Qingzi's love life would be like this? Zhou Min's face was full of rage. I'm so mad. Tian Manman asked, what are we having for dinner today? Everyone burst into laughter at this. Truly, only Tian Manman's image as a foodie remained unshaken. Tian Manman scratched his head, confused, and joined in the smirk. Cheng Yamo, these little light bulbs are such an eyesore. Not long after, the base posted an announcement recruiting people to build some livestock enclosures. Many people gathered around to read the announcement. Is the base planning to raise livestock again? Great. Does that mean everyone can eat meat from now on? What? We can't even get enough to eat, and we're still raising animals? The base is being too anxious. What do you know? They're just getting started. I heard the farming department has started planting alfalfa again. They must be preparing for livestock. Haha, now you can rest assured. No livestock will be competing for your food. You're still guarding it. Go away, stop teasing me. I'm worried about the base. But since they're planting alfalfa, we really don't have to worry about it. They have their plans in mind. Why should we worry about this? I'm part of the base after all, so what are you saying? Someone was also discussing going to work. 10 contribution points a day, plus a meal. Just for the meal, I have to go. Isn't it just building a pen for animals? Who can't do that? It's easy. I'm going to apply. Are you going? Nonsense. Anyone who doesn't go is a fool. The group glanced at each other, each seeing through the other's ulterior motives. They coughed and said, I think this job is hard. Yeah, it's tiring. I don't want to go. I'm not planning on going either, haha. While saying this, they were secretly cursing each other for being so cunning. Who would believe he wouldn't go? This was clearly a trick, trying to get others to let their guard down so they could secretly apply and avoid being snatched away from them. But no one was stupid. Who could fool anyone? Finally, when they arrived at the job recruitment area, the few who had originally said they wouldn't go exchanged glances and laughed, pretending they had never said anything. The base was bustling with activity and joy. Chung Jiu also had something to be happy about. Xiao San had reached level 1 and matured. He clicked on the details of the umbrella and found out that it was a defensive plant. The system space had been successfully upgraded from 20 by 20 to 21 by 21, doubling its storage capacity to 80 cubic meters. Chung Jiu was delighted. He could finally store more things. Later, when they went out, they could even park their cars in the space, as there was now ample space. He happily busied himself planting new plants. The base was bustling with activity. Because the livestock pens offered good housing, many ordinary people were rushing to sign up. Having more people wasn't a big deal. More people meant faster work, so when the recruitment process began, those with skills or a bit of strength were hired. With more people, the work went much faster, and within a week, the construction was complete. Chung Jiu even checked on the workers. They were all very dedicated, and the pens were solidly built. Since they would likely raise pigs and cattle in the future, the latter was fine, but the former had a strong smell that could easily disrupt daily life if it was too close to residential areas. Therefore, the location, far from residential areas and next to the base's farmland, was particularly suitable. Firstly, being far enough away from residential areas to avoid any odors wafting over. Secondly, being close to the farmland meant that feed could be delivered directly. Here, the alfalfa has even sprouted a short growth, but I'm sure it grow taller soon. The wheat, too, looks vibrant from afar, a vibrant green, a stark contrast to the withered yellow elsewhere. Anyone who takes a look can't help but smile. It feels full of vitality. It seems it's time to start looking for suitable animals to raise. Just so happens, I heard that a psychic on a mission saw a pig from afar. He tried to catch it, but found it gone, so he had to leave. Now that he'd heard the base was raising livestock, the other party mentioned it. Chung Jiu figured, since he had nothing better to do at the base, he might as well go take a look. However, he had to make sure the other party wasn't mistaken. So he called the man over. Where did you see the pig? Was it a domestic pig or a wild boar? Chung Jiu asked. The psychic scratched his head. It was white, definitely a domestic pig. It's a bit far away. Isn't there a dilapidated house about a kilometer from us? I saw it there and wanted to go in, but it was pitch black inside, so I got scared and didn't dare go in. The psychic felt a little embarrassed at this point. He was a timid person. He had gone so far because, after the zombie wave, almost all the zombies in the area had been killed. He hadn't seen many zombies along the way, but he didn't dare go any further. And that dark, dilapidated house was a villa. It was originally built by a wealthy city dweller who was planning to move back to the countryside. The other party applied for a residential plot, but because they preferred quiet, they didn't live near the village. Their village wasn't that close, but news like that rarely reached them. At the time, everyone said, "What's wrong with these rich people? They're living in the countryside when they can live in the city. What do you know? They've made enough money and are back to enjoy their retirement. Think about it. While the city sounds nice, living there is like living in a birdcage. Aren't my relatives from the city? I've been to their house a few times, the younger one. And this, over 10,000 yuan per square meter. Working for decades just to live in this birdcage? Anyway, I still prefer the village. What do you know? People in the city have great educational resources, and their kids can go to good schools. How can that compare to what we have in our town or county? That's true. But if he built a villa closer to the village, that's fine. But it's so far away, and it's just their family, how could they live comfortably there? Maybe they just like the quiet? Don't tell me. I passed by that place the other day. It's truly the middle of nowhere. No matter how nice you build it, I wouldn't want to live there. I wouldn't dare go out at night. It's creepy. Did you think the rich guy got scammed? Who knows? The villagers proved right. Perhaps the other party decided it wasn't a good place to live, or something else. The house was almost finished, but then it was suddenly abandoned. The house was left abandoned. Occasionally, people passing by, looking at that house in the middle of nowhere, were terrified. No wonder the rich guy was almost done with it, then abandoned it. What a waste of money. This was a popular topic in the village, and Chung Jiu had heard about it. He had also passed by there, so he knew the location. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Zhou Min asked. Don't make us go there in vain. The psychic nodded affirmatively. It couldn't be wrong. That pig was plump and white, so big. How could I have been wrong? I figured it must be living in the villa. Alas! It's a pity I didn't go in and take a look. The more I came back, the more I regretted it. Chung Mo looked at Chung Jiu. Do you want to go check it out? Chung Jiu nodded. Let's go. It's a good opportunity to clean up the zombies outside too. When psychics go on missions, they not only have to deal with the mission itself, but also clean up the zombies nearby. Otherwise, over time, the zombies will multiply, easily forming a zombie tide. Chung Mo naturally obeyed him. Tian Qiao and the others rubbed their hands in anticipation. Hey, fatty pig, here we come. Zhou Min gulped. I want pig's trotters. Tian Man, I want pork elbows. Tian Qiao, braised pork. Chung Jiu was speechless. We captured and raised those pigs, not for you to eat. Tian Qiao, it's okay. You get to eat them sooner or later after they give birth. These guys, before they even set off, had already made plans for how to eat the pork. The psychic who provided them with the information didn't leave after he finished speaking. Instead, he stood there, hesitant to speak. Chung Jiu was puzzled. Anything else? Just as he asked, the other party suddenly bowed and said in a resounding voice, Sorry. Chung Jiu? ? Chung Mo narrowed his eyes at the side. The psychic blushed as he explained, I used to follow Yang Kai and secretly cursed you many times. Back then, I admired Yang Kai so much. He was the most powerful psychic in the base, so I always followed him. Chung Jiu was speechless. Shouldn't a person's character be what matters most? The psychic was embarrassed. I was blinded at the time. I thought as long as I was strong, everything I said was right. I only recently figured it out. I'm so sorry. Chung Jiu said nothing more, simply, it's good that you figure it out. Yang Kai's character is questionable. Following him doesn't guarantee you benefit. The psychic scratched his head. He didn't follow Yang Kai mainly because his image of a powerful psychic had been shattered. He didn't think much about anything else. After determining his location, Chung Jiu drove off with Chung Mo and the others. Tian Qiao leaned against the window, looking out. Hey, this road looks different than it used to. This used to be lush green farmland, but now, the land is barren. They occasionally encountered zombies, and dealt with them easily. The journey was remarkably smooth, and out of caution, they stopped about 100 meters from the villa. Chung Jiu looked around. There was a tree behind the villa, but the tree was already short of water, and the bark had been gnawed away. Chung Mo looked and said, that must have been gnawed by the pig. Does that mean the pig is somewhere else? Zhou Min's eyes lit up. Maybe it's living in the villa, sheltered from the wind and rain, and there's bark to gnaw on behind. Tian Qiao said, stroking his chin. That pig. Tian Man suddenly said. The others looked over, and saw the pig at the door. Upon seeing them, the pig immediately ran away in panic. They exchanged glances, and hurried over to where the pig had appeared, only to find it had already scurried into the villa. Let's go in and take a look, Zhou Min suggested. Chung Jiu frowned. I've always felt something was off. We made quite a commotion just now, so how could that pig have dared to come out? Chung Mo scoffed. It might be bait. Bait? Tian Qiao was surprised. Thinking about it, it seemed possible. Like the psychic said before, he saw a pig from afar, and saw it enter the villa. Chung Jiu, it feels like they lured it in, and so did we. The pig seemed afraid we wouldn't see it go in. Oh my god, Is this pig that intelligent? It's a bit scary. Zhou Min rubbed the goosebumps on his arms. Should we still go in? Tianxiao asked. Cheng Jiu hesitated, reluctant to go in. They didn't know what was going on inside the villa, so there was no need to risk it for a pig. Oh, what a wasted trip. Let's go back and tell the people at base, so they don't get burned. Zhou Min sighed, but didn't object to Cheng Jiu's decision. They didn't know what was going on inside. Yeah, who knows what's in there? So cunning. Tianxiao was furious. They had made such a wasted trip. Oh, Xiaowan, stop it. Zhou Min patted the vine at his waist and muttered. Cheng Jiu glanced at the quiet Xiaowan on his wrist, frowning. He quickly turned to see Zhou Min wrapped around his waist by a vine, and on the other side of the vine was the villa. Several more vines stretched out, trying to pull them in. Cheng Mo had initially assumed it was Xiaowan, so he ignored it. Be careful. Cheng Jiu quickly dodged the vines that threatened to engulf him, attempting to cut the ones engulfing Zhou Min. However, the vines moved incredibly fast, carrying Zhou Min into the villa. Zhou Min, ah! Damn it! He tried to cut the vines with his knife, but as soon as he raised his arm, it was engulfed in them. Seeing Zhou Min being dragged into the villa, Cheng Jiu and the others' faces turned grim. They had originally planned to leave, but now that Zhou Min was engulfed, they naturally couldn't leave. Damn it! What's in there? So cunning. Tianxiao gritted his teeth. Cheng Jiu's face darkened. Let's go in and take a look. The group entered the villa, which was half built. The windows hadn't been installed yet, and were sealed with bricks. The only light coming in through the cracks between the bricks was a dim one. Tianxiao felt like he'd stepped on something round. He looked down, and was startled to see a human skull. It only felt creepier inside. To prevent a sneak attack from the vines just now, they were extra vigilant, but since they were prepared, a surprise attack wouldn't be so easy. That thing's on the second floor. Cheng Mo looked up. Oh my god, it's not going to eat Zhou Min. Tianxiao was extremely anxious. Suddenly, they heard a noise. Cheng Jiu pulled out a high-intensity flashlight from his contemporaneous space and immediately turned it on, allowing him to see clearly not far away. There were over 10 wolves. This was a wolf den. How could these wolves be so clever? They even knew to set out bait. Tianxiao felt the chills run down his spine. Wolves are naturally very intelligent animals. Cheng Jiu frowned. Besides, they've mutated. I'm afraid they'd be difficult to deal with. Wolves are the most united of all. They obey the leader's orders completely and work together. The wolves didn't rush forward, seemingly observing them. Cheng Jiu didn't bother to fight them. These wolves weren't necessarily very powerful, but they were clever and knew how to lure the unsuspecting into their trap. Most of the bones on the ground here probably came from this source. Cheng Jiu and the others exchanged glances and launched the first attack. One of the wolves was struck by a lightning bolt as thick as a bowl, knocking it to the ground. The others roared in anger and immediately attacked them. These wolves weren't powerful individually, but they coordinated well, and with their sheer numbers, it was impossible to defeat them all in a short time. Upstairs, Zhou Min, bound by vines, still had the energy to observe his surroundings. The massive wolf stood at the foot of the stairs, seemingly observing the battle below. He averted his gaze and glanced to the side, only to find he wasn't the only one there. 2 other men and a woman were tied up, their faces pale, and their eyes closed. Zhou Min glanced at the giant wolf, shifted his hips, moved over, and nudged the man closest to him with his elbow. The man slowly opened his eyes, taking in the dim surroundings and the giant wolf. He pursed his lips. Hey buddy, what's going on with you? Were you tricked into coming in? Zhou Min felt inexplicably confident that Cheng Jiu and the others would be able to rescue him, so he remained calm. The other man gave a wry smile. We didn't want to linger here, but 2 of our group were drawn to the pig and wanted to come in to take a look. Unexpectedly. Those 2? Zhou Min glanced at the 2 men beside him, who hadn't woken up yet. The other person shook his head. No, those 2 people have been eaten. The other person said, we should be considered reserve food. Reserve food, Zhou Min? Huh? The other person was still in the mood to joke. Same as that pig, but that pig is valuable and may live a little longer than us. Zhou Min remained optimistic. It's okay, my companions are here too, they will definitely rescue me. The other person asked, are you psychics? Zhou Min, why do you ask? The other person said, the reason we weren't eaten is that we're either ordinary people or our psychics are too weak. The 2 companions who were eaten had very strong psychics, and these wolves like to eat those with strong psychics. Zhou Min, damn, that's scary. He turned his head to glance at the pig in the corner. It was very obedient and didn't move around, so it wasn't tied up by the vines. The man was right, they were all reserved food, but that pig was able to attract people, so it hadn't been eaten. Zhou felt the giant wolf could definitely hear them, so whatever he said wasn't important. He secretly pulled a dagger from his waist and prepared to cut the vines. But it wasn't going to be easy. The wolf clearly had a plant-based ability, and he didn't know if it would sense it if he cut through it. But he couldn't just sit there and wait. As Zhou hesitated, the giant wolf suddenly moved, approaching him. Zhou, shock. Is it going to eat him first? While his ability isn't offensive, it's certainly quite powerful. The wolf bared its sharp teeth. Zhou, chilled to the bone, was about to move away and cut the vines, but the wolf didn't bite him, instead biting through the vines. Zhou and the people around him. Chapter 72. Zhou reacted quickly. Brother He. He remembered that Brother He could temporarily control animals. Sure enough, the wolf nodded slightly, signaling Zhou to hurry up. He couldn't hold out much longer. Zhou hurried to run, but someone beside him said, "Little brother, take me with you." Zhou hesitated, then cut through the vines. The awake man quickly woke his companion, and they stumbled downstairs. However, Zhou suddenly sensed something and quickly turned, blocking the attacking vines with his dagger. The wolf leader's eyes were completely different now. They were completely wild, with a terrifying gaze, as if ready to devour them at any moment. Zhou swallowed and glanced at the other three, who were trembling. Zhou's arms were bruised in several places as he fought back, and he shouted at them, "Run!" None of them moved. Zhou frowned. "Why don't you run?" One of them said helplessly, We can't run." There were still wolves blocking the stairs, engaged in a fierce fight with Cheng Jiu and the others. If they went down, they'd probably be mauled to death by them first. Fuck. Zhou was sweating profusely, watching the wolves' miserable state. Just then, thorns suddenly sprouted from the flat ground. The plants, like living things, stabbed at them. "Oh my god! Don't get pricked, or they suck you dry," the woman among the three said. The next moment, however, the woman's arm was pierced, visibly turning into a mummy, and she let out a painful wail. His companion immediately used the knife he had just found on the ground to cut through the thorns, and the woman's arm finally stopped mummifying. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, more vines swarmed towards them. Several people dodged hastily. Just then, dozens of small lightning bolts struck the thorns, instantly charring them black, leaving them unable to react for a long time. The three men breathed a sigh of relief at this. They were already sweating profusely, and felt ready to collapse. Zhou's eyes lit up as he looked at the tall figure that suddenly appeared. "Brother He, are we done downstairs?" He glanced downstairs, and saw the wolves weren't finished yet. "Zhou?" Cheng frowned. "Not yet. Shiyu asked me to come up and check." He had awakened a new superpower, teleportation. Although it was a newly awakened power, only capable of short-distance teleportation, it was enough to get upstairs. Zhou didn't know how he got upstairs, but Brother He was so powerful, he must have his own methods. And as Cheng came up, he instantly relaxed, as if he had found his backbone. Cheng glanced at Zhou. "It's useless." Zhou rubbed his nose, feeling quite innocent. He didn't have a combat-oriented ability to begin with. The three people nearby, supporting each other, approached them. The leader wolf seemed enraged, whipping wrist-thick vines toward them. The dust kicked up, and in the dim light, they were momentarily blinded. Cheng narrowed his eyes, glanced at the three nearby, and said to Zhou, "Take them downstairs." Downstairs, Cheng Jiu had Xiaowan weave a vine cage, trapping all the wolves inside. The wolves tore at the vines desperately, quickly creating a hole, but the hole quickly closed again. For a moment, they were unable to break through the vine cage. Cheng Jiu could have burned all the wolves, but the dilapidated building was like a dangerous wreck, and he feared it would collapse. The wolves were trapped, and Tian Xiao's ice arrows immediately shot in. In a short while, they were all killed. Tian Man, armed with a broadsword, finished them off one by one. Cheng Jiu stored the wolf corpses in his space. Seeing Zhou and three strangers coming downstairs, he didn't ask any questions, and wanted to go up to Cheng Mo to help. However, Cheng Mo's voice came from upstairs. "Get out of here." Cheng Jiu's pupils constricted, and he tried to go up. A ball of water enveloped the men and flung them out of the villa. Then, a loud noise echoed from the building, and Cheng Mo unhesitatingly transformed back into his beast form. Somehow, the wolf, a normal human, suddenly transformed into a beast larger than himself. During this time, Chung Mo's beast form had grown significantly, even larger than the wolf. The wolf leader was stunned for a moment, then immediately attacked. Chung Ji was thrown out, his face grim. He stood up and tried to get in, but before he could, there was a sudden, loud bang, and the building collapsed. A cloud of dust rose, and when it settled, only rubble remained before him. Chung Ji's face paled. Chung Mo! He ran over recklessly, digging at the rubble with his hands. Tian Xiao and the others rushed to help. The rubble shifted, and Chung Mo emerged from beneath a mass of diamond-hard concrete. I'm fine. Chung Mo looked at Chung Jiu, feeling both sweet and distressed. Chung Jiu immediately ran over, hugged him, and gritted his teeth, saying, "You scared me to death." Chung Mo touched his nose. "I'm so strong, how could I be crushed to death?" "You still say that?" Chung Jiu was practically furious. Chung Mo coughed lightly. "I'm really dirty, I haven't had time to clean myself up yet." Chung Jiu showed no disdain, pulling him up and down to look him over. Seeing that, aside from a bit of dirt, there were no wounds, he breathed a sigh of relief. Tian Xiao and the others also smiled bitterly. That's good, that's good. Chung Mo smiled ingratiatingly and pulled Chung Jiu along. "Look, I got that pig out for you too." The pig had just been thrown out with the water balloon. Chung Jiu was at a loss for words. Chung Mo was really. Chung Mo shook his hand. "Are you not angry anymore?" Chung Jiu glared at him. "You scared me. You scared me to death. Then how can you not be angry?" Chung Mo followed Chung Jiu and demanded. Chung Jiu pursed his lips. "We talk about it when we get back." Chung Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't seem too angry. "It's a boar." Zhou Min walked over and checked the pig's gender. Tian Xiao said disappointedly, "Boars can't give birth, so why not just eat them?" The pig trembled. Chung Jiu thought about it and decided to keep it for now, using it as a breeding pig. Perhaps hearing it was going to be eaten, the pig howled and tried to run, but Xiaowan tied its neck, preventing it from struggling. Chung Jiu said, "Take it back first." The three people nearby hurried over. They all looked quite old. The youngest was the woman, who looked to be in her 40s, and the other two looked to be in their 50s. "Thank you, young brothers," the woman said with a smile. Chung Jiu said, "You're welcome. It was just a favor. We should go back now. You should leave as well." Seeing them about to leave, the woman hurriedly said, "Wait, where are you going?" "We're going to Xiaohe base." "Is it on your way?" The woman spoke with a touch of embarrassment. The other two men nodded hurriedly. Chung Ji raised an eyebrow. "Isn't Xiaohe base their base? Their village used to be called Xiaohe village, but later it was simply called Xiaohe base." Chung Ji and the others exchanged a silent glance, then asked, "What are you doing at Xiaohe base?" The woman explained, "We're from Chaoyang base. Xiaohe base sent us word they'd found something of great research value, so they sent us here." Zhou Min's eyes lit up. "You're researchers from Chaoyang base. Chaoyang base is so generous. They actually sent researchers here." The woman understood. "Are you from Xiaohe base?" Seeing them nod, the woman finally smiled. "That's a coincidence. Can you give us a ride?" The two psychics they were traveling with had been eaten by wolves. Going to Xiaohe base with the three of them, while not far, would be dangerous. It would be best for them to go along. At first, she was too embarrassed to speak, but when she heard they were from Xiaohe base, she felt more comfortable speaking. Chung Ji smiled, of course. After all, they were specially assigned researchers. He thought it was a good thing someone from Chaoyang base could come over and take the tube of blood for research, and he considered himself doing all he could. To his surprise, they'd actually sent a researcher specifically. When Chung Ji had sent someone to deliver the message, he'd been a little worried. They'd assumed Xiaohe base was just a village, and wouldn't take the information seriously. He'd been wrong. However, what he didn't know was that the information he passed on had indeed gone unnoticed. The three researchers were sent here because they were being ostracized at the Institute. Despite the fact that the Institute was filled with scholars and experts, that didn't mean everyone was completely oblivious to the outside world and solely focused on research. This institute was established temporarily after the apocalypse, and naturally, unlike pre-apocalyptic institutes, which had established operational procedures. The post-apocalyptic institute was somewhat chaotic, with no one submitting to anyone else. The educated were arrogant, looking down on everyone, forming cliques and fighting all day, completely lacking the energy to conduct serious research. These three were considered the honest people at the institute. They weren't good at socializing, didn't enjoy participating in struggles, and had no ulterior motives or a desire to take sides. But just because you didn't take sides didn't mean they would let you go. Sometimes, when others were fighting fiercely, if you, a neutral party, couldn't win over others, you became a thorn in the side of both sides. No matter how foolish they were, the three of them sensed something was amiss at the institute. They couldn't quite describe the feeling. This was supposed to be a place for quiet research, but all these people were thinking about was fighting. Their hearts weren't pure, and they weren't focused on their research. Just imagine, with all this going on, when would they ever produce results? It was the end of the world, and as researchers, they hoped more than anything else to develop a vaccine that would benefit humanity. The three of them toiled diligently, perhaps because others couldn't find fault with them, and they felt relatively calm. Until the base officials received word from the Xiaohe base that they were planning to send someone to collect the Xiaohe base's supplies. They didn't know what it was specifically. When Cheng Jiu had someone deliver the message, he didn't mention it was blood, fearing it would bring bad luck to Xiaolu. He figured that even if the blood was delivered, they wouldn't reveal where it came from. In any case, when the news reached the research institute, it didn't cause much of a stir. Xiaohe base? I've never heard of it. Which base is it? I heard it's a village. It's a nice way to call it a base. TSK, what research-worthy things could a village have? Are they saying that on purpose, trying to take advantage of our base? The self-important researcher chatted casually, speaking indifferently. Those idiots in the government are really worried. We can't just not say anything. Send a few people over. Who? Not surprisingly, the three researchers, who hadn't participated in the struggle at all, and were serious about their research, were pushed out. The three couldn't say they weren't angry, but they didn't refuse. In fact, even if they had, it would have been useless. However, they had their own thoughts on going to Xiaohe base. The research institute at Chaoyang base was completely rotten. Unless official control was implemented, they wouldn't be able to conduct serious research and produce any results. The three of them weren't good at socializing, and dealing with people here and there every day was exhausting. So, they preferred Xiaohe base to Chaoyang base. After all, since they had specifically sent a message, they must be very serious about the research, right? And so, they set out from Chaoyang base to Xiaohe base. Two of them were ordinary people, and one only had a level 1 water ability. If they went on their own, they wouldn't be able to reach Xiaohe base safely. Fortunately, Chaoyang base assigned them two powerful psychics, and they had made it all the way safely. Unexpectedly, they ultimately fell prey to a wolf. They had thought they were doomed, but unexpectedly, they ran into Cheng Jiu and his group. We also brought some small equipment, and hid it somewhere for us to find, the woman said. This equipment was actually some equipment that the Research Institute didn't value. They thought it was outdated, so they decided to give it to the three of them. This would allow them to report it to the base officials, and have the psychics find them better equipment. Even though the equipment was a bit outdated, it was better than nothing. At least it could be of some use. Before entering the dilapidated villa, they had hidden their car for the sake of caution. Now they had found it, and were driving here. They didn't take Cheng Jiu and his group's car back home, but drove it. To protect them, Cheng Jiu and Cheng Imo rode in their car. In Cheng Jiu's space, Chang's mother had prepared food for them before they arrived. She had left it there for them, so they could always have something to eat if they were hungry. Seeing how skinny they all looked, they must have been hungry. After all, they'd been tied up by wolves, and hadn't eaten anything. Cheng Jiu then took out the food he'd prepared from his space, and offered it to them. The woman swallowed, a little embarrassed, but she was indeed hungry. After thanking him, she took it. The other two men saw this, and didn't refuse. There was no way they could refuse. It was so delicious. After eating, the three of them became much closer. Through the woman's introduction, Cheng Jiu learned their names. The woman's name was Qi Hongyi, and the other two men, the younger one was Feng Wentao, and the older one was Chu Mingda. Cheng Jiu also mentioned his own name and Cheng Mo's. They drove, the pig, encircled by Cheng Mo's water balloon, following behind. Qi Hongyi watched in amazement. She was the only one of the three with water abilities, but it was too weak. Her ability was only enough to fill a cup, nothing more. Seeing Cheng Imo using his abilities like this, she couldn't help but marvel. I never thought water abilities could be used this way. Mr. Cheng is truly a brilliant thinker. Cheng Ji was delighted. He was praising Cheng Imo, but he also felt proud of himself. Cheng Imo was truly amazing. The group returned to the base in a mighty procession. The guards smiled at the sight of the fat pig encircled by the water balloon. They hadn't seen such adorable domestic pigs in ages. It was the end of the world, and many animals had mutated. It was quite rare to encounter an ordinary animal without mutations. After all, it would be difficult for them to survive without mutations. Chung Jiu escorted the others to Lin Kang's place, then took Chung Mo to the pig pen and released the pig. The alfalfa was almost ready to eat, so someone cut some and fed it to the pig. He had initially worried that it might not adapt to the new environment and refuse to eat, but surprisingly, the pig wasn't shy and had a strong mental attitude, immediately munching on the alfalfa. Someone also caught some chickens, ducks, and rabbits, said the person in charge of the livestock. The people in charge of the livestock were mostly ordinary people, and livestock farming could be done by ordinary people. Having ordinary people here not only provided them with income, but also saved on psychics, as the base didn't have many of them. Those chickens, ducks, and rabbits are mutated, but they look much bigger than before the apocalypse. As an ordinary person, the breeder had rarely left the base since its establishment, so seeing such animals was quite unusual. Chung Jiu had noticed this before. It wasn't that the beasts were different from before the apocalypse. Other animals were also present, but they hadn't awakened their special powers. They had simply grown larger, their skin and flesh thicker, making them better adapted to the apocalyptic environment. Chung Jiu and Chung Mo went to take a look and, as expected, saw larger chickens and ducks. They were noticeably larger than before the apocalypse, appearing to be twice the size of pre-apocalyptic chickens. These chickens and ducks looked delicious to me. People used to love free-range chickens. Look at them. They used to live outside the base and looked so strong. The breeder, a passionate farmer, couldn't help but smile at the sight of these chickens and ducks. The eggs these chickens and ducks lay were naturally much larger than ordinary eggs. When they were fertilized and hatched, there would be more and more chickens and ducks in the future. Just thinking about it made him happy. They also went to see the rabbits. The ones they had caught had already started digging holes. Rabbits are much cuter than chickens and ducks. People say rabbits are timid, but these are remarkably bold. One even leaped up to Chung Jiu's feet and threatened to bite him with its massive fangs, trying to drive this human out of its new territory. This rabbit doesn't have any special abilities, but we're very careful when feeding it. It's very aggressive. It can bite people if they disagree. A breeder was bitten before, and was bleeding profusely. The breeder quickly reminded Chung Jiu to be careful, and not let his guard down just because it's a rabbit. Before the apocalypse, rabbits had formidable teeth, but they were timid before. They rarely attack humans unless they were touched or provoked. As it turned out, the post-apocalyptic rabbits weren't so timid anymore. Perhaps their teeth had become stronger? The psychic who captured this rabbit nest said they came across it because a snake, wanting to eat the rabbits, had been spotted by the rabbits. The rabbits attacked and bit the snakes, unfazed by their venom. In the end, the snakes were killed by the rabbits. The rabbits reacted quickly and avoided the snake's fangs, thus securing their victory. They ignored the dead snakes and happily went about their business of grazing on grass. The psychic seized the opportunity to capture them, but it wasn't easy. The rabbits were incredibly ferocious, and it took a lot of effort. After hearing this, Chung Jiu moved away. The rabbits, thinking he was frightened by their large teeth, were elated and tried to chase and bite them again. The next second, they were grabbed by the scruff of the neck and lifted up. Besides their teeth, rabbits have another powerful weapon, their hind legs. Its hind legs were brimming with muscle, incredibly powerful. It bit its legs and launched a powerful kick at Chung Mo, who had grabbed it. Unfortunately, the force was too great for an ordinary person. To Chung Mo, it felt like a tickle. Chung Mo held the rabbit in his arms. I see this rabbit loves exercise, so its meat must be delicious. Shiyu, can I have the spicy rabbit cubes? Oh no! The breeder stayed far away, not daring to approach. Chung Mo had caught that rabbit, and the remaining rabbits, fearless, would come rushing over for revenge. As an ordinary person, he couldn't withstand the bites and kicks, so he had to stay away. The breeder said, "This rabbit is pregnant." No! Let it go! The breeder felt deeply distressed. Although the rabbit was a bit aggressive, rabbits are fertile, producing several litters a year. They reproduce very quickly, and that's all meat. The breeder swallowed his saliva as he spoke. Chung Jiu heard this and quickly asked Chung Mo to release the rabbit. She's pregnant, please be gentle. Chung Mo had no choice but to throw the rabbit away. The rabbit, truly holding a grudge, didn't even run away and bit Chung Mo on the leg. Chung Jiu quickly picked up the rabbit and threw it away, squatting down to check on Chung Mo with concern. Chung Mo, his. That hurts. Let me check, don't bite it until it bleeds. Chung Jiu quickly pulled up his trouser leg to examine it. After a long examination, there wasn't even a tooth mark, let alone bleeding. If an ordinary person had been bitten by that bite, they would have definitely drawn some blood. Chung Jiu angrily lowered his trouser leg. Seeing Chung Mo still gasping, he said angrily, "Stop pretending. There's not even a mark." Chung Mo frowned. "It's my strong body." I had wanted Jiu to feel some sympathy. The breeder was shocked. "Oh my god, this rabbit's teeth are all broken off." Perhaps it was in pain, but it was much more obedient. Even when the breeder held its teeth to look at it, it didn't bite. The breeder took the opportunity to pet its fur. Regardless, rabbits are very cute. After they had enough, Chung Jiu and Chung Mo left. "Chung Jiu, how dare you? Do you realize how dangerous today was?" Chung Mo was scolded, but he was in a good mood. He felt that Chung Jiu was worried about him. "I wouldn't do that unless I was completely confident." "Are you scared?" Chung Mo looked quite beautiful when he said this. Chung Jiu pinched him in anger. "Be serious." Chung Mo felt innocent. "I am serious." Chung Jiu said seriously, "Don't do that again, okay?" God knows, when he saw the villa collapse, his heart felt like it was clenching. He forgot to breathe, his mind was blank, and he couldn't calm down at all. He didn't want to experience that feeling again. Chung Mo grabbed Chung Jiu's hand and frowned. "When did you get a cut on your hand?" It was a shallow cut, not bleeding, and Chung Jiu hadn't noticed it before. Chung Mo frowned. "I won't do that again." Jiu was so frightened by him that he tried to dig through the rubble with his hands, which caused the cut. Chapter 73. Lin Kong was particularly surprised by the arrival of Chi Hongyi and the other two, and immediately greeted them personally. After being isolated outside the base, the three of them made their way in. Seeing the base, which looked no different from a village, they took it in well. Before arriving, they knew that this base had been a village. "I didn't expect Chaoyang Base to be willing to transfer several researchers here." Lin Kong excitedly shook their hands. "I'm truly surprised. I'm grateful that several of you are willing to come to our small base." Chi Hongyi and the others felt a little embarrassed. Although they had come here willingly, there was nothing they could do. Even if they were reluctant, they had to come. It was their decision to not take sides, making them a thorn in the eyes of both sides. But no matter how foolish they were, they couldn't say that. Chi Hongyi said, "As researchers, we are very interested in what you've mentioned. If it can contribute to humanity, we're willing to go anywhere." This was the truth. Lin Kang's smile widened. He simply loved this kind of pure intellectual. "I'm ashamed of myself," Lin Kang said, "but as you can see, we're only a small base, incomparable to large ones like Chaoyang Base. But rest assured, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. We do our best to accommodate your needs." Chi Hongyi nodded and smiled. "Thank you." She felt quite good. Back at Chaoyang Base, they weren't good at scheming and were inconspicuous within the research institute. At Shioa Base, she could actually meet their top leaders. From Feng Wentao and Chu Mingda's silence throughout the entire visit, it was clear that Chi Hongyi was considered one of the more talkative ones. "I arranged for accommodations for you right away," Lin Kang said. "We've just arrived at the base, and I'm afraid the journey wasn't peaceful. Everyone, take a break. I come back once you're well rested." Chi Hongyi and the others were indeed exhausted, both physically and mentally, especially after being treated as food by the wolves. That day was truly terrifying. They even saw how the wolves tore at the flesh of the two psychics, and the three of them vomited. It was thanks to their mental strength that they would have gone mad otherwise. Although things seemed fine now, they were still on edge, unwilling to let down their guard until they were safe. Now, finally relaxed, they were exhausted. Lin Kang noticed it, so without further ado, he quickly told everyone to go and rest. They were given a courtyard, a room tidied up, and soft blankets spread across the room. Chi Hongyi and the others fell asleep quickly. After waking, someone brought them water. Chi Hongyi thanked them, and they washed up. They even brought food, which they ate without hesitation. Feng Wentao wiped his mouth. "You know what? Although the Xiaohe base isn't as large as the Chaoyang base, nor as well built, I feel very comfortable here. They respect us because of our status as researchers." Chu Mingda took a sip of water, his throat, dry for days, feeling a little better. "Since we're here, let's do our research diligently. That's how we repay them." Chi Hongyi nodded and sighed. "I feel very comfortable here too." Along the way, I met villagers. Although they were thin, they all had smiles on their faces. Unlike the previous base, where everyone had sullen faces and rushed about, they're all busy trying to make a living. Chi Hongyi, since we're all here, let's just stay put. Going back is out of the question. Besides, with the situation at the Research Institute, I really don't want to go back. The three of them are definitely not bad. Before the apocalypse, they were the backbone of their respective projects. Logically, they shouldn't have ended up like this. But the research institute is no longer pure anymore. If you don't curry favor, you'd be marginalized. I don't want to go back either, eh? Chu Mingda is the oldest of the group, almost 60. I don't think researchers have to be pure, but how many of them are truly focused on their research right now? I don't see a future for humanity with them. If they continue like this, when will humanity defeat the zombies? Hey, old Chu, don't get excited. Feng Wentao patted Chu Mingda's shoulder. He understood his feelings. But having said all that, they couldn't control the research institute over there. They just hoped to do their own work. Lin Kong sent someone over, saying he wanted to show them around the base. Chi Hongyi and the others didn't refuse, as it looked like they were staying there for the long haul. As they walked along, they discovered that while the lives of ordinary people here weren't as good as those with special abilities, the difference wasn't as dramatic as in Chaoyang Base. Furthermore, it seemed Xiaohe Base cared about ordinary people, trying their best to provide them with jobs. Those ordinary people weren't like those in Chaoyang Base, who were mostly anxious and numb. The ordinary people here would gather together to chat and laugh when they had free time. This increased Feng Wentao and Chu Mingda's favorable impression of the Xiaohe Base. They were ordinary people, too, though educated and not facing the same hardships as ordinary people. However, the two waves of people at the Research Institute had split up, led by psychics. They didn't hate psychics to the point of hatred, but they still felt that ordinary people had a hard time surviving. They weren't the lower class of Chaoyang Base, but they were certainly the lower class of the Research Institute. Hey, you even planted crops? Chi Hongyi heard a few villagers talking about this, and asked the person who was showing them around the base in surprise. The other person smiled at the mention of this. Yes, the crops change every day, and we're all looking forward to them ripening soon. Chi Hongyi hadn't expected this small base to develop so quickly in this area. Chaoyang Base had recruited hundreds of plant-based psychics, who worked day and night to cultivate mutant seeds. Finally, they had grown some and planted a field. Although the area was several dozen acres, it was quite large, but food security wasn't yet possible, given the large population of Chaoyang Base. They asked the other party how much they had planted at the Xiaohe Base. The other party replied, there are 2 kinds of mutant wheat, covering a total of 15 acres. We also plant lettuce, cabbage, and alfalfa. We started raising livestock, and perhaps the base will soon be able to supply meat. Right now, we're mainly growing mutant wheat. A dozen acres is enough for us. We're small, and we don't have enough manpower, so we can only plant these for now. Chi Hongyi was a little surprised, because the other party was talking about a lack of manpower, not a lack of mutant seeds. Could this small base possibly be full of hidden talents? When they arrived at the crops, they were struck by the vast expanse of green and were speechless. This crop is so good, even better than the ones at Chaoyang Base. This wheat is so huge, even the ears. How come they're so big? Several researchers at the larger bases suddenly felt even more clueless. Look at this wheat. It's almost as tall as a person, isn't it? Oh, this is mutant wheat. It's still growing. When it matures, each grain will be as big as the palm of your hand. Hearing this, the other party was proud and immediately began to introduce it. Really? Even the quiet Chu Mingda was thrilled to hear this. Excellent seed, excellent seed. If wheat like this is widely used, there'd be no worries about food. As he spoke, Chu Mingda was already moved to tears. Although their research wasn't in agriculture, they were all researchers dedicated to serving the people. How could they not be excited to hear of such excellent seeds? Chaoyang Base had also had mutant seeds before, but the mutations weren't as exciting as this. Each seed was as big as the palm of your hand. The person showing them around the base rubbed his nose. Seeing everyone's excitement, he couldn't help but say, not as big as the palm of your hand, a little smaller. That's still pretty big. Feng Wentao stared at the wheat in front of him, his eyes fixed on the wheat. Can we eat this then? He wasn't worried about eating it, but about whether he could get a few seeds like this. Although their research wasn't focused on that, seeing something new always made him want to try it. Of course, everyone in the base can eat it. The other person said this calmly, but unexpectedly, it stirred up a stir in the hearts of Chi Hongyi and the others. In a large base like Chaoyang Base, all resources are allocated to those with special abilities. This allows the base to develop at the fastest rate, but survival is extremely difficult for the lower class people, who make up the majority. Chi Hongyi didn't think ordinary people were useless. On the contrary, the base's construction couldn't do without them. However, the superpowers were so powerful that those in power had unconsciously neglected ordinary people and their needs. This path of development was undoubtedly pathological, But what could be done about it? Shi Hongyi herself couldn't have imagined it. She hadn't expected to arrive at such a small, unknown base and witness a completely different development. Here, ordinary people were considered, not the ones who deserved to be abandoned. Shi Hongyi suddenly felt that their choice this time was the right one. Although the Xiohe base was small, it was different. Very different. This wheat looks ordinary. Feng Wentao and Xu Mingda became more talkative, approaching the ordinary wheat and saying. Upon hearing this, the people at Xiohe base immediately defended the wheat. No, this isn't ordinary either. This is a mutant multi-crop wheat. It grows again after one crop. Shi Hongyi's eyes widened, staring at the wheat until it was almost bruised. Finally, she could see a difference. With mixed feelings, she said, "Isn't that just like leeks? The people at Xiohe base. That's not that impressive. I heard you can only harvest 5 crops. Wouldn't the yield be 5 times the original?" Feng Wentao was a little dazed. He hadn't expected such impressive wheat to seem so ordinary to the people at Xiohe base. Although this was a small base, in many ways it was on par with the larger bases. No, it even surpassed them. The people at Xiohe base didn't know what he was imagining. In reality, wasn't his composure due to having heard so much, listening to family members talk about it at home, and listening to people at the base talk about it outside, every day? Naturally, the excitement wasn't as strong as it had been at the beginning. Shi Hongyi and the other 2 paused by the crops for a long time, their hearts aching. Then they heard that the Xiohe base had also started raising livestock. They grow alfalfa over there to feed them. It's a pity there aren't many livestock at the base, but I believe it won't be long before we can be self-sufficient and eat meat. The other person's eyes were filled with longing for meat when he spoke of this. So greedy. The Chaoyang base also raises livestock. After all, if the base wants to be self-sufficient, it can't afford to keep sending psychics out hunting, right? Not to mention the dangers, the prey will eventually run out. Thankfully, while there are mutant animals, they've found that those with superpowers are mostly wild. Like the domesticated pigs and poultry of the past, although there are some changes, they're just larger, not superpowered. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to deal with. So, the Chaoyang base also started raising livestock. It just so happens that they have enough manpower, so raising ordinary people would be enough. Those imprisoned in the base's prison for crimes can undergo labor reform. However, since Chaoyang base currently doesn't have access to food, the animal husbandry is still a small operation. After all, animals need food. Even if they can't eat grain like humans, they still need something to eat. I hadn't expected the Xiohe base to have such a large field of alfalfa already planted. Shi Hongyi and the others wanted to visit the farm, and the other party readily agreed. It wasn't a secret after all, and the farm wasn't close. As they were about to head over, a skinny man suddenly lunged at them. Startled, Shi Hongyi and the others quickly stepped back. "Xiang Qizheng, what are you doing? These are researchers sent by the major base. If you scare them, expect to be punished." The man immediately launched into a barrage of curses upon seeing it was Xiang Qizheng. Xiang Qizheng looked particularly shabby now, even thinner than before. He couldn't stand the constant work, despite not having enough to eat every day. Just now, while he was working, he saw Shi Hongyi and the others from a distance. He had overheard yesterday that researchers had arrived at their base. He was from Xiohe village. He might not have known everyone at the base, but at least they looked familiar. Shi Hongyi and the others were complete strangers. He was immediately certain that these people were the researchers. With an idea in mind, he rushed over. After confirming that they were the researchers, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he became excited. He had long since grown tired of the constant toil. On the surface, he appeared obedient, but in reality, he was exhausted and had no energy for anything else. But he was restless, constantly thinking about how to end this life. And now, he had his chance. These intellectuals were prone to soft-heartedness, and since he was a researcher, he must have held a high position. If he feigned pity and begged, perhaps he could be saved. Thinking of this, he resented the people of Xiohe village. They were from the same village, after all, so there was at least some ties between them, yet no one had come to his aid. He had truly misjudged them. At that moment, Xiang Qi, watching the panicked Shi Hongyi and the others, burst into tears. He was in his 50s, looked like he was in his 60s, and his reckless tears were rather pathetic. "Is something wrong with you? Why are you crying like that?" Shi Hongyi couldn't help but ask, feeling a little sorry. Those who knew the inside story shuddered. They wondered why Xiang Qizheng had suddenly lunged at them. It seemed he had other plans, the old rascal. He was terribly anxious. If the old rascal spoke nonsense, Wouldn't it damage the image of their base? What would the researchers who had come all the way here think? But not letting him speak seemed to make them seem guilty. It was clearly Xiang Qijing's fault. He glared at Xiang Qijing fiercely. As expected, Xiang Qi began to distort the truth. Gentlemen, please save me. I don't want to live like this anymore. Just because I offended someone, they forced me to work here. I'm working day and night. I'm an old man. How can I bear this? If this goes on, they torture me to death sooner or later. Whoa. I'm so miserable. My son has disappeared, and I don't know if he's dead or alive. It's just me and my wife at home. I don't even earn any contribution points from my work, and my wife works tirelessly every day to earn contribution points, but she can't support the two of us on her own. People. These people are so cruel. I'm an old woman, a burden to you. If this continues, I might as well die. Qi Hongyi and the others were stunned. They hadn't expected such a thing to happen at the Xiaohe base, but they weren't stupid. How could they just take Xiang Qijing's one-sided account? The person next to them sneered, Xiang Qijing, you're such a storyteller. Who dug up the mutant seeds planted in the ground? If you had worked hard and reformed yourself, you might have been able to return to your normal life over time. Instead, you've ruined the base's reputation. I have a serious talk with Director Fong later. Aren't you being too cruel? I'm just starving. Come here and dig some seeds to eat. I didn't dig much. Xiang Qi was crying. Do you want to watch me starve to death? I know I'm wrong, so why are you torturing me like this? Bullshit. The base clearly gave everyone 2 kilograms of rice. The other party was furious. If there really was nothing to eat, and we were starving, it would be fine. But there was food, and you did it on purpose. Xiang Qi felt a little guilty. He had dug up the mutant seeds, and there was indeed an element of intentionality. Who was it? He was asked to participate in the agricultural department recruitment, but Fong Wei flatly rejected him. He was furious, but he wouldn't admit it. So that's how it is. I was just a little sympathetic to you. He imagined the soft-hearted Qi Hongyi and the others saying, mutant seeds are the hope of the base. You secretly dug up seeds when there was clearly food to eat. You are the base's sinner. Qi Hongyi and the others were quite angry. You know, a single mutant seed is rare in Chaoyang base, because mutant seeds can grow new plants, and plants can produce seeds, and so on. This old man actually dug up such an important thing and ate it. It was really infuriating. Xiang Qi had been crying for a long time, and he didn't expect this to happen. He was so angry that his teeth were about to break. Because he had been causing trouble again, he was assigned more work. He had had time to breathe, but now he was working non-stop. At this moment, Qi Hongyi and others shook their heads. They found that the Xiaohe base was indeed very kind. The mutant seeds were so important, but after being eaten, they were just used to do work. If it were in the Chaoyang base, it would probably have died. Qi Hongyi and the others quickly began their research. They were assigned to a small building within the base. To protect them, special psychic patrols were regularly assigned there. Cheng Jiu handed them the blood he had previously stored and explained the situation. Really? You're saying that after being bitten, the animal didn't mutate, only one leg turned into a zombie? Qi Hongyi was incredibly excited. She stared at the vial of blood before her. This was the spark of humanity's future. If Xiaohe base had sent someone directly to explain things, she was sure they wouldn't even have gotten to come. Who would have thought such a thing could exist in such a small base? If Cheng Jiu knew what they were thinking, he would be relieved. He didn't want to attract a bunch of research enthusiasts. If they knew the deer had the ability to resist the zombie virus, some might even want to dissect it. Cheng Jiu was certainly not pleased. While he hoped to quickly develop an effective vaccine against the zombie virus, he didn't want to sacrifice anyone's life. It would be fine if the other party volunteered, but the research subject was a fawn. While the fawn was intelligent, what could it possibly understand? Could it possibly understand what it would experience as a research subject? So, Cheng Jiu was intent on protecting the fawn, and for now, 1 tube of blood was sufficient. Qi Hongyi and the others looked excited, but they didn't express a desire to meet the owner of the tube of blood. As soon as they received the blood sample, they immediately began studying it, not even having time to talk to Cheng Jiu. Cheng Jiu didn't mind either. That was fine. Qi Hongyi and the others seemed to be pure researchers at the moment. To facilitate their research, the base sent several people to assist them. All of them had attended university and studied related fields. As time went on, Cheng Jiu occasionally passed by the crops and noticed that the wheat was slowly turning yellow. It wouldn't be long before the harvest was ready. One day, Cheng Jiu heard some movement near the crops and saw a flock of birds grazing on them. The birds were very bold. Fong Wei and his team desperately tried to drive them away, killing some. The rest, unfazed, continued to feed. The birds seemed extremely hungry. Cheng Jiyu and Cheng Yimou hurried to help drive them away. Finally, half of the flock died, and the other half fled. Of course, they might have just had enough. Ah! These dead birds. Grandpa Zhao looked at the many empty wheat ears with a wistful heartache. Fong Wei was in a state of panic. Looks like we need someone to keep an eye on them. These birds are completely reckless. They came here once before, and after a lot of effort to drive them away, they're back again, even in greater numbers. These birds were just ordinary birds, though they looked much larger than before the apocalypse. They were quite attractive, colorful, and devoured wheat like crazy. Cheng Ji frowned, concerned. Is the bird meat edible? Fong Wei shook his head and sighed. If the meat were edible, it would be fine. Killing so many birds would make up for the wheat loss. But the meat is bitter and inedible, not to mention poisonous. Clearly, Fong Wei had tried to eat bird meat before, but the meat still wasn't edible, which was infuriating. How can we go on like this? Grandpa Zhao was so angry that tears welled up in his eyes. Before the apocalypse, although there were birds eating crops, they were afraid of people and wouldn't come if they made scarecrows. But now, after the apocalypse, the birds have become repulsive, impossible to drive away, and they're not afraid of people. That's because there are so many of them. If there are fewer people, they even bite you. If these birds come a few more times, it'd be like a swarm of locusts. Sooner or later, all the crops we've worked so hard to grow will be eaten by them. Grandpa Zhao's face was filled with worry. The joy of a good harvest was now shrouded in a gloom. Chapter 74. The wheat is almost ripe. Why not harvest it early? Fong Wei looked at the eaten wheat ears, his face filled with heartache. They'd worked so hard to grow this. Damn those birds. Harvesting early might reduce the yield. Grandpa Zhao hesitated, wondering if there was a better solution. A reduced yield is better than having it all eaten by these birds. Fong Wei sighed and looked up at a nearby tree. Look, these birds are just waiting there, waiting for us to leave. Furious, Fong Wei grabbed a clod of earth and threw it. The birds dodged the clod, still showing no sign of leaving, and landed back on the tree. It was infuriating to watch. Ugh! This was the most frustrating time Fong Wei had been since taking charge of the farming department. If it doesn't work, send more people over here, taking turns watching the crops and keeping an eye on these birds. Fong Wei gritted his teeth again. Cheng Ji frowned. Cheng Yimou raised his hand and sent dozens of lightning bolts flying. Seeing their scorched companions, the other birds, probably frightened this time, quickly flapped their wings and flew away. Ah, it's no use. They come back. Fong Wei had also dealt with these birds before and had some understanding. If you chase them away this time, it won't be long before they bring more. And these birds are very vengeful. If they're full, they even deliberately peck at the wheat ears, leaving them all over the ground. Cheng Jiyu listened and thought these birds were truly abominable. Coming to eat was fine, that could be justified as a way to survive. But deliberately pecking at the wheat ears was too much. If only there was something to cover the wheat and keep the birds away. Someone said, we should have built a greenhouse. Cheng Jiyu pondered upon hearing this. The little umbrella seemed to have a similar function. However, he wasn't sure if it could be used for the crops, so he kept it to himself, intending to go back and see if it wasn't a false alarm. Thinking this way, Cheng Jiyu went back and eagerly entered the system space. The little umbrella was now at level 2, and Cheng Jiyu fed it a crystal core. He clicked on the little umbrella's information, carefully examining its functions, then smiled. It seemed worth a try. He returned to the crops and spoke to Fong Wei and Grandpa Zhao. Fong Wei and Grandpa Zhao had originally planned to take turns watching over the crops. They were the backbone of the farming department, and if anything went wrong, someone would be needed. Fong Wei had been suggesting that Grandpa Zhao watch over the crops during the day, while he would watch over the nights. He couldn't keep the old man awake all night. Then, when Cheng Jiyu mentioned a solution, the two of them instantly became excited. Really? Little Cheng, you really have a solution? Cheng Jiyu didn't say anything too definitive. I'm not sure, but we can try. With that, he called out the little umbrella. When the little umbrella reaches level 2, in addition to its basic defensive function, it gains another, clone. It can split into 3. Currently, the wheat that needs to be protected is about to mature, and the 3 little umbrellas are rooted in different parts of the wheat. The little umbrella looks similar to an ordinary plant, except that it's umbrella-shaped, and it doesn't look very large. Just about the size of an ordinary umbrella. Fong Wei was a little worried, Can it protect such a large area? Cheng Ji wasn't entirely sure, but he'd just have to give it a try. The few of them stayed put, temporarily entering the farming department's hut near the crops. Ordinary plants can't adapt to the environment right now, and unattended crops are even more impossible. I think those birds have set their sights on our base. Fang Wei shook his head. I hope that umbrella-like thing works. It's no wonder he's worried. This wheat is the base's rations. Lin Kong previously said that the base's current reserves will only last a few months at most. If something goes wrong with this batch of wheat, what will everyone eat? How could he not be stressed? Zheng Jiu took a sip of tea. Don't worry too much. If it really doesn't work, we can wait a little longer and harvest the wheat and store it in the warehouse. I doubt the birds will be able to eat it. Yeah, that's the only way. Grandpa Zhao nodded. There was nothing else he could do. Compared to having all the wheat eaten, harvesting early and resulting in a smaller yield than maximum was acceptable. Zheng Jiu finished his tea, and Cheng Mo, beside him, immediately refilled it. He smiled, drank again, and Cheng Mo poured it again. Cheng Jiu finished his drink again and covered his cup. No more. He drank a bellyful of tea. Cheng Mo, slightly disappointed, took his teacup and poured himself a glass. I drink it. Fang Wei glanced at the untouched cup in front of Cheng Mo. It was as if he was so poor he couldn't afford a cup and had to share one between the two of them. He really didn't understand the young man's thinking. As the others spoke, Cheng Jiu keenly noticed the sound of flapping wings and immediately said, "Here they come." They all knew what was coming and, without even bothering to drink their tea, hurried out. As expected, they saw another flock of birds perched on the tree, this time even more numerous. At a glance, there looked to be hundreds of them. Cheng Jiu frowned. Don't these birds have anything to eat? How could there be so many? They'd already killed so many, yet there were still some. Everyone was baffled. Logically, they should have starved to death without food, so how could there be so many? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. They hadn't been like the birds that came to eat the crops before, but now, wanting to verify the effectiveness of the small umbrella, they were actually hoping they would come. Thankfully, these birds were incredibly brave. Even with them all there, they showed no fear. They fluffed their feathers, and one bird swooped forward. Soon, another and another followed, casting a dark shadow that made the onlookers feel uneasy. The birds, seeing the delicious wheat so close, rushed even faster, jostling for position, fearing their companions would overtake them. Each one was like a cannonball. But then, something happened that puzzled them. As the first bird approached the wheat, it seemed to hit a transparent barrier. With a bang, it crashed into the ground, leaving it dizzy. The birds behind them didn't have time to stop, and they all started loading it up with a bang, bang, bang sound. A flock of birds, bewildered, flapped their wings as they flew back and forth over the wheat. There was clearly nothing there, so why did they feel blocked? Watching the birds' anxious and helpless expressions, everyone else's faces lit up with joy. Fang Wei, great! Xiao Cheng, your thing really works. Grandpa Zhao wiped away tears of excitement. Great, great! The crops are saved. Perhaps these birds weren't very intelligent. Although they didn't understand what had blocked them, once they were sure there was nothing in front of them, they rushed forward again. A series of bangs echoed. They seemed insensitive to pain, furiously pounding against the object standing between them, and the food, attempting to break it. Unfortunately, the object was incredibly strong, and instead of breaking, several birds seemingly killed themselves, crashing to the ground. After repeated attempts, more and more birds were on the ground. The remaining birds seemed forced to accept reality. They had hit a wall, and would not get any food that day. Should we go now? Fang Wei watched with trepidation, fearing that if the birds continued their reckless behavior, Cheng Jiu's weapon would be unable to stop them. Fortunately, they did. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the birds no longer charging towards the food, but instead descending in groups of 2 or 3 upon the bodies of their companions. What are they doing? Taking their companions back? Fang Wei muttered, I never saw them being so affectionate before. Cheng Jiu glanced at them and frowned. They're sharing the carcasses of those birds. Ah. Fang Wei and Grandpa Zhao both stared with wide eyes, faces grim. It was clear they couldn't accept cannibalism. Looking closely, it seemed the birds were obsessed with eating, completely oblivious to the nearby humans. They scrambled to snatch up the bodies of their companions, pulling them apart in groups of 3 or 4, devouring them with relish. Cheng Jiu finally understood. No wonder there were so many birds, and all of them so plump, even though there shouldn't be any other food. So that's why. Cheng Jiu couldn't bear to watch any more, and looked at Cheng Mo. The latter raised his hand, and dozens of lightning bolts fell towards the birds. Some birds were hit, and the rest of the birds finally realized that they were scared. They hurriedly shook their wings, looked at the corpses of their companions on the ground, and flew away reluctantly. We never had birds like these around here before. They really do anything for food. Grandpa Zhao still felt a little uncomfortable after watching what had just happened. Those birds, though beautiful in appearance, were frighteningly cruel. They were carnivores. At least the wheat is safe. Feng Gui smiled at the thought. After a few visits, these birds realized they couldn't eat the wheat, so they gave up. Our wheat harvest won't be long. He then looked at Cheng Jiu and said, "Thanks, little Cheng." Cheng Jiu smiled. "I was just trying it out, but it actually worked. In that case, the umbrella would stay here, and the wheat-eating problem would be solved." Cheng Jiu and Cheng Yamo left. As soon as they left, Cheng Yamo grabbed his hand. Cheng Jiu coughed lightly and tried to shake it off, but it didn't move. Cheng Yamo was upset. "Cheng Jiu, I'm your boyfriend. What's wrong with holding hands?" He had just seen a young couple holding hands, and immediately wanted to hold Cheng Jiu's hand. Cheng Jiu quickly reassured him, Okay, hold it if you want." Cheng Yamo finally smiled. It was getting late, so the two of them headed home. Tian Xiao and his men came over excitedly. "Qingzi, look what we got." Cheng Jiu glanced at the bottle in his hand and raised an eyebrow. "Wine. That's right, you know what, I haven't had any wine since the apocalypse. I spent a lot of money to buy this." Tian Xiao held onto the bottle tightly. "Just one bottle. Let's try it later." "Why didn't you tell me you wanted to drink?" Cheng Jiu smiled. "I have plenty of space in my space, even mouth high." When they ran into him outside, he had put it into his space. He wasn't much of a drinker, but he felt he could use it. However, when he was out drinking, he'd been distracted by it, so he'd never taken it out. After returning, he'd forgotten about it. There were so many things in the space that Tian Xiao wouldn't have remembered them if he hadn't reminded him. "There's also Matai." Tian Xiao immediately dropped the bottle he was holding. "Why would you care about this when you already have Matai?" Zhou Min had originally wanted to pester Tian Xiao to try his wine, but when he heard Cheng Jiu had Matai, he immediately lost interest in Tian Xiao's wine. "Brother Cheng, then quickly bring it out." "Matai? I've never had it in my life." Tian Man was envious. He didn't know what Matai was. "Is Matai delicious?" "Uh-huh." Tian Xiao patted Tian Man on the shoulder. "It's not food, it's wine. Who knows if it's good? It was so expensive before the apocalypse. Several thousand a bottle. I couldn't afford it before. It must be good, right? Otherwise, why would it be so expensive?" Cheng Jiu smiled and held out a box of Matai, waving his hand. "Drink as much as you want. This is white wine. Who can drink it casually? Drinking a few ounces is considered a good alcoholic." When Tian's father and Cheng's father heard about Matai, they were overjoyed. They discussed getting some snacks to go with the wine tonight. It was a rare occasion to be so happy, so they fried peanuts and mixed some cold dishes. Cheng's mother made excellent braised dishes, and even braised some meat, which went really well with the wine. Although none of the people present were heavy drinkers, Matai still held a strong allure, and everyone wanted to try it. Cheng Jiu had little interest in the wine. He watched them toasting each other while he ate his food. This braised food is delicious." Cheng Yamo didn't seem interested either, occasionally picking up a peanut and popping it into his mouth. The freshly fried peanuts were fragrant and crispy, and even a little salt sprinkled on top made them delicious. "Cheng Jiu, you're not drinking?" Cheng Yamo poured a glass, held it to his nose, sniffed it, and frowned. "It smells terrible. I really don't understand why Tian Xiao and the others were so excited about the wine." "Hey, pour it, don't waste it." Tian Xiao, perhaps a little tipsy, dared to boss Cheng Yamo around. Tian Xiao reached for the glass. "Give it to me, I drink it." Cheng Yamo slapped his hand away. "No. You won't drink it, and you won't let me drink it." Tian Xiao was furious, thinking this guy was being unreasonable. "Qingzi, tell me, are there people like that?" Cheng Jiu, helpless, said to Cheng Yamo, "Don't bother with drunks." Cheng Yamo, of course, didn't bother with Tian Xiao, but he was a little disgusted. The smell of alcohol was unpleasant. He leaned over Cheng Jiu and sniffed him, instantly feeling his sense of smell had been saved. Cheng Jiu coughed lightly, glanced awkwardly at his mother, who was pretending to be busy, and touched his nose. Tian Xiao was still thinking about the glass of wine in front of Cheng Yamo, but Cheng Yamo was incredibly possessive, unwilling to share anything he touched. Seeing Tian Xiao's reckless behavior, Cheng Jiu had no choice but to pick up the glass and say, "I drink it." After finishing the glass, He felt his face flush, but his mind remained clear. Seeing that he'd finished the wine, Tianxiao stopped worrying about whether it was a waste and continued his drinking contest with the others. Cheng Jiu exhaled and quickly pinched a peanut into his mouth. It was so spicy, he couldn't stand the taste. No wonder he had to eat snacks with his alcohol. The wine must be so unpalatable. Cheng Yamo picked up some braised food and fed it to him, and Cheng Jiu opened his mouth to eat. Cheng Yamo, how was it? Jiu's face had wrinkled just now, making him want to laugh. Cheng Jiu's mouth felt better, and he nodded, but he didn't know what was wrong. His head was still dizzy. Jiu is drunk, right? Mother Cheng looked at her son's flushed face with concern. Cheng Jiu frowned. How could that be? I only had one drink. Mother Cheng confirmed. He's probably drunk. Xiaomo, take him back home to rest. Don't stay here with these drunks. Cheng Yamo nodded and told Cheng Jiu to get up. Cheng Jiu shook his hand off. I'm not leaving. Cheng Yamo wasn't angry. Instead, he found it strange. He'd rarely seen Cheng Jiu lose his temper. He coaxed him gently. Be good, it's time to go home. Cheng Jiu ate a peanut, turned a deaf ear and taunted. Who are you? What's your business? The next moment, he was being carried upstairs on Cheng Mo's shoulders. Cheng Jiu was so angry that he bit him. Dahe, are you going to rebel? Cheng Yamo, not angry at the bite, actually showed a hint of lust. He pressed him down on the bed, looked at the fierce Cheng Jiu, and gently bit his lips. A faint scent of alcohol lingered between his lips and teeth, but Cheng Yamo didn't find it unpleasant. Instead, it inexplicably intoxicated him. The temperature in the room gradually rose, and Cheng Yamo pressed his partner's legs together. After finishing, Cheng Jiu looked a little confused as he watched Cheng Yamo clean up. Cheng Yamo, a look of satisfaction on his face, placed a kiss on the side of his cheek. Unexpectedly, Cheng Jiu gave him a look of disdain. Cheng Yamo was incredulous. Why do you look like that? Had he performed so poorly? Ha ha ha. Cheng Jiu slapped his head on the bed with laughter. Dahe, you're so stupid. You've only gotten this far. Cheng Yamo looked at Cheng Jiu. What do you mean? Cheng Jiu blinked. Even drunk, he still had a bit of a cleverness to play dumb and not tell him. Cheng Yamo persisted. What else can we do? Cheng Jiu, you lied to me before, saying this is all we can do. Ha ha, I'd be surprised if I didn't lie to you. Drunk Cheng Jiu, like a little fox, grinned wickedly. Your thing is so big, wouldn't it hurt me to death if it got in? Where? Cheng Yamo seized on the key words. Cheng Jiu, realizing his words had slipped, immediately pursed his lips and refused to speak. Jiu, tell me. Cheng Yamo shifted his focus, taking advantage of his drunkenness, and trying to soften Cheng Jiu's heart by acting coquettishly. Cheng Jiu seemed a little shaken, and Cheng Yamo, seeing a chance, immediately conjured a pair of furry ears to seduce him. Cheng Jiu stroked his furry ears, and motioned for Cheng Yamo to come closer. When Cheng Yamo came closer, he laughed out loud. I won't tell you. I'm not stupid, haha. Cheng Yamo, eh. He gritted his teeth in anger. Cheng Jiu. Cheng Jiu wasn't afraid at all. He closed his eyes and said, I'm tired and need to sleep. Good night. No. Tell me now. Cheng Yamo pried his eyes open, preventing him from sleeping. Cheng Jiu angrily clapped his hands. I'm tired and need to sleep. Dahe, take your claws back, or I be mad. Cheng Yamo insisted. Then tell me. Cheng Jiu pulled the quilt over his head. I won't. Cheng Yamo, eh. So angry. He shook him through the quilt. No. Tell me, and I let you sleep. Cheng Jiu didn't buy it, and didn't react at all. A moment later, Cheng Yamo lifted the quilt. Cheng Jiu's breathing had evened out, and he was clearly asleep. Cheng Yamo, eh. So angry. The next day, Cheng Jiu opened his eyes and stretched, only to see Cheng Yamo sitting next to him, dark circles under his eyes. Cheng Jiu blinked. What's wrong? Didn't you sleep well last night? Cheng Mo's gaze was dim. What do you think? You don't remember what happened last night? Cheng Jiu thought for a moment, only remembering having a glass of wine, and not much else after that. Puzzled, he asked, what happened last night? Cheng Yamo smiled. Nothing. Cheng Jiu? Question mark. Seeing Cheng Yamo unwilling to speak, Cheng Jiu stopped asking, yawned, and went to the bathroom to wash up. Cheng Yamo frowned. He didn't want to ask anyone about this, so what should he do? Cheng Jiu had no idea what he was thinking. He washed his face and brushed his teeth, instantly feeling refreshed. He went downstairs for breakfast. His father and Tianxiao weren't awake yet. They're all drunk and vomiting like crazy. They're just causing trouble. Mother Chung said, let's eat our own food and leave them alone. She said this, but there was actually rice left in the pot in the kitchen. Chung Ji took a look and smiled, not exposing his mother. Yesterday, the psychic captured a sow and brought it to the farm, where she was kept with the boar Chung Ji and his friends had brought back. Maybe it won't be long before she gives birth to piglets. The farmer smiled at the two pigs, who were so close to each other. Perhaps it's hard for pigs to find their own kind these days. Suddenly seeing something similar, the two pigs surprisingly didn't fight. Instead, they seemed to be getting along. This morning, they were even huddled together. How can we get piglets? Chung Yimo suddenly asked. The farmer scratched his head. It's when two pigs mate that they get pregnant. Mating? Chung Yimo humbly asked. How do you mate? Farmer, How do you say that? Luckily, Chung Yimo didn't ask him, but instead asked Chung Jiyu, do you know? Farmer, prick up your ears. Chung Jiyu blushed furiously. How should I know? I have a feeling you do. Chung Yimo pressed. Tell me. Chung Jiyu covered his mouth. Shut up, aren't you ashamed? Chung Yimo removed his hand and whispered. Why should I be ashamed? Haven't we done everything? What's there to hide? Ah! Chung Jiyu's face flushed even more. It was broad daylight, with other people nearby. What on earth was Chung Yimo talking about? He said sternly. Shut up, no more. Chung Yimo looked at him gloomily. I have a feeling you're hiding something from me. Why can't you tell me? Chung Jiyu felt a pang of fear. Why couldn't he tell me? It was because Chung Mo's thing was too outrageous, and he wasn't mentally prepared for it yet. Besides, wasn't it good enough like this? Seeing Chung Yimo always satisfied, well, let's just leave it like this for now. He rubbed his nose and said guiltily, what could I possibly be hiding from you? Chung Yimo, you're so naive, aren't you? You're constantly overthinking things. If you keep doing this, I'd be furious. Chung Jiyu's eyes slanted, revealing his attitude. Chung Yimo narrowed his eyes, becoming even more certain that Chung Jiyu's words last night were either drunken or simply speaking the truth. However, it was clear that asking him would yield no results now. After some thought, Chung Yimo simply played along and continued to play dumb. I'm glad you didn't hide it from me. I know Jiyu wouldn't lie to me. Chung Jiyu felt even more guilty, but he consoled himself, well, how could I possibly lie about something like this? It's all for their harmony, haha. Chung Jiyu chuckled dryly, that's right. How could I possibly lie to you? And don't ask anyone else about this. It's so embarrassing. Look at the breeders. They're avoiding us. He also blocked any way Chung Yimo might have learned the information from others. Chung Yimo lowered his eyes, hiding the strange look in them. Well, I won't ask. Chung Jiyu felt relieved and kissed him. You're so good. Chapter 75. Seeing Chung Mo's obedient behavior, Chung Jiyu, thinking he'd fooled himself, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt even more guilty, like he'd cheated on his innocent boyfriend. Ahem, it's okay. He could just make it up to him. He had no idea that Chung Yimo was already thinking about it. Let's go look at the rabbits. Chung Jiyu changed the subject and took Chung Mo's hand. Chung Yimo glanced at him and snorted inwardly. This Chung Jiyu was really lying to him. When had he ever taken his hand before, compensating him? He didn't care. Thinking this, he tightened his grip on Chung Jiyu's hand. Chung Yimo grumbled, aren't you feeling the heat? Chung Yimo, not really. Chung Jiyu, forget it, let him be. Looking at Chung Yimo now, he always felt guilty. Really, it was him. He was so old, and he still didn't understand this, and he was too embarrassed to teach him. What's so good about rabbits? Chung Yimo wasn't interested, but he followed Chung Jiyu anyway. Chung Jiyu smiled, remember that pregnant rabbit from a few days ago? I heard it gave birth. Let's go take a look. Chung Yimo still wasn't interested, but it was okay to take a look. The rabbit had become even more aggressive after giving birth, threatening them from a distance, as if it would bite them if they dared to get any closer. Chung Jiyu and the others didn't approach, but just watched from a distance. They saw a group of flesh-colored little rabbits, their fur barely growing yet. This rabbit is so aggressive after giving birth. I used to feed it, and get close to it. Sometimes, when it was in a good mood, I'd even touch it. But now that it's had babies, I can't get close to it anymore. Last time, it almost bit me and made me bleed. The breeder was a little worried. They should have known each other well. It's normal for a baby to be a little aggressive after giving birth. She's probably protecting the cubs, Chung Jiyu comforted him. The breeder nodded. Well, I can only throw grass to her from a distance now. Chung Jiyu glanced at the still-haired cub and said worriedly, it's fine during the day, but what about at night? Will it freeze to death? They work so hard raising rabbits, isn't it? Isn't it all about breeding so the farm can have meat? If the cubs freeze to death, that's a problem. No, the mother rabbit will curl up with the rabbits to sleep at night, and I also set up a stove. Yesterday's cubs were born, and I counted all 10 this morning, and they're all fine. The breeder smiled at this. This rabbit had given birth to a total of 10 cubs. Before the apocalypse, rabbits raised at home would always die. This rabbit's cubs seem fine, but they still need to be kept under close watch to prevent any accidents. Chung Ji watched for a moment. Seeing the mother rabbit getting a little irritated when they refused to leave, he didn't dare to watch any longer and quickly pulled Chung Yamo away. It's so ugly. Chung Yamo said this after they were far away. Newborn rabbits are indeed ugly, completely hairless, just like little mice. Were you like this when you were born? Chung Jiu, seeing his look of disgust, deliberately said this. Nonsense, I was born with hair. Chung Yamo refused to admit that he was so ugly. Oh! How did you know? Chung Jiu, do you remember everything about your birth? Chung Yamo, of course, didn't remember, but I have photos. As the crown prince, his life from childhood to adulthood was recorded, so he had naturally seen what he looked like when he was born. Held in his father's palm, it was barely the size of his palm, curled up. It did have fur, but it was damp and clung to its body. Thinking about it, it certainly wasn't very pretty. To maintain his image, Chung Yamo silently resolved that when he took Chung Jiu to his own star system, he would hide those ugly photos from him. Chung Jiu was quite interested. Then let me see what you looked like when you were born, and when you were a child. Oh, and what did you look like when you first took human form? You weren't as big as you are now, were you? Chung Yamo, of course not. You were just a child at first. Then I want to see it too. Chung Jiu grew increasingly curious, wanting to see if Chung Yamo had always had this cool look. Of course, but now I remember, there don't seem to be any birth photos. I must have misremembered, Chung Yamo said. Chung Jiu didn't believe him. You're just lying to me. There must be some. Chung Yamo, it's not pretty. Don't look at it. Chung Jiu took his hand. How can it not be pretty? Even if it's not pretty. Chung Yamo was anxious. Chung Jiu, do you think I'm not pretty? Oh, what's with you? Chung Jiu said calmly. I'm telling you, even if it's not pretty, I still think it's pretty. Chung Mo's lips immediately curled up. Since you're so good at talking, I let my mother look for it when I take you back. By the way, where are your childhood photos? Chung Yamo said, I ask my aunt for them when I get back. Chung Jiu didn't care. He just wanted them. He'd seen those photos before. They were so well taken, not at all embarrassing. After returning home, Chung Yamo asked his mother for the photos. Smiling, his mother returned to her room and soon brought out an album. It's all in there. Photos of Jiu from childhood to adulthood. My 2 children are both good looking, so Mom Chung takes them for photo shoots whenever she has time. Later, when we got a camera, we took quite a few photos. Chung Yamo was incredibly curious and flipped through the pages from the front. Chang's mother smiled and said, Jiu was just born then, our first child. We had no experience. I was startled when he was brought to me, thinking it was the wrong child. He looked like a monkey, so ugly I almost fainted. But then I thought about it, and realized he looked better. I heard that newborns look like this. Chung Jiu had been quite calm, but upon hearing this, he finally remembered that he actually had an ugly photo. He now understood Chung Mo's reluctance to let him see it, and immediately rushed over to cover it with his hand. Don't look at it. Chung Yamo had already seen it, his expression radiant, not finding it ugly at all. He doesn't look like a monkey at all. He's very cute, with big eyes. You can tell it's Jiu right away. Chung Jiu was so embarrassed by the compliment that his scalp tingled. As they say, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. He glanced at his own photo. It was just as ugly as those hairless rabbits he'd seen today, but Chung Yamo thought it was adorable. Chung Jiu, okay. Fortunately, it was time to look at the next one soon. He'd already seen a dramatic change in the 1-month period, his rosy skin now fair and tender, his features much more refined, and anyone would find him adorable. Chung Yamo thought it was just as adorable as the previous one, and earnestly remarked, This is the same photo as the last. It's clearly the same person. Chung Jiu looked at his serious expression and said, Okay. There were also photos of Chung Jiu with missing teeth and a wide grin. Chung Jiu questioned his life. He hadn't even remembered taking such ugly photos. Fortunately, Chung Mo's filter was still thick, and he found them adorable. He wanted to delete them, but his mother wouldn't let him. When there's power again, charge your phone and take a picture with it. It'd be the same. Mother Chung was determined to protect each of these unique photos. Chung Yamo, okay. She really wanted it. But this was Jiyu's mother, and she couldn't just snatch it away. Alas. Chung Yamo sighed, disappointed. When will we have power? The base still had no electricity, and the psychics patrolling at night carried torches. It was a bit awkward at first, but over time, they got used to living without power. Chung Jiyu did have a generator he collected, but it needed diesel, and his previous supply was all gone. Who knows? Mother Chung sighed. She'd wanted electricity, too. After all, she'd lived for decades and was used to it. But it was the end of the world, and having the life she had was good enough. She didn't want anything more. Chung Yamo had a wishful thought. He'd take these photos with his phone, so he could always carry them with him. He reached out and took Chung Jiyu's hand. Jiyu, shall we go out and find another generator? Chung Jiyu felt a little embarrassed. Wasn't Chung Yamo too obsessed with taking pictures of him as a child? He didn't know what was worth taking pictures of. He thought many of the photos were ugly. He coughed lightly and said, if we go out, it would be a waste to just find a generator. How about solar panels? Using solar power, we can power the base. Currently, solar power and wind power are more feasible. The former is more suitable. The sun is too strong every day, and wind power is not very effective here. Besides, since we're already out, why bother with all this trouble? See if you can find a photo printer, so we can copy these photos. Isn't that better than taking them with your phone? Chung Yamo thought about it, and it made sense. He couldn't wait to ask when we'd leave. Chung Jiyu helplessly said, why rush? Let's wait until the wheat is harvested. The mutant wheat will be ripe in the next 2 days. As for the mutant multi-crop wheat, it'd be ripe a little later, probably in a week. There's no need to wait for the latter to mature. We can leave after the mutant wheat is harvested. Chung Yamo nodded and said okay. After that, he continued looking at the photos, pointing to each one and asking Chang's mother what it was taken for and what it was. This is Jiyu's first time at kindergarten. Mother Chung smiled as she spoke, as if recalling the past. This child, when we sent him to kindergarten, we were worried he'd cry for the first time away from home, but he didn't cry. His father and I were wondering how we could be so relieved. Then, when we got home, we got a call from the teacher saying your child was crying so hard that no soothing was working. He was even crying with the whole class. We had no choice but to take him back. Chung Ji blushed, thinking, how could I not know all this? Mother Chung replied, you don't know so much. How old was he then? Rural kids are always young to be sent to kindergarten. I guess he was only 4. What could he remember? And this one? It was taken when he was in elementary school. Mother Chung smiled as she spoke. Chung Yamo asked what he was laughing about. Mother Chung glanced at Chung Jiyu, who had an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Then Cheng's mother said, Jiyu was so popular back then. He told people he had 8 girlfriends, haha. Chung Yamo looked at Chung Jiyu dimly. Oh, 8 girlfriends, that's impressive. There was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Chung Jiyu coughed lightly and tried to explain. They were just elementary school kids, what did they know? What about 8 girlfriends? It was just that people saw his good looks and said, Chung Jiyu, let me be your girlfriend. The kid had no idea what a girlfriend meant, so he agreed. And in one day, he had 8 girlfriends, but he didn't know any of them well, and had barely spoken to any of them. Chang's mother was so happy that she forgot this was her son's boyfriend. She coughed lightly. Haha, kid, what do you know? I was just kidding. Chung Jiyu nodded. Yeah, it was just a joke. Don't be so petty. That night, the petty-minded Chung Yamo whispered in his ear, you have 8 girlfriends, so how can I satisfy you on my own? Chung Jiyu, It was just a joke. Chung Jiyu was speechless, thinking, how childish of you to be so fussy. Oh, how can I compare to 8? Chung Yamo looked distressed. You're trying to play that trick on me, huh? Chung Jiyu snorted, saying, you can't compare, okay? I get 7 more tomorrow. Chung Mo's face turned pale, realizing he'd gone too far, and he snapped, no, I'm just kidding. Chung Jiyu, humph. Fighting me. Now Chung Yamo was completely at peace, even looking at him feeling aggrieved. Chung Jiyu offered a sweet treat. I was just kidding. How could it be possible? You're the only one. Chung Yamo, successfully appeased, hugged him and hummed, that's more like it. The base has been bustling these past 2 days, as the first batch of mutant wheat is ready for harvest. The Xia base was originally a village, and who among the villagers doesn't know how to farm? Passing by the mutant wheat, they noticed it was almost time for harvest. However, every time they saw the wheat, more than half a man's height, with grains the size of their own, they marveled at the wonder. Their wheat used to be so small, and this was incredibly large. But they were also happy. Just seeing the high yield, how could they not be? I wonder when this wheat will be harvested. These past 2 days, even if they weren't passing by, they'd stop by to take a look. I think it'd be these next couple of days. An experienced person could tell the difference just by touching the wheat ears. Great. Now the base won't have to run out of food. The person speaking sounded incredibly excited. Yes, that's great. I was so worried every day, afraid we'd run out of rice and nothing to eat. I couldn't enjoy my meals all day. Now I feel relieved to see all this wheat. You can't eat? Just kidding, I see you're enjoying it. Oh, you're revealing someone's secrets. Look, isn't that Xiang Qisheng? He's so thin I couldn't recognize him. At first glance, he seems so pitiful. If you feel sorry for him, just eat less and give him your share. And you're still pitying him? He doesn't deserve it. He dug up so many seeds just to eat himself. With so many seeds, who knows how much wheat will grow? Pa! I think he deserves it. That's right. Why should I feel pity? I heard mutant seeds are incredibly valuable. If he had stolen those seeds at another base, he would have been kicked out long ago. Our base is already very kind. It's all for the sake of our former fellow villagers. No, I just feel sorry for his wife, suffering with him. I heard Xiang Qisheng wasn't getting enough to eat, so she started to bother her. She had no choice but to share some of her share with Xiang Qisheng, and as a result, she lost a lot of weight. She cries every time she sees me. Oh, it makes me so sad. But crying is useless. Who can afford to eat right now? If they can't even get enough themselves, how can they possibly share with others? That's just crazy, and the best they can do is just pay sympathy. Not far away, Xiang Qisheng listened to the chatter and looked at the mutant wheat that was about to mature. His expression flickered. These people are so cruel. He can't stay here any longer, or he'd be tortured to death sooner or later. No, we have to think of a way. Finally, after everyone's anticipation, the mutant wheat can be harvested. The mutant wheat is completely different from the old wheat, so of course the old harvesters can't be used. Fortunately, the farming department had previously hired people with mechanical skills, and after much research, they finally created a new harvester. After harvesting a bit, the machine worked, albeit a bit slow, but that was acceptable. After all, it was a modified old one, so it was definitely faster than human labor. Cart after cart of mutant wheat was brought to the village's large drying yard, the fragrant aroma of wheat filling the air. Everyone's face was filled with joy. A good harvest meant they had the ability to grow food. As long as they had land and seeds, they wouldn't starve to death. How could they not be happy? Then the base announced the good news. Once the mutant wheat dried, each person would be given 50 kilograms. 50 kilograms? That's a lot. Someone exclaimed. This wheat has an exceptionally high yield. Our ordinary wheat used to yield only about 1,000 kilograms per moo, but this one yields over 5,000 kilograms. Wow! That's enough food at our base to last a year. Don't forget we have mutant wheat and potatoes and sweet potatoes. As everyone thought about this, they couldn't stop smiling. That was great. Now they didn't have to worry about starving. Now they had food, and the base had started raising livestock. Maybe meat would be available soon. Didn't you see those hens we caught earlier are laying eggs now? There aren't many, so only those who contribute can get a share. But no one was unhappy. Instead, they were filled with hope and enthusiasm. Is that mutant cotton growing over there? Someone pointed somewhere nearby. Yeah, I heard the cotton grows red. Isn't that amazing? They say red cotton can generate heat, and it's very warm. Haha, it's so hot out here, why would you need heat? It's quite cold at night. Wouldn't it be enough to just get under the covers and get a hot water bottle? That's right. It's almost winter, right? And it's still very hot out here. Compared to food, the crowd wasn't very interested in cotton. They felt that while it was useful now, it wasn't a necessity. However, it wouldn't be long before they were thankful that the base had grown mutant cotton. After arriving at the base, Chi Hongi and her group, who had been immersed in their research, finally noticed that the base seemed quite bustling with activity. What are they busy with? Chi Hongi watched from afar. Everyone at the base, whether psychics or ordinary people, seemed very happy. The mutant wheat has been harvested, and everyone's busy collecting it. Xiao Wu, who was doing odd jobs with them, explained, his smile unconcealed. Professor Qi, your rations will be delivered to the cafeteria when the time comes. Just go and eat. They're having oil-splashed noodles today. The cafeteria referred to was the one in the agricultural department. It had been agreed that the department would provide one meal daily. Now that the crops were harvested, the dream of a future was finally within reach. Chi Hongyi smiled upon hearing this. Then I have to show old Chu and old Feng some FaceTime later. When it was time for dinner, Chi Hongyi went to call Feng Wentao and Chu Mingda. They had been busy, but when they heard about dinner, they instinctively said, "No, we talk after we're done." They were all research enthusiasts, often so busy they barely had time to eat. Today, Chi Hongyi was unusually enthusiastic. "I heard from Xiao Wu that the cafeteria is open today, and they have oil-splashed noodles. You're really not going? If you're too late, they'd be gone." The latter part was a lie. Xiao Wu had said they could go anytime, but if he hadn't said that, how could these two people raise their heads? As expected, upon hearing this, the two stopped their work and prepared to go to the cafeteria for dinner. "Chi Hongyi, I heard they're noodles made from mutant wheat. I have to try them. I wonder what the difference is with regular wheat." They'd never had the chance to eat mutant plants before. At Xiang Base, they had to save the seeds. They didn't expect to be able to eat them so soon at Xiao Base. The cafeteria was open for the first time today, and it was bustling. Some people who weren't from the farming or breeding departments wanted to come and eat, but when they found out they couldn't, they weren't disappointed. After all, they'd been given wheat, so they could just go back and make their own. It was just too delicious. The aroma of oil-splashed noodles filled the cafeteria. They hadn't had such a delicious meal in ages. Chi Hongyi and the others walked over, handed over their ID cards, and each took a seat with a bowl of oil-splashed noodles. The noodles were wide, stretched noodles, served with verdant lettuce on the side, and finely chopped garlic sprinkled with chili powder. The hot oil stirred them, giving off a rich, spicy and garlicky aroma. Chi Hongyi and the others, though usually locked up in their research, were still mentally drained. The sight of the noodles ripped them in hunger, and no one bothered to talk. They quickly took chopsticks and tossed the noodles. Then, not even bothering to mix thoroughly, they eagerly took a bite. They all exclaimed at the delicious, chewy noodles. Being from the south, Chi Hongyi had no idea how these noodles differed from ordinary wheat noodles, but they simply tasted delicious. Feng Wentao, a northerner, felt the difference quite clearly. These noodles were chewier than regular noodles, with a stronger wheat flavor. Most importantly, they were mutant plants, and eating them completely washed away his previous fatigue. Feng Wentao exclaimed, unable to help but sigh that his decision to come to Xiaohe Base was the right one. Chu Mingda, who ate nearby, looked around, watching the people who, despite not being able to eat in the cafeteria, remained unperturbed and discussed what to do with the wheat when they returned. He suddenly sighed. Xiaohe Base is different. It's very different from other bases. Compared to the often apathetic people at other bases, the people here seemed full of hope, a feeling that brightened everyone's mood. Cheng Xiu glanced at the current production, and everyone did the math, all smiling. Great. Finally, we don't have to worry about food shortages. Cheng Xiu told Lin Kong he was going out. Let's look for usable solar panels. Also, Professor Qi and the others mentioned seeing if we can find some research equipment. Lin Kong told him to be careful and bring more people with him, adding, when you come back, we hand over what we discussed earlier. Lin Kong had intended for Cheng Xiu to manage the base. It had only been a short time since he returned, and the base had already undergone tremendous changes. As they were talking, someone suddenly ran over. Oh no! It seems Xiang Qi has slipped away. Chapter 76. Everyone was so busy harvesting wheat, so engrossed in the joy of the harvest, they completely failed to notice someone was missing. When they finally realized they hadn't found Xiang Qixing, they couldn't find him anywhere. I asked his wife, and she said he left the base and took some mutant wheat seeds with him. The visitor looked annoyed. If he hadn't been so busy fighting for the use of the harvester, he wouldn't have missed Xiang Qixing. This guy is really restless. Lin Kong frowned. How many seeds did he take? The other person replied, probably not many, just a few dozen. The mutant wheat is too conspicuous. If he took too much, it would inevitably arouse suspicion, making it difficult for him to leave the base. Xiaohe Base has a lenient entry and strict exit policy. You can leave the base at will, but if you want to come in, you have to check your identity and be quarantined. This had worked fine before. After all, it was so dangerous out there, only a fool would go out, right? Unexpectedly, someone actually did. We'd given Xiang Qixin a break, and not kicked him out, but he'd just gotten out of his mind and run off. I guess we need to talk to the guards about this next time. They have to conduct stricter checks on anyone who goes outside. Lin Kong frowned and looked at Cheng Xiu. Xiao Cheng, is it okay for him to get out like this? Should we send someone after him? He shouldn't have been gone for long. Sending a fast psychic might even be enough to catch him. Cheng Xiu shook his head and said, forget it. Chasing him would be a waste of manpower. He really couldn't understand Xiang Qizhen's train of thought. He was just an ordinary person, and he had no ability to protect himself. How could he dare run? After the apocalypse, everyone basically stayed at home. Later, I led my men to clear out the zombies, set up a safe base, and build a wall. Then, they started leaving one after another. Lin Kong explained, it's safe to say that most people haven't encountered zombies head-on. They've experienced hunger, but they've never been in danger, let alone leaving the base. How could they possibly know how dangerous it is out there? It's fair to say that there are many people like Xiang Qizhen, completely unaware of the dangers outside. However, they also know the dangers, so they won't easily leave. Xiang Qizhen, however, probably felt that there was no other choice. Rather than suffering in the base, it would be better to escape. He even brought mutant seeds with him, because he'd heard they were extremely valuable. He'd bring some with him, and maybe exchange them for a lot of things at a larger base. He'd then live there, and never return. Admittedly, this idea was naive. The Xia base was quite remote, and the nearest larger base was quite far away. Xiang Qizhen didn't even have a car, so he thought he could walk safely and without danger. It was simply wishful thinking. Of course, if the other party was so lucky and made it safely, Cheng Ji wouldn't have much to say. But the probability of that happening was less than 1%. Besides, even if he gave the seeds to someone else, that's a black mark. Cheng Ji didn't think it was a big deal. These seeds were beneficial to human development. Even if Xiang Qizhen didn't secretly take them, he would have traded them with other bases for supplies. This Xiang Qizhen is really something. In any case, Xiang Qizhen just left without a care in the world, leaving everyone furious. Has he ever considered the potential harm to the base's interests? Probably not at all, only concerned with his own well-being. It's best for someone like that to leave early. Cheng Ji was more open-minded. It's better than staying at the base and creating a hidden danger. Fang Gui nodded. That's true. It's better for him to leave. If he can actually survive safely, he'd be lucky. What about Xiang Qizhen's wife? Lin Kong thought for a moment and said, she's also been implicated by Xiang Qizhen. Ask her if she let him return to the base if he comes back. If she still wants to help him, then let's go together. If not, she can conceal Xiang Qizhen's escape and be punished by doing some chores. Lin Kong was soft-hearted and wanted to give him another chance. After all, he had been implicated by Xiang Qizhen. No one else said anything. According to the law, he would be an accomplice, but in this case, that wasn't entirely true. Let's give him another chance. When someone finally went to investigate, the rural woman burst into tears. They say you follow your wife, and your husband follows his wife. I've suffered a lot following him all my life. Xiang Qizhen loved to stir up trouble, and he had always loved offending people. Back then, with the rule of law and no one relying on anyone else, it wasn't a big deal, but it was frustrating. At the end of the world, Xiang Qizhen's troubles had become more serious. She had long since had enough, but there was nothing she could do. I kept it a secret for him, and that was a way of reconciling our relationship. If he comes back, I won't recognize him. She also knew that the base wouldn't want someone like him again. This time, Xiang Qizhen had left on his own, so no one else could be blamed. She didn't want to intervene, nor did she have the ability to. She didn't want Xiang Qizhen to come back either. I hoped he was doing well out there. Xiang Qizhen's affairs hadn't caused much of a stir. Occasionally, someone in the base would bring it up and curse him, but otherwise, no one cared. After Cheng Jiyu and his companions packed up, they drove out of the base. Unfamiliar with the others and still needing to adjust, Cheng Jiyu was too lazy to bother, so he asked Tian Xiao and the other two, but they didn't take anyone with them, so the five of them set off together again. This time, he also asked Sun Yu, who had previously said they would first come to Xiahe base and leave for the main base after a while. Cheng Jiyu then said, we might pass by the main base this time. Do you want to come? Sun Yu declined. She had already moved out of Cheng Jiyu's house and felt embarrassed to bother others. Her powerful abilities meant she soon found a place to live. She now felt comfortable at Xiahe base and had made some friends, so she had no plans to leave. Seeing this, Cheng Jiyu said nothing more. Ugh! It's been so long since I've been out. Gosh, I miss it. Tian Xiao looked at the scenery outside, feeling cheerful. Zhou Min yawned. Where are we going? Straight to the city? The small county probably wouldn't have what they were looking for, especially the equipment they needed for research. It would be better to go directly to the county. Okay. Cheng Jiyu said as he drove. Let's go straight to the city. First, look for usable solar panels and power generation equipment, then go to the Municipal Research Institute. He had looked at a map before coming and knew there was a research institute in the city. Everyone nodded, agreeing with his plan. We also need to go to a print shop, Chung Imo reminded him. He was still thinking about finding a photo printer to print out Chung Jiu's photo. Tianqiao had no idea what they had discussed before and was curious. What are you going to the print shop for? Chung Jiu coughed lightly. Nothing, just looking for something. He glanced at Chung Imo, who had received the warning and looked regretful that he hadn't been able to show off how adorable Jiu was as a child. However, he glanced at Tianqiao. This guy seemed to have grown up with Jiu. Tianqiao? ? Why are you looking at him so strangely? Thankfully, Chung Imo quickly averted his gaze. They planned to head straight to the city, not wasting time elsewhere. The city wasn't far from here. Before the apocalypse, it would have taken about 2 hours by car. But now, that was clearly impossible. They'd been taking the highway so quickly before, but now, it was clearly no longer possible. The highway would undoubtedly be jammed with traffic, and there would likely be a ton of zombies. Taking the highway, while shorter, would likely take longer. Chung Jiu and the others decided to take a side road. They'd inevitably encounter zombies along the way, but Xiaowan took care of them without them having to get out of the car. Lately, Xiaowan had been incredibly bored at the base, and Chung Jiu hadn't allowed him to play around with anyone. Now, he could finally play freely. If a zombie approached, Xiaowan would wrap it up with his vines. He wouldn't rush to kill it, but would toss it for fun, throwing it into the air, catching it, and then tossing it again, like a ball. Unfortunately, zombies are generally slow to react, unlike humans, who would scream when you toss them, which is fun. Zombies were just for show, since Chung Jiu wouldn't let them embarrass themselves. Zombie, eh? However, their journey wasn't smooth sailing. They occasionally encountered unusual beasts, and these beasts were quite clever. A plant-based leopard even stretched out its vines as they passed, attempting to pierce the tires with its thorns to stop them. They also encountered powerful zombies, requiring them to dismount and deal with them. This inevitably delayed their journey, and Chung Jiu estimated they wouldn't reach the city until the next day. That night, they rested in the wild for a while, and none of them saw anything wrong with being out there. They had Xuqiang now level 3. They'd naturally not needed to stay in Xuqiang's treehouse back at the base, and none of them had stayed there since Xuqiang's upgrade. I'm curious what's happened inside, Zhoumin rubbed his hands. Chung Jiu let Xuqiang out. From the outside, it looked the same as before, but once inside, not much had changed. Previously, the first floor had been a living room and 2 bedrooms, and the second floor also had 2 bedrooms and a small utility room. Now, at first glance, there seemed to be no difference. Zhoumin looked at Chung Jiu blankly, and Chung Jiu smiled and said, "We don't need a generator now. Xuqiang has power inside." As he spoke, he reached out and flipped a nearby light switch, instantly brightening the room. Zhoumin, surprise? Their diesel generator is out of fuel, and now unusable. We thought we'd be stuck in the dark tonight, but unexpectedly, Xuqiang can generate electricity on its own. Tianqiao and Tianmanman were originally being directed by Chung Imo to make preparations for cooking, building a clay stove, finding firewood, and so on. When they heard Zhoumin's startled expression, they couldn't help but say to the supervisor, "Chung Imo, brother, hey, why don't we go take a look?" Chung Imo raised his chin slightly, and went inside the tree house first. Tianqiao glanced at Tianmanman, who was still diligently building the clay stove, and pulled him along. "Come on, let's go in and take a look." When they got inside, they heard that Xuqiang could generate electricity on its own. Tianqiao said, "Great. I thought we'd be stuck in the dark tonight." "Eh? So what's the principle behind this? How can it generate electricity on its own? Is it photosynthesis?" Chung Jiu was speechless. "Why don't you try to figure out the underlying principle? It's the end of the world now. If you were to figure out the underlying principle for everything, you'd probably be exhausted." Tianqiao waved his hand decisively. "No need. I'm just saying this." Tianmanman looked at it for a moment, then felt bored. Nothing had changed. "I get back to work." With that, he went back to building the clay stove. Tianqiao asked Chung Jiu, "Qingzi, what are we having for dinner tonight?" Chung Jiu glanced at the stove, which hadn't even been built yet, and said, "Don't bother. We just stay here all day. Let's have hot pot. We have electricity, so we can just use the induction cooker." Tianmanman stopped working when he heard that. What's hot pot? He had never had it before. Indeed, Chung Jiu hadn't thought of making it before. It just so happened that he had been traveling all day and didn't feel like cooking, so he decided to just have hot pot. He had hot pot base this time, so he could just boil it and add the vegetables. Everyone busied themselves washing vegetables. Chung Yamo, who was skilled with a knife, was assigned the task of chopping the meat. Chung Jiu instructed, cut it thinly, the thinner the better. He wanted to eat meat rolls. Chung Yamo nodded, his eyes serious and solemn. The others washed and cut vegetables. By the way, when we were collecting firewood just now, we saw some mushrooms over there. Tianqiao said, I don't know if they're poisonous. I didn't dare pick any. Chung Jiu, if you don't know them, don't pick them. Zhou Min immediately said, I know them. Let me check. Chung Jiu was worried. Are you sure? It's okay. If the mushrooms are poisonous, I'm here, right? Zhou Min said he had healing powers, and wasn't afraid at all. So Zhou Min grabbed Tianqiao, asked him to show him the way, and went mushroom picking. A short while later, the two returned with a bag of mushrooms. Zhou Min said, you know what? There are quite a lot. These are poisonous. I think they're caprinus, the same king oyster mushrooms we eat, just a little smaller. Chung Jiu, worried, took a quick look and saw nothing unusual, just a plain white. Zhou Min was so sure he knew what they were, so he stopped asking. Hot pot requires a seasoning bowl, otherwise, the flavor would be lost. Luckily, Chung Jiu cooks all the time, so he had everything he needed. He prepared the seasoning for everyone and, seeing that the dishes were almost ready, said, bring them over, let's eat. The coffee table in the living room was completely filled. It hadn't seemed too much when he was busy, but now it felt quite a bit. Chung Yamo, unsure how to eat, stared at Chung Jiu, not admitting he didn't know how. It's very simple. Just throw in whatever you want, and when it's cooked, take it out and dip it in the dipping sauce. It's ready to eat. Chung Jiu explained, it's okay if it's a little overcooked, it just won't taste as good. Let's cook it a little longer today. Everyone eagerly started eating. Tianqiao picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks, dipped it in the dipping sauce, and devoured it in one gulp, sighing happily, delicious, delicious. This is exactly how it tastes. I haven't had it in ages, and I'm craving it. Chung Yamo, having eaten something so crudely prepared at Chung Jiu's place for the first time, took a tentative bite, and his eyes lit up. Delicious, delicious. Chung Jiu also had Coke, which doubled his happiness. The group ate enthusiastically, and unsurprisingly, all the ingredients were finally gone. After dinner, they rested for a while, then showered and went to bed. Eating hot pot is blissful, but afterward, the smell of hot pot is not so wonderful. After Chung Jiu cleaned himself up, he finally felt better. He wiped his hair casually, and laid down on the bed. After a long day of traveling, even the car ride was exhausting, and he fell asleep quickly. When Chung Yamo returned to his room, he saw Chung Jiu quietly with his eyes closed, having fallen asleep without even turning off the lights. He curled his lips, and walked over, touching Chung Jiu's hair. It was a little damp. He fumbled with a dry towel, and fumbled with it. Chung Jiu, perhaps irritated by his sleep, slapped him in the face. Chung Yamo bit his finger in anger. Never mind. Chung Jiu was so cute after all. He didn't bother with him. After wiping his hair, he turned off the lights, hugged Chung Jiu, and closed his eyes happily. The next day, they continued their journey, finally reaching the city at noon. After a quick lunch, they began to gather supplies. It had been over half a year since the apocalypse, and everyone had slowly begun to adapt to the current situation, either joining the base for shelter or searching for supplies to improve their abilities. So when they arrived in the city, unlike before, they didn't see anyone for hours. Instead, they encountered a group of psychics, who looked like they had left the base to search for supplies. They kept a distance from Chung Jiu and his group, but occasionally glanced over, seemingly curious. Chung Jiu suspected they were psychics from a nearby base, but he had no interest in exchanging further words, so he simply ignored them. The people on the other side stared at them for a moment, perhaps feeling they were no match for them or something, so they didn't say much. They had been planning to rest, but fearing Chung Jiu and his group would snatch up the supplies, they didn't dare to rest and immediately went back to searching for supplies. Seeing this, Chung Jiu wasn't anxious. After all, these people might not be interested in what they wanted. The most important thing for them now was naturally finding food, but to be fair, they weren't short of it. After a short rest, they stood up and set out to look for a photocopying shop nearby. Well, Chung Yamo had been talking about photocopiers for a long time. Most photo studios or photocopying shops should have something like that. Unexpectedly, they ran into the same group of psychics again. They had originally found a supermarket and were quite happy, thinking it would have supplies. But upon entering, they saw a dozen or so people huddled together in groups of 3 or 4. Seeing them enter, the 10 or so people immediately looked warily. The leader of the psychic team frowned, pretending not to notice them. He first looked inside the supermarket and found that everything was gone. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. They had searched so hard for so long, finally finding such a supermarket, but there was nothing there. Where are the supplies here? Psychic A asked the group. No, it was empty when we arrived, someone replied cautiously. Psychic B glanced at the group, figuring they wouldn't dare lie. I'm afraid this place has already been searched. TSK, supplies are getting harder and harder to find these days. It wasn't like the early days of the apocalypse, when supplies could be easily found, as long as one was brave enough. Gradually more and more people began to realize the importance of finding supplies, but with so little available, finding them would definitely become increasingly difficult. We're unlucky. Let's move on to the next place, Psychic B said. Are you from the Dong base? Someone asked boldly. Yes. Psychic B looked proud. Why, are you here to seek refuge at the base? Yes, we finally made it. We heard the Dong base is still accepting people. Can you take us there? Someone asked excitedly. As they talked, a girl sitting in the corner looked at the group of psychics with a hint of hope in her eyes. Although these dozen or so people all lived in this supermarket and had come all the way to seek refuge at the Dong base, their relationship wasn't particularly close. At most, they were traveling together, and since supplies were becoming increasingly difficult to find, they were starving and naturally wary of those around them. With a mixture of anticipation and fear, the girl touched the man beside her. This was her brother. Her brother was a psychic, but his powers weren't very strong, only level 2. Their journey here had been particularly difficult, and her brother, feeling sorry for these ordinary people, had allowed them to follow him. Yesterday, they had bad luck and encountered a level 3 alien beast. Her brother fought tooth and nail to kill it, but ended up being seriously injured. It's common for psychics to recover much faster than ordinary people, but her brother's injuries were severe. He'd been hazy since last night, and she just touched him, and he had a fever. They had to get to the Dong base as soon as possible. I heard that large bases usually have healing psychics. Only by entering the base could they be saved. Thinking of this, she stared intently at the group of psychics. Psychic C glanced at the group of ordinary people, frowning with a hint of disdain. You want to go to the base? We can take you there, but you have to pay an entrance fee, either in the form of food or crystal cores. He glanced at the group. Do you have it? Besides, we can't just take you there for free, right? Psychic A nearby chimed in. They wanted to test whether these ordinary people had hidden all the supplies from the supermarket. Hearing that there was an entrance fee to enter the city, the group looked at each other, a little panicked. Sir, it's been so hard for us to get here. How can we even afford the entrance fee? Yes, please take us there. See how pitiful we are. Please help us. I don't want to die out there. Some people feigned pity. But this tactic was clearly ineffective. Seeing that these people truly had nothing, the psychics immediately lost interest. Just as they were about to leave, they heard a girl anxiously say, I have a crystal core. Seeing the psychics looking over, she quickly swallowed and said, I have a crystal core. Can you take me there? I can pay you. The psychics looked at each other. Hearing there was a reward, they became interested. Okay, we take you there. Each of you will get a level 2 crystal core. Level 2 crystal cores weren't particularly rare anymore, and they were afraid the man couldn't afford them, so they didn't ask for much. He had to go back to base anyway, so they could take him back and get 2 crystal cores for free. The girl stammered then. How much is the entrance fee? Psychic A, 2 level 2 crystal cores for psychics, 3 for ordinary people. If you have a level 3 crystal core, one can take 1 ordinary person and 1 psychic. She had a level 3 crystal core, which she had dug up when she killed the monstrous beast yesterday. She happened to have 2 level 2 crystal cores, which could be used as a reward. She gathered her thoughts and immediately said, Okay, please take us there. As she spoke, she quickly helped her brother up. Psychic B frowned. He has a fever? Several psychics immediately became alert, saying, He can't have a fever. We won't take him. What if he's infected with the zombie virus? The girl quickly replied, No, it's not the zombie virus. He was injured by a monster yesterday. Everyone else can prove it. Chapter 77. This group of psychics still wanted to earn the 2 crystal cores, and they looked at the others. Is that so? The girl looked at the group expectantly, but someone met her gaze and lowered his head. I don't know. The girl's face changed, and she looked at a middle-aged woman nearby. Auntie Zhang, you know, right? My brother was injured by that psychic yesterday. He was trying to protect you. Auntie Zhang avoided the girl's gaze. I don't remember. The girl was in disbelief. Auntie Zhang, how could you do this? My brother is so badly injured. If he doesn't get treatment, he won't survive. Please tell the truth. Auntie Zhang looked embarrassed. It wasn't that she didn't want to tell the truth, but she didn't want the two men to go to the base. Their group couldn't go, and if they went, the only psychic in the team would be gone, and how would they survive? What about you? Please help me. The girl burst into tears. She hadn't expected this group of people to be so ruthless. Her brother had fought tooth and nail to protect them, and in the end, no one spoke. One of them looked distressed and tried to speak, but someone next to him pulled him back. Think it through. If they leave, we all die out there. The man opened his mouth, but ultimately lowered his head and said nothing more. The girl broke down in tears, looking at the group of psychics. Please, my brother really isn't infected with the virus. Look, he's fine. If he was, he would have turned into a zombie long ago. Please, take us back to base. Are we supposed to believe you just because you say so? What if you're lying? There's no one to prove it to you. Psychic C shook his head, thinking there was no chance of earning any crystal cores today. Forget it, let's go. Ah, another wasted trip. Psychic B sighed. The girl watched them leave, a look of despair on her face. She coldly regarded the people who had followed them all the way, feeling nothing but regret. If her brother and sister hadn't been soft-hearted and taken this group with them, perhaps her brother wouldn't have been so badly injured, just the two of them. She touched her brother's burning forehead, the wounds on his body had even festered, and she burst into tears. Don't be too sad, maybe your brother will pull through, Aunt Jean muttered. She didn't want him to die. If he did, he could still protect them. At the door, a group of psychics ran into Cheng Jiu and his companions again. Psychic C frowned. Why you again? Brother, what you said is wrong. This road belongs to everyone. We didn't follow you. If you can come, why can't we? Tian Xiao crossed his arms. This was the supermarket. They hadn't planned to come here, but when they heard crying, they decided to check it out. The group of psychics, not wanting to cause trouble, ignored them and turned away. Cheng Jiu and his companions walked into the supermarket to take a look. A group of ordinary people, seeing another group coming, begged to be taken to the Dongyang base, crying and wailing. Cheng Jiu, we can't help you if we don't go to the Dongyang base. The girl, desperate as she was hugging her brother, suddenly heard a voice that sounded familiar. She thought she was hallucinating, but she looked up. She was momentarily dazed by the familiar face, and before the person left, she hurriedly said, Cheng Jiu. Is that you? Cheng Jiu paused and looked at the girl. For a moment, he didn't recognize her. Her hair was a mess, she was covered in dirt, and her face was swarthy. Her original appearance was completely unrecognizable. The girl, thrilled to see it was him, hurried over. Seeing her clean, she didn't dare touch her. It's me. I'm Han Tingting. Han Tingting? Tian Xiao glanced at her. Oh my god, it's really you. Han Tingting had been Cheng Jiu's desk mate in high school. They had a good relationship. Since they'd been in the same school together, Tian Xiao often visited Cheng Jiu in class, and through this, they'd become familiar with each other. Han Tingting nodded quickly. Oh, it's really me, Tian Xiao. I didn't expect you to be here. Cheng Jiu finally recognized her. He had always remembered Han Tingting as a dashing girl who got along well with both boys and girls. Her appearance in such a messy state left him momentarily dazed. A moment later, they helped the unconscious Han Ping sit down against the wall. Han Ping weakly opened his eyes, glanced at Han Tingting, and closed them again. How did your brother get so badly injured? Cheng Jiu looked at Zhou Min. Can you see if he can be healed? He was injured by a monster. Han Tingting wiped her tears and looked at Zhou Min excitedly. Could he be a healing psychic? Let me see. Zhou Min saw that they were good friends of Cheng Jiu and Tian Xiao, and their friendly attitude made it clear that these siblings weren't bad people. They had just heard outside that this group had relied on this psychic to get here. That's a pretty serious injury. Zhou Min sighed after looking at it, and before Han Tingting could get anxious, he smiled and said, Thank goodness you met me. He stopped talking nonsense and began treating the wound. In just a few moments, the injury was mostly healed. Zhou Min's face paled. I treat the rest after I recover. Han Ping appeared fine on the surface, with no missing limbs, but his internal organs were damaged. He was lucky to be a psychic. An ordinary person would have died instantly. This injury was even more difficult to treat than a missing limb. It definitely wouldn't work in one go, but after one treatment, it wouldn't be life-threatening. Han Tingting touched Han Ping's forehead, and seeing that it was finally no longer burning, she wiped away her tears and relaxed. Thank you so much. Words seemed to falter now. Han Ping slowly opened his eyes and whispered, "Why are you crying?" Then, he saw Cheng Jiyu, his expression complicated. "It's you." Han Ping also knew Cheng Jiyu. He often visited his sister at school during holidays. Haha, let me tell you, Han Tingting and Qingzi were close before, and her brother thought she was in a premature relationship and almost beat Qingzi up. Tian Xiao laughed heartily, as he recalled the past. Then he suddenly felt a chill beside him. He glanced at Cheng Mo and fell silent. Cheng Jiyu, seeing the jealous person, quickly explained, "It's all a misunderstanding. We're just friends." Cheng Mo grabbed Cheng Jiyu's hand and looked at Han Tingting. "I'm his boyfriend." Han Tingting's mouth twitched as she suddenly realized, "No wonder you remained indifferent to so many girls confessing their love to you. You actually like men." Cheng Mo frowned. "A lot of girls confess their love to you." Cheng Jiyu helplessly replied, "That's not important." "That's important," Cheng Mo said sourly, "you're so charming." Han Tingting, beside him, realized she'd said something wrong and quickly shut up, silently looking after her brother. Cheng Jiyu pinched Cheng Mo's lips. "Just shut up. I've already told you, okay?" Cheng Mo, contented, said, "I knew I was the only one who could make your heart flutter." Cheng Jiyu, so shameless. But he wasn't wrong. "Okay, let's talk about it when we get back." Cheng Jiyu coughed lightly and coaxed softly. He was really embarrassed to be flirting in front of so many people. Cheng Mo curled his lips and fell silent. Oh, Ji was shy. Han Tingting, watching from the side, was stunned. She had never expected this side of Cheng Jiyu. If his high school classmates had seen it, they would have been shocked. However, after looking at Cheng Mo's face again, it made sense. It's a face so beautiful it could be said to be attractive to both men and women, right? Han Tingting knew Cheng Mo hadn't misunderstood, but she still explained, "Cheng Jiyu and I are just friends. It's my brother's fault for being so delusional. Maybe he had a premature love affair when he was in school, so he thinks I fall in love too." Han Ping, whose injuries hadn't healed yet, and who hadn't eaten much, had little energy at the moment. He glanced at his sister unhappily upon hearing this. But regardless, he thanked them sincerely. "Ah, I didn't expect to run into you." Han Tingting was both pleasantly surprised and felt that God had blessed her. She had been on the verge of despair. Given her brother's previous condition, it was clearly impossible for them to go to the Dongyang base. They didn't know the exact location, and even if they did, with her brother's current condition, if they encountered zombies, they would both be doomed. Fortunately, she had never expected to run into someone she knew. Han Tingting's nerves were now less tense, and she relaxed, feeling only fatigue. She hadn't rested much since her brother's injury. Just then, a cautious voice said, "Tingting, are these your friends?" Han Tingting looked over coldly. It was Aunt Zhang who spoke. She hated her so much that she naturally refused to pay any attention. Seeing Aunt Zhang speak, the others gathered their courage and began to chatter. "Miss Han, why didn't you tell us you had such friends earlier? Please tell us, they must be going to the Dongyang base, right? They can take us with them." "Yes, it's not far. Take us with them. Tingting, please tell us. We definitely remember your kindness when we get to the base." Han Tingting found it ridiculous. Kindness? She had seen through these people. Remembering kindness was all nonsense. It was a good thing they didn't retaliate against them. Although her brother had brought these people along out of kindness, and hadn't expected anything in return, their actions were still deeply disheartening. Han Ping didn't know what had just happened, but he didn't want them to pester his sister. He frowned and said, "Even though they're my sister's friends, you can't ask them to do that. If you want to go to the Dongyang base, you can tell them." Han Tingting pursed her lips. "Well, if you want to go, just tell them." "I won't." Han Ping glanced at Han Tingting. Seeing this, the others looked pitifully at Cheng Jiyu and the others. "Gentlemen, please help us. Considering how pitiful we are, we definitely repay you when we get to the base." "Yes, we will." Cheng Jiyu and the others had actually overheard some of the conversation from afar, and didn't have a good impression of these people. Zhou Men knew they were lying and calmly asked, "How will you repay us?" They clearly hadn't expected such a statement. They paused, mumbling for a long time, but couldn't utter a single word. Finally, they said, "I work like a slave." "Isn't that just empty talk?" Cheng Jiyu said, "You don't need to work like slaves." Before they could even smile, they heard the other party say, "What did that group just say?" "We can send it over." 1 level 2 crystal core per person. They were dumbfounded. Where? Where do we even have crystal cores? That's right. We're just ordinary people. We can't handle zombies. Where would we get crystal cores? Aren't you making things difficult for us? Some began to complain. Tianxiao laughed. You have nothing, and you just want us to take you there for free? That's a nice thought. How? Can you say that? Yeah, aren't you Tingting's friends? What's wrong with helping us? Yeah, sir. It really is the end of the world. People have become so hardened. I might actually die here today. Chung Mo was annoyed by the noise. Those who want to die, come here and I help you. Instantly, they were frightened and speechless. It had to be said that Chung Mo's intimidation was unparalleled. Chung Jiu, you said I'm Han Tingting's friend, not yours. Besides, we're definitely not going to the Dongyong base. After Chung Jiu finished speaking, he looked at Han Tingting. What are your plans? Han Tingting was a little confused. I was just planning to take my brother to Dongyong base. It's not that I have to go, it's mainly to treat his injuries. Some people would go to a base to visit relatives, but they were the only 2 left in their family, so where would they find any relatives? Han Tingting felt a little sad at the thought. Chung Jiu then explained that they weren't from Dongyong base, but a smaller base. It's probably not as good as Dongyong base. Do you want to come with us? It's okay if you don't go, we can send you to Dongyong base. Some people wanted to say, aren't you guys not going to Dongyong base? But they didn't dare to say it, because there's a very fierce man there who kills people at the drop of a hat. They've never seen anything like this. Han Tingting glanced at her brother, and said without hesitation, I'm not going to Dongyong base. It's not necessary to go anyway. It would be better to follow Chung Jiu and the others to their base. Even if they had someone to look after them, at least they'd have friends there, which would give them peace of mind. Chung Jiu said, okay, then come with us. He glanced at Han Ping. Can you leave? Han Ping nodded, his face pale. Sure. A few people decided to leave. Seeing this, the remaining people immediately said anxiously, Mr. Han, take us with you. Yes, we're not going to Dongyong base. Please take us with you. Mr. Han, you can't abandon us. We die here. I don't want to die, Mr. Han. This seemed to indicate that Han Tingting was too hard-hearted, and turned to Han Ping for help. Han Ping, supported by Han Tingting, dodged a few times, his expression hesitant. Han Tingting, standing by, was practically livid. She practically screamed, how dare you beg my brother? We don't want to die. You don't want to die, but does my brother want to die? Does he deserve what you're doing? Han Tingting wiped her tears and gritted her teeth. You just refused to prove that my brother was injured by the monster. Aren't you just trying to kill him? You knew he was seriously injured. And he protected you all the way here, and you're so ungrateful. And Aunt Zhang, if it weren't for my brother, you would have died yesterday. We didn't want him to die. Why would we want him to die? Yes, we just don't want to be left behind. He's a superpower, he can get better. If you leave, how are we going to survive? Han Tingting no longer wanted to talk. Talking to these people was a waste of breath. Han Ping now understood what had just happened from Han Tingting's fragmented words. No wonder his sister's attitude towards all this had changed so drastically. Han Ping pretended not to feel bad, but he didn't show any mercy this time. He simply said, this place isn't far from the Dongyong base. You can get there on your own. If these people still blindly rely on others, then they just have to wait for death. If someone helps them this time, what about next time? When they get to the base gate and are asked to pay an entrance fee, will they beg them to help pay it again, once they're in the city, starving and needing help again? If that's the case, it's better not to save these people. No matter how many times you help them, if you don't help them even once, they turn against you. They'd relied on Han Ping all the way here, and now they were relying on others. As expected, upon hearing Han Ping's words, they immediately became frightened. We're just ordinary people. How are we going to get through? We're going to die. How can you be so cruel? Oh, how could you be so cruel? Even after Chung Jiu and the others had walked away, they could still hear the group's cries. Chung Mo covered Chung Jiu's ears in frustration. If it weren't for the fact that killing people at will was forbidden, he really wanted them to be quiet. Han Ping sighed. I was wrong. He had previously thought that helping anyone was a blessing. We were all human, and survival was a hope. But clearly, those people didn't see it that way. Brother, don't be so saintly anymore, Han Tingting said. Han Ping, why are you saying that? Han Tingting and Han Ping looked unwell, so Chung Jiu said, let's find a place to rest. They found an apartment, which was covered in dust. Chung Yimo used his water ability to clear an area. Chung Jiyu, you two sit down. Chung Jiyu and the others searched the kitchen, but unfortunately, the apartment didn't have natural gas. Fortunately, he had a gas stove in his space, and he had collected a lot of gas, so it was enough. Han Tingting had been helping out, but was sent to rest. Tian Xiao, while cleaning, said, "Goodbye? You look so shaky. You might think we're abusing you." Han Tingting smiled. That's not so exaggerated. But she was indeed tired and hungry, so she didn't force herself. She sat on the sofa, feeling a rare sense of peace, and soon fell asleep. In her sleep, she smelled a sweet aroma that woke Han Tingting up. She shyly covered her rumbling stomach. Fortunately, her brother was there with him, though Han Ping's stomach wasn't exactly restless either. Zhou Min brought over 2 bowls of mincemeat porridge. Eat quickly. He'd made this porridge himself. This simple meal was no problem for him. Han Tingting swallowed, hesitantly. Aren't you guys going to eat? Han Ping also said, let's all eat something. We can't bear to eat alone. Zhou Min smiled. It's okay, we have something else to eat later. Tian Man reminded, eat quickly, or it get cold and taste bad. Foodies are very concerned about whether the flavor of their food will fade. Han Tingting was so touched that they actually gave up such precious food for her and her brother. She ate, tears streaming down her face, not knowing if it was from the delicious food or the emotion. It's so delicious. Oh. It had been ages since they'd had a hot meal, just cold, hard bread. Sometimes, even that wasn't available, so they had to endure the hunger. After a mouthful of hot porridge, she felt completely refreshed. In no time, the two of them had devoured everything. Zhou Min enthusiastically asked, more food? There's still plenty. Han Tingting was still a little hungry, but shook her head, no more. Han Ping also said they weren't eating anymore. It wasn't that they were full, but they felt embarrassed to eat more since no one else had finished yet. Just as he was thinking, a fragrant aroma wafted from the kitchen, but it didn't smell like porridge. Zhou Min excitedly said, oh, brother Chung has cooked. He immediately went to the kitchen and brought out the remaining half-cooker of porridge, offering it to the brother and sister. Help yourself with whatever you want. It's rare someone doesn't mind my cooking. Thanks for the support. The brother and sister responded, eh. A moment later, a large pot of stewed meat was placed on the coffee table in front of them. Thinking they were giving their food to their brother and sister, eh. That wasn't what they thought. You probably haven't had a full meal in ages. This greasy food isn't for you. Chung Jiu smiled and said, have some hot porridge first. Chung Yimo secretly picked up some food for Chung Jiu, trying to stop him from talking to the others. Han Tingting looked at the stewed meat and swallowed, whimpering, craving more. Tears welled in her eyes. Can I have one bite? Chung Jiu, feeling sorry for her, said, eat less. Don't overeat, or your stomach might suffer. Han Tingting nodded vigorously, and even picked up a piece of meat for her embarrassed brother. After taking a bite herself, tears welled up in her eyes. My deskmate, I knew a man like you was trustworthy. Chung Yimo looked over. Han Tingting was startled, her mind racing. She quickly said, if you meet such a good man, just marry him. Chung Jiu, eh. Chung Yimo smiled. Oh, I'd love to, but I wonder if Jiu is willing to marry me. Chung Jiu blushed and offered him a piece of meat. Eat your meal. Food won't keep you hungry. Han Tingting, take a bite. The brother and sister ate a small amount of meat, and then drank their porridge obediently. It must be said that the physical fitness of people after the apocalypse has indeed improved significantly. In the past, after being hungry for so long and not getting enough rest, it would have taken a long time to recover. But Han Tingting and Han Ping felt much better after their meal, and they seemed to have more energy to speak. Of course, it wasn't suitable to let Xuqiang out in the city, so they slept in the apartment tonight. Chung Jiu said, we're going out to look for something. Do you want to come with us? Han Tingting thought for a moment, and shook her head. No, my brother isn't fully recovered yet. I just stay here and clean the room for a bit. We just cleaned the living room. The room wasn't done yet. Chung Jiu agreed. There was no running water in the apartment, but Chung Yimo had left plenty. Chung Jiu, you guys can just scrub up. Han Tingting nodded. She felt a little embarrassed. She hadn't noticed before, but now, when she lowered her head and smelled, she stank. There was nothing she could do. Having a drink of water along the way was a blessing. Showering was out of the question. But at least her brother was there to keep her company. Han Ping, ? Chapter 78. After leaving the apartment, the group first went to a print shop to look for a printer. Chung Jiu checked the printer, confirmed it was fine, and put it into his space. As for the other items in the print shop, such as the computer, he simply took them all with him. What if they could use it later when electricity was connected? If nothing else, at least he could make a chart or something. The print shop still had some printer paper, so he took it all with him. He had cleared out some space before coming here, so there was plenty of room. Besides, this little stuff wouldn't take up any space at all. Then, it was time to find solar panels. Solar panels are usually found in building material markets. Let's go look there, Tianqiao said. Cheng Jiyu nodded. There aren't many zombies here, probably because it's close to the Dongyang base. Many people who come here for missions clear out the zombies. After all, zombie cores can be exchanged for supplies, and even improve abilities. As a result, they encountered few zombies along the way. Those without special powers had been hiding, accustomed to relying on Han Ping and his sister. Without anyone to lean on, they didn't even have the courage to step out the door. They hadn't expected to encounter so few zombies outside. Although Cheng Jiyu had a map, it was only a rough one, not a detailed one. They didn't know where the building materials market was, so they could only go to the outskirts of the city, where building materials markets are usually found. After wandering for over 2 hours, they finally found a large building materials market. Perhaps because there was no food or drink here, special powers didn't like to come here. Once inside the market, the zombies became more numerous. After cleaning up the area and burning the zombie corpses to make sure there were no more, they began searching for useful items. The first thing they looked for were some solar panels. These were easy to find. The first store had them. They were new and usable, so Cheng Jiyu simply stored them in his space. As for the rest, there were cement, glass, tiles, and the like. It wasn't that they weren't needed. After all, they would definitely be needed for future base expansion, but Cheng Jiyu didn't add any, fearing the space wouldn't hold them. After all, they still had to go to the researchers later to load up some lab equipment. If they needed these things, they could just go directly to the county office to get them. There was no need to bring them all the way from the city. So are we going to the research institute today or tomorrow? Zhou Min asked. Cheng Jiyu glanced at the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon, not too late. Tomorrow, he said. Get some rest today, and leave early tomorrow morning. He figured the research institute would be more crowded with zombies, so he decided not to rush. Everyone agreed, so they decided to go back to the apartment and rest. When they arrived, they found it completely spruced up. The Han siblings had already cleaned it. They had both showered and, presumably, gone out to find clean clothes and changed into them. Now they could finally see what they looked like. Their faces weren't grimy. Looking skinny, they must have suffered a lot on the journey. Han Tingting's hair looked like it had been gnawed by a dog. She said, "Don't mention it. I was going to wash it slowly, but it got so tangled that I didn't have the patience to do it slowly. So I asked my brother to cut it, and he ended up looking like a dog." Han Ping rubbed his nose and said, "I told you I didn't know how to cut it. If you don't know how to cut it, at least have some patience. I'm really impressed. You're just cutting haphazardly, snipping here and there." Han Tingting was lucky she didn't care anymore. After all, it had been dirty and smelly for so long. Otherwise, she would have cried over this dog-eaten haircut. Now everyone had time to talk. Han Tingting was an ordinary person, while Han Ping's special ability was teleportation. Teleport? That should be about the same as Man-Man's? Tianqiao looked curious. Man-Man is a speed type, so he runs really fast. Han Ping shook his head. "No, I'm not just fast. Cheng Jiyu, go directly from one place to another." Han Ping nodded. "It's just that I'm only level 2 right now, so the farthest I can teleport is 200 meters. Zhou Min looked interested. "I'd love to see it, but you're injured. It might not be easy to use." Han Ping nodded. "I can show you once I'm healed." Zhou Min rubbed his hands. "I treat you again." Han Tingting poked her head in. "You haven't used up all your superpowers yet? Or maybe you should wait." It's okay. I ate a lot of energy today." Zhou Min didn't care at all. He was more interested in seeing teleportation, so he immediately began treating Han Ping's injuries. Had already been treated once, and they were mostly healed. Zhou Min lost his superpower again. Han Ping was instantly healed, though Zhou Min's face was a little pale. Cheng Jiyu was speechless. "Why are you so curious? Wanting to suffer just to see teleportation? That's pretty outrageous." Zhou Min wiped his sweat. "It's okay. I can handle it." Cheng Jiyu held his forehead and tossed him a mutant tomato. Zhou Min took a bite and felt much better. Han Ping felt it and felt a sense of relief, as if he could run 1,000 meters. He said earnestly, "Thank you." Zhou Min waved his hand. "You're welcome." Show me. He was utterly curious. Han Ping smiled and said, okay, how about we find an open area? The space here is a bit small. Tian Xiao, okay. Let's go out and try it. So, everyone went outside. Zhou Min, TSK, I wonder who's better, Han Ping or Heige. Cheng Mo's newly awakened ability was also teleportation. But no one dared to let Cheng Mo demonstrate it, so Han Ping had to do it. Zhou Min pointed to a tree over 100 meters away and said, Man, you and him go there at the same time and see who's faster. Tian Man, eager to compete, nodded. The two stood in the same spot. Zhou Min said, let's go. Then Tian Man ran over like the wind. He was already so fast that he reached the tree almost instantly, but by the time he got there, Han Ping was already there. Tian Man said dejectedly, I lost. Han Ping's expression was complicated. You're already very fast. I can only teleport a short distance. Zhou Min, amused by their approach, boldly looked at Cheng Mo and asked, Brother He, how far can you teleport? Cheng Mo said coolly, oh, I don't know. Damn, that was too perfunctory. Zhou Min glanced at Cheng Jiyu and said, oh, Brother Cheng seems really interested in teleportation. He just glanced at Han Ping a few times. Han Ping suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Zhou Min really was a scumbag. Cheng Mo looked at Cheng Jiyu, aggrieved. What's so good about him? Look at me. Cheng Jiyu, Everyone was looking. The next moment, Cheng Mo vanished from his spot. Everyone was startled, instinctively looking around. Where's that big guy? Where did he go? Then a voice came from the rooftop. Here. Everyone looked up and saw Cheng Mo was actually there. Before they could say anything, he reappeared beside them. Cheng Mo, like a peacock, said, I'm afraid you won't see me if I go too far. After saying that, he glanced at Cheng Jiyu. Seeing Cheng Jiyu's eyes shining at him, he was practically smug. TSK, what can you compare to me? Jiyu still thinks I'm better. But the rooftop isn't even that many meters from here, Zhou Min boldly questioned. Cheng Mo looked at him with a sullen gaze. Zhou Min was completely unfazed. Heige was only scary in appearance, not physically capable of attacking him. Han Ping, however, understood better and explained, it's different. To reach the rooftop directly, he had to pass through layers of walls. Where I just teleported, there were no obstacles around, making it much easier than reaching the rooftop directly. Although I can teleport up to 200 meters, I still can't reach the rooftop directly like him. Zhou Min's face dawned with realization. I see. I hadn't considered the obstacles in between. So, Heige is definitely the better one, haha. He smiled at Cheng Mo, only to receive a cold sidelong glance from him. Cheng Jiyu smiled, and Cheng Mo looked at him disapprovingly. Why are you laughing at me? Zhou Min eagerly approached Han Ping again. Can you teleport with someone? How about taking me with you? The others nearby, curious, came over. Well? Han Ping looked perplexed. Han Tingting explained, you can't teleport with someone. My brother tried it before. He teleported with something, and when he got there, it exploded. Han Ping nodded, dejectedly, I don't know why. Maybe my abilities are too low, or maybe I just can't carry anyone. He tried to carry something with him before, hoping to bring his sister with him. That way, if he ran into danger, he could just run away with her. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that, so whenever he faced danger, he had to fight through it. What else could he do? He certainly wouldn't abandon his sister. Can't bring anyone? Zhou Min was a little disappointed. He'd wanted to see what teleportation felt like, but unfortunately. He earnestly encouraged Han Ping, keep trying. Maybe when you level up, you'll be able to bring someone. Tian Xiao looked at Cheng Mo. Brother He, can you bring someone? Cheng Mo was about to say something childish, but when he turned around, he saw Cheng Jiyu also looking at him curiously. He swallowed the words that were on his lips and nodded proudly. You can try. Then he coughed lightly and glanced at Cheng Jiyu in a feigned nonchalant manner. Cheng Jiyu, His thoughts were written all over his face. Did he think I didn't see it? But he really wanted to try it. So, he reached out to hold Cheng Mo's arm. But Cheng Mo was not happy. That won't work. I lose you. With that, he put his arm around Cheng Jiyu's waist tightly, his lips curled up. Yeah, that's fine. Several light bulbs, Can you guys be so oblivious? Cheng Jiyu's ears flushed, and he glared at Cheng Mo, who chuckled gleefully, hold on tight, I'm teleporting. Cheng Jiyu instinctively hugged Cheng Mo tightly. The next moment, his vision blurred. Looking closer, the scene had changed. He and Cheng Mo were upstairs again, with several people downstairs looking up at them. Zhou Min exclaimed, "Oh my god, so cool. I want to try it too." Cheng Jiu also found it novel and interesting, though a little dizzy. He shook his head. Tian Xiao raised his hand like an elementary school student. "Ah, brother He, take me with you." Tian Manman barely spoke. "I want to try it too." Han Ping's face was filled with envy. He wished his ability was just as powerful. Wouldn't he be able to run at lightning speeds with his sister? Han Tingting noticed Han Ping's mood and quickly said, "Brother, you're already amazing. You brought me all the way here and protected so many people." Han Ping smiled and said, "It's okay. I just want to improve my abilities as soon as possible." He wasn't a belligerent, but it was the end of the world, where whoever had the stronger fist had the final say, and he had people he wanted to protect. Cheng Ji patted Cheng Yamo and said, "It's too hard to talk from such a distance. Take me back now." Cheng Yamo crossed his arms, looking incredibly cool. "No." Cheng Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. "Dahe, have you become so powerful?" Cheng Yamo hummed, "Then kiss me." Cheng Jiu, Cheng Mo said confidently, "How can I work for nothing?" Cheng Jiu glanced downstairs, leaned back slightly to make sure he couldn't see, and kissed Cheng Yamo on the cheek. His ears flushed. "Is this okay?" Although they'd already done everything except the last step, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. However, in broad daylight, outside, well, it felt awkward. Cheng Yamo pressed on, "That's it? That's not the kiss I want." Before he could finish his sentence, Cheng Jiu's eyes had already turned fierce, implying, "Go on." Cheng Yamo, He touched his nose and reluctantly said, all right, that's enough." "Cheng Jiu, why are you like this? You're so reluctant to even kiss me. Do you like me?" Cheng Jiu chuckled, "No." "Cheng Yamo, why are you always so full of nonsense? That's a bad habit, you need to change." He complained, "Hold me tight." Cheng Jiu suppressed a smile and hugged Cheng Yamo tightly. During the teleportation, he realized that Cheng Yamo hadn't lied to him. He felt like he was about to tear them apart, but luckily he was holding tight. Then, his vision blurred again, and he was back on the ground. The others were so curious they all eagerly came over. "Zhou Min, Brother Cheng, tell me how it feels." Cheng Jiu shook his head, a little dizzy. "It was interesting, but I felt dizzy and needed to calm down." "Brother He, let me experience it too." Tian Xiao rubbed his hands, his face full of anticipation. Zhou Min, watching this, also silently watched. If Cheng Yamo agreed, he could experience it too. Cheng Yamo, no. He didn't want someone to carry him and then hold him. He only wanted Jiu to carry him. Tian Xiao looked disappointed. Zhou Min came closer, still unwilling to give up. "Brother He, please take care of me. I do anything you ask me to do." Cheng Yamo impatiently said, "Go away, go away." He turned to look at Cheng Jiu, who was watching the fun from the side, and was very dissatisfied. What's wrong with Cheng Jiu? He won't even help him. Zhou Min shamelessly said, "Brother He, think about it. Maybe there's something I can do for you, Brother He." Cheng Yamo was almost annoyed. Why was he so shameless? But he couldn't hit him. He was about to send Zhou Min away when he looked at Cheng Jiu and thought of something. He did have a question. Thinking of this, he suddenly changed his attitude and said, "Okay." Zhou Min, shock. "I just wanted to try it out," but Cheng Yamo actually agreed. Cheng Yamo glanced at him and said meaningfully, "Remember what you said." Zhou Min scratched his head. "Whatever. Let's just experience it first." Tian Xiao sighed and lamented, "I should have said the same thing." Cheng Jiu, however, was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Cheng Yamo to actually agree. What was this guy up to? He looked at Cheng Yamo suspiciously, who had a look on his face that said, "Why are you looking at me like that? If Jiu's jealous, I can just say no." Cheng Jiu was speechless. Why should I be jealous? Cheng Yamo looked slightly disappointed and looked at Zhou Min, who stood expectantly. "Let's go!" Zhou Min immediately ran over and hugged Cheng Yamo, whose face darkened. The next moment, they were on the rooftop. Zhou Min excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, wow, wow! So cool!" He had barely finished his sentence when he returned to the ground. Cheng Yamo pushed him away. Zhou Min, ugh! The teleportation was so fast that he felt dizzy. Tian Xiao was still unwilling to give up. "Brother He, you can't be partial, right? You're taking Zhou Min with you, so why don't you take me with you too?" Cheng Yamo refused. He had endured Zhou Min's hug just now, and he really hated it, except, of course, for Cheng Jiu. Jiu wasn't someone else. He was even happy when he was hugged. Seeing hope was gone, Tian Xiao sighed, Okay, Brother Han Ping, you should work on improving your abilities." I guide you when the time comes. Han Ping smiled. I don't know when I'd be able to guide people. He leaned over and asked Chung Yamo a question. Can I ask you? At what level do you need to reach your abilities to be able to guide people? Chung Yamo replied politely. As soon as I awaken. Han Ping was incredulous. How could that be? He could guide people at level 1? Zhou Min, having recovered, patted Han Ping on the shoulder. Dude, you got the wrong guy. Brother Hei's abilities are incredible. You can't learn from him at all. Han Ping didn't quite understand Zhou Min's meaning, but since he really couldn't learn from his experience, he nodded dejectedly. Let's go back. We have to go to the Research Institute tomorrow. Zhou Min had already experienced it, and was very satisfied. He just didn't know what Brother Hei was going to ask him to do. Never mind. The group returned to the apartment. It was time for dinner. Han Tingting and Han Ping both knew how to cook, and Chang Ji was delighted. Finally, he had a teammate who could cook. The siblings cooked, and the others helped. It was the first time they had eaten a meal cooked by both of them, and the recipes were completely different. They made a pot of chicken soup and used a clay pot to cook tomato beef brisket, mincemeat and tofu, 3 fresh meatballs, pickled cabbage and pork slices, and pickled cabbage and pork belly. In the end, the table was set, a truly sumptuous feast. Han Tingting said proudly, luckily, I love to think about food. I didn't really order takeout before the apocalypse. She also praised her brother. My brother is so virtuous. Hee, a classmate of mine ate his cooking the other day, and said she wanted to marry him. Han Ping was helpless, a little embarrassed. Tingting, don't bring up other people's jokes. Han Tingting snorted and said nothing. Her classmate wasn't joking. She even asked her brother's WeChat, and of course she gave it to him. As a result, she was lectured by her brother. Han Ping is handsome, has a good personality, rarely gets angry, is emotionally stable, can do housework, and cooks deliciously. Isn't it natural that he's popular? Then I have to try it. Chung Ji was relaxed today. He ate a 3 fresh meatball and exclaimed, it's delicious. I don't think Han Tingting is exaggerating. Really? My brother made those 3 fresh meatballs. Han Tingting looked proud. Chung Yamo felt jealous. He couldn't cook. The others tasted it, and exclaimed that it was delicious, eating so much that they didn't even look up. Han Tingting was deeply moved as she ate. Although they had cooked it, it had been so long since she had enjoyed such a sumptuous dinner. For a moment, she felt as if she wasn't in the apocalypse anymore, but rather had returned to the pre-apocalyptic era. Delicious. Not only your classmate, I want to marry Brother Han too. Zhou Min spoke with a pinched voice, completely unprincipled. Everyone was used to it. After all, Zhou Min had left the Chaoyang base with them just for a bite to eat. This guy's love for food was unbridled. But Han Ping choked, coughing furiously, his handsome face flushing crimson. Zhou Min said mischievously, Brother Han, what's wrong? Come on, let me pat you. Han Tingting, watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Bro, am I going to have a male sister-in-law? She looked at Zhou Min. Hello, sister-in-law. Zhou Min smiled and nodded. Hello, hello. Han Ping calmed down, glanced at the two of them, and said nothing. Han Tingting was practically laughing. She had never seen her brother like this before. The meal was incredibly lively, and afterward, everyone went to rest. Chung Ji retrieved bedding from his space, and gave it to them. He went back to his room, and made his own bed. He realized Chung Yamo hadn't come in yet, and he didn't know what he'd been up to. Outside, Zhou Min was asking Chung Yamo, Brother Hei, what do you want me to do? Chung Yamo, nothing. I have a question. Zhou Min, seeing his expression, guessed, is it something to do with Brother Chung? Chung Yamo nodded, but for a moment, he didn't know what to say. He didn't like discussing this with others, but when he asked Chung Jiyu, he wouldn't say anything. He felt wronged. Seeing him hesitate, as if to ask a question he couldn't bring himself to broach, Zhou Min rubbed his chin and chuckled, I see. It's a relationship issue. Chung Yamo thought for a moment and said, I guess so. Zhou Min gasped at his reaction and said, Shh. Isn't it about that? Chung Yamo was puzzled. Zhou Min, are you and your husband not harmonious? That shouldn't be the case, he thought. Hage doesn't look like he's having problems. What's not harmonious? Chung Yamo frowned. We're fine. Oh, you don't understand me. Zhou Min slapped his thigh in frustration, unsure what to say. Chung Yamo clearly wasn't the type to broach such matters, and he couldn't be too blunt. Frustrated, he scratched his head and said, yeah, it's just that in bed. Not harmonious? Chung Yamo frowned. In bed? We're very harmonious. He kissed and hugged Jiyu, and Jiyu loved him so much. How could there be any discord? Nonsense. Zhou Min was exhausted from listening. So what's going on? Chung Yimou frowned. Something's wrong. Zhou Min, what's the problem? Chung Yimou, I don't know how to put it. Zhou Min, question mark. Chung Yimou finally said something useful. Jiyu said it wasn't the end. How is it going to be the end? What does he mean? Zhou Min was shocked. Oh my god, you two have been together for so long, and you haven't really done anything serious yet? Oh my god, I didn't expect you two to be so innocent. Chung Yimou looked at him, frowning. What were he talking about? He had never been interested in these topics before, and no one dared to bring them up in front of him. Now he had to ask someone for advice. Regret. Zhou Min thought for a moment and realized that this was something he couldn't really express verbally. It was mainly because he couldn't articulate it clearly. An idea struck him, and he smiled. Wait a minute, I find you some study material. Luckily, he loved to read pornographic comics when he had nothing else to do. After a moment, Zhou Min handed Chung Yimou a comic book, shoving it into his pocket, reluctantly saying, This is a treasure of mine. Remember to return it to me after you're done. Chapter 79. What the hell? Chung Yimou looked at the flashy cover, puzzled. Oh, you understand once you see it, hee. Zhou Min said, then returned to his room with a mysterious smile. Chung Yimou looked at the book in his hand and subconsciously flipped it open. The protagonists were two men, so he didn't have the patience to read it, so he flipped back. Just 2 pages later, the two of them were hugging each other. No, didn't they just meet? He patiently flipped back again, and then saw something that made his eyes widen, and his hand instinctively slammed the book shut. In his room, Chung Jiyu tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It was strange. Where had Chung Yimou gone? He hadn't come back yet. Just as he was wondering if he should go out to check, he heard the doorknob turning. Chung Jiyu lay back down, only to see Chung Yimou walk in, close the door, and remain motionless for a long time. Chung Jiyu, what's wrong? Standing by the door, dazed, Chung Yimou pursed his lips, his throat feeling dry. Nothing. Oh, if you're fine, come to bed. Chung Jiyu said casually, then yawned. Traveling outside was exhausting. Chung Mo's Adam's apple moved, and he walked over and lay down next to Chung Jiyu. Chung Jiyu closed his eyes and waited for a long time, only to find that the sun had risen from the west today, and Chung Yimou didn't even come over to hug or kiss him. Chung Jiyu was puzzled. What's wrong with you? Chung Yimou mumbled, Nothing? Oh. Chung Jiyu waited a moment, then turned his head and squinted at him, saying, There's something wrong with you. Something's very wrong. Chung Mo's eyes wandered, unsure where to look. Ahem. Nothing. Chung Jiyu, question mark. Something's really wrong. What did this kid do behind his back? It's so strange, he can't even look at him. Chung Mo's mind was full of what he had just seen. He unconsciously replaced the faces of those two villains with his own and Chung Jiyu's. And he felt his whole body burning. He was a little afraid to touch Chung Jiyu. His thoughts weren't as pure anymore. No, we're outside. We can't do anything else. And then he thought, what else could it be? Dahe, your nose is bleeding. Chung Jiyu exclaimed, quickly getting a tissue to wipe it off. Chung Yimou was stunned for a moment, feeling a burning sensation in his nose. He reached out and touched his hand, finding it covered in blood. Chung Jiyu quickly helped him rinse with cold water. Fortunately, the nosebleed stopped. He breathed a sigh of relief and frowned. Why is it bleeding all of a sudden? Chung Yimou didn't know. He was thinking about Chung Jiyu, and suddenly, Chung Jiyu ultimately blamed it on the heat. He searched his space and found a packet of chrysanthemum tea, which he ran to Chung Yimou to drink. Chung Yimou held the chrysanthemum tea in his hand and said, maybe this won't help. But he drank it anyway, finishing it all. Chung Jiyu lay back on the bed, closed his eyes, and yawned. Go to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow. While being outside at the base was fun, it wasn't as safe as being inside. If possible, he should find what he was looking for as soon as possible, and then return to the base. Chung Jiyu was half asleep when he felt Chung Yimou put down his cup, rinse his mouth, then lie down beside him and hug him. That's right, but drinking chrysanthemum tea doesn't seem to be doing anything. It's still stiff. Chung Jiyu frowned, too sleepy to move. You, take care of it yourself. Forgot, Chung Yimou couldn't do it himself. He offered his hand, but Chung Yimou ultimately didn't. Chung Jiyu drifted off to sleep, unaware of what happened next. The next day, Chung Jiyu woke up refreshed, lifted Chung Mo's hand, and went to wash up. Chung Yimou was still asleep, having not followed him. In the past, Whenever he moved, Chung Yimo would immediately follow him, like a giant tail. Now, he was still sleeping. He didn't disturb him, washed up, and left the room. Han Ping was already up, and the two of them were busy making breakfast. A short while later, Han Tingting joined them in the kitchen. Since there were so many people, they simply made some dumplings and steamed them. Chung Ji returned to his room and called Chung Yimo to get up. Time to get up, you lazy bastard. Chung Ji patted him. Then Chung Yimo pulled him onto the bed, where he hugged him tightly, rubbing against him like a big puppy. I can't get up. I'm so sleepy. I didn't sleep well last night. Chung Ji pushed him away. Then go to sleep. I call you when we're ready to leave. Chung Yimo, upon hearing this, felt sleepy again and sat up, somewhat listlessly. After washing up, he finally seemed to have some energy. The aroma of steamed dumplings wafted from the kitchen, and Zhoumin rushed in. They smell so good. Are we ready? Chung Ji checked the time, almost. Breakfast was light. Sauerkraut and vermicelli dumplings, and a 3 fresh dish, ham, egg, and dried shrimp. Chung Ji loved both and took turns. Chung Ji even praised. Han Ping picked the filling. He's such a great cook. Han Ping smiled. No big deal, just the ingredients are good. Chung Yimo suddenly felt the bun in his hand wasn't quite as fragrant anymore. It seemed he needed to learn how to cook to please Jiyu. Chung Jiyu had no idea what he was thinking. He was just casually complimenting Han Ping on how delicious the filling was. After eating and drinking, they set off. This time, the Han siblings also came along. Han Tingting didn't have special abilities, but she could easily kill ordinary zombies. She was actually worried about holding everyone back, so she decided to stay in the apartment. Chung Jiyu said, "No, what if you get into danger? You should stay with us." Han Ping was worried about his sister, so he decided to follow. Chung Jiyu would then take out Xiaowan to protect Han Tingting. In the end, Han Tingting followed. Otherwise, she'd be alone in the apartment, and the others would have to worry about her. It was better to go with them, so they could be more at ease. She just felt a little embarrassed, like a burden. On the way, Chung Jiyu suddenly asked, "I remember you studied veterinary medicine in college." Han Tingting nodded. "Yes, I was planning to open a pet shop." "Do you treat livestock?" Chung Jiyu wasn't sure the difference between treating pets and treating domestic animals. It felt a bit different. Han Tingting scratched her head. "I'm not sure, but I can give it a try. After all, the two are quite closely related." Chung Jiyu smiled. "Then you must take good care of yourself. The base is in need of a veterinarian." Han Tingting realized Chung Jiyu was trying to comfort her, and was touched. She nodded quickly and said with a smile, "Now that you mention that, I have to pay more attention." Chung Jiyu wasn't lying. As the base's breeding scale gradually expanded, some small animals were indeed prone to illness, and would still require a veterinarian. Unexpectedly, before he could even figure out where to find a veterinarian, he ran into Han Tingting. That was good. No need to look for one. He could just put her to work when he got back. Hearing that she could be of use, Han Tingting finally stopped feeling like a burden. Well, she had to protect herself, so she could get back to work properly at the base. The group had originally planned to go directly to the research institute in the city, but they passed by a seed shop, and Chung Jiyu suggested stopping by. No one objected, so they all got out of the car and, after clearing out the zombies near the shop, went inside. The seed shop's decor was quite interesting, with a natural forest feel, complete with a rockery and stream in the center. However, perhaps it had been neglected for so long that the stream had long since dried up. The seed shop itself was also filthy. It should have been open when the apocalypse arrived. The items inside were scattered about, whether by humans or zombies, and there was dried up liquid on the floor. The seed shop's original appearance was unrecognizable, but Chung Jiyu thought it must have been quite attractive. The shop wasn't big, only about 5 or 6 square meters. On one wall was a large drawer, like the ones used to store medicine in a traditional Chinese medicine store. It was organized into compartments, each with a sticker labeled with a specific seed. So many flower seeds. Zhoumin glanced at them and shook his head. Flower seeds are useless. You can't eat or drink them. Chung Jiyu said, "Let's collect them." To obtain mutant seeds, one must start with ordinary seeds. However, with all the major bases currently short on grain and vegetable seeds, everyone is undoubtedly focusing on growing these, while flower seeds have been neglected. As time went on, Chung Jiyu worried he'd lose the flower seeds. He secretly thought, "Let's collect them." He didn't want them to disappear. After Chung Jiyu said this, the others helped pack the seeds, as they didn't take up much space anyway. Besides the flower seeds, the shop also had some fruit and vegetable seeds. Needless to say, these had to be collected. Hey, there are durian seeds, Tianqiao said in surprise, clearly not expecting durian seeds here. Cheng Jiu immediately walked over and said, "Let me see. I was saying it was a shame we couldn't find durian seeds. Although durians live in the tropics, and are clearly not suitable for cultivation here, Cheng Jiu had his own space. He wanted to plant them there, allowing him to achieve durian freedom. Envisioning a bright future, Cheng Jiu immediately gathered the precious durian seeds, planning to germinate them and plant them in his space. Finally, the seed shop was almost empty, and everyone left in a car, heading for the research institute. Unsure of their exact location, they took a long detour before finally arriving. Cheng Jiu put the SUV into storage, and the others looked towards the nearby research institute. Let's go! The research institute seemed to be infested with zombies. As they entered, they encountered a level 3 zombie, hiding in the darkness, poised to attack them stealthily. As soon as it emerged, Cheng Mo blasted it in the head with his water power. The crystal core was immediately washed clean with water. Han Ping, standing nearby, was shocked. Besides teleportation, you also have water powers? While there were indeed some dual-element psychics, that didn't seem surprising, Han Ping was primarily surprised by the fact that Cheng Mo's teleportation ability was already impressive. And yet, he also possessed water-based abilities. And, from the looks of it, his water-based abilities were definitely not bad either. No, quite impressive. Oh, are you crazy? Zhou Min, concerned about the situation nearby, said, "Think about it, where did all that water come from yesterday?" Han Ping suddenly realized, thinking to himself how foolish. Cheng Mo had used water-based abilities yesterday, and he had completely overlooked it. Soon, they lost their conversation as zombies began to emerge from the research institute in groups of 2 or 3. There weren't any low-level ones. The lowest was level 3, with some level 4s. Han Tingting, knowing she couldn't help, hid among them, trying not to be a drag. Level 4 zombies weren't difficult to deal with, but Cheng Jiu frowned, feeling there were higher-level zombies. If they were level 5, that would be fine. With the level 5 waiters here, they could handle them. And there's Cheng Mo. So far, the highest level they've seen is level 5, and no one's seen anything above that. It's unclear whether zombies can't level up anymore, or if they simply haven't encountered one yet. If it's the former, that's undoubtedly good news. Thankfully, the last zombie appeared, a level 5 one with water-based abilities. Cheng Jiu frowned. This ability was just the right counter to Xiao Air. He turned and looked at Cheng Mo. "Leave it to you." Han Ping, who was dealing with other lower-level zombies nearby, frowned upon hearing this. A water-based zombie versus a water-based zombie might not win, but luckily he can teleport. Zhou Min laughed nearby, who said Brother Mo only has water-based abilities and teleportation. After hearing this, Han Ping wondered, what else? So far, I've only heard of dual-type psychics. Could Cheng Mo have other abilities? If that's the case, wouldn't it be incredible? Just as he was thinking this, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a bowl, struck a nearby zombie. Han Ping, wow! Are there really other psychics? And each one is so powerful, he was starting to doubt his life. Zhou Min, while hacking at the zombies and dodging their attacks, even had time to talk to Han Ping. Don't be shocked. Brother He, is that anyone's equal? Han Ping smiled and said, not that I'm shocked, I'm just a little shocked. Zhou Min had an I understand expression on his face. If Han Ping acted too calm, he would have found it strange. Over here, Cheng Mo and the others were working together, and the zombie had already been chopped halfway through. It was a water type, and once Cheng Mo used his psychic powers, the chops were even faster. It was truly devastating. It desperately tried to control the lower-level zombies to attack Cheng Mo, but unfortunately, the lower-level zombies were no match for Cheng Mo, and exploded before they even reached him. Seeing it was no match for the zombie, it tried to flee, but Cheng Mo wouldn't let it. He simply blocked the path, and finally defeated the zombie. However, Cheng Mo wasn't so relaxed. Sweat was beading on his forehead, and his supernatural power was almost exhausted. Cheng Jiu, not even bothering to dig out the zombie core, wiped his sweat, and pulled out some exotic beast meat from his space for Cheng Mo to eat. After eating some, Cheng Mo's expression eased considerably. Cheng Jiu breathed a sigh of relief and asked with concern, "Do you have a headache?" Cheng Mo actually felt fine, not that serious, but how could he resist Cheng Jiu's concern? He leaned his head against his shoulder, weak and pitiful. "It hurts." Facing the indistinct glances from the crowd, Cheng Jiu coughed softly. "Okay, stop pretending. Chung Mo, I'm not pretending. Chung Jiu thought to himself, don't I know you? If Chung Mo was truly upset, he'd definitely feign it, because he'd be embarrassed. Speaking directly of his discomfort, like this is probably just pretense. This guy probably doesn't even realize he has this habit. Ahem. Tian Xiao didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Chung Mo frowned in dissatisfaction and looked at him. If you're sick, get treatment. Tian Xiao shrank back. Haha, I'm going to dig for a crystal core. Zhou Min, me too. Let me see a level 5 zombie's crystal core too. Tian Man wasn't particularly curious, but Zhou Min pulled her over, so she had no choice but to join in. The Han siblings had never seen a level 5 zombie crystal core, let alone a level 5 zombie, so of course they had to see it. Tian Man, with his strength, began digging. Wow, it's as big as the palm of your hand. Level 5 zombies seem to be all this size. Have you seen one before? Twice. Ah. I don't know if you're strong or just unlucky. If my brother and I had encountered even a level 4, let alone a level 5, we'd probably have grass a meter high on our graves. Haha, don't we have the big guys? Orange and black are so awesome. This one's light blue. So beautiful. Who would have thought such an ugly zombie could have something so beautiful inside its head? It's like a diamond. Isn't this thing more useful than a diamond? A few of them huddled together, chatting back and forth. Chung Jiu felt a little awkward and nudged Chung Mo. Hurry up and get up. Stop making a fuss. Chung Mo whined. No one's watching, so you can let me get up. Hurry up and give me a kiss. Chung Jiu, He glanced furtively at the others, and seeing they weren't paying attention, he gave them a kiss and coughed softly. Alright. Chung Mo was a master at pushing things further. No, you're being too perfunctory, aren't you? Chung Jiu sneered. Chung Dahe. Chung Mo immediately stopped playing dirty, mumbling, really? If you don't agree, then don't agree. Why are you being so aggressive? Chung Jiu thought to himself, if I don't act aggressively, will you listen? After dealing with a level 5 zombie, since that zombie had already summoned all the lower level zombies nearby, the entire research institute was wiped out. They didn't encounter any other zombies after that. The research institute had quite a bit of research equipment, and Chung Jiu had no idea what Chi Honey and the others needed, so he simply took whatever he could. Before leaving, he cleared the space of everything except what he'd need on the road. He'd already installed a lot of solar panels and power generation equipment, but he'd also left plenty of space for whatever he could find. After all, Chi Honey and the others were researching a zombie vaccine, a matter of vital importance to humanity's future. While they couldn't help in other areas, they could at least provide some extra equipment, so any help in this area was welcome. After packing everything they could find useful, Chung Jiu made sure nothing was left out and said to everyone, let's go back. They'd originally thought that if they ran late today, they'd stay in the apartment for another night, but it wasn't even noon yet. They decided to find a place nearby, grab some lunch, and then head back to base. Lunch was simple, barbecued meat and rice. The meat, freshly grilled in the space, was still piping hot when we pulled it out. It was served with rice, a fried egg, and some pickled vegetables. It was simple, but it tasted quite delicious. Chung Jiu mixed the rice with the meat, pickled vegetables, and eggs, then scooped them up with a spoon. Each spoonful was a mix of meat, pickled vegetables, and egg. Delicious. Chung Mo watched from the side and followed his lead. It was delicious. After lunch, the group rested for a while, and when they felt ready, they headed back to base. Han Ping offered to drive. He felt he wasn't helping much and wanted to do something. Everyone let him drive. They could take turns driving when they got tired. On the way, Han Tingting curiously asked about the base's situation. Chung Jiu, it's right in our village. After the apocalypse, Captain Lin organized a team of psychics to clear out the zombies, and then surrounded the village. It's called a base, but it's more of a village. It might not be comparable to a large base, and there aren't that many people. Han Tingting listened with envy. That's pretty good. If someone like that had appeared in our neighborhood back then. She lost her words mid-sentence. When the apocalypse broke out, her family of 4 was at home. They hid there for a few days at first, but living in the city, they had no habit of storing food, so they had to go out and forage for it. Her parents were bitten by zombies while looking for food. Later, her brother awakened his psychic powers, otherwise she might have been bitten as well. Han Ping, who was driving in front, was also silent. No one knew how to comfort the brother and sister. After the apocalypse, there had been so many such incidents, so many separations and deaths. Han Tingting smiled and didn't continue the conversation. She thought She and her brother need to live well. If their parents were still alive, they would surely want them to live well. So how long will it take us to get there? Han Tingting asked again. Tianxiao, we should be there tomorrow. It's not far, but we can't take the highway right now, so we have to take a detour. Han Tingting nodded, figuring they'd have to spend the day outdoors. She didn't think it was a big deal. They'd slept outdoors before when they wanted to go to Chiang Base. She just felt uneasy, constantly worried about mutant animals or zombies. Sure enough, they didn't make it to the base that night. And then, unexpectedly, Cheng Ji brought out. A tree? It's a treehouse. We sleep here tonight. Zhou Min said, looking at the shocked, unworldly expressions on the brother and sister's faces. He felt secretly pleased. Haha, he wasn't the only one who hadn't seen the world. Look, everyone was shocked. Han Tingting sighed, following you guys is unbearable. Before, Cheng Jiyu said Xiaohe Base wasn't as good as the others, and she believed him. Now, she felt Cheng Jiyu was being modest. Tian Qiao and Tian Manman shared a room, while Han Ping slept in Zhou Min's room, freeing up a room upstairs for Han Tingting. The next day, they set out early, trying to reach the base as early as possible. Zhou Min drove. Suddenly, the car came to a screeching halt, and Tian Qiao banged his head on the seat. He rubbed his head and frowned. What happened? Cheng Ji was lucky. Cheng Mo protected his head. It must be said that Cheng Mo's reaction was incredibly quick. Han Ping, sitting in the passenger seat, said, there looked like someone lying on the ground up ahead. Zhou Min nodded. That scared me. They were lying in the middle of the road. I almost ran them over. Although he had killed many zombies after the apocalypse, accidentally running someone over would leave a lasting impression on him. Humans and zombies are definitely different. It should be a person. They don't look like zombies, Zhou Min muttered. Cheng Ziyu opened the car door. I get out and take a look. Cheng Mo immediately followed. The two walked closer, and the person on the ground moved and crawled towards them a few times. Please, give us something to eat. Chapter 80. Please, give me something to eat. The man was so thin he barely looked human, his eyes looking incredibly large, like a refugee fleeing famine. But he was indeed a human, not a zombie. Cheng Ji frowned and offered him some water. He didn't dare give him anything to eat, fearing that a sudden swallow might cause problems. The man's eyes widened at the sight of the water. Cheng Ji held the bottle to his lips, and he instinctively opened his mouth, desperately swallowing the water. After drinking half the bottle, Cheng Ji stopped asking him to drink more. He recovered a little, repeating, thank you, thank you. Where are you from? Cheng Ji asked. The other person seemed a little slow to react, paused for a moment before saying the village next door, to my village. To my village? Cheng Ji was anxious when he heard this. What's the situation in your village? Wow, so many people have died. There are only a few hundred people left in my village, and several other nearby villages. We're all gathered together, but there's no food. I just wanted to. I wanted to go out and find something to eat. The man spoke haltingly. Cheng Ji hurriedly asked, do you know Lu Ping'an? Lu Ping'an was Cheng Ji's uncle. After returning, he went to his uncle's village, but there was no one there. Lu Ping'an's village wasn't my village, but the one next to it. So, Cheng Ji became anxious when he heard my village. Hearing that survivors from several nearby villages had gathered, he regained hope. What if his uncle and his family were among them? He had previously gone to his uncle's village to look for him, but couldn't find him. He hadn't dared tell his mother about this, fearing she wouldn't be able to accept it. The man thought for a moment, and shook his head. I don't know some of these people well. I don't know if they exist. After saying this, he quickly grabbed Cheng Jiu and cried, please, take me with you. I don't want to starve to death, and I don't want to become a zombie. Please. Cheng Mo frowned at the man's hand, which was so black it was almost unrecognizable. Cheng Jiu also frowned slightly. Without saying whether he would take the man with him, he said, take me to the location of the survivors in the village. The man hesitated after hearing this, afraid to speak. Was what you just said a lie? Cheng Mo narrowed his eyes, as he looked at the man. Otherwise, why would Jiu ask him to take him there? But he wouldn't want to. No. I'm not lying. The other person shook his head quickly, fearing that Cheng Jiu and the others wouldn't take him with them. I was kicked out. Cheng Jiu looked at him. Why were you kicked out? The other person explained. I didn't do anything. It's just, everything was fine, but then someone said he had mutant seeds that could grow a lot of food. He asked everyone to provide him with food. If you provided food, he would share the food he grew with everyone. If you didn't, he would kick you out to find food. I was kicked out to find food. As he spoke, he burst into tears. He just wanted me to die. Where's the food out there? There are only zombies. I'm lucky I met you, otherwise I would have been mauled to death by the zombies. Cheng Ji frowned. Mutant seeds? He remembered that Xiang Qi had run away with some mutant wheat seeds. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? With so many of you, you're just going to listen to him? Cheng Ji asked. The man wiped his tears and said, we had no choice. The food we'd saved was almost gone. He said he had mutant seeds that could grow food. Who would dare disobey him? Besides, he had a little fire ability, though not very powerful. But he said that if anyone disobeyed him, he'd destroy us all and burn the mutant seeds without leaving any for us. Mutant seeds are our hope for the future. We couldn't disobey. Cheng Ji, don't you have any psychics in your team? The man said, there are a few, but they're not very powerful. They can barely fight off the zombies. But these psychics don't dare to mess with him. He's guarding the mutant seeds. We're really worried he destroyed them in a fit of rage, so the psychics have no choice but to listen to him. He didn't even plant the seeds in the ground. He found a few pots, and we saw they'd sprouted, so we all believed they were our hope. Cheng Ji listened, and for a moment, he wasn't sure if the man had a strange face. Xiang Qi was just an ordinary person, so he shouldn't have any special abilities. But regardless, Cheng Ji still wanted to go and see. What if his uncle and his family were there? Take us there, and I give you food, Cheng Ji said. The man watched Cheng Ji take out the food, swallowed, and finally, unable to resist the hunger, nodded. Besides, he had come out to find food in the first place. Once he had food, he could go back. In a ravine into my village, people had lived there before, so there were many caves dug in the ravine. Later, everyone moved out and settled in concrete houses, leaving these caves empty. After the apocalypse, the survivors from several villages gathered here. This place was secluded and had natural defenses. Zombies were limited in movement and couldn't easily reach the ditch, so the survivors took their food and settled in. Since there were so few zombies here, the few psychics in the team could handle it. At this moment, a man awoke from the cave. He stretched and glanced at the flower pots nearby, reassured that the Chinese were safe. With these seeds, he could completely manipulate these idiots. He felt his stomach, feeling a little hungry, and called out, "Is it my turn to provide food today?" Someone said, "Food is running low right now. We're almost out of food." "You? How can you talk to me like that?" "Call me sir," the man said, his voice threatening. The other person quickly said, "Sir, we're really out of food. If you don't have any food, get out there and look for it. If you can't find it, die outside and don't come back." The sir said, "You're going too far, aren't you?" Someone grumbled in discontent. The master immediately looked at the other person and said, "Say one more word, and I burn all of this, and let us all starve to death." He said this, of course, to frighten them. If he really burned the seeds, he would lose control of them. He had finally tasted what it was like to be an adult, to be pampered. How could he possibly want to go back to his old life? Sure enough, after he said this, the man fell silent. Although the other person only had a dozen mutant seeds, they were the only viable crops they had seen. This was hope for the future. They knew what it represented, so they didn't dare to provoke this master. Even though they felt deeply frustrated, they could only endure it. Isn't it just a few words from the other party, and they still have to provide food? For the sake of the mutant seeds, they endured it. When the mutant seeds bore ears, they would plant them again, and they would be able to grow more wheat. With wheat, they would have hope of survival. Sir. Satisfied with the silence of these people, he felt a little hungry again, and frowned. He pointed at someone in the crowd and said arrogantly, "You go find me some food." Lu Ping'an, who was unlucky enough to be called, said unconsciously, "I just gave me food the day before yesterday." Sir. Isn't happy with his attitude, and raised his voice, "You do what I tell you to do. How dare you disobey me? When the wheat is ripe, you won't be able to eat. Go, give me some food. If you can't, go find it yourself. Either die outside or get some food. It's your choice." Lu Ping'an wanted to say something more, but thinking of his wife and son, he reluctantly shut up. "Hurry up. What are you standing there for? You look so dazed." Sir. Muttered to himself, "Hurry. Do you want me to starve to death? I'm telling you, if I get hungry, I eat these mutant plants first. We all starve to death." These were the few words they went back and forth, but everyone, clinging to the mutant wheat as a hope, dared not contradict the other party. What if the other party really went crazy and ate the wheat they had worked so hard to plant? Those few tender green wheat seedlings, in their eyes, were so lovely, they must not be harmed. Someone helplessly advised Lu Ping'an, "Ping'an, don't be angry. For the sake of the wheat, if he eats it, we all starve to death sooner or later. Yeah, just hold on a little longer, and everything will be fine once the wheat ears form." Oh, this guy is really... I'm so angry too, but what can I do? Lu Ping'an listened to these words, but he had little hope for this master. Not only would it take for the wheat to form, but even if it did, how many would there be? With only a dozen or so wheat seedlings, who would eat them all? So, even if the wheat did form, he couldn't eat it, he had to keep planting. In fact, if this master could be so kind, he would be thankful, but he felt that he wouldn't be so kind. No one was stupid. He couldn't be the only one who felt this way. It's just that they subconsciously didn't want to think that way, subconsciously paralyzing themselves. Ah! Lu Ping'an sighed, and returned to his cave dwelling. There were quite a few cave dwellings in this mountain valley, but with hundreds of people, there would definitely have to be several people sharing one. Lu Ping'an's family of 3 lived on the left side of the cave, while another family lived on the right. In times like these, privacy was of the essence. Simply having a place to live was good enough. Lu Ping'an's wife was talking to their son. Living this way every day would have them on the verge of collapse, let alone a child. The child said listlessly, "Mom, when can we go home? I want to go home." Lu Ping'an's wife felt a pang of pain as she watched her child, who had already lost a significant amount of weight in less than a year. Her son, Long Long, was only 10 years old. "Long Long, be good. It's almost time. We be home soon." These were, of course, just words to comfort the child. Going home, just being able to continue living here was good enough. But what could she say? She couldn't be so cruel as to tell the child the truth, could she? However, Long Long wasn't particularly happy to hear this, for he'd heard it countless times before. The first time, he'd been filled with anticipation, only to have his hopes dashed again and again the second and third time. But Long Long was sensible, and at most, he'd ask the question. Even if he couldn't go home, he wouldn't make a scene. His sensibility was heartbreaking. Lu Ping'an came over, and upon seeing this scene, he felt a little sad and sighed. Lu Ping'an's wife wiped her tears and forced a smile. "What's wrong?" Another sigh. "Aren't we all doing well now? We're all together as a family, and we're lucky to be alive." Lu Ping'an forced a smile. "That adult is asking for food again." Lu Ping'an's wife immediately frowned. "Why again? Didn't we just give him food the day before yesterday?" His family didn't have much to eat to begin with, relying entirely on pre-apocalyptic food reserves. After escaping from my village, they only had a little over half a bag of food. The 3 of them didn't dare eat much, and they lived frugally all day. And yet, this so-called adult kept asking for food every other day. Is this guy trying to force us to death? Lu Ping'an's wife couldn't laugh anymore. Looking at the starving, emaciated child, she felt a pang of pain in her heart. She couldn't help but say, "If you ask me, this so-called adult comes and gets served and fed, he might as well not have come." Lu Ping'an sighed, "There's nothing we can do. He has mutant wheat. If he doesn't come, we run out of food and either go out and find more or starve to death. It's better than saving money now and giving him food." Lu Ping'an's wife sighed, "Do you really think we benefit from his growing the food?" Lu Ping'an said, "There are so many of us, after all. We're only praising him now because of the mutant wheat. If he dares to go back on his word, we won't let him go." Lu Ping'an's wife thought to herself, "So what if we won't let him go? Then all the food will be eaten by others." She never said this out loud. In reality, everyone relied on this excuse to numbly carry on. Lu Ping'an's wife pulled a small bag of wheat from a hole in the nearby cave. There was only about a pound left in the bag. Even if they only ate a handful a day, they wouldn't last long. Long Long saw the wheat in the bag and swallowed. "Mom, I'm hungry." Lu Ping'an's wife felt a pang of pain. Her son couldn't even eat enough, yet he had to give it to others. "Okay, Mom will cook some wheat for you later." Lu Ping'an's wife patted her son's head and said with a smile, "Lu Ping'an, we just ate today. Instead of letting others eat it all, why don't we eat it ourselves?" Lu Ping'an's wife said. Lu Ping'an opened his mouth, but for a long moment nothing came out. What could he say? He was useless. If he had a bit of skill, he wouldn't have let his wife and children suffer like this. He wiped his tears in dismay, grabbed a handful of wheat, and gave it to the master. The master looked at the pitiful handful of wheat with disdain. "Why is it just this little? Just enough to fill a gap in my teeth." Lu Ping'an's forehead twitched. "I'm out of food at home. This is all I have. Forget it." "Hey, hey, hey! What's your attitude?" The master was displeased and threatened. If you dare to talk to me like that again, I kick you out. Lu Ping'an opened his mouth, but no sound came out. If he were alone, it would be fine, but he still had a wife and children. If he were kicked out, would he still have a chance to survive? That's all I have, Lu Ping'an said. Sir. Looking at Lu Ping'an, he told him to put the wheat down. All right. I'm soft-hearted. I won't embarrass you. He saw Lu Ping'an's frustrated look, and was afraid he might act rashly and recklessly. So forget it, he'd find someone else to pick on. Lu Ping'an breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the cave. His wife had already cooked a small bowl of wheat. She let Long Long take a bite, then pushed it to Lu Ping'an. You eat it. Lu Ping'an swallowed. It was just plain wheat boiled in water, yet it now looked like a delicacy. He shook his head. I won't eat it. You two can have it. Luckily, there was a narrow river in the ditch. It had previously emitted a foul odor, but for some reason, it suddenly stopped stinking a while ago. At least everyone had water to drink. You eat it, have a bite, Lu Ping'an's wife urged. You eat it, and we eat the rest. Long Long watched eagerly from the side. Lu Ping'an hesitated, then took a sip, not the wheat, but the soup. Seeing this, Lu Ping'an's wife sighed inwardly, and took only a sip of the soup, giving the rest to Long Long. Long Long slept nearby, and the couple chatted. Lu Ping'an muttered, I wonder what's happening with my sister and her family. Lu Ping'an is a dozen years younger than his sister. His nephew, Cheng Jiyu, is already in his 20s, and he's only a dozen years older. 2 years ago, Cheng Jiyu's grandparents passed away one after another. Lu Ping'an is closest to Cheng Jiyu's mother. Lu Ping'an now didn't know whether to be thankful that the two elderly people hadn't experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse. They'd definitely be fine, Lu Ping'an's wife comforted him. They all knew it was just solace, but what else could they do? They could only comfort themselves mentally. Yeah, they'd definitely be fine, Lu Ping'an said. I wonder if I ever see them again in this lifetime. Ah, what was he thinking? Just being alive was good enough. Let's go to sleep, Lu Ping'an said. It was still early, but he was so hungry that sleeping wouldn't make him feel hungry. If only ordinary wheat could produce food. They wouldn't have to worry so much every day. But it just couldn't. They tried, and in the end, all the wheat was wasted. That's why everyone praised that so-called adult when he brought out the wheat seeds that could grow seedlings. Lu Ping'an's eyelids were heavy, and he was lost in thought when he suddenly heard a voice from outside. What are you doing? Who are you? Lu Ping'an's eyes shot open. Why do I hear my nephew's voice? Jiyu? How is that possible? Lu Ping'an's wife instinctively objected. If he lived in the village, she'd think it was possible, but Cheng Jiyu was working outside when the apocalypse broke out. I go out and take a look. Lu Ping'an's heart raced. He felt certain he had heard Jiyu's voice correctly, as if he had indeed heard it. Meanwhile, outside, Cheng Jiyu and his companions were being led along the path until they reached the edge of a ravine. Someone pointed downwards. This is it. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, You won't hurt anyone here, will you? Cheng Jiyu was so anxious, he didn't have time to say anything more. He simply said, No. With that, he was about to leave. No wonder he'd been to a nearby village before, and found no one. It turned out to be here. It was indeed a bit hard to find. Cheng Jiyu and his companions were halfway there when they were discovered. A group of people looked at them nervously and warily, asking what they were doing. Cheng Jiyu, I'm Lu Ping'an's nephew. I'm looking for my uncle. Lu Ping'an? Do you know Lu Ping'an? The person who spoke relaxed a little. Yes, I heard that the survivors of my village are all here. Cheng Jiyu was a little nervous. Is Lu Ping'an here? He didn't know if his uncle was there. The guide said he had never heard of the name, but with hundreds of people, it was possible they weren't familiar with each other. He still came with a glimmer of hope. Before anyone could answer him, a familiar figure hurried over, his voice tinged with surprise. Don't be nervous, everyone. This is really my nephew, really my nephew. Really your nephew? Oh, your nephew actually came to see you. Some people were envious. One look at Lu Ping'an's nephew told him he was doing well. His rosy complexion meant he must be getting enough to eat. Since they knew him, everyone relaxed their guard and led Cheng Jiyu and the others down. Jiyu, how are your mother and the others? Are they all okay? Lu Ping'an asked, pulling Cheng Jiyu aside. Cheng Jiyu saw that his uncle had become so thin he was almost unrecognizable, and his nose sank. They're doing fine. Xiaohe village has built a base, and everyone's doing well there. Lu Ping'an breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Someone nearby listening couldn't help but ask, a base? Xiaohe village has one now? Someone eagerly asked, Can we go? Chung Jiu had indeed considered this question before arriving. Xioha Base was indeed short on manpower, especially with plans to expand planting, livestock farming, and install solar panels. There was a lot going on. He said anyone willing to come along could go. If you have relatives there, you can stay with them. If not, you can't go in for the time being. Someone fretted, can't go in? Then, what will we do outside? Chung Jiu said, build a wall around the outside. Once it's built, we can renovate the houses and move in. Everyone glanced at each other, hesitant. They had been in this mountain valley for a long time, never having ventured out. They had no idea what the outside world was like. An inexplicable fear of stepping out kept them from taking this step. Chung Jiu didn't try to dissuade them. Seeing his aunt and Long Long emerge, he breathed a sigh of relief. Great. His uncle's family was safe. Hey! What are you doing? The master in the cave. Hearing the noise outside, he hid inside, somewhat frightened. After listening for a while, he realized that the man was actually trying to take the others away, and he immediately became anxious. If these people left, who would serve him? No, they must not be allowed to leave. He immediately threw everything else aside and ran out. Chung Jiu looked at the strange man. The person leading the way said, "This is the master who brought out the mutant wheat." This man wasn't Xiang Qizheng. Chung Jiu wondered if Xiang Qizheng had come here with the mutant wheat. However, he wasn't sure about what he had heard on the way. After all, Xiang Qizheng was just an ordinary person, and the chances of him suddenly awakening fire abilities were slim. If abilities were so easy to awaken, most people wouldn't be ordinary people without abilities. Now it was clear that it wasn't Xiang Qizheng, but he wasn't a plant-based person either. So where did he get the mutant wheat? Mutated wheat, is it just a coincidence? What Xiang Qi was taking away was exactly the mutated wheat. Chapter 81. Where did you get your mutant wheat? Zhou Min looked at Master and asked. Of course I developed it myself. Master said confidently, then looked at him warily. How did you know I had mutant wheat? Zhou Min said, he's lying. Master, having a bad feeling, he quickly said, everyone, be careful. This guy must be after our mutant wheat, and wants to steal our treasure. The others became nervous upon hearing this. They knew how precious mutant wheat was, and were afraid that Chung Jiu and his men were really out to steal it. Everyone looked at them warily. Lu Ping'an was surprised by the master's sudden words. He quickly replied, no, Jiu wouldn't do such a thing. It must be a misunderstanding. Regardless of whether it was a misunderstanding or not, the master sneered, his triangular eyes surveying Chung Jiu and the others. These people had mentioned mutant wheat the moment they arrived. He wondered if they knew something. After all, the source of his mutant wheat. Besides, he saw the rosy complexions of these people, and it was clear they had plenty of food. He thought, take them all. It must be a misunderstanding. Lu Ping'an continued to chatter. What misunderstanding? I think you were the one tipping off, planning to team up with your nephew to steal everyone's mutant wheat. You're a traitor too. The master stirred up everyone's nerves, and seeing them tense up, he chuckled to himself, take them all. Give them a thorough trial. I don't believe they knew about the existence of mutant wheat for no reason. Everyone was stunned, wondering, if they were really after the mutant wheat, wouldn't they have just chased them away? Why tie them up? What are you still standing there for? Hurry up. Ah! What are you doing? Let me go! Master. Just as he was encouraging everyone, a vine suddenly sprang out, and he was immediately bound up. Master struggled desperately, even trying to burn the vines with his own small flame, but it was completely useless. Finally, he became afraid and kept asking the others to save him. What are you doing? Someone frowned and demanded that Chung Jiu release the men. Let our master go. Let them go. They surrounded Chung Jiu and the others, their eyes filled with vigilance. What the hell, sir? Tian Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Your sir stole the mutant wheat from us, didn't you? What? How is that possible? Someone was a little skeptical. He said he researched the mutant wheat. How could he have stolen it? Yeah, don't talk nonsense. Chung Jiu thought, thankfully, I have some mutant wheat stored in my space. He pulled out a bag and said, is this the mutant wheat? Everyone looked and saw it was indeed. There's a traitor at our Xioha base. Zhou Min said, they ran away with a dozen grains of mutant wheat. This wheat isn't that valuable. We distribute it in dozens of kilograms at our base, so we didn't look for them. Unexpectedly, this mutant wheat turned up in the hands of this sir. Tell me, where did you get this mutant wheat? Everyone else was focused. What? Someone from Xioha base? They can distribute dozens of kilograms of this mutant wheat at a time. They had been hesitant when Chung Jiu had just said he could take them away, But now they were completely tempted. For a moment, they didn't care about this so-called master. Bah! What kind of master? He's clearly a liar. Everyone had long been dissatisfied with this master. He bossed them around, exploited them, and treated them like servants. If it weren't for the mutant wheat, why would they listen to him? Tell me, where did you come from? Chung Ziyu looked at the bound master. Sir struggled desperately, his face flushed red, but he kept saying the same thing. Where did it come from? I researched it. What? You can create mutant seeds, but I can't? You've already marked the seeds? How dare you say they're yours? They're clearly mine. Let me go! You're a fire-type psychic, and you created mutant seeds that only plant-type psychics can create? Tian Xiao laughed uncontrollably. Your powers are so powerful? That's perfect. Let me take them back and study them. Tian Xiao immediately put on the air of a research geek. Sir. He swallowed fearfully and said, okay, it's true I didn't research it, but this is something I brought from another base. It's not your seed at all. Zhou Min said, he's still lying. TSK, so much nonsense. Chung Mo frowned impatiently and raised his hand. Cut off his tongue first. Sir. Seeing a knife appear before him, he was immediately terrified and shouted, I tell you. Don't cut my tongue. Chung Mo retracted his knife, seeming a bit disappointed. Sir, he said reluctantly, I stole this seed from an old man. He said he had something valuable, and asked me to take him to the main base. He'd give me half as my reward. This is the half he gave me. Still lying, Zhou Min said. Sir, he was practically going crazy. How could this guy tell whether he was telling the truth even if he didn't do anything or made it up? Seeing his tongue was about to run out, he dared not play dirty tricks anymore and said, I'm not stupid. The distance to the nearest main base is so far, and my limited abilities are not enough. I might as well die with him. He's an old man with such valuable stuff. Sooner or later, he's going to get robbed, so I just stole it first. Sir, he said, had his own logic. Chung Ziyu, what about him? The master hesitated for a moment, then spoke the truth. You should thank me for killing him, right? He was a traitor to your base, and I killed him to avenge you. Chung Ziyu asked the man some more about his characteristics, and finally confirmed it was Xiang Qijing. Xiang Qijing had originally planned to take the seeds to the larger base to make a fortune, but it was too dangerous outside, and he didn't know the way. He turned to this master and asked him to guide him. When the master refused, he had to show him what he had in his hand, unknowingly bringing disaster upon himself. He knew zombies and mutant animals were terrifying, but he forgot that sometimes people were the most terrifying. Finally, the master killed him and dumped him on the side of the road. Since the larger base was too far away, to avoid being murdered and robbed, he simply impersonated the powerful master and traveled to this mountain valley he had stumbled upon, where he began to scam people. But after just a few days of peace, they were discovered again. The bound master inwardly cursed his own bad luck, wondering what a coincidence it was that he'd run into them. After the master's words, the people around him gnashed their teeth in anger. Well, this guy is still lying to us. He says he researched the mutant wheat himself. Bah! I was wondering how that could be possible. Think about it, if he could research mutant wheat, how could he only have a dozen grains? He's also squeezing us every day and eating our food. I knew something was wrong. The person who said this was a bit of a hindsight comment. That's right. After all this time, he turns out to be a liar. If it weren't for the mutant wheat, I wouldn't have believed him. Well, does Xia Base really have a lot of this mutant wheat? Dozens and dozens of kilograms? If that's the case, I'd like to go, but I don't know if I can. Haha, I have relatives in Xioha village. No, I should say I have relatives at Xioha Base now. Maybe I can find refuge there. Then what should we do with this guy? I heard he killed someone. Sir. Quickly, I was forced into this. Seriously, I really didn't mean to kill anyone. I confessed everything. Just let me go. Everyone knew this guy was lying, even without Zhou Min saying it. If he didn't mean to kill anyone, he'd still kill them anyway. However, Chung Ziyu didn't want to kill anyone either, so how to deal with this person became a problem. Of course, he didn't want to bring this guy back to the base, but letting him go seemed like a good deal. Chung Mo seemed to see what he was thinking and said, how about destroying his supernatural power? Sir. Upon hearing this, he panicked and struggled frantically. No, you can't do this. If you destroy my powers, I'd rather die. Although his powers were currently very weak, and any psychic could defeat him, he felt that his status as a psychic was noble, far superior to these ordinary people. Besides, as long as his powers remained intact, Even if the rate of improvement was slow, it would still improve, and at least he would have the ability to protect himself. If his powers were truly destroyed, turning him into an ordinary person, would he still be able to survive? Just like Xiang Qijing, any psychic could kill him. Besides, without his powers, how could he even go to another base? After all, without the mutant Maizi, there were still a bunch of idiots for him to trick. Who was he threatening? Just go ahead and do it. Cheng Jiyu's face was cold, but he nodded slightly. Let's do as you say. Cheng Mo said gently, okay, leave it to me. In reality, if he were to ask, there wouldn't be much need for such trouble. He could just kill him directly, but who could blame Jiyu for being so kind? Xiao Wan released the master. Before the other could even feel happy and try to run, he was trapped in a large water ball. Cheng Mo walked in front, and the water ball rolled behind him. Like a rolling ball. Master! Screamed wildly. Soon, each man and ball were far away. A moment later, Cheng Mo returned from outside, and the master had vanished. Cheng Jiyu didn't ask any further questions. He simply asked the people here if they were willing to go with him. If they were, they could pack up. If not, he wouldn't force them. When everyone heard this, they were all willing to go. They couldn't grow anything in this mountain valley, and they would starve to death sooner or later. If they left with him, they might even be able to reach the Xiaohe base and live a stable life. They hurriedly packed their belongings, fearing they might miss the trip. Cheng Jiyu and his uncle Lu Ping'an arrived at the cave where Lu Ping'an and his family lived. Lu Ping'an's family of 3 didn't have much, just a little wheat, some pots and pans, a blanket, a few clothes, and that was it. My aunt was still a little dazed, feeling it was unreal. Your uncle just said he heard your voice, and I didn't believe it. I didn't expect it to be you. Long happily circled around Cheng Jiyu. Brother, you're so handsome. Cheng Jiyu smiled, but seeing the child's skinny appearance made him feel a pang of pain. During the Lunar New Year, when they visited his uncle's house, Long was still chubby, and his uncle had told him he was too fat and needed to lose weight. It had only been a short time. He pulled some snacks from his space and offered them to Long. Long's eyes widened, nearly fainting with happiness. There was so much food. All his favorite snacks. Over the past 6 months, Long had grown more sensible. He didn't take it directly, but looked at his parents. Lu Ping'an smiled. Your brother gave it to you, so just eat it. Long nodded happily, accepting the snacks. He carefully opened a package, swallowed, and couldn't help but take a bite. Then his eyes lit up, and he quickly let his parents taste it. Lu Ping'an instinctively said, you eat it, Dad won't. My aunt was about to say she didn't want to eat it, but seeing her husband's skinny appearance, she said, you should have some too. In the end, the 3 of them all tried it, their faces filled with happy smiles. Before the apocalypse, they considered snacks junk food, but now they felt incredibly happy eating them. Outside, everyone had packed up their belongings. Cheng Jiyu had already stored the SUV in his storage compartment. He was driving too fast to take them to Xiaohe base, and he was afraid they wouldn't be able to keep up. It wasn't far anyway, so they could just walk over. In the group, everyone saw Lu Ping'an and his family of 3 eating, their eyes filled with envy, and they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. That's great. His nephew even came to visit. My nephew, no matter how capable he is, wouldn't come to visit me. You're saying that? It's the end of the world. Who cares about society? I have relatives in Xiaohe village. They're my aunt. I don't know how my aunt's family is doing. I wonder if I could stay there. Alas, I don't have any relatives there. The person who said this had a face filled with worry that he wouldn't be able to survive in Xiaohe base, and would be worse off than in the mountains. But everyone had to leave the mountains, and he had to leave. Otherwise, staying there alone would be like committing suicide. He didn't know if Xiaohe base was really that great, or if the other party was deceiving him. In this way, the group, filled with anxiety, joy, and uneasiness, slowly moved towards the base. These people hadn't eaten a full meal in a long time, so they had little energy and walked very slowly. After walking for over an hour, they came across a group of psychics, who had come out of the Xiaohe base to carry out a mission. When everyone saw Cheng Jiyu, they were delighted. Brother Cheng, you're finally back. Everyone's been talking about you. Yeah, Brother Cheng, eh? Why are there so many people here? Among those who called him Brother Cheng, some were older than Cheng Jiyu, but ever since the zombie swarm attacked the base, everyone admired him. Brother Cheng. It's a respectful title, I guess. Cheng Jiyu was about to speak when someone in the crowd called out, Zhuang, is that you? Zhuang was stunned when he saw who was calling him. The other person quickly said, I'm your aunt. Zhuang finally recognized her and hurried over. Aunt, is it really you? Zhuang's aunt nodded repeatedly. It's me, it's me. I was thinking of going to look for your family, and I didn't expect to run into you on the road. Zhuang asked about the rest of his aunt's family. Zhuang wiped her tears and said, your uncle and your brother and sister were all bitten by zombies. I wanted to die. She was the only one left at home, and she felt miserable. Every day in that mountain valley, she lived a numb life, living one day at a time. Even if she died the next moment, she wouldn't care. Especially when she saw others with families, the feeling in her heart was indescribable. Just now, when she said that she had come to Xiaohe base, she thought of her brother's family. She wanted to come and see that she had relatives here. I hadn't expected to run into Zhuang by such a coincidence. Zhuang's aunt couldn't stop crying. She'd cried before, but no one else had cried for her. Now, she finally had a chance to vent her sorrow. Zhuang, upon hearing this, started crying too. Wow, 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 why is his aunt's life so miserable? Zhuang's aunt pulled Zhuang aside and asked, how's your dad? And are your grandparents okay? My grandpa didn't make it. My grandma and my dad are fine. Zhuang wiped his tears. Zhuang's aunt was heartbroken to hear her father was gone, but she was also relieved. Luckily, her mother and brother were fine. She still had family. Thinking of this, she regained her spirits and decided to go back to the base with Zhuang. Seeing Zhuang had found her family, everyone in the group was filled with both excitement and anxiety, and they continued to follow her back. At the base gate, they were quarantined. Including Cheng Jiyu and the others, they had to wait outside. Still, everyone at the base heard the news and, with hope, came to see if any of their relatives were there. Grandpa Zhao was busy working in the farming department when Fang Guowei approached him and told him about the situation at the gate. Why don't you go and take a look? Maybe some of your relatives are there. Grandpa Zhao quickly asked, which village are they from? His daughter was married, and he wondered if there was a village where she lived. Fang Guowei named a few villages, and a glint of hope shone in Grandpa Zhao's eyes. He quickly said, I go over there. Noticing his anxious look, Fang Guowei said, hey, don't worry. Walk slowly. Grandpa Zhao said, I know. But he couldn't slow down. How could he? The thought that his daughter might be at the door made him want to fly over to see her. When they arrived at the base gate, there was a chaotic crowd. Grandpa Zhao looked hard, but he couldn't see her at all. Fortunately, Cheng Jiu spotted him and, from a distance, asked, Grandpa Zhao, are you looking for someone? I'm looking for Zhao Xiang, my daughter. Grandpa Zhao quickly said, Little Cheng, please help me find her. Cheng Jiu agreed, hoping to find Zhao Xiang. Grandpa Zhao had lost both his son and grandson, and he was deeply distressed. He even refused to eat and contemplated starvation. Later, he joined the farming department, had something to do, and his spirits had finally improved. If he couldn't find Zhao Xiang, he was afraid Grandpa Zhao wouldn't be able to bear the blow. Zhao Xiang, is there anyone calling Zhao Xiang? Cheng Jiu called out. Cheng Yimo and the others followed suit, calling for Zhao Xiang. After a long while, no one answered. Cheng Jiu's heart darkened, and he felt a wave of worry. Could she be missing? Just then, an anxious voice rang out. Here, I'm here. A skinny woman with messy hair, holding a little girl by the hand, hurriedly said, I'm here. Cheng Jiu breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly led her to the edge of the isolation zone. Before he could say anything, Zhao Xiang sobbed, Dad. Are you okay? As long as you're okay. As long as you're okay. Zhao Xiang's daughter also wiped her tears. Grandpa. Grandpa Zhao was both delighted and heartbroken. His daughter had only shown up with her granddaughter. The rest of the family was probably gone. But at least his daughter and granddaughter were there. The doorway was filled with the sound of people searching for someone. Those who had found someone cried and laughed, while those who hadn't found someone looked disappointed. Those without family at the base also looked lost, filled with worry about the future. After the quarantine ended, those with families followed them inside. Those without remained outside, somewhat frightened, unsure of what to do next. Cheng Jiu asked Tian Qiao to take his uncle and his family home first, while he went to talk to Ling Kong about the arrangements for the people at the gate. The people inside were mostly ordinary people, with only a few with special abilities. After arriving, Cheng Jiu explained the situation and apologized. I brought everyone here without asking you. We've already discussed the base's lack of manpower. Besides, the mutant wheat has been harvested, and the base's granaries are full, so we can easily accommodate a few hundred people. Lin Kong smiled. Besides, We agreed beforehand that you'd take over the base upon your return. I gradually hand over the responsibilities to you. At this point, Lin Kong felt a surge of relief and joy. Finally, he didn't have to worry about it every day. He's not suited to management, Chung Jiu, I'm thinking we definitely can't bring these people back. The houses in the base are already occupied, so there's no room for them. Chung Jiu said, besides, bringing them all back all at once wouldn't be conducive to management. Lin Kong nodded, agreeing with him. I think so too. So what are you going to do? Chung Jiu, we've only fenced off a portion of the village for the base. There are still many houses outside. Let's put them there first, and then slowly build a wall. Lin Kong agreed with his decision. I told you that since you brought them back, you must have already figured out how to arrange things. Let's do it. So, they proceeded with this arrangement. Actually, being outside the base was safer than elsewhere. After all, if the zombies got here, they were heading for the base, and they had to be dealt with quickly. Hundreds of people were given housing. Starving, they smelled the aroma of food and swallowed, thinking, Chung Ji wasn't lying. It looked like the food at the base was good. They didn't know when they'd get to eat. Luckily, they still had a little bit of food, which should last them a few days. They didn't know when they'd be able to enter the base. It's time for dinner. Come and eat. Someone called. Everyone was stunned. Eat? Let them eat? Before they could react, they instinctively walked over to see several men and women in aprons from the base pushing over buckets, filled with steaming noodle soup. This is for us to eat? Someone was incredulous. One woman smiled and said, that's right. Today we get one meal. Eat as much as you can, but tomorrow you can't eat for free. We have to build a fence, so we get 2 meals a day. Everyone was stunned. They thought they'd have food once they entered the base, but they hadn't expected to have food outside. Do you have bowls? If you don't have bowls, we have some here. But you have to wash them and return them after you finish eating, the woman said. Yes, we have bowls. Everyone spoke hurriedly, afraid they'd be left without food if they were a step behind. Chapter 82. Holding their bowls of piping hot noodle soup, everyone felt a sense of surrealism. This Shioha base was truly amazing. They were given food as soon as they arrived. The noodle soup wasn't watery at all. At first, everyone rushed over with their bowls, fearing they'd be late and run out of food. The uncle serving the food frowned and tapped the side of the bucket with his spoon, angrily saying, line up. Do you hear me? Line up. There were hundreds of people. If they were so crowded, something would definitely happen. So, if they didn't line up, they wouldn't get any food. Seeing this, everyone obediently lined up at the back. They were hungry and anxious, but since they couldn't get food without lining up, they might as well just line up and get their food sooner. The line was tangled and crooked, but the uncle and aunt serving the food didn't say anything. Their hands moved quickly and without hesitation, filling each person's bowl. When someone brought a bowl, the old lady said, you can get more after you finish, but you have to eat what you get. You know how precious food is these days, don't waste it. The person holding the bowl quickly explained, this is enough for our family of 4. We don't have any bowls, so we only have this bowl. The old lady's serious expression softened as she poured the other person a large bowl. The people in the queue behind him anxiously glanced forward, fearing they would be out of food. When it was their turn, they saw that there wasn't much left in the bucket and couldn't help but congratulate themselves on their good luck. After he finished, someone else wheeled over 2 more buckets of rice. Everyone was completely relieved. There was still plenty to eat, no need to worry about running out. And the Xia base was truly authentic. The noodle soup wasn't watery at all, but thick. One sip warmed my stomach and relaxed me completely. Everyone slurped their rice, their faces beaming with joy. After finishing, they went to get another. Some, worried they wouldn't be given one, hurriedly finished their meal, only to realize they'd misjudged their mistake and were given one when they arrived. By the time they were eating their second bowl, they slowed down. A man and woman serving rice in the distance called out, there's more, anyone else? Someone said, I want some, I want some. The man came over with a nearly empty bucket and poured the remaining portion into the other person's bowl, saying, eat it all. The man's face instantly turned grim upon seeing so much. He was actually full, but seeing there was still food, he wanted more, and since he couldn't waste it, he had to finish it all. Of course, after being hungry for so long, he certainly didn't want to waste it. Finally, he shared some with the others, and only then was he considered finished. Touching his now full stomach, he felt a sense of daze. Yesterday, he was still eating, worrying about his future, and today, he was enjoying a hot noodle soup. It really felt like a dream. We have to work hard tomorrow. We're fed, so we have to work hard. Oh, I didn't catch it. What are we supposed to do tomorrow? Building a fence? Well, we should build it ourselves. We just build a fence around it, and we can live peacefully inside. Oh, by the way, those with superpowers don't seem to be building fences, they're supposed to be training. Training? Yeah, who cares? As long as we're fed, that's all. Chung Ji was thinking, no matter what, superpowers need to be cultivated. Precisely because there are so few of them, everyone's abilities need to be improved. Also, while the superpowers in the team may not be very powerful, their character is impeccable. They've never abandoned these ordinary people, protecting them in the mountains. This speaks volumes about their good character. Superpowers can certainly be improved through training, but most people with superpowers today develop naturally, with few being specifically trained. Chung Ji thought, I need to cultivate them properly. He left this task to Tian Xiao and Tian Man. Chung Mo would occasionally teach, but Chung Mo's training was a bit intense, and he worried that everyone might not be able to handle it, so he decided not to do it too frequently. Not only the new superpowers, but also those already at the Xia base would have to follow along. Over here, Lu Ping'an and his family arrived at Chung Jiu's house. Upon hearing the news, Chang's mother and father quickly dropped their work and returned. When Chang's mother saw her brother and his family, tears welled up in her eyes. Ping'an, you've suffered so much. How did you get so thin? Lu Ping'an and his wife also cried, calling him sister. It's good that they're okay. It's good that they're okay. Mother Chung wiped her tears and asked Father Chung to open the door. Take Ping'an and the others and wash up. I go cook and make you something delicious. Father Chung reminded her, it's not good for Ping'an and the others to eat too much greasy food all at once. Make something light and easy to digest. Mother Chung then realized this and nodded quickly. Lu Ping'an and the others were already filthy and needed a bath. They had to change the water several times for a bath, especially the first one, which had already turned black. It took several baths to get them clean. When they finished, they were greeted by a fragrant aroma. Chung Jiu and the others had returned and were preparing dinner. Lu Ping'an and his family drank some hot soup and relaxed. The Han siblings were discussing what they would do. Chung Jiu said, you just arrived. There's no rush. Han Tingting said, we can't just sit there and do nothing. We've rested enough along the way. I feel at ease if I can do something. Han Ping nodded. Chung Jiu thought about it and agreed. He said, then Tingting, you go to the farm. Han Ping, follow the training. If there are any missions, go out and do them. Chung Jiu said, I have a room at home. You can stay there for now. We talk about it once you're settled in. Han Tingting didn't refuse. They had just arrived here and had nothing, so naturally, they had no place to live. After dinner, Chung Ji went to put the solar panels and power generation equipment in the base's warehouse. He would start arranging for them to be installed tomorrow. He then went to Chihongyi's Research Institute and gave them the experimental equipment he had found. Chung Ji unloaded everything at once. Look, what can we use? Chihongyi was dazzled by the sight and joked, I see you've emptied out the entire Research Institute. Oh, this is great, we need it. And this too. I remember a set of equipment cost tens of millions. Chu Mingda and Feng Wentao also looked around excitedly. They had previously thought that the Xia base had everything except experimental equipment, but now it has it, and everything. Everyone was as happy as if they had been dropped into a rice warehouse. This is great. We can push the experimental progress forward significantly. Great. Let's try this right away. True to their research zealots, they chatted away, completely ignoring Chung Jiu and the others, turning their attention directly to their experiments, likely completely forgetting Chung Jiu and Chung Mo. Chung Jiu thought it was fantastic. This kind of dedicated scientific researcher was exactly what was needed. They held the hope for humanity's future in their hands. Once a vaccine is developed, I believe the zombie situation will be under control quickly. I just hope this disaster ends soon. Chung Jiu said to Chung Mo, let's go and not disturb them. Chung Mo coughed lightly and asked, are you having a midnight snack? Chung Jiu, Why ask suddenly? Didn't we just have dinner? Little did he know, Chung Mo was still thinking about Chung Jiu's praise for Han Ping's delicious cooking. Chung Mo, let's have a midnight snack. Chung Jiu looked at him, are you hungry? I make you anything you want. He thought it was Chung Mo who was hungry. Chung Mo shook his head, I'm not hungry. If you don't want a midnight snack, then we can have breakfast tomorrow. Chung Jiu didn't understand what he meant. Why was he so obsessed with whether he was hungry or not? But after asking, Chung Mo was unwilling to say more. Chung Jiu, all right. That night, Chung Jiu went to bed early. He was a little tired after such a long journey, but he would gradually take over the management of the base, and probably wouldn't leave again. Even if he did leave, he'd need someone who could manage the base temporarily. Drowsily, Chung Jiu thought, feeling as if he were hallucinating. He heard the sound of someone flipping through a book next to him. Chung Jiu, Did I hear it wrong? Why would Chung Mo be flipping through a book so late at night? Yeah, I must have heard it wrong. Then he fell asleep. Unbeknownst to him, Chung Mo beside him pulled out a comic book he'd been hiding. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly flipped through it. Because he'd been out and about, it wasn't convenient, so he'd only flipped through it briefly. But even that quick glance had given him the feeling of having opened his eyes to a new world. On the way, Zhou Min even sneaked up on him and asked for the comic book. Chung Mo replied, I haven't read it yet. Zhou Min muttered, Why are you reading so slowly? I only brought this one with me this time, and I was planning on reading it to kill time. Forget it. Sharing a room with Han Ping these 2 days isn't going to be convenient. Brother Hey, you have to give it to me as soon as you get back. For the sake of the comic, Chung Mo was friendly, and didn't find him annoying, saying, I know. Chung Mo was secretly flipping through the comic. Because Chung Ji was asleep, he didn't even turn on the lights in the room to avoid disturbing him. Only a little moonlight shone through the window, making the room generally dark. Luckily, Chung Mo was a member of the Wing clan, with excellent night vision, so he wasn't bothered much. The two protagonists of this comic are truly slutty. They're hugging each other on their second meeting. Chung Mo commented coldly. TSK kissing. He knows this. Chung Mo was reading with a completely learning attitude, and when he found something he knew, he simply flipped over it. She's stripping. It's an eyesore. Chung Mo frowned, then imagined Chung Jiu. Suddenly, he felt a little better, and continued reading. Then, he saw a scene that opened up a new world for him. The two people in the comic automatically transformed in his mind into Chung Jiu and his face. Chung Mo's face flushed. So that's how it was. He felt a sudden sense of enlightenment. In case he had missed something, he flipped back again, his face growing redder and redder. When the fight between the two people in the comic ended, Chung Mo finally closed the book with a snap. He pursed his lips and tossed and turned in bed. Chung Jiu was half asleep, and he could hear someone making pancakes next to him. He muttered, What's wrong? Can't sleep? Chung Mo silently nudged closer to him. Chung Jiu remained silent for a long moment, seemingly drifting off to sleep again. Chung Mo glanced at him, unable to resist, and reached for Chung Jiu's hand. Chung Jiu? ? What are you doing? He could feel Chung Mo's grip on his hand, but he was so sleepy he didn't even have the energy to speak. Then, sensing something, Chung Jiu, He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Chung Mo. You? Then, he was speechless. Chung Mo's tan skin flushed slightly, and when he saw him looking at him, he pitifully revealed a pair of black ears. The tail entwined itself around him. God knows how canine tails are so flexible. In short, Chung Jiu, already drowsy, was completely captivated, and before he knew it, they were kissing. Hands rubbed his chest and abdominal muscles all over. Chung Jiu, happy. After finishing, Chung Mo thoughtfully wiped his hands and helped him clean up. Chung Jiu yawned, Go to sleep. Chung Mo glanced at him and decided to forget about it today. He'd do it another day. Jiu was too sleepy. The next day, Chung Mo was up before dawn. Normally, he'd only get up when Chung Jiu was up, but now he got up stealthily, washed carefully, and left. He went downstairs and headed straight for the kitchen. It was probably just after 4 o'clock, and Cheng's parents, who usually got up early, weren't up yet. The solar panels had only been installed yesterday, so the power wasn't coming back up very quickly. The kitchen was pitch black, but for Chung Mo, it didn't affect him much. He recalled Chung Jiu's usual cooking steps, and decided to replicate them exactly. Jiu even praised Han Ping's delicious cooking, and he wanted to cook delicious meals, too, so Jiu would praise him. Chung Mo was full of confidence, but why was the dough burnt? Why was it such a mess? Chung Mo frowned. Besides, it was his first time cooking, so there was no way he could succeed so quickly. Mother Chung woke up with a yawn, and was about to join Mother Tian in cooking when they heard a noise in the kitchen. The two mothers immediately became alert. Could something have gotten into the kitchen? The noise sounded quite loud. They didn't dare rush in to check, so Mother Tian said, I go wake my son. Mother Chung nodded and said, I stay here. If it really was zombies, they would have to strengthen the base's defenses. A moment later, Tian's mother arrived with a dazed Tian Xiao. She patted her son. Wake up. Hurry. There seems to be something in the kitchen. I suspect it's a zombie. Tian Xiao immediately regained consciousness. How is that possible? A zombie sneaked in, not to bite anyone, but into the kitchen? Tian Xiao thought it might not be a zombie, but some small animal. He left the two mothers outside while he went in to take a look. Upon entering, he saw Cheng Yimou standing by the stove, his expression serious, as if he had encountered some profound problem. Tian Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, but then felt puzzled. Brother He, why are you here? Why not me? Cheng Yimou frowned. Can you cook? Tian Xiao, ? He pointed at himself, confirming he had heard correctly. I don't cook at all. I usually just help out. Cheng Yimou ruthlessly said. Oh, then you can go. I can't help. Tian Xiao, He sighed and left the kitchen, deciding to go back for a nap. What? What was he doing in the kitchen so early in the morning? Mother Tian was relieved to see Tian Xiao out and quickly asked, How's it going? What's in there? Tian Xiao yawned. I wonder what He is tinkering with in the kitchen. Mom, stop making such a fuss. How could there be zombies in the base? Then, he was slapped on the head. Mother Tian said, I was just startled by the noise. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you. Tian Xiao, He didn't say anything wrong, did he? He covered his head in frustration and went back to sleep. The two mothers entered the kitchen and saw Cheng Yimou standing by the stove, looking lost in thought. Upon seeing them, he called out to Auntie. Mother Cheng came over and said, What are you doing in the kitchen so early in the morning, kid? Are you hungry? Cheng Yimou said he wasn't hungry. Aren't you hungry? Why are you in the kitchen? Mother Cheng was puzzled, then saw Cheng Mo's failed attempt. Mother Cheng? You're coming to cook? Cheng Yimou nodded. Mother Cheng, having watched a lot of idol dramas, speculated, Are you cooking for Jiu? Cheng Yimou seemed a little embarrassed, pursing his lips. I don't know why, I keep failing. Mother Cheng smiled. You've never cooked before, have you? Cheng Yimou nodded. I watched Jiu cook. I didn't think it was that difficult when I was watching, but once I tried it myself, I realized how difficult it was. It was hard to control the heat and the amounts. It's normal to fail the first time. Mother Cheng pulled Mother Tian along, and they said they were going to teach him how to cook. Cheng Yimou wasn't joking. He really wanted to learn, and he was taking it very seriously. But he'd never cooked before, so Cheng's mother said she'd teach him something simple. The kitchen was bustling with activity. Upstairs, Cheng Jiu stretched and subconsciously rolled to the side, but he didn't see anyone. He opened his eyes, and found the beds next to him empty. He reached out and touched them. They were cold. Cheng Yimou must have been up a while ago. Cheng Jiu got up and went to the bathroom. No one was there. He muttered, Strange, where did he go? He quickly washed up and went downstairs to find Cheng Yimou emerging from the kitchen, still wearing a pink floral apron. Cheng Jiu couldn't help but laugh. Who could understand? Cheng Yimou so tall and big, wearing an apron like that. Haha, it was kind of funny. Cheng Yimou walked over, pinched his cheek, and asked indignantly, What are you laughing at? Cheng Jiu clapped his hands away, Not at you. If it wasn't me, who else could he be laughing at? Cheng Yimou, unconvinced, asked, Then who are you laughing at? Cheng Jiu changed the subject. Why are you in the kitchen, wearing an apron? What are you doing? Cheng Yimou coughed softly and said, It's time to eat. Come to the kitchen and serve the food. The others also got up. Since there were so many people at home today, they were divided into two tables. Lu Ping'an's family and 4 elders sat at one table, and the young people sat at another. Cheng Yimou poured a bowl of rice, and placed it in front of Cheng Jiu, staring at him. Try it. Cheng Jiu? ? He took a sip. Cheng Yimou, how is it? Is it delicious? It tasted just like ordinary porridge. Cheng Jiu drank it every day, and had no idea whether it was good or bad, but he still said, It's delicious. Cheng Mo's lips curled up as he handed another bun to Cheng Jiu. Try it. Cheng Jiu, There were so many buns in the basket with thin skins and big fillings, and he had to give him this ugly one with a thick skin. He took a bite. It was delicious. Before he even got to the vegetables, it was like a steamed bun. Cheng Jiu quickly ate a bite of the vegetables. Cheng Yimou asked with starry eyes, Is it delicious? Cheng Jiu lied with his eyes wide open. It's delicious. Cheng Mo's mood brightened, and he finally told Cheng Jiu, I made the porridge, and I made these buns. Sure enough, Cheng Jiu already had a suspicion. He had a slight feeling when he drank the porridge, But the feeling was amplified when he ate the buns. The main thing was that even if his mother and Tian's mother were performing poorly, they couldn't possibly make buns like this. Plus, when he came downstairs, he saw Chung Yimou wearing an apron, so he had a suspicion. Chung Ji was both touched and amused, feigning surprise. You made this? Chung Ji was even more delighted. Yeah, I didn't think cooking was that difficult. It was as if he wasn't the one lost in the kitchen, lost in thought. Chung Ji gave him a thumbs up. That's amazing. You did it so well on your first try. You're quite talented. Chung Mo's mouth curled wildly as he said, It's okay, just making it casually. In reality, Chang's mother had been guiding him throughout the porridge-making process, and Tian's mother had taught him several times before he could make something that looked like a steamed bun. But now, Chung Yimou was so relaxed, as if he'd mastered it the moment he started. Tian Xiao rolled her eyes, trying to impress Chung Yimou with Chung Jiu. Qingzi, I saw Hage tinkering in the kitchen since around 4 o'clock. He's really working hard. Chung Yimou, trying to establish himself as a gifted cook, said, Why are you so talkative? Tian Xiao rubbed his nose. Had he said something wrong? Chung Yimou was up past 4. Wouldn't Qingzi be incredibly touched? Chung Jiu, seeing Chung Mo's displeasure, suppressed a smile. It's your first time cooking, and you're already quite impressive. He spoke as he picked up some vegetables and ate the steamed buns. Chung Mo's happiness returned upon hearing this, but he feigned indifference again, glancing at Han Ping. Han Ping, intently eating his buns, said, Han Tingting, TSK, you've been eating so much dog food all day. Zhou Min smiled as he ate his buns. Tian Manman buried her head in her food, already finishing 5. You only made this one? Chung Jiu asked hopefully. Really, he was kind of craving a large, thin-skinned bun with a generous filling. This steamed bun was truly, but he didn't want to upset Dahe, since he'd been up past 4 in the morning. No, there's one more. Chung Yimou quickly took the last bun from the basket and handed it to Chung Jiu. Eat it quickly. It was almost take it away. Tian Manman, who was debating whether to eat the bun, said, Great. The bun looked unappetizing, but he couldn't bring himself to throw it away and get another one, so he was really worried. Fortunately, Chung Yimou took it. Tian Manman happily took the basket and went to the kitchen to get another bun. Chung Jiu took it, Luckily, this is the only one. He ate the bun, and the steamed bun with some vegetables, and felt a little choked. Chung Mo's expression was gentle. Eat slowly. Chung Jiu, Chung Yimou, if you like it, I make it for you tomorrow. Chung Jiu couldn't help himself and quickly said, Don't. Chung Yimou, ? Chung Jiu coughed lightly, and tried to find an excuse. How can you handle getting up so early every day? No, you need to get more rest. Chung Yimou, it's okay, there's no need to talk about it so early. Just learn how to make it from the 2 mothers, and get up around the same time as them. But it's still very early. Chung Jiu, worried that he would really have to make it every day, racked his brains, and said, I'd feel bad if you got up so early every day just to cook for me. As so corny. Chung Yimou was delighted. It's okay, it's not too tiring. Chung Jiu coughed lightly. But it would feel bad. First time makes perfect. Chung Mo's mouth curled up wildly, but he finally changed his mind. Then I make it occasionally. Chung Jiu, great. Chapter 83. After finishing Chung Mo's loving breakfast, and then eating the large steamed buns with thin skin and generous fillings, Chung Jiu felt completely blissful. Chung Yimou looked at him. You seem to like this more? Chung Jiu chewed the bun, his face serious. No way. I obviously like yours the best. Chung Mo's lips curled up again, seemingly gullible. Really? Chung Jiu chewed. Of course, it's delicious, really delicious. Chung Yimou propped his chin up, his face beaming with joy. Oh. Chung Jiu, the large steamed buns are so delicious, haha. The others watching wanted to laugh. It was so funny, but they held it back. After dinner, Han Ping followed Zhou Min and the others to report to the psychic team for training. Chung Jiu took Han Tingting to the farm. The farm was busy now, feeding the pigs, chickens, and rabbits. They'd recently caught some ducks, and their quacking could be heard from afar. As the group prepared to move forward, several giant geese suddenly appeared from nowhere, wings stretched out, and charged straight at them. Stretching their long necks, they attempted to peck them, but Chung Jiu and Chung Yimou easily dodged them. The geese, bewildered, felt the 2 men were moving too fast and charged at Han Tingting. Han Tingting scurried around in terror. Ah! Why are there more geese? Just as she was about to be pecked by the geese, Chung Jiu intervened in time. Han Tingting gasped. Oh my god, that's terrifying. A peck from a goose hurts so much. Luckily, they didn't give me. Furthermore, these geese look even larger than before the apocalypse. A peck from them was unimaginable. The farmer heard the noise and rushed over. Seeing Chung Jiu and his friends, he breathed a sigh of relief, wondering if someone else had come to see them again. Why do we raise geese, but still let them free range? Chung Jiu asked. The farmer replied, people are constantly coming to watch over the farm. They don't mean any harm, but with all the comings and goings, I'm worried they might bring diseases to the animals. It just so happens that the geese with special abilities have brought back a few geese. They're incredibly smart, and they've been guarding the farm ever since they arrived. So, I didn't pin them in, but let them free range to watch over the farm. He waved his hand, letting the geese leave. Chung Jiu saw how obedient the geese were, and they seemed incredibly smart. He nodded, and without further questioning, introduced Han Tingting to the farmer. This is my friend. She studied veterinary medicine in college, and the farm should need her. Of course, absolutely. The farmer's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, great. I was just worried about this, and now a professional has arrived. Han Tingting was a little embarrassed. I don't have much practical experience. After all, she had only recently graduated. The breeder wasn't at all bothered. Well, that's better than us half-baked ones. Right, I need your help. The breeder said, come and see if this sow is bred yet? Han Tingting, how's it? Can you see? The breeder asked. Han Tingting, after all, was somewhat knowledgeable. While putting on her gloves, she asked about the sow's condition. She learned that it had been a week since the breeding. She nodded and went to check on the sow. The sow was relatively docile. The boar had been kept in a different pen to prevent a fight between the two. When Han Tingting entered, the sow lay on the ground, motionless and seemingly lazy. She went over to check on her. Under the breeder's expectant gaze, she said, she should have bred, but I'm a little unsure. It's been so short. We wait and see. If she doesn't go into heat again, she should have bred. Han Tingting did have some expertise. The breeder nodded, great. We need a professional. We can't figure it out on our own. Then the breeder asked Han Tingting to check on the rabbit's offspring and make sure they were healthy. Seeing Han Tingting already busy, Chung Jiu felt relieved and left with Chung Mo. Outside the base, early this morning, without anyone even calling, people outside asked when the fence would be erected. They had a full meal yesterday and a good night's sleep. They weren't sleeping on the hard cave floor, where they'd wake up several times from the cold and wake up in the morning with aches and pains. Instead, they slept in a warm, soft bed and slept through the night. They felt relaxed and their complexions had improved. This beautiful day made them appreciate it even more. Even before dawn, they were already thinking about erecting the fence. This fence wasn't built for others, but for themselves. They were going to live here in the future, so the sooner they finished, the easier it would be for them to sleep peacefully. When Chung Jiu arrived, work was already in full swing outside. The strong men went to build the fence, while the women either they cooked their own meals today, the base only provided the ingredients. Or they were taken to the cotton fields to pick cotton. The mutant cotton was ready to be picked, so they hurried while they could. But everyone was still surprised by the cotton. Why is it still red? The cotton field was a vibrant red, looking particularly beautiful. Moreover, the cotton was large, much larger than the normal cotton from before the apocalypse. As they pulled the cotton, everyone was saying, you don't understand, do you? This cotton is a mutant, definitely different from regular cotton. Someone nearby said, how could I not know it was a mutant? Nowadays, crops other than mutants don't grow. I know that, but I just find it strange. Why is it red? Oh, it's not just red. Did you feel anything when you picked it? What did you feel? This cotton feels warm to the touch, like it's heating itself. Someone nearby felt it carefully and said, you're right, it's true. It was so hot during the day that I didn't feel anything when I picked it, but now I feel it's warm. Could it be from the sun? What's the point of being heated by the sun? That's different. This cotton seems to heat itself. It was hot, so after breakfast, they had mung bean soup. The mung beans weren't newly grown. They hadn't been planted yet. They were already there, and there weren't many. Just boil some for everyone to enjoy. Chung Ji pondered. Mung beans needed to be planted, and he also had durian seeds he found at the seed store. He also needed to plant them. The soybeans he planted in his planting space were almost ripe, and the new plant the system had given him was also about to ripen. Chung Ji noticed that the new plant resembled a blown-up balloon, so he named it Xiuqi. It sounded strange, but there was nothing he could do. He already had Xiuqiu, and calling it Xiuqiu would seem like a duplicate and difficult to distinguish. As for other names, Namefee said he really couldn't think of any. The little umbrella had been defending the fields. Although the wheat harvest was over, there were still sweet potatoes, and they were about to harvest them again. To prevent anything from damaging the crops, Cheng Jiyu hadn't put the little umbrella away. Shaosan is now level 3, and can be divided into 5. Its defense range is even greater, and it even covers the ground. Any moles or other creatures that come to gnaw on the sweet potatoes will be stopped. Shaosan's upgrade has expanded the planting space from 20 by 20 meters to 21 by 21 meters, adding over 40 square meters, perfect for growing mung beans. The soybeans are still a little underripe, so I picked them in a couple of days. I plant the mung beans first, then start raising durian seedlings. Once they're ready, I transplant them to a more spacious area. With a plan in mind, Cheng Jiyu entered the planting space again and got busy. He hoped the durian would grow bigger, so he found a small area next to Xiaoqiang to raise seedlings. Then he planted the mung beans next to Shaosan. Then he checked the status of the other plants in the space. Showers seemed to have stopped upgrading after reaching level 5. Cheng Jiyu didn't feel disappointed, but rather happy. This space was bound to him after the apocalypse. Although Cheng Jiyu still doesn't understand why, it just happened to be bound to him when the apocalypse arrived. But he felt that the existence of this space was somehow related to the apocalypse. The plants within it were almost able to suppress the zombies outside. The plants were leveling up, and so were the zombies. Up until now, it seemed the most powerful zombie he had seen was only level 5. Xiao'er had stopped at level 5 and wasn't upgrading. Did this mean that his plants and zombies could only reach level 5 at the highest? If that was the case, it would undoubtedly be a good thing. The zombies' constant leveling had always made people feel uneasy, as they couldn't tell where their limits lay. If his guess was correct, it would undoubtedly be reassuring. Cheng Jiyu smiled and petted Xiao. Xiao was still the same, nuzzling him from time to time. Xiao Tai got jealous and turned into a kitchen knife to attack Xiao. Cheng Jiyu had no choice but to stop him. Xiao Tai, don't fight Xiao. You can't beat him right now. He then said to Xiao, Xiao, don't bother with him. The two plants fought fiercely. Cheng Jiyu took a look and saw that their fight was like play. He felt relieved. Oh, since it's just fun, let it go. He went to look at other plants, but Xiao Tai and Xiao suddenly followed him, Xiao Tai swaying with excitement. Cheng Jiyu? ? He was filled with questions, and then he heard the system notification that Xiao Tai had leveled up. Cheng Jiyu, shock. Xiao Tai was originally level 4. If he were to upgrade now, wouldn't that mean he'd be level 5? Cheng Jiyu was startled and hurried to check on Xiao Tai. He'd already upgraded him to level 4, and he'd given him a different form. He couldn't find any blueprints for any powerful thermal weapons, but ordinary weapons were of little use to him. Finally, Cheng Jiyu had an idea and drew an incredibly large, heavy iron block. How big would it be? About the size of a room. This weapon could be incredibly effective at a critical moment. For example, when fighting zombies, simply throwing the iron block could crush a whole bunch of them. Now Cheng Jiyu, delighted to hear that Xiao Tai had upgraded, was trying to figure out what to choose this time. He'd been thinking so much that he was completely lost. When he opened Xiao Tai's interface, he realized he'd been overthinking. He didn't even have to choose. It seemed like this upgrade wasn't just another weapon type. Rather, clones? Originally, Xiaotia's various forms could only appear in turns. For example, when the kitchen knife appeared, the crossbow, the mechanical wooden barn, and the large iron block could not appear. Now, after reaching level 5, these 4 forms no longer switch, but appear simultaneously. Cheng Jiyu can control each of them individually with his mind, letting them attack zombies. Of course, controlling multiple weapons simultaneously with his mind is a bit tricky, so he needs more practice. Xiao Tai suddenly leveled up, and the area of his planting space increased from 21 by 21 meters to 22 by 22 meters, adding over 40 square meters. Just in time to plant more mung beans. Cheng Jiyu laboriously tilled the soil, then planted the mung beans and watered them. Then he checked on Xiuqiu, Xiaoqiang, Xiaowang, Xiaowan, and Xiaosan one by one, watering them. Finally, there was Xiuqi. Cheng Jiyu estimated that Xiuqi would mature soon. The soybeans and rice in the space were almost ripe, and Cheng Jiyu decided to harvest them in 2 days, and plant them outside. There were also cherry and peach trees. Plants in the space naturally grew much faster than those outside. When they were dug up, they looked wilted, their leaves withered and yellow, as if they were about to die. But now the trees have perked up, sprouting leaves, and both the cherry and peach trees are blooming. One tree is white, the other pink, a beautiful sight. Little one was quite playful, fondly poking at the flowers, knocking off many petals. When they saw the petals falling, he sheepishly retracted his vines, fearing Cheng Jiyu would notice. Cheng Jiyu reminded him, "These flowers are fruit-bearing. Don't poke them carelessly. Do you hear me?" Xiaowan gently wrapped her vines around his wrist, acting like a spoiled child, though it was unclear whether she was listening. Cheng Jiyu patted her cheerfully. "Okay, be good." He looked at the flowers. There were no bees in this space, so he'd been pollinating them himself before. Now, he rolled up his sleeves and began pollinating the fruit trees. After finishing, Cheng Jiyu looked at the beautiful flowers and thought for a moment. He reached out and broke off a few branches. I take them back to Dahe. Xiaowan, watching from the side, grew anxious. She poked Cheng Jiyu and pointed at the broken branches in his hand. Her message was clear: "You wouldn't let me poke you, yet you're breaking them off yourself." Cheng Jiyu felt a little guilty and touched his nose, pretending not to understand Shijuan's meaning. He patted her. "Be good." Xiaowan, seeing Cheng Jiyu didn't understand, frantically shook the vines. Cheng Jiyu, guilty. He still resolutely feigned ignorance, coughing softly, "I'm leaving first." Seeing this, Xiaowan immediately shrank, wrapped herself around his wrist, and attempted to follow him out. Cheng Jiyu, "All right." Calling a bouquet of pink and white flowers, he left the planting space and appeared in his room. He felt a bit embarrassed about giving Cheng Yimou flowers. But when he left, he discovered Cheng Yimou wasn't in the room at all. He even searched the bathroom, but couldn't find him. Cheng Jiyu held the flowers, unsure what to do. Should he put them down? He was afraid they'd ruin the look of the flowers, which he just worked so hard to make look nice. But should he hold them? He felt too embarrassed to go out looking for Cheng Yimou with a bouquet of flowers. Cheng Jiyu hesitated for a moment, but then he still held the flowers, his hands behind his back, and walked to the window, wanting to see if Cheng Yimou was in the yard. Sure enough, Cheng Mo was in the yard, helping the elders with work. Earlier, Cheng Jiyu had brought out mutant seeds for cucumbers, red cabbage, and beans, and the family had cleared the plot of land in the yard and planted these vegetables. Now, the cucumbers and beans needed a trellis, and Cheng Yimou was helping them as they were busy setting it up. The soil was a bit hard, making it difficult to drive the wooden stick into the ground. Cheng Yimou took the stick and thrust it firmly into the ground, without any wiggle. Mother Cheng praised him. "Wow, Xiao Yimou is amazing. You've done it in just a few steps. I just spent ages." Cheng Yimou looked cool and composed, and held out his hand. "Auntie, give me the rest." Father Cheng silently tied the cucumbers to the sticks he had inserted. He glanced at Cheng Yimou, feeling a mix of emotions about his son-in-law. He had only recently learned about his son and Cheng Mo's relationship. He'd assumed his wife didn't know, and he was struggling with how to tell her. She looked puzzled. "Huh? Hasn't this been known for a long time? You don't know?" Cheng's father, "Who told me?" Cheng's mother, "The two children sleep in the same room, and you don't notice anything's wrong? We don't have other rooms at home." Cheng's father, "Isn't it normal for brothers to share a room if they're close?" Cheng's mother, "Oh, why don't you sleep in the same room with old Tian?" Cheng's father was scornful at this, dismissive. But he looked at Cheng's mother. "You just accepted it?" Cheng's mother, "Accept what?" Cheng's father, "It's just, our son found a male wife, What are you sighing about?" Mother Cheng was speechless. What's wrong with a male daughter-in-law? I think Xiao Yimou is great in every way, except for not being able to have children. Father Cheng, but not being able to have children. Mother Cheng glared at him and said, "So what if you can't have children? Look at the world these days. Even when a child is born, it's suffering. Why dwell on it so much?" Father Cheng thought it made some sense, but he was still a little conflicted. It wasn't that he objected, but he just had mixed feelings about Cheng Yimou. Hey, how did he become his son-in-law? So, when he was around Cheng Yimou now, he had no idea what to say, and could only remain silent. But Cheng Mo was quite good at work. He was quite skillful, and could pierce wooden sticks very quickly. Cheng Jiyu looked down from the window, and saw this harmonious scene. As if sensing his presence, Cheng Mo, who had been buried in his work, suddenly looked up and glanced at him, then a cheap smile crossed his cool face. Cheng Jiyu also smiled, his heart beating a little faster. Oh, Cheng Yimou was truly handsome. He freed one hand and waved at the other person. "Come up when you're done." At that, Cheng Mo's work sped up. "Okay." With that, he began to pierce the wooden sticks at a furious pace. Mother Cheng, watching from the side, was amused. "Kid, if you're in a hurry, Go upstairs first. Chung Yamo hesitated, then said, I finish and then I come up. There weren't many left. He pierced the sticks at a furious pace, and Father Chung, sweating anxiously, followed him, tying the knot. Mother Chung was speechless. Slow down, what's the rush? Father Chung wiped his sweat. He didn't know why he was so anxious. It seemed that Chung Mo's speed was making him anxious too. Finally, Chung Yamo finished with the stick. He said something and immediately ran upstairs. Mother Chung smiled and shook her head. These two kids are so clingy. It's been so long since we last saw each other. Dad Chung, hard at work. Mother Chung was speechless. Didn't you hear me? Dad Chung worked silently. I did. I heard you, and you didn't say a word. Mother Chung complained speechlessly, and Father Chung remained silent. What could he say? He didn't know what to say. Finally, Mother Chung complained. Talking to you is so boring. Dad Chung, No, what did he say? Oh, that's so hard. Over here, Chung Yamo was halfway there when he felt dirty. He couldn't look like that in front of Jiu. He immediately used his water power to clean himself. Once he was sure he was fresh, he opened the door and walked in. Then, a bunch of flowers were thrust into his face. Chung Jiu, a bit embarrassed, said, Hey, the fruit tree in my space is blooming. I'm giving them to you. Chung Yamo was stunned for a moment. Seeing Chung Jiu's awkward expression, he felt a sweetness in his heart. He reached out and took the flowers, saying, Beautiful. Chung Jiu coughed softly, Oh, as long as you like them. Then Chung Yamo approached, his warm breath spraying over him. Chung Jiu felt a little nervous. His lips touched his, then parted. Chung Jiu was about to say, That's it? But then he leaned in again, gently biting his lips with his canine teeth. The tingling sensation made Chung Jiu shudder slightly. Then, he aggressively invaded his lips, desperately plundering his mouth for air. Chung Jiu's scalp tingled, and he felt a little breathless. Being kissed until he was breathless was truly embarrassing. Chung Jiu reached out to push Chung Yamo away, but he only held him tighter and kissed him more fiercely. Chung Jiu, damn! I never looked down on Dahe again. Finally, the kiss ended, Chung Jiu feeling a bit dizzy when he heard Chung Yamo chuckle softly. He leaned in and kissed him gently on the lips. Chung Jiu came back to his senses, his face flushed. He said angrily, What are you laughing at? Chung Yamo, I'm happy. He looked at Chung Jiu. Chung Jiu, why are you being so mean to me again? Chung Jiu, Chung Yamo, as if punishing him, sucked his lips again. Chung Jiu, oh, it's never going to stop, is it? How am I supposed to face people if you keep sucking me? Isn't kissing normal in a relationship? Even if they see it, so what? Why can't you face people? Chung Yamo had his own reasoning. I see some of you here are shameless, kissing in public. Chung Jiu, I'm embarrassed, okay? Chung Yamo said, Sometimes, you just have to be thick-skinned. Chung Jiu was just being shameless. Chung Yamo muttered, What? Chung Jiu snorted, Let me see how thick-skinned you are. Chung Yamo shamelessly replied, Very thick-skinned. I can kiss Chung Jiu casually, and not even feel embarrassed if I'm caught. Chung Jiu, No Dahe, when did he become so shameless? He felt he couldn't continue, so he changed the subject. Just let me go. Are the flowers I gave you crushed? Chung Yamo finally let go, looked at the flowers, and smiled. They're fine. Chung Jiu, oh, that's good. Chung Yamo held the flowers and looked at them. They look beautiful. Do you want to put them in a vase? Chung Jiu searched the room, but couldn't find a pot, so he grabbed a plastic bottle and cut it with scissors. Here, let's use this. Chung Yamo glanced at them, his disdain barely concealed. A look of why are you so perfunctory? Chung Jiu, Chung Yamo said, No, I go ask Auntie and the others if they have any vases. Chung Jiu was a little embarrassed. Goodbye, okay? Chapter 84. Chung Jiu felt so embarrassed at the thought of his entire family knowing he'd given Chung Yamo flowers that he tapped his toes. He tried to dissuade him. No need. Does the vase look that good? As long as it can hold flowers, it's fine. Chung Yamo was displeased. How can you say that? And, is that a vase? Chung Jiu, don't you feel embarrassed? If you go out and ask for a vase, everyone will know I gave you flowers. As he spoke, he noticed Chung Mo's eyes gradually brighten, and he thought to himself, that's not good. Sure enough, Chung Mo's desire to show off became even stronger upon hearing this. Chung Jiu, what a mouth I have. He was done with it. Whatever, go ask for it yourself and embarrass yourself. But Chung Yamo clearly didn't find it embarrassing at all, and walked out with the flowers in his hands. Chung Jiu held out his hand. Give me the flowers. No need to carry them. Chung Yimo refused. No, I take them myself. Chung Jiu, he could only numb himself, pretending he didn't know what Chung Yimo had done. Chung Yimo walked out with the flowers, first finding Chang's mother in the yard. Auntie, Jiu gave me flowers. Do you have a vase at home? Chang's mother glanced at them, smiled, and thought for a moment. Her family didn't have artistic talent, and they didn't have any vases at home. I look for a nice vase for you. Chang's mother left, and Chung Yimo looked at Chang's father. Chang's father, ? Why are you looking at me? Chung Yimo repeated what he had just said to Chang's mother. Chang's father looked puzzled. I heard everything you just said. Why are you repeating it again? Chung Yimo, okay, find someone else. Everyone knew Chung Jiu had sent Chung Yimo flowers, and Chang's mother had found a beautiful vase that had previously held wine. It was quite a beautiful bottle. In the room, Chung Yimo poured water into the vase and placed the flowers inside. He frowned and said, this bottle used to hold wine. Won't it kill the flowers? Chung Jiu glanced at it and said, even if it hadn't held wine, it would still kill them. This isn't an everlasting flower. It will wither. Chung Yimo frowned at this and carefully tended to the flowers, watering them and placing them by the window where they could get some sunlight. Chung Jiu watched with amusement. Chung Yimo asked, Mom, this bouquet of flowers has wilted. Can you give me new ones? Chung Jiu touched his nose and said, I'm afraid not. Chung Yimo, why? Chung Jiu explained, once these wither, the flowers from the fruit trees in the space will probably fall too. I could send you some fruit later. Chung Yimo sighed softly, okay. Looking at him, Chung Jiu couldn't help but think, what about planting some real flowers in the space? It just so happened that he'd found some seeds at a seed shop outside. Chung Yimo meticulously cared for these flowers, checking on them almost every day upon returning to his room. But inevitably, the flowers began to wither. Every time Chung Yimo came back and saw the fallen petals on the windowsill, he frowned. He then collected them and tucked them between the pages of a book. Jiu said they could be used as labels. The base was bustling with activity, and the outer wall changed almost daily. Everyone had plenty of food and sleep, and they had plenty of energy to work. There is also cotton. The village has a cotton fluffing machine. After the cotton is dried in the sun and fluffed, the idle women in the village come to make quilts and clothes. You earn contribution points every day. If you like to gather and chat, you can collect cotton and work together. Some people prefer a quieter environment and can take the cotton home to work. However, the cotton must be weighed before you take it away, and the quantity is always counted. Someone at the base said, even though it's quite cold at night, this quilt is getting a bit warm under me. It feels like sewing it is pointless. Yeah, it's winter already, and it's still this hot during the day. I guess it'd stay like this for the future, and it won't get much colder. How did you know? You're the smart one. Huh? What are you talking about? I just said I feel like it's not winter like in previous years, and it's still this hot, so I don't feel cold. Why are you talking like that? Just do the mission the base gave you. You can even earn contribution points. Yeah, we just need to get to work. Stop talking all the time. The quilt is sewn crookedly, and if it doesn't meet the standards, we have to redo it. How could that be? We should pay attention to our work even when we talk. This work is too hard to do during the day. The red cotton will heat up, and the room is scorching. It's not so bad at night. Although it's still a bit hot, it's bearable. Unfortunately, it's too dark at night, so we can only do it by the moonlight outside, which is very straining on the eyes. I don't know when the base will have electricity. Aren't they installing solar panels? I know. My son works there every day. I heard it won't be long. Really? That would be great. With electricity, we can sew quilts and clothes at night. Of course. It's much more comfortable to do that at night. So once the electricity comes back, can we make phone calls? Someone couldn't help but ask. What are you thinking? Power isn't signal, so how can we make a phone call? Well, I just want to contact my child. But that was just wishful thinking. Even if the base had power and signal, her child wouldn't necessarily have access to power or signal outside. Everyone was somewhat silent when talking about this. Well, who hasn't had a loved one they can't contact? But what can they do? These days, being alive is good enough. Maybe someday this apocalypse will be over, and with signal, we'll be able to contact each other again. Let's stop overthinking and just live our lives. Maybe that day will come. You're right, stop overthinking. Yeah, why bother thinking so much? Everyone comforted each other, chatting and laughing again, But the atmosphere wasn't as good as it had been earlier. The warehouse was filled with quilts. Ling Kong took a look and asked, "Will these quilts be useful?" He was worried his work would be in vain, as he wouldn't be able to use them when the time came. Cheng Jiu didn't know either, just in case. What if it's needed and not there? That would be disastrous. Ling Kong nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Even if it's not used, it's just a waste of labor. Don't worry. The base is different now. There's no shortage of food. There's enough food now. In a year or two, maybe meat will be available. A few days later, the solar power generation equipment was installed. Cheng Jiu and his team went to see it. Everyone was busy preparing for the experiment. Cheng Jiu, turn on the power. After he said that, the other parties started to operate it. A moment later, a voice came from the distance. Power on. Power on. Everyone exchanged a glance and smiled. The base had power, marking another major step forward. That evening, the Chung family ate under the living room light. It had been so bright in ages, and everyone was still a little dazed. It had only been less than a year since the apocalypse, yet it felt like a lifetime ago. Tonight was unusually lively outside. In the past, as soon as dark fell, everyone had no entertainment due to lack of electricity and retired early. Aside from the patrolman, there was hardly anyone outside. But now, there were sounds of laughter and chatter outside. With the power back on, the base seemed to be buzzing with activity. Everyone dug out their long-off electronic devices to charge them. Cheng Jian charged her phone for a while, held her breath, and flipped the power button. A moment later, a familiar voice rang out, and she was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. It's okay, it's still on. It's not dead. She had a lot of novels stored in it. Even without internet, it was still a form of entertainment. Cheng Jian flipped through her photo album, feeling a sense of loss. It hadn't even been a year, but it felt like a century. Looking at the photos she'd taken before, it felt like a lifetime ago. Oh, there are still photos of my brother here, Cheng Jian muttered. Then, Cheng Imo appeared, saying he wanted to see them. After seeing them, Cheng Imo wanted them, but Cheng Jian hesitated. There's no internet right now, so we can't share them. Finally, Cheng Jian dug out her computer, connected her phone, and copied the photos onto it. Cheng Imo then took Cheng Ji's old phone and moved the photos onto it. After all this trouble, they were satisfied. Cheng Ji watched, speechless, not knowing what to say. He was already a grown man, wasn't he? Why did he need photos? Cheng Imo saved the photo and said, "It's different. This is the old Jiu. I've never seen him before." Cheng Jiu coughed lightly. All right. Everyone looked at the cross in the upper right corner of their phones and accepted the lack of signal. They were thankful to have power. Tian Xiao finished charging his tablet and turned it on. Luckily, I have some games that don't require an internet connection. Come on, Man, want to play? Tian Man wasn't interested in games, but he still cooperated and sat across from him. Tian Xiao opened the Minesweeper game, his expression serious, and clicked on each box. Tian Man reached out and randomly clicked one. Tian Xiao frowned again, thought for a moment, and clicked another. Tian Man randomly clicked another one. Seeing this, Tian Xiao couldn't help but say, Man, you're clicking wrong. How can you click randomly? You have to calculate carefully. Minesweeper has a pattern. Tian Man felt bored, but he still clicked a little slowly to cooperate. But he still clicked randomly, and after a few clicks he died. Tian Xiao, come again. Tian Man refused. It's not fun, I'm not coming. Tian Xiao, He had no choice but to call Zhou Min, but when he turned, he saw Zhou Min and Han Ping huddled together, whispering something. He turned again and saw Han Tingting and Cheng Jian huddled together, occasionally bursting into laughter. They were so happy, I couldn't tell what they were talking about. As for the others, the elders couldn't play games, so there was nothing they could do. And Cheng Jiu and Cheng Imo, let alone, were so clingy. Oh, so boring, I just play by myself. Even if a call came in, without internet, those phones wouldn't be much fun. Cheng Jiu said, there should be a local area network behind the base, allowing for internal communication. Really? Cheng Jian was delighted to hear this. Even if it was only for internal communication, it wasn't bad. After all, the base was quite large now, so even if they were far away, they could still send messages. 2 days later, the base had a local area network, and everyone received the first official electronic notice from the base since the apocalypse. The notice announced a change in leadership. Cheng Jiu had taken over, overseeing the main coordination of the base. Ling Kong was now his deputy. Ling Kong, who had only wanted a technical position, said, Chung Ji said, you've been managing the base since the apocalypse. You know a lot more about it than I do. You're the perfect deputy. Besides, they did need a temporary deputy to manage the base, so he could take over while he was away. Of course, with the responsibilities he shouldered, Chung Ji wouldn't leave the base easily, but he wanted to be on the safe side. In the end, Lin Kong had no choice but to agree. The change in management didn't cause much of a stir. Everyone felt that the change in base management wouldn't have much of an impact on them, especially since the person replacing them was Chung Ji, whom they sincerely respected. After all, since Chung Ji arrived, the base had truly improved. Then, there were the base management regulations, which were closely related to them. Previous regulations were unwritten, but this notice, stamped directly with the official seal of Xia Base, spelled out what the base didn't allow, the penalties for violations, the ability to report one another, and the fact that anyone who knew about something and helped conceal it would be considered an accomplice and subject to punishment. Of course, to prevent anyone without a phone from missing out, this information was also posted on the official bulletin board. That day, Chung Ji heard the system alert that his pet had reached level 1 maturity. He immediately logged into his space to check on it. After its maturity, the cultivation space expanded from 22 by 22 meters to 23 by 23 meters, and the storage space increased to 160 cubic meters. Then, Chung Ji looked at his pet and raised an eyebrow, realizing that it was like a hot air balloon. It could fly and carry people. However, at level 1 maturity, pet can only carry 2 people at most. 2 people were enough, and Chung Ji had an idea. Then he asked Chung Yamo mysteriously, "Do you want to fly?" "Chung Yamo, my wings haven't grown yet, so I can't." "His wings won't grow until he turns 100, so..." "Well, that won't be long." Chung Ji was stunned for a moment. "You can grow wings? Didn't you hear what I said before?" Chung Yamo said softly, "I told you I'm from the Wing tribe, so how could I not have wings?" Chung Ji opened his mouth, but his impression was somewhat overturned. The thing is, Chung Mo's beast form is now a big dog. A big dog? With wings? That's quite interesting to think about. He thought of something, his eyes lighting up. Does the human form have wings too? Although Chung Yamo hadn't seen them, he had seen them and nodded. Yes. Chung Ji looked at Chung Mo's face, his heart pounding. Doesn't that mean an angel? Chung Yamo was puzzled. What is an angel? Chung Ji, it's someone with wings on their backs, beautiful white wings. Chung Yamo, but my wings should be black. His fur is black, so it would be strange if he had white wings. That's the black angel, handsome too. Chung Ji was looking forward to it. If Chung Mo's ears appeared at the same time his wings sprouted, he couldn't imagine how excited he would be. Just thinking about it makes his heart pound. Then why did you just ask me if I wanted to fly? Chung Yamo brought up what Chung Ji had asked. Oh, I have a new plant. Chung Ji noticed that the system didn't give him a new one after this plant matured, but he wasn't disappointed. He happily shared with Chung Yamo that the new plant could carry people flying. It should be like a hot air balloon, Chung Ji said. Chung Yamo snorted, I can take you flying, but it take time. Chung Ji laughed. Why are you being so sour? You're eating the vinegar of plants, aren't you? Chung Yamo, yes. Chung Ji, He glanced at Chung Yamo. So, do you want to ride? If not, I find someone else. Chung Yamo, yes. What a joke. He didn't want Jiu to ride in a hot air balloon with anyone else. Chung Jiu smiled and glanced at the sky outside. It was already dark, perfect for that. He didn't want to ride during the day. It would feel weird if someone saw him. Call out Shuchi, and Shuchi instantly transformed into a hot air balloon, with a place for people to stand underneath, just like a normal hot air balloon. But Shuchi could fly wherever he wanted, making it much more flexible. They found an open space in the yard, and their family came to see them. Chung Jiu asked if they wanted to ride, but his parents shook their heads. They were scared of flying so high. Chung Jian quickly raised her hand. I want it, I want it. Chung Jiu, wait until I take Chung Mafei around, then I take you. Chung Jian nodded vigorously. Okay, okay. My uncle and his family had moved out, and the Chung family had offered them a place to stay, but my uncle said, living here isn't a long-term solution. Besides, the outer ring is just being allocated housing now, so we have to hurry up, or we might not get one later. Lu Ping'an had gone to build the wall, and my aunt was sewing quilts, constantly working. Zhou Min and the others no longer lived here, but lived nearby. They heard the commotion, and came to join in the fun. They clamored to sit down too. Chung Yimo gave him a death stare. Jiyu, you don't have to take them with you, do you? Chung Jiyu agreed, thinking it would take him all night to carry them back and forth. So he simply said, you two can sit down by yourselves when the time comes. Since he was worried about his sister, Zhou Min and the others didn't have anything to worry about. Several people responded, okay, okay. As they spoke, the small air slowly rose. Everything around them lowered lower and lower, until it reached a height of 20 meters above the ground, where it ceased to rise. Chung Jiyu looked up. The sky was filled with stars, a rare sight before the apocalypse. Without the lights, the stars became even clearer. The temperature was already low at night, and Chung Jiyu realized he was a bit chilly. Sensing Chung Yimo approaching, he hugged him from behind, holding his hands and warming them. Chung Yimo rubbed his hands together and said, I'd be able to fly better in the future. Chung Jiyu raised an eyebrow. You don't even have wings, and you're already bragging? Chung Yimo bit his cheek in dissatisfaction. What do you mean by bragging? We Wing tribe have never flown so low. Chung Jiyu teased him, but what if you just can't fly high? Chung Yimo laughed in anger, stopped biting his cheek, and leaned in close to Chung Jiyu's lips, kissing him, shutting up his mouth. An unknown amount of time passed before Chung Yimo let him go. Chung Jiyu blushed slightly, thinking, thank goodness it's dark. It shouldn't be visible from the ground. Then, he sensed a change in Chung Yimo. Chung Jiyu looked at him. We're outside. Chung Yimo nuzzled his neck, acting like a spoiled child. Shiyu, I can't help it. Chung Jiyu's ears burned. Don't make trouble. Chung Yimo, I just hug you. Chung Jiyu, oh. But don't push me all the time. Chung Mo's voice was a little hoarse. Jiyu, when you were drunk earlier, you said something I had no idea about. What on earth was that? Chung Jiyu was stunned. When did he say that? No wonder Chung Yimo acted so strange the next day. Chung Jiyu coughed lightly and feigned ignorance. What? I don't know. You believe everything a drunk says. Chung Yimo, go ahead and pretend. Chung Jiyu touched his nose. Why are you pretending? I don't understand what you're saying. Chung Yimo exposed him. Every time you lie, you like to touch your nose. Chung Jiyu paused. How could he not know he had this habit? Chung Yimo looked at Chung Jiyu's guilty expression and couldn't help but laugh. He whispered, I know everything. Chung Jiyu genuinely didn't understand this time. What do you know? Chung Yimo leaned close to his ear and whispered something. Chung Jiyu's ears flushed, his eyes widened, and he nearly pushed Chung Yimo away. How did you know? Chung Jiyu stuttered, listen, who told you that? Chung Yimo frowned in disdain. I don't want to tell anyone about this. Chung Jiyu, then you. Chung Yimo pulled a comic book from his pocket. I read this. He complained. I didn't want to read it either. Who told you not to tell me? Chung Jiyu glanced at the comic. Wow, it was pornographic. After hearing Chung Mo's words, he thought, how could he have the nerve to talk about something like this? Could he even teach him? Chung Jiyu's face flushed, and he glanced at him. We talk about it when we get back. In fact, he had kind of wanted to follow Chung Yimo to the end, but firstly, his thing was a bit scary, and secondly, he didn't know anything about it, so he felt embarrassed to teach him. Now that he knew, maybe he could take it slow. Chung Jiyu coughed lightly, and then he didn't know how to look at Chung Yimo again. The two of them circled the base, checking to see if the area was safe. They even saw a fawn and tossed a cabbage to it, which it happily ate. Then they returned to the courtyard. Chung Jiyan had been waiting, and upon seeing them return, she eagerly rushed over. Then she saw her brother's face. Hey? Brother, why are you so red? Chung Jiyu coughed softly. It's a little cold up there. Go find some warm clothes. Chung Jiyan, successfully fooled, said, ah. Chung Mo's face was also a little red, but his tan skin made it hard to see. Chung Jiyu was also wearing thick clothes, and Chung Yimo scratched his palm. Chung Jiyu, Then, he took his sister for a spin. When they returned, Chung Jiyan excitedly said, that was fun. Tian Xiao and the others howled like monkeys. It's our turn. Chung Jiyu, be careful. Call me if you have any problems. Tian Xiao and Tian Manman went up first, expressing their understanding. Seeing them float steadily upward, Chung Jiyu felt relieved, knowing nothing was wrong. Then, Chung Yimo pulled him into the room, where he was greeted by a scorching kiss. Chung Jiyu was pushed against the door, nearly hitting his head, but Chung Yimo held him in the air with his hand. The atmosphere was heated, and Chung Mo's unfamiliar hand moved downward. Chung Jiyu held his hand, breathing heavily. Wait a minute. Chung Mo's eyes reddened. He kissed Chung Jiyu on the lips and said hoarsely, "Okay." Chung Jiyu went to the bedside table and opened it. Even with his back to Chung Mo, he could feel his scorching breath, nearly burning through him. Chung Jiyu felt a little weak, his hands and feet limp. Luckily, he had prepared. Chapter 85. Chung Mo truly knew nothing, sweating profusely. Chung Jiyu frowned in pain and angrily kicked him. "Have you read all those comic books in vain?" Chung Mo innocently replied, "Comics are all a lie, just do it." Chung Jiyu, "Damn! Pornographic comics are so harmful. Indeed, the protagonists of erotic comics are usually gifted." Thankfully, Chung Mo was clever and figured out what to do quickly. Chung Jiyu blushed. Damn, that felt good. Both of them were strong, and they toiled until dawn. Chung Jiyu was so exhausted that he couldn't move a finger, while Chung Mo, standing beside him, looked incredibly energetic. "Chung Jiyu, fuck, I think I gave you a cum." Chung Mo kissed him flatteringly. "You gave me a cum? How can you still feel good?" Chung Jiyu, What a dirty talk. Thankfully, Chung Mo quickly finished with his hands and stopped tormenting him. He gently washed him clean with his water power, and Chung Jiyu felt refreshed again. Chung Mo kissed him. "Go to sleep." Chung Jiyu glanced out the window, and drowsily closed his eyes. Before he lost consciousness, he emphasized, "Don't talk nonsense, or don't even think about coming again." Chung Mo naturally didn't dare to say anything nonsense. He held Chung Jiyu and slept for a while, less than an hour later, before leaving the room. Tian Xiao and the others had also played until late last night, and they weren't very energetic at the moment. "Tian Xiao, where's Qingzi? We've had enough fun. We didn't disturb you last night because it was too late. Let's take the hot air balloon back." Mother Chung brought out the food, let Jiyu come down to eat. Chung Mo lied calmly. "Jiyu caught a cold last night and is feeling a little unwell. He's still sleeping." "Oh, what happened to you? Are you okay? I go check on him." Mother Chung looked worried, ready to go. Chung Mo quickly said, "No, it's nothing serious. He's just feeling a little unwell." Mother Chung worriedly said, "We have to check on him." After that, she went upstairs. Chung Mo, He hurried after her. Mother Chung entered the room and saw her son sound asleep. She didn't dare disturb him. She felt his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw he didn't have a fever. Then she left the room and said to Chung Mo, "If he's feeling unwell, let him sleep a little longer. I save his food for him later. He can eat when he wakes up." Chung Mo nodded quickly, sighing with relief. Thankfully, Chung Jiyu was asleep and unaware of anyone's presence. When he woke up again, the sun was already high outside. Chung Jiyu figured it was already noon. He stood up, then frowned, his back aching. He got up and went to the bathroom to wash up, only to be surprised when he took a look. Oh my goodness, Chung Mo was a dog. His entire body was covered in bite marks. Fortunately, he had some sense and didn't leave anything above the neck, otherwise he wouldn't know how to face people. Chung Mo came in and saw that Chung Jiyu was awake. He said, "I go downstairs and bring you food." Chung Jiyu quickly declined, "No, I eat downstairs." He was afraid that if he ate in his room, his family would guess something. Chung Mo reassured him, "I told Auntie you had a cold. I bring it up for you." Chung Jiyu, not really bothered to go downstairs, nodded, "Okay." Chung Mo immediately ran downstairs, like a big dog, and came back with lunch in his hands. "I told you had a cold, so I specifically didn't ask for chili." Chung Mo also learned from comics, where the protagonists don't eat spicy food after something happens. Yeah, comics are still somewhat useful. Chung Jiyu took a sip of shrimp porridge. Although it didn't have chili, this light meal was nice to have occasionally. He sat eating, and Chung Mo watched him from the side, his chin propped up. His gaze made him feel a little uncomfortable, so he tapped the table. "Can you please stop staring at me?" "Chung Mo, Jiyu is beautiful, why can't I?" "Chung Jiyu, Can you please stop saying such cheesy things?" After dinner, he accused Chung Mo, "Why are you biting like a dog?" Chung Jiyu pulled open his clothes to show Chung Mo, "Look at what you've bitten." He had originally intended to reprimand Chung Mo, telling him to be more careful next time, but the look in his eyes changed. He had seen this look yesterday when Chung Mo wanted to come again after a few visits. He swallowed, put on his clothes, and buttoned them up. Chung Mo was a little disappointed. "Jiyu. Chung Jiyu, it's daytime now, and you're too aggressive. You need to control your frequency from now on." "Chung Mo, how many times a day?" Chung Jiyu was speechless and smacked his head angrily. "Several times a day? Once a week." Chung Yamo suddenly felt like the sky was falling. He said reluctantly, Jiyu, don't be ridiculous. Chung Jiyu, I'm not kidding. Chung Yamo, Jiyu. Chung Jiyu rubbed his aching waist and said coldly, there's no point in being coquettish. I won't fall for it. Really? A pair of black ears popped out from above Chung Mo's head. Chung Jiyu said with difficulty, really? Chung Yamo fawned over his waist. Jiyu, I think this matter needs to be discussed. Chung Jiyu squinted in pleasure. How do we negotiate? Chung Yamo, how about every 2 days? Chung Jiyu, no. Chung Yamo could only say, every 3 days? Chung Jiyu, still no. Chung Yamo, 4 days, no less. Chung Jiyu thought for a moment. 5 days, and it depends on your performance. If you're too aggressive, I adjust. Chung Yamo, Jiyu. Chung Jiyu, otherwise, once a week. He thought it was fine. Actually, he felt quite comfortable last night. Chung Yamo had no choice but to agree. 5 days was a lot, but it was just a promise, and it couldn't possibly happen. Chung Yamo, who had just started having sex, suppressed his desire. He hugged Chung Jiyu and gently sniffed his scent. Jiyu, you smell so good. Chung Jiyu emphasized again, that's the smell of laundry detergent. I've told you so many times. Chung Yamo, it's not the smell of laundry detergent, it's the smell of you. Chung Jiyu bent his head and sniffed, that's the smell of shower gel. We both use the same one. Chung Yamo, like a large dog, but yours smells so good. Chung Jiyu reached out and pushed his head away. Okay, I have to get busy. Luckily, everything at the base was arranged smoothly, otherwise he wouldn't show up for a long time. It's December, and it's still so hot. Lin Kong sighed, I think the weather will be like this from now on. Over 40 degrees Celsius during the day, -10 at night. Everyone had gradually adapted to the temperature. Chung Jiyu shook his head. This is fine too. It's uncomfortable, but at least there's no disaster. Although the temperature was over 40 degrees Celsius, it was bearable. 10 degrees below zero was just like winter weather in the past, and everyone was used to it. Every household had a Kong, so they just heated it. That's right. Lin Kong thought about it and nodded. The two discussed a few more things, and once they had finalized them, Chung Jiyu left. He wasn't used to being stuck in the office all the time. It made him feel suffocated. He usually took time out each day to finalize whatever needed to be decided. The base was developing steadily now, and things weren't particularly chaotic. As long as the general direction was set, that was all that mattered. By the end of December, the sweet potatoes in the fields had been harvested. While they were doing it, someone caught a chubby little creature, probably a rodent. Chung Jiyu went to see it. It had small eyes, 2 long teeth, and was chubby. The person who caught the creature said, we were digging sweet potatoes when it slipped over, trying to steal them. I caught it, and it was about to bite me. Chung Jiyu saw the creature's long, sharp teeth, and a lingering fear. He didn't know what this little creature was. If it bit him, who knew how many germs it would carry? What should we do? Someone was playing with a little mole by poking it with a branch. Let's call it a mole for now, even though it doesn't look like a mole. But it's the end of the world, and there are all sorts of strange creatures, so no one's delving into it. The mole, disoriented by the poking, probably thought the branch was the culprit, and bit down fiercely, snapping the finger-thick branch in an instant. The man who had just caught the mole was still terrified, but luckily he reacted quickly, otherwise he would have been bitten. Another person said, it looks plump, so it must have a lot of meat. Let's just kill it and eat it. The mole, perhaps understanding, trembled a little, looking less arrogant. Chung Jiyu smiled. Looks pretty cute. Ugly cute, ugly cute. Chung Yamo grumbled, it's almost gone. How can it be cute? Chung Jiyu, I think there's something wrong with your taste. Chung Jiyu glanced at the group busy discussing what to do with the little groundhog, then whispered into Chung Mo's ear, I think your animal form is cute too. Chung Mo's ears visibly reddened, and he snorted, actually, your taste is normal most of the time, but sometimes it's not, like now. What's so cute about such an ugly thing? Chung Jiyu, phew. Someone over there wanted to keep the little groundhog, but Grandpa Zhao, standing nearby, firmly refused. No, it's bound to have bacteria. If it spreads some disease, everyone at the base will be in danger. Besides, these little creatures aren't generally suitable for captivity. Even if you keep it, you won't be able to change its habit of biting things. Someone nearby, I just want to keep it so I can eat it when it has pups. Another person, but I think it's a male. Someone nearby, It's just a little groundhog, so Chung Jiyu ignored them. It was already January, and the daytime heat was still scorching. The cherries and peaches in Chung Ji-yu's space were gradually ripening. He picked a dozen peaches and a bowl of cherries, and said, "Let's make a fruit smoothie today." It was so hot, something cold would cool me down. Chung Ji-yu called Tian Xiao over. Upon seeing the peaches and cherries, Tian Xiao couldn't resist. He touched a cherry and popped it into his mouth, mumbling, "Where did you get this fruit? It's so sweet." Since meeting Chung Ji-yu after the apocalypse, he hadn't gone hungry. But I'd never eaten much fruit before, so suddenly, I was quite moved to eat it. Chung Ji-yu said, "These are grown in the space. I'm going to make fruit smoothies. You can freeze them." Tian Xiao was reluctant to leave this. It's so hard to get fresh fruit. Fresh fruit and fruit smoothies taste different. Chung Ji-yu, don't worry, there's more in the space. Tian Manman's eyes lit up beside him. He always had this expression when he saw food. He asked, "Is the fruit smoothie good?" Chung Ji-yu smiled. "I make a simplified version. It should taste good." Tian Manman nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. Tian Xiao was freezing the fruit when Zhou Min and Han Ping came back, howling. It was mainly Zhou Min who was howling, while Han Ping followed him silently. Seeing the two men looking somewhat disheveled, carrying a bag, like refugees, Chung Ji-yu asked, "Where have you been? You're in such a mess." Zhou Min chuckled, "Han Ping and I were out for a walk, and guess what? I saw a beehive." Chung Ji-yu glanced at the two and guessed, "You're not going to just rip out the beehive, are you?" Zhou Min scratched his head. "I didn't want to, but Han Ping said he could teleport, so we decided to give it a try." Chung Ji-yu glanced at Han Ping in surprise. He had always remembered him as calm and composed, and he couldn't believe he would be so impulsive. Zhou Min stated that they had a thorough plan. After confirming the location of the beehive, they returned to base, found thick clothing, and covered their exposed skin tightly. Then, Han Ping went over with lit firewood and smoked out the bees. While the bees were out, he cut off a large portion of the hive and teleported to the agreed meeting point. Zhou Min, "Well, was our plan thorough?" Tian Xiao applauded. "So you weren't stung?" Zhou Min, "Yes. Everyone, I didn't expect some of those bees to be so incredibly fast, mutated bees." Seeing the bees chasing them, the two of them naturally ran. Because Zhou Min was there, Han Ping couldn't teleport, so the two of them had to run. But those bees clearly held a grudge and pursued them relentlessly, stinging the two several times. Finally, they ran to the river and jumped in. The bees buzzed around for a while, but perhaps unable to find their target, they angrily fled. After the bees flew away, Zhou Min and Han Ping emerged from the water. They each removed the stings from the bees, and Zhou Min then used his supernatural powers to heal the bee bites on both of them. Those bees were truly fierce. They could sting even through such thick clothing. The thick, waterlogged clothing was unbearable, so they took off their outer clothes and carried the honeycomb back. Due to the high daytime temperature, the short sleeves they were wearing had dried out from the journey. He looked less disheveled now, though his hair was a mess, and there was some dust on his face, maybe from the smoked honeycomb. Luckily, Han Ping threw the bag of honeycomb far away before diving, otherwise all his efforts would have been in vain. Zhou Min was still thinking about his honeycomb. After that, Tian Xiao seemed to be freezing fruit, so he asked, "What are you doing? Where did you get the fruit?" Tian Xiao answered. Zhou Min clapped his hands. "That's great. I have honey here, so we can make fruit smoothies." Chung Ji nodded. He'd been pondering what to use instead. After all, without yogurt, he couldn't just have ice and fruit, right? He considered adding some sugar, but it felt strange. Now that he'd swapped it for honey, it felt much better. Still, he couldn't help but say, "You should all be more careful about your safety in the future. Don't act so impulsively." Zhou Min nodded. "I know, we definitely keep that in mind." Han Ping rubbed his nose, feeling embarrassed. He rarely acted so impulsively, but when Zhou Min eagerly asked for honey, he agreed without a second thought. Looking back now, he had no idea what he was thinking. Tian Xiao, "Yeah, it's quite dangerous. Your abilities aren't quite suitable for dealing with bees. Next time, call me." "Hee, I just freeze them into ice cubes." "Chung Ji, freeze your fruit." Zhou Min looked at him with envy and said quickly, "I'm going to take a shower. Remember to call me when I'm done." He then pulled Han Ping along. Come on, we need to shower quickly, or we'd be late." The two of them left. Tian Xiao had already frozen the fruit. Chung Ji took out the blender at home and had Tian Xiao make some ice cubes. He had already removed the cores from the fruit and added the fruit and ice cubes to the blender, then added some honey. Blending it in the blender made a fruit smoothie. Tian Xiao had already called everyone in the family over, and they all shared small bowls of the smoothie. The fruit had a rich aroma and was naturally sweet. Adding honey made the smoothie icy and cool, a real treat on such a hot day. Cheng Jiu started with the peach, took a bite, and squinted his eyes. It was delicious. Cheng Mo ate both swiftly, finishing one bowl and then another. Although he ate quickly, his movements were smooth. Tian Xiao, on the other hand, was completely unpretentious. He held the bowl, finding it too cumbersome to scoop it out bit by bit, and simply poured it directly into his mouth. Cheng Jiu's teeth ached just watching him. Didn't he feel his teeth were frozen? Perhaps Tian Xiao, with his ice-based abilities, was particularly sensitive to ice? Zhou Min and Han Ping arrived late. Seeing the smoothie, they quickly prepared a bowl. Mother Cheng and the others ate one bowl, and then said they didn't want to eat any more, fearing diarrhea. The rest of the smoothie was devoured by Cheng Jiu and the others. Cheng Jiu also picked some fresh fruit, which was completely different from the smoothie. This allowed Mother Cheng and the others to eat more, and everyone else also had some peaches and cherries. The base's farm. Cheng Jiu and Han Tingting were passing by and happened to take a look. Han Tingting had settled into her role as the base's veterinarian quite well. She smiled and said, "The sow is definitely pregnant. It's been over a month, and she'd probably give birth in 2 more months." Cheng Jiu checked and saw that the sow's belly was indeed a bit larger. She was sprawled out lazily, perhaps recognizing Han Tingting. Seeing her approach, she glanced up and then went back to slumbering. The trough in the sow's pen was spotless. She can eat and sleep, which is good. In a while, the base will have a few more pigs, which is undoubtedly a good thing. As for the rabbits from earlier, the litter had already grown white fur and were picking and choosing, feasting on the sweet potato vines. The sweet potatoes and vines she dug up earlier weren't wasted. They were perfect for feeding the livestock. The little rabbits were quite courageous, even coming over to look curiously at Cheng Jiu and the others. They were adorable with their vibrant white fur, much cuter than when they were first born, a stark contrast. And the chickens and ducks, after careful care, had already started laying eggs. But their eggs alone wouldn't be enough to supply the base, so when Cheng Jiu and the others arrived, the breeders were selecting fertilized eggs to hatch chicks. "Do you have an incubator?" Cheng Jiu asked. The breeder smiled and said, "No need. My mom told me we can incubate eggs directly on the Kong. It's just not as convenient as an incubator. You need to control the temperature and turn them over from time to time. But my mom used to incubate eggs this way when she was little, so she's pretty good at it." "Cheng Jiu, is she also an employee of the farm?" The breeder shook his head. "No." Cheng Jiu said, "There's definitely going to be a lot of incubating work in the future. We won't let Auntie do it for free. We give her contribution points first. If she does a good job, she can apply to join the farm." The breeder was instantly excited at this, and quickly thanked Cheng Jiu. The most popular jobs at the base right now are in the farming department and at the farm. Being employed in either of these places is like having a stable job, never having to worry about running out of contribution points. You don't have to be like most people at the base, juggling one job today and another tomorrow, feeling unstable. Moreover, since the harvest, the farming and animal husbandry departments have had a canteen, providing 2 meals a day. They barely spend any contribution points on food, using whatever they earn to buy other things. Although the canteen doesn't have meat yet, if the animal husbandry department works hard, once the pigs are slaughtered, there will definitely be meat in the canteen. Of course, if you don't work at either of these places, you can go to the cafeteria, but it costs contribution points, which is more expensive than cooking on your own, so many people prefer to do it themselves. The farm is currently difficult to enter, but since Cheng Jiu has spoken, the breeder is thrilled, thinking he have to tell his mother when he gets home to work hard. The base is now developing steadily. It's already January, and the first batch of chicks have hatched. They're a vibrant yellow and incredibly adorable. But the nights are still cold, so the chicks are driven indoors to prevent them from freezing to death. But lately, for some reason, the animals on the farm have been acting a bit irritable. The chickens and ducks flutter about for no reason, the rabbits are aggressive and want to bite people whenever they see them, and even the sows, who usually eat and sleep, aren't eating properly anymore, grunting and whining. Even the geese guarding the farm haven't been as diligent and responsible as they used to be. Not to mention egg laying, the chickens, ducks, and geese haven't been laying properly. Han Tingting has checked several times, but hasn't found anything wrong. She has no idea what's wrong with these animals. Seeing this, everyone at the farm was worried, fearing something might happen to the animals they'd been raising for so long, and that their efforts would be in vain. Everyone checked on the animals whenever they had time, and seeing they were still not doing well, they were all worried. But there was nothing they could do about it. They couldn't find any problems, so they just hoped things would return to normal quickly. That night, as usual, everyone heated their kangs to sleep. Usually, when the kangs were heated, they were still warm enough that they didn't need blankets, but today, for some reason, some people felt unusually cold at night. Even with the kangs heated and blankets wrapped around them, they still felt chilly. In the middle of the night, it got even colder. When they touched the kangs, they found them icy cold. Everyone sensed something was wrong. Chung Ji was also like this. Because he usually slept with Chung Yemo, he was like a furnace, completely impervious to the cold. They all slept in their beds. But that night, when Chung Ji opened his eyes, he was woken by the cold. Chung Ji frowned. What's going on? Why is it so cold? Chung Yemo glanced outside and said, It's snowing. Chung Ji immediately regained consciousness and, wrapped in his blanket, went to the window. He opened it, and was startled to see heavy snow falling outside. Chapter 86. A heavy snowfall caused the temperature to drop by over 10 degrees. Just by opening the window, Chung Ji was shivering with cold. Chung Yemo hurried over, closed the window, and held his hand to warm it. Chung Ji frowned. It's so cold, I'm afraid the base is in trouble. No, we have to go out and take a look. Chung Yemo frowned. Chung Ji, I wear something warmer. There are clothes and shoes made from mutant cotton in the closet. Take them out. Chung Yemo immediately searched the closet for clothes. The mutant cotton clothes felt warm to the touch, and because they could generate heat continuously, they instantly warmed him. Chung Ji's stiff fingers felt much more comfortable, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the mutant cotton was useful. The warehouse now had a lot of bedding and clothes made from mutant cotton, enough for him. He immediately went downstairs to go out. Chang's mother and the others downstairs had apparently also woken up from the cold. Seeing Chung Ji coming down, Chang's mother shivered with cold. Ji, what are you doing? Why is it so cold all of a sudden when it's snowing? Chung Ji explained briefly, and told his mother to quickly put on the clothes with the mutant cotton. Chang's mother then remembered. Oh, I almost forgot. I changed quickly. Chung Ji and Chung Yemo went outside, and saw that many houses had lights on. The snow was falling so heavily that it had already reached ankles, making the road difficult to walk on. Chung Yemo immediately transformed into his beast form, and said to Chung Ji, Get on top. Chung Ji quickly climbed on top, thinking that if others found out. But then, he realized that no one would question him. He didn't want to talk, and no one dared. With Dahei by their side, things went much faster. They soon reached the broadcast room. He opened the door, tapped the microphone, and urged everyone not to panic. The base had previously stockpiled some mutant cotton quilts and clothing, which could be claimed with contribution points. Although these were emergency supplies, they couldn't be given away for free. The base needed to thrive, and it couldn't foster a culture of laziness. If everyone could get everything for free, some people would stop working properly, which would be unfair to those who weren't slacking off. Also, the contribution point rate wouldn't be too high. The base had been busy with construction recently, and every household that wasn't lazy had accumulated some contribution points, enough to buy new bedding and clothes. At home, everyone was feeling particularly panicked, watching the heavy snow and the plummeting temperature. The Kong, which had been warm at night, was now ice cold. They usually used firewood to heat the Kong, mostly dry wood, much of it straw from the wheat harvest. We used these to heat the Kong before, and it was quite warm. But now the temperature has dropped so sharply, using them is completely useless. In this temperature, it's impossible to sleep. How could I not be terrified when I wake up? Thankfully, Chung Ji's calm voice came over the radio. He wasn't panicking at all. He explained the current situation, and everyone felt inexplicably relieved. Yes, I made mutant cotton quilts before. They were very warm. I was so hot when I made them at night. Someone immediately remembered. That's great. With this awful weather, it's a good thing Team Chung prepared ahead of time. We feel much more at ease now. Who said those things were useless? I'm glad I didn't listen to him. I remember everyone made mutant cotton quilts and clothes for half a month. They should be enough. Anyway, I didn't say anything. Oh, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and go to the place we were told to go and change our blankets and clothes. Let's go there slowly. Didn't you hear Captain Chang's warning? The road is very slippery. If you fall, it's terrible. Yes, we go slowly. Here, Chung Ji breathed a sigh of relief after giving the instructions, and prepared to tell everyone to get ready. Lin Kang's voice came from outside the door. Ouch, what is that? Dahe was lying outside the door. Lin Kang was so frightened by the sight of such a large dog that he almost fell flat on his face. Dahe gave Lin Kang a cold look and ignored him. When Cheng Jiu came out, Dahe immediately leaned over and gently nuzzled him. Lin Kang saw this and patted his chest. This. Cheng Jiu smiled and explained, this is my Dahe. By the way, you know the current situation. Let's make arrangements. Lin Kang came to his senses and nodded, nodding his shock. The place to collect supplies was the warehouse, where everything was stored. Cheng Jiu had someone make ginger soup in an empty warehouse nearby. Those in line could go there first to wait. Drinking the ginger soup would warm them up a bit, otherwise, standing in line outside would surely freeze. Soon, someone arrived, accompanied by a psychic to prevent any accidents along the way. Everyone methodically exchanged contribution points for blankets and clothes. Try to have one set of clothes per person in your family. Sizes vary, and the contribution points required also vary. Not all clothes will fit, so you can find someone to alter them when you get home. The person in charge of exchanging supplies said, as for bedding, if you have fewer people in your family, you can exchange fewer. Since the base is large, try to have one set for each family. The person who came to exchange the bedding nodded quickly. Okay, there are 5 of us in my family. I need 2 quilts. My parents need one, and we use them all. My child is young, so one will be enough. I need 5 sets of clothes. The person gave the approximate height and weight of his family, and someone nearby handed him a number that fit him. Put on your clothes first, someone reminded him, so you don't get cold when you go back. There's ginger soup next door, go have a bowl. The person nodded, moved beyond words. At times like these, no one feels safe, but being shown such care makes him feel strangely warm and a little tearful. He kept thanking them. The people in the queue behind him were like this. Some even started to shed tears after hearing a few words of concern. They felt their base was truly wonderful. They stayed up late at night to serve them. The lights were bright here, as were those at the farm. The livestock were shivering with cold. The breeders, wearing clothes made of modified cotton, quickly began to clean up after the animals. The temperature had previously dropped to over 10 degrees Celsius at night, but these animals had been able to withstand it. Perhaps their constitutions had become much stronger due to the apocalypse. But now, with the temperature dropping another 10 degrees, they couldn't handle it anymore and were practically freezing. Everyone hurriedly used mutant cotton blankets as curtains to block out the cold wind from outside, and also covered the animals' nests with mutant cotton. Han Tingting was particularly worried about the sows. They were over 2 months pregnant and would give birth in about a month. No accidents were possible. Thankfully, after all the hard work, the pig pen was finally warm. Although the airtight seal made it difficult for the air to escape, it was better than freezing to death. The geese stopped guarding the house and gathered with the chickens and ducks, nestling in the mutant cotton nest for warmth. The ant who incubated the eggs entered the chicks' room. It wasn't as warm as usual. The chicks huddled together, shivering from the cold. Some had even frozen to death, leaving her heartbroken. She quickly called her son and spread out the mutant cotton. The chicks seemed to sense something, and one by one, their short legs scurried over to the bright red cotton. Soon, their shivering stopped, and they dozed off on the cotton. The ant breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the frozen bodies of the chicks, sighed, and collected them. She then cleaned the room again. After cleaning the room and replacing the food with clean food, the ant checked on the chicks. The yellow, fluffy chicks, anxiously huddled together, had already fallen asleep with their eyes closed. Clearly, the mutant cotton had warmed the room. The ant touched the warm mutant cotton and smiled. This was truly a good thing. Outside, the farmer and several others worked together to settle the livestock. Seeing that they were in good condition and would be safe for the time being, they left without worry. The farmer, wrapped in his clothes, walked to the chick shed and called inside, "Mom, are you done? If you are, let's go home quickly." He absolutely had to go home with his mother. Otherwise, with the snow so thick on the road, he was worried. If they accidentally fell, it would be terrible. In this cold weather, a fall would be a disaster. The ant agreed, and after making sure nothing was left out, she left. The temperature outside was freezing, and the ant quickly closed the door behind her, fearing that the cold wind would blow in and freeze the chicks. She ended up shivering with cold herself. The farmer quickly handed her the clothes, urging, "Mom, put them on quickly." In just a few moments, the ant's fingers were frozen. Without asking, she hurriedly took the clothes. As soon as she held them in her hands, she felt the warmth. When she put them on, they instantly blocked out the cold wind, warming her whole body. "Oh, is there some kind of mutant cotton in this?" As she walked back with her son, the aunt touched the warm clothes and asked with certainty. "Yes." The breeder nodded. "Hasn't the base started exchanging cotton-padded clothes and blankets?" The aunt nodded. She had, of course, heard the announcement, but asked, "Weren't you busy taking care of the livestock outside? Who got these clothes?" The breeder smiled. "Why should we? The boss heard we were all at the farm and probably didn't have time to go get them, so they sent them directly to us. And the blankets were also delivered to our house. What a hassle." The aunt said this, but a smile broke across her face. "I was thinking if we waited until we were done to get the clothes and blankets, it would be too late and they wouldn't exchange them. I didn't expect the boss to be so thoughtful and deliver them directly to us. By the way, what's the exchange price for these clothes?" The aunt was used to being frugal and always liked to ask the price of everything she bought. The farmer smiled and said, "We're employees of the farm now. Clothes are employee benefits, no contribution points needed." Auntie was surprised. "I just started and I already have them." The farmer nodded. "Yes, but if anyone else in our family wants clothes, they have to contribute points. And betting, 1 per person, free." Of course. Auntie thought they had all the contribution points they needed to spend left over. "Great," Auntie's face lit up. "Let's have something nice tomorrow." To be honest, it was just a little thicker, but for people in the apocalypse, these were truly wonderful days. Out there, countless people were starving to death every day. They were living lives they couldn't even imagine. When they got home, Auntie's grandson was already wearing clothes made of mutant cotton, his face flushed like a little penguin. Seeing this, the aunt asked her grandson, "It's so late, why aren't you going to bed?" The grandson replied, "My mom said she's worried about you too, and told me to wait until you get back before going to bed." The aunt then said to her daughter-in-law, "You're such a jerk. What could possibly happen between him and me? The child is growing up. Don't let him stay up late. Besides, isn't it cold sitting here?" Although she complained, a smile remained on her face. She wasn't really blaming her daughter-in-law. She was just worried about her and her son, so how could she really blame her? The grandson immediately said, not cold, Grandma. I'm so hot, but Mom won't let me take off my clothes." "Your mom is right," the aunt said. "I dare not take them off. You don't know how cold it is right now. If you take them off, you freeze like a popsicle." The grandson shivered with fear and didn't dare to talk about taking off his clothes again. He didn't really want to take them off. He just wanted to unzip them a little. Now he was too scared to unzip them. Annie felt relieved at this, but it was hard to take it off. She'd almost frozen without it just now, but now she was sweating slightly. It was really warm. As employees of the breeding department, they each received a free quilt. Auntie's husband had passed away, so she slept with her grandson while her son and his wife slept in it, saving them from having to change quilts. Back inside, they quickly locked the doors and windows, spread out the mutant cotton blanket, and prepared everything before daring to remove their cotton-padded clothes. Even then, they shivered from the cold and quickly slid into bed, instantly feeling warm. Auntie patted her grandson's back, coaxing him to sleep, feeling thankful for Captain Chang's presence. Otherwise, who knows how much harder it would have been. Forget freezing to death, he'd probably starve to death. The people outside were a little nervous after hearing the announcement. They'd only been there 2 months, and they were worried they wouldn't get the mutant cotton clothes and blankets. "God, why are you so cruel?" Someone wiped away tears. "Our lives have finally gotten better, and now why are you tormenting us again? It's so cold, are you really going to freeze us to death?" Someone looked despairing. "Didn't they say we could exchange them for mutant cotton quilts? I sewed some before, and they were so warm. Can we exchange them too? We've only been here 2 months. Even if we could exchange, we wouldn't have enough contribution points." They'd lived frugally since they arrived, but with so many needs, even if they saved, their contribution points were flowing like water, and they couldn't save any. Now, without contribution points, how could they exchange for anything? They'd finally thought life was better. No matter what, as long as they worked diligently, they could at least have enough to eat. But they couldn't resist the natural disaster. As they were talking, Lu Ping'an approached. Everyone shuddered and exchanged glances. "Go ask Lu Ping'an. Captain Chung is his nephew." This statement was met with unanimous agreement. Some had previously thought that Lu Ping'an's nephew was the highest leader of the base, but he had moved to the outskirts, doing the same work as them, and seemingly not doing much better than them. So, they assumed Lu Ping'an wasn't very close to his nephew. Seeing Lu Ping'an now, they felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, he was in the outer area, so they could still get some information. So, everyone gathered around and started asking questions. Lu Ping'an looked surprised. Why didn't you go get your clothes? Everyone's face is frozen blue. We don't have enough contribution points. How can we exchange them? They hunched their necks in worry, trying to keep warm. Lu Ping'an clapped his hands and said, I'm just asking why you didn't go. Captain Chung said that since everyone in the outer area has special circumstances, we can start with credit and pay you back later as we work. In front of outsiders, he didn't refer to Chung Jiyu's uncle status, but called him Captain Chung. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they all asked, can we really buy on credit? Oh my goodness, that's great. Let's go! We'd be late and run out of things. Yes, let's go! Let's go! That's great. We can buy on credit. Thanks to Ping'an for telling us. Of course. That's better than us just guessing here. Lu Ping'an shook his head. They definitely announced it over the radio. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the announcement came over the radio. The inner circle had almost received their items, and it was time for the outer circle. It wasn't about treating them differently. If everyone went all at once, it would be inefficient. It would be better to announce them separately. After hearing the detailed announcement over the radio, everyone felt more at ease, no longer worried about buying on credit. In any case, they had to get their clothes and bedding first. Without them, they'd probably freeze to death. Why worry about buying on credit? Besides, the Xiaohe base was different. They hired workers regularly, and as long as they worked hard, they could always earn contribution points. When they arrived, the warehouse was brightly lit and filled with steaming ginger soup. A sip of it made them feel much better. Soon, when they returned, they were carrying more clothes and blankets. Wrapped in warm cotton, smiles lit up their faces. Back home, they were in the mood for conversation and laughter. They all said they were lucky they hadn't insisted on staying in the mountains, and had come to the Xiaohe base. Otherwise, they would have starved to death before the snow fell, or frozen to death after. Life was so full of hope now. Meanwhile, Chi Hongyi and the others who lived in the small building also received their blankets. They were being specially cared for by the base, so they didn't have to go and collect them themselves. Chi Hongyi stood by the window, wearing a cotton coat, but she didn't dare open it. The freezing temperature still frightened her. She watched the people coming and going in the snow outside through the window. With the arrival of a cold snap, even the larger bases would likely freeze to death. But at Xiaohe base, everyone was still laughing and talking, their faces filled with hope for life. Chi Hongyi exhaled, the glass in front of her blurred by the heat, and she slowly smiled. It's wonderful, Xiaohe base is wonderful, unlike any other base. Chu. Chung Jiyu was signing with a pen, when he suddenly sneezed. Chung Yimo immediately leaned over, frowning as he shook his hand. Let me see, are you okay? His hand was warm, and he touched his forehead, relieved to see he wasn't feverish. Chung Jiyu said, I guess someone said something about me. I don't feel unwell. Who said you? Chung Yimo frowned. Chung Jiyu, go away, I'm busy. Chung Yimo gave him a displeased look, but still withdrew his hand. Chung Jiyu felt his resentful gaze, but still gritted his teeth and signed the remaining documents. After finishing, he exhaled and smiled. You can sleep in tomorrow. Chung Yimo, who was about to express his anger, heard this and immediately said, Really? Well, what do you think I'm doing? Chung Jiyu yawned. Since I'm already here, I might as well get the work done. What he didn't mention was that the snow was falling non-stop, and it would probably be very deep tomorrow morning, making it difficult to come. But when he heard that he didn't have to get up early tomorrow, Chung Yimo was obviously happy. Ever since Chung Jiyu became this administrator, he had been getting up very early every day. When he got up, he didn't want to sleep in, which led to him not sleeping in for a long time. Chung Jiyu repeatedly said, You don't have to stay with me. Sleep if you want. Chung Yimo didn't want to sleep. When Chung Jiyu left, he couldn't sleep at all. Before returning, Chung Yimo transformed into his beast form again, and Chung Jiyu sat on him, his feet barely touching the ground. Chung Yimo walked slowly at first, while Chung Jiyu lay on him, taking a deep breath. It was a huge dog, and it felt so good. Just as he was sighing, Dahe, who had been walking slowly, suddenly became excited and ran home at a breakneck speed. Chung Jiyu didn't even dare to stand up, just lying in his fur, not worrying about the cold wind that would sting his face. He said in a muffled voice, Slow down, don't accidentally bump into anyone. On the road, because of the snow, the people returning walked very slowly. Then, he felt a dark shadow, like the wind, whoosh. It'd be over in a moment. Everyone, Question mark. What was that just now? It was so fast they couldn't see clearly. When they reached the courtyard, Chung Imo immediately transformed back and pulled Chung Jiyu upstairs. Chung Jiyu? Question mark. Chung Li's mother, who lived in the house, heard the noise and came out, draped in her clothes. Seeing it was them, she felt relieved. Go back to bed. The two of them agreed and entered the room. Chung Jiyu was pinned against the door. Before he could react, Chung Imo leaned in, kissing him passionately, the scent of wind and snow. The kiss was so intense that Chung Jiyu even broke into a sweat. He thought to himself, that's not serious, isn't he? He just leaned on her back and took a breath? You're not serious. Chung Imo released him, staring at Chung Jiyu with disapproval. Chung Jiyu quickly threw his arms around her neck. I'm serious. With that, he leaned in and kissed her. Satisfied, Chung Imo curled his lips and kissed her back vigorously. In the end, the two of them just kissed and didn't do anything else. Chung Jiyu had been tossing and turning for most of the night and was exhausted, so he decided to go to sleep. It was too cold to shower, so Chung Imo quickly used his water powers to wash him. Before Chung Jiyu even noticed, his body was dry and refreshed. He quickly put on his pajamas and slid into the warm bed. Chung Mo's eyes darkened, and he slipped in from the other side. Then, he leaned in close to Chung Jiyu, hugged him, and sighed with satisfaction. Chung Jiyu coughed lightly. Well, you're not going to do that, are you? He had let Chung Imo wash him with his water powers, and the result had excited him all over again. Chung Imo hummed and nuzzled into his neck. I don't want to, but I can't help it when I see you. Chung Jiyu, Chung Imo pitifully said, Jiyu, you don't dislike me, do you? Chung Jiyu, can you please stop pretending? Chung Imo denied it. How am I pretending? Chung Jiyu was speechless. Didn't he understand Chung Imo? Chung Imo gently nudged his head against him, his ears popping out. With an innocent face he said, I'm telling the truth. Chung Jiyu's heartbeat raced. You're being a bit unfair. Chung Jiyu's Adam's apple moved, and he coughed softly. Well, I'd better help you. It's not comfortable sleeping like this. Finally, Chung Imo helped him again. Chapter 87. Chung Jiyu had really slept in. He'd been busy until midnight last night, and his family, knowing he must be tired, hadn't called him for breakfast. When he awoke, it was already bright outside. He stirred and found Chung Imo holding him tightly, like a large doll. Chung Jiyu, no wonder I dreamed last night of being wrapped in an octopus. He nudged Chung Imo, who hummed, Jiyu, go back to sleep. Chung Jiyu said, I can't sleep. Chung Imo mumbled a response, and continued to hold him. Chung Jiyu, forget it, let's sleep a little longer. It's too cold outside. He closed his eyes, and continued to sleep. He didn't know how long it had been before he opened them again. He saw Chung Imo, who had woken up at some point, squeezing his hand. Seeing him open his eyes, Chung Imo smiled, grabbed Chung Jiyu's hand, and kissed it on his lips. Jiyu's hands smell nice too. Chung Jiyu, He sniffed at himself, but there wasn't any smell at all. I'm hungry. Chung Jiyu said, getting out of bed, and heading to the bathroom to get a cup of water. The bucket was frozen solid. He had no choice but to ask Chung Imo to get him a glass of water. He held the water in his hand, brushing his teeth while looking outside. Everyone was diligent. The snow on the road looked shoveled, but in some places it was thick, perhaps as thick as a leg. Outside, the weather was still cold, feeling about the same as last night. Chung Jiyu frowned. This weather was really inconvenient. Many people at the base were also worried. They had hoped the temperature would rise during the day, as usual, but upon waking, they realized it was wishful thinking. It was still freezing. While they didn't have to worry about freezing to death, they were worried about their relatives, with whom they hadn't contacted. They didn't know how they were doing outside, wondering if they could handle the cold. The atmosphere was somewhat subdued. Chung Jiyu and Chung Imo went downstairs. Chang's mother wanted to cook for them, but Chung Jiyu said, No, Chung Imo, and I will take care of it. Cold weather is good for hot drinks. But Chung Jiyu was hungry and too lazy to bother, so he simply made hot rice. He added some rice, and when it was almost done, he added some vegetables and seasonings, and it was ready to eat. It was simple, but it tasted delicious. He also threw a few sweet potatoes into the pot. After dinner, he took them out and squeezed them. They were almost done. He peeled the dark outer skin of the sweet potato, revealing a soft, honey-sweet interior. Chung Jiyu took a bite and said, this sweet potato is a good variety. I keep growing it next year. Chung Imo ate quickly, finishing one, and then, following Chung Jiyu's instructions, shared some with the others. It's cold, but luckily we have mutant cotton. Tian Xiao touched a warm sweet potato, took a bite, and mumbled, otherwise, even a superpowered person would have a hard time with it. Let alone ordinary people. Chung Jiyu sighed softly, thinking of other places where there might not be any mutant cotton. He could only help everyone at the base get through this difficult time. For the rest, he'd just do as much as he could. After dinner, Chung Jiyu worried about the deer outside. Although they were superpowered, he wasn't sure if they could handle the weather. He decided to go out with Chung Yamo to see what was happening. They'd also check out the river. Everyone was counting on it right now. It would be terrible if it froze. The others didn't go. Their cars would freeze in this weather. Chung Jiyu had Chung Yamo with him, so he didn't have to walk. But the others would have to leave, so it was best not to follow him. They arrived outside the base. No one had cleared the snow, and the snow was incredibly thick. Chung Jiyu sat on Dahe, and soon reached the deer's den. The deer heard the noise, saw Chung Jiyu, and yo-yoed excitedly. Then, seeing Dahe, it was wary at first, but soon, as if sensing a familiar presence, it relaxed. The deer ran up to Chung Jiyu and rubbed against him, then curiously looked at Dahe with wide eyes. Yo-yo. The deer asked, friend, why did you turn into a dog? Unfortunately, neither of them could understand what it was saying. Chung Yamo saw the deer clinging to Chung Jiyu, finding it annoying. He used his palm-sized paw to peel the deer away. The deer, spun around like a top, said, ? Chung Jiyu pinched Dahe's ears. Why are you so mean? Dahe rubbed Chung Jiyu coquettishly. Who could stand such a large dog's coquettishness? Chung Jiyu's heart softened instantly. The deer seemed to come to its senses, and hurried over. Before Chung Jiyu could feel guilty, he saw the deer excitedly yo-yoing at Dahe. Although the two couldn't understand its words, they understood its meaning from its movements and expression. More, Chung Jiyu, Goodness, the deer thought Dahe was playing with it. Dahe ignored the deer, and it kept yo-yoing. Finally, Dahe grew impatient, and pushed it away with his paw. The deer spun around like a top a few more times. Then it came over again, yo-yo. More, Dahe, completely ignoring the deer. Chung Jiyu smiled, held out a raw sweet potato, and asked the deer if it wanted some. The deer sniffed it, took a bite, and shook its head happily, clearly enjoying the sweet potato. Chung Jiyu fed it some more. Seeing the fawn in good condition, seemingly unaffected, Chung Jiyu felt relieved. He swept the snow off the roof of the shed they had built for the fawn to prevent it from collapsing under the weight of the snow. As for the stream, perhaps due to the groundwater and the constant flow of water, it wasn't frozen at all. Only a thin layer formed on the surface, which didn't affect the base's water supply. This reassured Chung Jiyu. Before they left, the fawn called out, as if asking them not to leave. Then, the fawn used its supernatural power to pull out a few-day-old, plump fish from the water. It was unknown when these fish had appeared. They hadn't been in the river before. Perhaps their frequent cleaning had improved the water quality. The 3-day-old, plump fish landed on the shore, but soon, due to the low temperature, they froze solid. The fawn pushed the fish toward them. Yo-yo. Here, you guys. Chung Jiyu understood its meaning and accepted the fish. Thank you, little deer. The little deer squinted, nuzzled Chung Jiyu, and was pushed around a few times by Dahe. The little deer, we had a lot of fun. After saying goodbye to the little deer, Chung Jiyu sat on Dahe and grumbled. Why are you so childish? Dahe snorted. My beast form has been affected a bit, so I'm just childish. Chung Jiyu, You're so self-righteous. But then, he remembered what Chung Yamo had said before. In their orc galaxy, some orcs would transform into beast form, and go crazy when drunk. Okay, he kind of believed Chung Mo's suggestion that beast form affected intelligence. Chung Mo's words were subtle, but that was the gist. Chung Jiyu buried his face in Dahe's fur, feeling warm. He muttered, this fish will be perfect for making fish soup when we get home. It's so cold, it's perfect for fish soup. After returning home, Chung Jiyu had Chung Mo kill and prepare the fish, and then he set to work making fish soup. Marinate the fish first to prevent any fishy smell, then pan-fry in hot oil until both sides are golden. Then add hot water, add a little salt, and simmer gently. The resulting soup is milky white and exceptionally fresh. It only takes about 10 minutes to simmer. It's a shame there's no tofu, otherwise it would have been nice. The soybeans have already been planted, and they'd be ready to make tofu. I just don't know if the mutant crops will thrive in this weather. The fish soup was ready quickly. Chung Jiyu used a colander to filter out the fish bones. He also added ginger. It tasted slightly spicy, but it warmed me up after a while. Chung Mo loved it, drinking a large bowl and saying, "It's delicious, boneless." Because the bones were filtered out, it's true that big dogs don't like bones. However, Chung Ji glanced at Chung Mo's stomach. After drinking so much soup, can you still eat rice? Chung Mo, I can eat a few more bowls. Chung Ji, After the apocalypse, once the major bases were established, they had a means of communication. Shioha Base had received a communicator to communicate with other bases a few months ago. It was Chaeyong who told them they could apply for one. Otherwise, having people running back and forth to pass messages would be too much trouble. This heavy snowfall put the communicator to good use. Chung Ji learned about the situation at the major bases, and none of them were in good shape. The heavy snow had basically affected half of the bases. They were numerous, and without the mutant cotton that Xiaohe Base had, many froze to death during the snowfall. As for the southern areas that didn't see snow, things weren't much better. Perhaps due to the influence of cold fronts from elsewhere, the temperatures at the southern bases have also dropped significantly, though only slightly more so than at the northern bases. The situation isn't great either. Several major bases are now suggesting mutual aid arrangements. Bases that are in better shape and have heating systems are exploring the possibility of taking in people from other bases. The head of the Chaoyang base said, several small bases were already short on resources, and this heavy snowfall has only exacerbated their situation. Several bases have already announced their closure, leaving their inhabitants with nowhere to go. We're looking for someone who could take in some of them. Base A, if you put it that way, we'd definitely be willing to do so. However, you know everyone's situation right now. We don't have enough resources to even keep our own base full, so we simply can't take in any more. Base B, yes, it's not that we don't want to. It's just that everyone's in dire straits. I see so many people freezing to death every day, and it's heartbreaking. It's tough too. If I could help, I'd definitely do it. Base C, hey, the situation at our base is even worse. Now there are dozens of people living together, regardless of whether they know each other or not, male or female. At least they can keep warm, right? Base D, but I heard that several small bases have powerful psychics. Taking some in would be beneficial to the base's development. Base B, of course we understand. So if we can, we definitely take them. There's really nothing we can do. Chaoyang Base, our base can currently accommodate a maximum of 10,000 people. Any more and we'd be overloaded. Another base, with a coal mine also said, we can also accept 10,000 people, but let's be clear, while you won't freeze to death once you arrive, we can't guarantee food and drink. The official said, thank you, both bases. Under the current circumstances, being able to accommodate 10,000 people is already quite good. After that, he named several other large bases. What's going on with you? These are difficult times. I know it's not easy for everyone, but if you can accept one person, perhaps one person will survive. It's the end of the world. Every lifespan is a glimmer of hope. You do whatever you want. We have hard targets this time, and we have to meet them even if we don't. Now that it had come to that, the large bases couldn't afford to shirk responsibility any further. They had to obey the official orders from above. Otherwise, applying for resources in the future would be difficult. Finally, they announced that they could only accept a few thousand people, 5,000 more, 1 or 2,000 less. Chung Ji listened, feeling somewhat tempted. The other large bases had no shortage of people, but he did. He tapped the table and said, we can accommodate 1,000 people. 1,000 people was the minimum, but there was no other way. Shioha Base was small, with only a little over 2,000 people in total. The number of 1,000 people was the result of careful consideration after he and Lin Kong discussed it. Firstly, the number of people they accepted couldn't exceed the original population of Shioha Base. Secondly, the remaining houses enclosed by the walls built by the people who had previously arrived from the mountain valley could only accommodate 1,000 people at most. Furthermore, with their current food reserves, accommodating 1,000 people would be no problem at all and wouldn't be a problem. No more. The official was stunned. Shioha Base? If he remembered correctly, it was a very small base. After the heavy snow, some of the disbanded bases had more people than Shioha Base. Chung Ji heard someone mutter, slapstick. The authorities were indeed anxious to arrange for personnel, so in their view, Shioha Base, being so small, not only refused to ask for help but was actually willing to accept people. Wasn't that just lapstick? Chung Ji, Chung Mo, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes, as if preparing to assassinate this person remotely. There weren't many large bases in various places, but small bases like Xiaohe Base were countless. Some were even family businesses, meaning a family with some resources opened a base with serious management problems, and was extremely chaotic. Xiaohe Base blended in and didn't stand out. The official personnel were only now searching in a corner for the data reported by Xiaohe Base regarding the snowstorm. The other person was stunned. Only one person was injured in this snowstorm at Xiaohe Base. Cheng Jiu. Well, that person fell while walking and broke a bone. The other person, The official frowned and said sternly, in times like this, accurate reporting is imperative. No concealment. It seemed as if the Xiaohe Base was concealing real data. Cheng Jiu discussed the mutant cotton. Another base interjected, you mean, mutant cotton that can generate heat? Base B, if that's the case, it's normal that no one froze to death. Base C, do you sell mutant cotton? We don't sell mutant cotton, but we do sell seeds. Xiaohe Base harvested the mutant cotton this time and left behind a ton of seeds. They definitely couldn't use them all on their own, so they'd better sell them. All right, give me 10,000 kilograms. Base A said. Base B, bah, you have no shame, are you? Just your base? I want 10,000 kilograms too. Base C, I see you both have no shame. I've never even heard of this Xiaohe Base. How could they have so many seeds? Give me 5,000 kilograms. Cheng Jiu scratched his face. We only have 5,000 kilograms. He suddenly realized that while these seeds were a lot for Xiaohe Base, they were far too few for these larger bases. One base could easily swallow them all. Sure enough, these bases started complaining, saying it was only 5,000 kilograms. How could it be so little? While complaining, they said, give me 2,000 kilograms. Give me 3,000 kilograms. Cheng Jiu took the opportunity to advertise. We have other seeds. Other seeds? Base A, I just want mutant cotton. Cheng Jiu explained what seeds he had. Because they needed food, they had to set aside some wheat and sweet potatoes, leaving enough for the base. The rest could be used to trade for resources not available at other Xiaohe bases. There were also cabbage, lettuce, and alfalfa seeds. Base A changed the subject. Give me some wheat and sweet potato. Base B, you're so cunning, I want some too. The Chaoyang base manager got to the point. Mr. Cheng, do you know the price of these seeds? But whether it was cotton, wheat, sweet potatoes, or even vegetables, they were all in short supply. No matter the price, they wanted them. I just couldn't figure out how such a small base could have so many mutant plant seeds. The seeds cultivated by the wood-type psychics at their base could only produce a small patch. Not only could they not sell them, they couldn't even feed themselves. And the mutations were bizarre. Some people's rice had mutated into seedless rice. Are rice seeds the only thing you eat? Without seeds, what else could you eat? Rice husks? But you couldn't blame them. After all, wood-type psychics couldn't control the direction of their mutations, and not every plant mutated in a positive direction. So, in this situation, seeds with positive mutations were definitely scarce. It's no wonder everyone started scrambling for them, without even asking the price. Cheng Jiu had already considered the price. What we're most short of right now are crystal cores, medical supplies, and daily necessities. Daily necessities were also needed. Cheng Jiu had previously seen someone with an extremely greasy head and clothes covered in dirt. He asked the person to pay attention to his appearance, but he was helpless. He had no laundry detergent or shampoo at home, and there was nothing he could do. He also said he didn't even have toothpaste, and he hadn't brushed his teeth in months. Cheng Jiu, Indeed, when we're starving, these things aren't important. But now that we have the opportunity to trade with a larger base, we might as well do it. As far as he knows, many people in the base are in this situation. Regardless, personal hygiene and rest are still important. Crystal cores and daily necessities are simple, and the larger bases have no shortage of them. As for daily necessities, they have their own processing plants, so they're not short of them either. On the other hand, medical supplies aren't very abundant for the larger bases, so if possible, they'd rather trade them for crystal cores and daily necessities. Cheng Jiu was shocked. They were also short on medical supplies, weren't they? So he said, medical supplies must maintain a certain ratio with crystal core supplies. Base B, upon hearing this, tried to manipulate Cheng Jiu. Seeing that Xiaohe Base was just a small base, he said, Little Cheng, you know how scarce medical resources are right now. Aren't you just putting us in a difficult position? What's the point of holding on to the seeds? Give them away. We can use them to save more people. Hey, young man, you should think about the bigger picture. Cheng Jiu smiled. This base B had been the most vehement in resisting the idea of receiving the person. Leveraging the lack of video on his communicator, he rolled his eyes, but remained polite. You're right. If it's a problem for you. The head of base B was a seasoned veteran. Seeing Chung Jiyu's youth and mere presence as the head of a base, he wanted to manipulate him. Seeing that he seemed to be relenting, he smiled. However, he didn't just say he didn't have medical resources, as he had expected. The other party said, if you can't provide the quantity I want, then don't exchange them. The head of base B's smile froze. How can you do that? You're not going to exchange the seeds? Chung Jiyu took the hot water Chung Mo poured for him and took a sip. No, whoever can meet my requirements will exchange. I don't have many seeds anyway, so don't worry, they won't grow mold in my hands. What a joke. The supply of the seeds he has is far less than the demand, right? He doesn't have to worry at all. The other bases hadn't said anything before, but Base B had said it. They wanted to see if Chung Jiyu, the head of Base B, was a good judge of command. If the other party really didn't want to give up the medical resources, that would be great. They wouldn't have to sacrifice their scarce medical resources. Everyone present was a smart person, except for the person in charge of Base B, who was probably a complete idiot. They were all waiting for him to step up. Chung Jiyu made his position clear, and the others immediately understood. Chaoyang Base immediately said, medical resources are no problem. I need 2,000 kilograms of cotton seeds, 500 kilograms of wheat and sweet potatoes, and 1,000 kilograms of lettuce, cabbage, and alfalfa. How about that? Wheat and sweet potatoes are already scarce. Seeds are food, after all. They only need 2,000 kilograms each. Lettuce, cabbage, and alfalfa are slightly more plentiful, but only 3,000 kilograms. Chung Jiyu smiled and said, sure. Since Chaoyang Base was the first to express its interest, they must be given preferential treatment. Then the base with the coal mine said they also wanted a small amount of cotton seeds. Not to mention the heating issue, cotton can be made into fabric. As for wheat and sweet potatoes, they also wanted 500 kilograms, and 500 kilograms of lettuce, cabbage, and alfalfa seeds. Seeing the other party wasn't asking for much and was being very restrained, Chung Jiyu said, okay. The other bases immediately panicked upon hearing this. All their wheat and sweet potatoes were gone, and they were afraid others would snatch them all up, so they started scrambling for them. Only the heads of Chaoyang Base and the bases with coal mines breathed a sigh of relief, watching the heated arguments. The major bases were supposed to cooperate with each other, so while they hated to give each other face, they ultimately had to bite the bullet. After some discussion, they divided the remaining seeds. The head of Base B also argued, but Chung Jiyu turned a blind eye, not wanting to offend him. These seeds could be exchanged for a lot of supplies, so there was still business to be done. He figured that in the short term, due to the large number of people at the major bases, they wouldn't be able to guarantee free access to seeds, so he could still do a few more trades. Thinking of this, Chung Jiyu smiled and said, it's a pleasure working with you. The official remained silent throughout the entire process. They merely oversaw the base's general direction, leaving everything else to its own devices. Seeing they had finished, he said with a smile, the Xiaohe base is good. It seems it can indeed accommodate 1,000 people. After all, wheat and sweet potatoes, which can be used as food, were already being sold, indicating there should be no shortage of food. Chung Jiyu spoke modestly for a moment before saying, however, I have some requirements for these 1,000 people. Chapter 88. The official paused. Oh? What are your requirements? Tell me. Actually, bases that accept people can have certain requirements when selecting them, and the officials don't mind. But they also worry. They will definitely select the most powerful psychics. What about the less powerful ones and ordinary people? So, the officials also have requirements for this, limiting the ratio of psychics to ordinary people they accept. It must not fall below a certain ratio. The official wondered if Xia Base, considering its overall weakness, wanted to recruit more powerful psychics. Just as they were thinking about this, Chung Jiyu said, psychics don't need to be particularly powerful, but they must have good character. The same requirements apply to ordinary people. If someone comes to Xia Base and violates the base's rules, we have the right to expel them. Xia Base now conducts daily training for psychics, and it's been quite effective. Facts have proven that many psychics have potential, but for various reasons, they can't realize it. Many bases seek out exceptional individuals, and don't specifically train those with average abilities. But those trained are likely to be strong. Chung Jiyu didn't expect them to be overly powerful. With so many people, their combined combat power couldn't be underestimated. On the contrary, even powerful psychics with questionable character could cause trouble for the base. Their base was small, unlike larger ones, so powerful psychics would have to think twice before causing trouble. Some powerful psychics in small bases inevitably tend to be self-righteous, making them more likely to cause trouble. Shiha base is still in its development phase, and they need people who obey them with absolute obedience. The official was stunned, then smiled. It seemed that Cheng Jiyu, though young, was quite insightful. Given the current scale of Shiha base, it was indeed necessary to be more cautious about the character of the people involved. The official then said, yes, each base will come to select personnel, and you can also send someone. Cheng Jiyu smiled and agreed. It would be best if someone from their own base could go. Especially since they had Zhou Min, a human polygraph, there was no need to worry about any problems. The final agreement was that Shiha base would send a team to recruit 1,000 people, and bases like Qiang base would help them transport the personnel, making it a perfect opportunity for both sides to exchange supplies. After hanging up the phone, Cheng Jiyu had Zhou Min summoned. Zhou Min responded, outbound? Great. I'm just bored lately, and the snow's giving me nothing to do. Cheng Jiyu, pick a few people to go with you. Zhou Min nodded. His psychic abilities were supportive, so he needed to pick a few strong ones, and it just so happened that the psychics had been trained well recently. Finally, Zhou Min chose Sun Yu, Han Ping, and Lin Kong, and finally a female metal-type psychic from the psychic team, who was a good companion for Sun Yu. Lin Kong was eagerly anticipating this outbound mission. Finally, I can get out and about. Since the apocalypse, he hadn't left Shiha base, either intentionally or involuntarily, and was quite curious about the outside world. Because time was tight, they set out that day after selecting the right people. The temporary base established by the authorities currently housed displaced individuals, who had no base to accept them. Most of them pitched a tent, huddled together for warmth. The hardest part of each day was the night. Waking up in the morning, shaking the person next to them might already be erect. No one cried, they were numb. At this time, fire abilities were the most sought after. Practically everyone was vying for them. I heard that all the major bases were hiring, and everyone finally had hope. I heard people are coming to Chaeyang base, hungry Dongong. Those are all coming. The person speaking was somewhat excited. Let's hurry up and line up. They have a count. Once they've recruited a certain number of people, they stop recruiting. Then we have to hurry. Let's go! Someone passed by a recruitment point and saw the sign that read Shiha base. They muttered, what base is this? I've never heard of it. Who knows? It's probably a small base. My previous base was a small one, but it disbanded after just 1 month. Big bases are more reliable. I don't want to be a drifter again. But they look rosy and in good spirits. They're still recruiting people under these circumstances. They might be quite capable, but we just haven't heard of them. How about? Go over and ask. A few people then asked about the size of Shiha base and its location. After hearing this, they thought, this isn't a base, it's probably a village. Instantly losing interest, they turned and walked away. Zhou Min, about to ask a question, said, He put down his pen, sighed, picked up his thermos, and took a sip of the hot water. Hey, there's no one here. Han Ping said, don't worry, someone will come eventually. Zhou Min tooted, wait a little longer, and those will be the ones left over. Lin Kong looked at these people and sighed, it's mainly about character. They initially picked strong psychics, and a few of them looked like they weren't good people. Zhou Min nodded. Never mind. He wasn't in a hurry. Sun Yu, isn't it time for lunch? She had gotten to know these people better, and they were getting along better. They weren't as averse to contact as before. Of course, she still felt disgusted by men. Zhou Min, reminded by her, was also hungry. Yes, let's eat. The others began cooking busily. Zhou Min pulled out meat, vegetables, and steamed buns from the car. Hey, let's just keep it simple while we're out. Let's stir-fry 3 dishes. The recruiter at the Chaoyang base nearby, He glanced at the cold pancake he was chewing. It was hard, like a broken head. Even so, when he had just eaten, many people had glared at him. He had just been so proud, feeling the envious gazes of those around him, content. One psychic asked, will we be able to eat pancakes when we get to Chaoyang base? He rolled his eyes. They're made of white flour, you wishful thinking. The other person was very disappointed, only to see Zhou Min and his team stir-fry 3 dishes on the spot. Stir-fried potatoes with meat, stir-fried chili peppers with meat, and stir-fried red cabbage. Why is the cabbage red? Zhou Min eagerly picked up some red cabbage and stuffed it into his mouth. It soon became hot, and he unbuttoned his cotton coat, finally freeing himself from the constant buttoning that had been suffocating him. While eating, a psychic approached. "You guys are eating well." Lin Kong looked up, a little wary. Was this person looking for trouble? Then the psychic asked, "If I go to your base, will I be able to eat so well?" Lin Kong breathed a sigh of relief and honestly said, "I definitely can't eat meat every day, but there are plenty of steamed buns and vegetables every now and then." The psychic was instantly tempted. "I'm bringing my mother with me. She's an ordinary person." Lin Kong asked, "Ordinary people can easily get enough to eat. By the way, does your mother have any special skills?" The psychic suspected the people at Xia base were bragging. However, as Lin Kong spoke, the others ate their food without any rush, showing no sign of fighting over it. It was clear that this meal was just an ordinary one for them. Zhou Min, damn, who put ginger in those shredded potatoes? The psychic, "It's so cold, ginger's rare these days, okay?" And this person just looks disgusted. Lin Kong looked at the psychic, who had been silent for a while. The psychic came to his senses and thought hard. My mom can cook." After he finished, he seemed to think cooking wasn't a particularly noteworthy skill, and scratched his head awkwardly. Then he saw Zhou Min looking at him excitedly. "Your mom can cook? Is her cooking delicious?" The psychic took a step back at his gaze, and said, "It's delicious. My family opened a restaurant before the apocalypse, and it was doing very well. Originally, thanks to his mother's cooking skills, his family was considered well off before the apocalypse. But after the apocalypse, what's the point of being able to cook? No one can afford to eat. Cooking skills are useless." Just as he was thinking, Zhou Min excitedly slammed the table. "Oh, highly skilled talent. Bring your mom over here. We'd love to have her join our Shioa base." Before he arrived, the cafeteria manager specifically told him to hire a few good cooks. In the past, everyone couldn't afford to eat, so they didn't have high expectations for taste. The chef's food in the cafeteria was just so, not much better than at home. But gradually, everyone began to develop a taste for food. The cafeteria manager was very farsighted. "We also have to shoulder the responsibility of earning contribution points. Think about it, besides the employees, who comes to eat in the cafeteria now. Not only do they want to save money, but the food in the cafeteria isn't much better than what they cook at home. If we only hire a few good cooks, how can we earn contribution points?" Zhou Min took this to heart, as he often ate in the cafeteria, and honestly, the food was just average. So, the cafeteria is in desperate need of talented cooks. The psychic listened and said, "My mother is just an ordinary person. Ordinary people with skills are also our priority," Zhou Min said. The psychic briefly doubted whether anyone could join the Xiao base, but after hearing the other person say that after joining, they could eat white flour buns every day, he swallowed hard. Although he was a psychic, he had been toiling away in his previous base. Even getting enough to eat, let alone white flour buns, was a struggle. He lived with his mother, and there were no jobs for ordinary people at the base, so he had to support 2 people on his own. His mother always felt she was holding him back, and even threatened to commit suicide, a fate many psychic families ultimately choose. Fortunately, he happened to be home and stopped her in tears. His mother didn't try to commit suicide again, but she remained unhappy, with a hint of sadness in her eyes. The psychic's heart sank at the sight, but what could he do? Hearing that the people in this base actually cared about his mother, the psychic clenched his fists and decided to give it a try, just for his mother. If he found out he'd been ripped off later, he could just quit the base. The advantage of joining a small base is that it's much easier to quit than a large one. Thinking of this, the psychic said, "You wait." With that, he headed for the nearby tent cluster. These displaced individuals, with nowhere to stay, had been living in tents for the past few days. In this cold weather, how could a tent keep them warm? His mother, already in poor health, had been suffering from the cold lately, which was why he was so anxious to join a base. If it was any later, his mother might not have been able to hold on. Thinking of this, his eyes welled up as he walked to his own tent. He could sense several eyes gazing intently at his tent, but upon noticing his return, those eyes shifted and retracted. These people wanted to steal his family's belongings, because they were relatively well off among them. At least, they had a quilt. Although the quilt was dirty and torn, it was still a valuable commodity that everyone was fighting for in such cold weather. He opened the tent a crack and immediately crawled in, avoiding the cold wind that would blow away the warmth inside, even though the tent didn't offer much wind protection. A middle-aged woman, her lips slightly blue, was wrapped in a quilt. Hearing the noise, she opened her eyes and said, "Woman, have you found the base?" Don't worry about Mom. If you can find a base with good conditions, just go ahead. Ning Wen'an had heard this countless times. He said, Mom, stop talking about this. Come with me. Ning's mother was stunned. Where are you going? Ning Wen'an smiled. The new base. They want to recruit you. Don't lie to me. Ning's mother shuddered. I'm just an ordinary person. Why would they recruit me? When Ning Wen'an had been to some bases before, they'd refused to let him in after hearing he had a child with them. They'd told him they only wanted him, but Ning Wen'an, of course, refused. Knowing she was burdening her son, Ning's mother cried secretly. As Ning Wen'an packed his things, he said, Really? They heard you cook deliciously, so they want you. Why would I lie? They didn't even say they wanted me. If you don't believe me, come with me and see for yourself. Ning's mother forced a smile. She didn't believe it in her heart, but she nodded. The two of them didn't have much stuff, packed in a broken bucket with a hole in it. Their tent was given to them by the government, but they would have to return it once they joined the base. Ning Wen'an packed up his tent and led Ning's mother toward the recruitment area at Xiaohe base. Mother Ning's legs were stiff and painful from the cold, so she walked very slowly. Over here, at the Xiaohe base reception area, Zhou Min stared at the stir-fried potatoes and meat, trying to discern the ginger from the inside, but he was hilariously unable to do so. He glared at Han Ping angrily. Why did you put so much ginger in there? Han Ping smiled good-naturedly. It's cold, ginger wards off the cold. Lin Kong took a large chopstickful and said, I think it's delicious. Zhou Min, he sighed, hoping the man wasn't lying. He should quickly hire someone who could cook well, and start the job quickly. Han Ping's cooking skills were also strange. He could make some complex dishes quite delicious, but these home-cooked dishes were just so-so. Alas, the rest of them weren't even as good as Han Ping. But after all, they were out in the world, surrounded by so many people who couldn't afford to eat. Asking Han Ping to cook complex dishes would be a bit much. He feared they would die of hunger. Although he was still ravenous now. Zhou Min had already noticed that the people from the nearby Chaoyang base had been glancing over at him since they started eating. One of them was an acquaintance of Zhou Min's, a psychic he'd met at Chaoyang base before, named Zhang Tai. When they first arrived at Xiaohe base, Zhang Tai had come over and teased Zhou Min. Look at you, you didn't stay at Chaoyang base, which is so big. I thought you were going somewhere nice, but ended up going to this. Xiaohe base? TSK, I've never even heard of it. Zhou Min rolled his eyes, but didn't indulge him. It's true that Xiaohe base can't compare to Chaoyang base, but I can't see you're doing that well either. Look at what you're wearing. TSK, pathetic. Zhang Tai was wearing several layers of clothing, even a few short-sleeved shirts. Clearly, he'd put on everything he could to stay warm. Zhou Min, on the other hand, was dressed respectably, in a matching padded jacket and shoes. While plain in appearance, his clothes were clearly warm. Zhou Min's wrists were even exposed from the heat. The rest of the Xiaohe base was dressed similarly, as if they were wearing a uniform. Zhang Tai's face immediately darkened, thinking that Xiaohe base must have pulled together these clothes to impress, hoping to entice others to join their base. Even if they were wearable now, so what? They would have to be handed in when they got back. However, Zhang Tai was reluctant to admit that, even if they were only for a few days, he was envious. Their clothes were not only warm, but also clean, while his own, draped in layers, were crooked and not warm at all. Some were filthy, and had holes in them. Standing before Zhou Min, he felt utterly inferior. He hadn't thought much of it before, because everyone else was dressed like that, so he was considered relatively respectable. Someone he knew had a huge hole in the back of his pants, and with no fabric to mend, he had to pull them up. The inner shorts and outer pants were a perfect black, so you couldn't tell unless you looked closely. But compared to the respectable Xiaohe base, it looked like they were from a smaller base. That would have been fine, but now they were even more outrageous. 5 people dared to eat 3 dishes, 3 whole dishes. Do they know what eating is? Their captain was gulping. At this moment, Zhang Tai's expression was complicated, and he came over with a sour tone. Zhou Min, have you eaten all your supplies for the past few days? Are you so confident you can recruit enough people today? You be stunned when you go back and have nothing to eat. Zhou Min looked at Zhang Tai with a hint of sympathy, and stopped provoking him. It was too miserable. He had forgotten that he had lived this miserable life before. At the beginning of the apocalypse, it was still okay, allowing people to find supplies everywhere. Now, almost everything they could find has been found, and coupled with the fact that the land can't grow ordinary seeds, food is becoming increasingly scarce. Chaoyang base is even more difficult than when he left, and this is a large base, not to mention the smaller ones. Zhang Tai saw Zhou Min ignored him, and was about to say something when Ning Wenin came over, supporting her mother. Zhou Min's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked to the table and sat down. "Oh, so this is Annie, right? What cuisine do you cook?" Ning's mother didn't expect him to actually ask her about cooking, and she lowered her head a little awkwardly. "I don't know any particular cuisine, just some home cooking." "Home cooking is good. If it's delicious, it's exactly what we need." Zhou Min hadn't forgotten that this Andy used to run a restaurant. If she could make a restaurant out of home-cooked food, it must be good. The cafeteria certainly needs good home-cooked food, but it's not yet time to cook large dishes every day. My home-cooked food is delicious. Mother Ning had already observed the Xiaohe base. Although her son described it as a small base, the people there had rosy complexions and were better dressed than those in other bases. They cooked hearty dishes with plenty of oil, and they didn't seem to mind at all, suggesting they themselves were eating well. Mother Ning, having previously run a restaurant, had good observation skills and immediately assessed the general situation of the Xiaohe base. Maybe they had actually found a good deal, so she tried to show off. "Okay, you can try it later." Zhou Min saw that the Annie looked ill, so he didn't dare send someone to test her directly. He decided to let her rest. After all, he was a human lie detector and knew she wasn't lying. "Congratulations, you've been accepted into our Xiaohe base." Zhou Min smiled. Sun Yu, standing nearby, glanced at Mother Ning, then stood up and went to their truck. He soon pulled out a bag of cotton and fabric, handing it to Mother Ning. "Auntie, make yourself some clothes when you have time." The base doesn't produce many finished products, so handing them out isn't an option. Instead, they decided to let those joining the base make their own cotton and fabric. Get some clothes made from the mutant cotton as soon as possible, otherwise catching a cold before returning would be troublesome and require medication. The Xiaohe base doesn't have much medicine, but fortunately, we can get a good supply this time. Mother Ning was startled, her eyes widening as she stared at her own grimy hands, not daring to take them. "Is this for me?" "Yes, there's something for all the new members of the base." Sun Yu was very patient with women. Seeing Ning's mother's awkward expression, he said, "As long as you stay here, this is yours. Of course, if you leave, you have to return it to us." After all, the Xiaohe base wasn't a place for grudges. What if someone cheated them out of something, took it, and then left? The truth was, they'd overthink it. With such generosity, giving new members such good things, who would want to leave Xiaohe base? They'd even die in Xiaohe base. Everyone around was watching the action, their gaze fixed on the cotton and fabric. Ning's mother swallowed, quickly wiped her hands, and carefully took the cotton wrapped in fabric. It was warm to the touch. Why is it hot? Why is this cotton still red? Ning's mother unconsciously hugged him tighter. It was so warm. Sun Yu noticed a lot of people looking over there, and deliberately said, "This is mutant cotton. It's heat generating. You don't need too much. Just a thin layer stuffed inside your clothes will keep you warm. That's what we're wearing." Wow, everyone was boiling with excitement, like water dropped into a frying pan. Mutated cotton that generates heat. Even regular cotton would be rare enough, and this cotton was mutant. It was a resource everyone in other bases was vying for, but Xiaohe base had it as soon as they joined. Damn, if that's the case, why join a big base? They might as well go to Xiaohe base. Everyone glanced at each other, and those who had been queuing at the back of the base rushed to Xiaohe base. In an instant, the Xiaohe base reception point was completely filled with people. Zhou Min's mouth was almost splitting with laughter. Although they didn't have high requirements for superpowers, he didn't want to accept the leftovers. They offered such good conditions, so of course they had to be selective. Lin Kong maintained order. "Line up properly. We won't accept anyone who doesn't." The authorities had organized this reception operation, so naturally, they had also dispatched psychics to maintain order, so there was no need to worry about any disturbances. Someone tried to cut in line, but was driven away by the officials Lin Kong had entrusted. Seeing this, the others behind him also calmed down. Ning Wenin was still dazed, and his mother quickly nudged her foolish son. "Hurry up, register." Ning Wenin finally came to his senses. Fortunately, he was already at the reception desk, so he quickly went over to register. Chapter 89. Ning Wenin was confident he could join the Xiaohe base. With his ability level, he'd be sought after no matter which base he joined. It was just that he'd been thinking about his mother, so he hadn't joined another base. Now that his mother had joined the Xiaohe base, Ning Wenin felt relieved. He popped out his chest confidently, ready to wait for questions about his ability attributes and level. Zhou Min glanced at him and asked, "Have you ever killed anyone?" Ning Wenin, I'm level 4. Ah? I've killed someone. Zhou Min frowned, and Ning Wen'an became nervous. No, why wasn't he playing by the rules? You're pretty honest, so why did you kill someone? Zhou Min asked. Ning Wen'an's face darkened as he spoke of this. That man tried to eat my mother while I was away. He also captured several others, and had eaten humans before, so I killed him. Zhou Min's expression softened. Well, his reasons were legitimate. However, since you've joined our base, you must live in peace. When you encounter problems, don't resort to violence. Try to contact the administrators. In your case, we have to observe the situation after you join the base. Mother Ning, nervously watching, quickly said, Sir, my son is a good man. He had no other choice. Zhou Min nodded. I didn't say I wouldn't accept you, but I still want to make this clear. Ning Wen'an nodded, not feeling angry. He wasn't one for violence. On the contrary, he preferred a place where everyone could live in peace. By the way, what is your ability, and what's its level? Zhou Min asked this last. Ning Wen'an no longer had any trace of pride. Xihua base was different from other bases. The most important thing wasn't the level of his ability. He answered honestly, Ice, level 4. Zhou Min raised an eyebrow. This was almost the same as Tian Xiao's. Ning Wen'an would indeed be better off without his mother. Zhou Min wrote down Ning Wen'an's name and basic information. Okay, congratulations on joining Xihua base. After that, Lin Kong handed him the mutant cotton wrapped in cloth. Ning Wen'an took it, touched the warm package, and felt a little dizzy. For some reason, he was particularly excited about joining Xihua base, and felt a sense of security, as if they now had a place to stay. Ning Wen'an set up his tent next to the Xihua base reception point. Ning's mother's usually gloomy face finally brightened. She opened the package and felt an instant rush of heat. Even in the cold, her face felt toasty. Sun Yu gave her a needle and some thread, enough for 2 sets of clothes. The needle had to be turned in when it ran out. Mother Ning began to make clothes with a smile on her face. Perhaps with hope, her spirits were high. Ning Wen'an saw this, and his smile widened. A voice came from outside. Can I come in? Mother Ning recognized Sun Yu's voice, and quickly said, Yes, come on in. Sun Yu walked in and handed Mother Ning 2 steamed buns. Have some. Mother Ning looked at the white buns, and could almost smell the fragrant flour. She swallowed unconsciously, and waved her hand. No, I can't take this. Sun Yu explained, This isn't free. It's a credit from the base. When you get to the base, you earn contribution points, and they be deducted from the money. Mother Ning hesitated upon hearing this, mainly because she was worried she wouldn't be able to pay it back. These were white flour buns, and she wondered how expensive they must be. If she accepted them, wouldn't she be saddled with a huge debt by the time she arrived at the base? Sun Yu, noticing her concerns, said, If you can get a job as a cook in the cafeteria, you earn 10 contribution points a day. 10 contribution points equal 1 gene of white flour, or 1.5 gene of wheat. 2 buns equal 1 contribution point, or you can just steam them and return them later. The Xihua base is not short of wheat right now, so the prices of wheat and flour have plummeted. Mother Ning exclaimed, shock. 1.5 gene of wheat a day, even though her son's appetite was huge after becoming a psychic, and she probably didn't eat enough, compared to the days when he'd break a black bun into pieces and only dared to eat 1 bite a day. This was pure heaven. Besides, her son would undoubtedly go out to work, so she wouldn't be able to finish 1.5 genes of wheat a day, and she could save it later. She didn't hesitate in an instant, feeling like she was about to become rich. She took the steamed bun. Although it was frozen solid, it was made of white flour and smelled delicious. Thank you, my girl. What's your name? Mother Ning looked at Sun Yu gratefully. Sun Yu uncomfortably said her name, and was about to leave. Ning Wen'an, who had been listening for a long time, was also very excited. Seeing her leave, she hurriedly asked, Hello, what about me? What kind of work can I do? Sun Yu was much more indifferent to men. I don't know. Ning Wen'an, huh? Sun Yu frowned. I said I don't know. With that, he left. Ning Wen'an, Mother Ning smiled. It's okay, son. Go and look for it. I take care of you. After she finished speaking, she was stunned, then her smile widened. Great. She wasn't a useless burden anymore, and could say such things. Ning Wen'an scratched his head, and smiled too. As a psychic, he definitely earned more than his mother, but he was still happy that she could say such things. Outside, some people behind him heard Zhou Min's question and realized what the Xihua base's receivers were primarily concerned about. The honest and dutiful ones were pleased, but some felt uncomfortable. They realized they couldn't tell the truth, or they would be screened out. However, Zhou Min asked, "Have you done anything bad?" The man shook his head, "No." Zhou Min frowned and waved his hand, "Next." The man immediately became angry. "You only asked me one question. Why do you want me gone?" Zhou Min clicked his tongue. "You know whether you've lied or not." He raised his voice. "Our Xiohe base is different from other bases. We value character and personal qualities. Not only do you lie, but you also do bad things. We don't want people like you." "You?" Seeing his hopelessness, the man actually used his supernatural powers to cause trouble. Sun Yu, standing beside him, narrowed his eyes. The man screamed, and a large piece of flesh on his hand had been corroded, revealing the bone. Sun Yu said coldly, "Troublemaker, get out." The man swallowed, and seeing the official arrival, he finally became frightened. He glared at Sun Yu with a sinister look and hurried away. Zhou Min gave him a thumbs up. "Cool, sis." Sun Yu glanced at him indifferently and said nothing. Not far away, Ning Wenin saw this scene and shrank back. He had just wondered if he had offended Sun Yu in some way, as his treatment was awful. Now, comparing his attitude, he suddenly felt that he was quite nice. After this little incident, the others who followed him were less likely to cause trouble. Even if Xiohe base didn't accept them, they could try another base. If they caused trouble, they might be blacklisted and rejected by other bases, which would be a loss. Perhaps everyone had heard the news and, hearing about Xiohe base's favorable conditions, lined up. Zhou Min was quite happy, figuring they would have enough people in 2 days, and could return home early. By then, the several larger bases that had partnered with Xiohe base should have almost finished recruiting, making it a good time to send people back with them. Although these larger bases generally recruited more people than Xiohe base, they did so much faster. As soon as people heard of these bases, they rushed to join them, without any need for advertising. Moreover, large bases like Qiang base recruit very quickly, simply asking candidates what their abilities are, their level, and if they have good eyesight, they're accepted straight away. In contrast, Xiohe base asks more questions. But the benefits offered by Xiohe base are substantial. Upon joining, they're given mutant cotton and fabric. Considering the snowstorms that have plagued most areas, ordinary cotton is a precious commodity, let alone heat-generating mutant cotton. Some powerful psychics, who bring their families with them, prefer to come to Xiohe base. They see Xiohe base's good attitude towards ordinary people, and at least they don't have to worry about their families being bullied while they're away on missions. So now, people are starting to sign up at Xiohe base. On the morning of the 3rd day, Zhou Min wrote down the number for the 1001st person and said, "We've got enough." The 1000th person brought a family member with him. Zhou Min discussed it with the others and decided to keep him. It was just one more person, no need to hold him back. Someone who had originally envied the supplies Xiohe base provided, but also felt that larger bases were more reliable, became anxious when they heard this. "Why aren't you recruiting anymore? How many have you recruited?" Lin Kong smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Xiohe base is relatively small. We're responding to the official call to provide a place for everyone, but our capacity is limited. We can only accept a maximum of 1,000 people. We've already recruited enough people, and I just reminded you. Those who are waiting in line should stop waiting." The people behind him, They heard the reminder, but they thought Xiohe base was just saying it on purpose, trying to get them nervous and rush them to sign up. And yet, it turned out to be true. The initially hesitant group suddenly felt they had missed a golden opportunity. They even wanted to talk to a few others, asking for a few more, though it wouldn't matter. Of course, that wouldn't work. What they said was what they meant. They were representing the base, and if they changed their minds so often, how would others view their base? Zhou Min warned, "The other large bases are almost full. If you don't go..." Before he could finish his words, the others suddenly realized what was happening and immediately abandoned their arguments to rush to the other large bases to line up. Not joining Xiohe base would be fine, but if their arguments led to other bases being full and leaving them with nowhere to go, they would be crying their eyes out. Zhou Min smiled. Little brat. But he wasn't lying. That afternoon, the other bases were also filling up. They split into 2 groups. One returned to base, the other followed Zhou Min and his team to Xiohe base to exchange supplies. Before leaving, Zhang Tai, uncharacteristically, approached Zhou Min, his face troubled. Zhou Min glanced at him with disdain. "Just tell me what you want. Stop wasting time, okay?" Zhang Tai grumbled for a long time before saying, "Well, are the treatment at your base really that good? Even ordinary people can get enough to eat?" Zhou Min raised an eyebrow. "Of course. How could I say that if it wasn't true? That would be false advertising. Zhang Tai still thought they were exaggerating. How could it be possible? As a psychic at Xiang Base, he spent his days either killing zombies or alien beasts. If he was lucky, he could kill an alien beast and still have a full meal for a few days, but that kind of luck didn't always happen. The easy-to-kill monsters had all been slain, and the remaining difficult ones were killed at the risk of their lives. Risking their lives just for a good meal was a waste. Most of the time, they were completing missions assigned by the base. Since the pre-apocalyptic food had been largely consumed, the food earned by completing missions was dwindling. Sometimes, after a grueling day, they would only earn enough to eat halfway. Furthermore, the food wasn't good either. The white flour now was unbearable for him, not even for his superiors. They ate steamed buns mixed with something unknown. Not only were they hard, but they also choked on his throat. He couldn't digest them after eating them, and he'd been constipated for quite some time. And that was his situation as a psychic. If he was still like this, let alone ordinary people. Ordinary people could only do manual labor, working tirelessly all day for half a hard, choking steamed bun, barely enough to keep them alive. The Chaoyang base was already doing well. At least few people died of starvation. Other bases were even worse off, with starvation commonplace. They pinned their hopes on the Wood-type psychics, hoping they could quickly cultivate seeds adapted to the apocalyptic land. He had assumed everyone was like this, but then he heard that at the Xiao base, regardless of whether they were ordinary or not, upon joining, everyone was given mutant cotton and fabric so they could make their own cotton-padded clothes. And every meal included a white flour steamed bun. Even though these people were buying on credit, it was a white flour bun. Zhang Tai saw someone holding a white flour bun, chewing it slowly, and he almost wanted to grab it. He'd seen Zhou Min and the others eating so well, and thought they were just trying to show off, but even they were just pretending to be rich with white flour buns and 3 side dishes. Meat isn't as rare as noodles and vegetables. After all, you can go out and hunt exotic beasts, but noodles and vegetables are currently non-renewable resources. Zhang Tai hadn't eaten fresh vegetables since the apocalypse, and he was ravenous. When he heard that joining the Xiao base would give him white flour buns, he was completely overwhelmed. Not just him, but everyone else was. Since he'd heard he was close to Zhou Min, they sent him here to inquire about the situation. After Zhou Min finished speaking, seeing Zhang Tai's look of disbelief, he picked his teeth and said, "Believe it or not, I haven't been hungry since I joined Brother Chung." Zhang Tai wanted to say, "Go ahead and brag," but seeing Zhou Min's rosy complexion, he couldn't bring himself to say it. This time, he'd taken on the mission to exchange supplies at Xia base, specifically to expose Zhou Min's lies. He didn't believe the others would be in this state of mind once they got there. If the others weren't in this state, it would prove Zhou Min was just bragging. He didn't know what supplies they were going to exchange with Xia base. Their superiors hadn't said anything, so they'd have the communicator, and would naturally get the news once they got there. Zhang Tai was still daydreaming. Was it food? Xia base seemed to have flour. Going to Xia base wasn't exactly easy. It was so cold, and everyone else was anxious to report back. This mission might even allow them to exchange some steamed buns. They weren't going to Xia base much, and there weren't many hard buns left. Hey, they'd probably be hungry for 2 days. It wasn't a big deal, really. They'd get used to it after a while. Zhou Min had no idea what he was thinking. He counted the number of people, and told them to return their tents to the authorities. Then they could set off. The Xia base car was in the front, with the others following behind. Over 1,000 people sat in the train cars, but they didn't feel the cold. They had already sewed their clothes as quickly as possible. The clothes were excellent. They warmed up, so sitting in the train cars wasn't cold at all. Even if some of the workmanship was poor, and the clothes were crooked, as long as they kept us warm, they were fine. These people were carefully selected for their character. There weren't any truly bad people. Everyone crowded into the train cars chatting. "We're getting further and further out of the way. Don't you know? Xia base was originally a village. It definitely wouldn't be in the city. Regardless of whether it's a village or not, what other base could provide us with such fine fabric and cotton? I think Xia base is the best." "That's right. The base I stated before, not to mention giving us cotton, even the good stuff was given to the higher-ups. We froze to death or starved to death, and they didn't care. Isn't that base like that?" They didn't think a few deaths were a big deal. They chatted, feeling both nervous and excited about their upcoming trip to Xia base. Meanwhile, at Xia base, Chung Jiu signed a document and calculated the time. Zhou Min and the others should be back soon. Chung Yamo, almost. He took out the honey peach jam he had made earlier, and made some water for Chung Jiyu. He placed the cup in front of him. Chung Jiyu said unconsciously, "I'm not thirsty." Chung Mo made himself a cup too. It was sweet and full of peach aroma. "Try it." Chung Jiyu took a sip, paused, and unconsciously drank the entire cup. It wasn't that he wasn't thirsty. He just didn't think the water tasted good. Chung Jiyu has been in a good mood lately. He had initially worried that the soybeans and rice he planted would freeze to death in such cold weather, but the mutant plants proved remarkably resilient, tolerant of both high temperatures and even such low temperatures. The soybeans and rice survived the freezing and instead grew well. Chung Jiyu also used peach and cherry pits to grow seedlings in the space. Once they had grown, he had them transplanted outside. There are 20 of each type, so everyone should be able to enjoy fruit in a few years. Also, the durian seedlings he planted earlier are already a meter tall. Since they grow faster in the space, Chung Jiyu figured he might be able to enjoy durian in 2 or 3 years. The next morning, Chung Jiyu received a notification that Zhou Min and his team had returned. After hearing this, he immediately went to greet him. Chung Mo, discontent with the cold and slippery road, transformed into his beast form again and carried him to the door. Everyone had been quite frightened by such a large dog before, taller than a human. Later, they discovered it was Chung Jiyu's pet and wouldn't attack anyone, so they gradually got used to it. As for having never seen Dahei before and wondering how he appeared, everyone was curious, but that was Captain Cheng's business, so they didn't bother to investigate. But seeing Captain Cheng riding Dahei to work every day, so swiftly, everyone was envious. When they had heard that a psychic at the base had a tiger, everyone was shocked. But now, after seeing Dahei, it was nothing. After all, they had never seen such a large dog. Just now, Chung Jiyu rode Dahei over. He figured Zhou Min would be back soon, so he had already arranged for someone to come. After receiving the notification, they quickly arrived to make arrangements. Speaking of which, there's now technology to detect the zombie virus. Everyone no longer needs to be quarantined outside. They just need to line up for a blood test. After passing the inspection and entering the base, those who had passed the inspection involuntarily began to survey their future base. To be honest, the Xiaohe base wasn't as well built as the others. It looked more like a village. Chung Jiyu actually planned to build a building, but since it was spacious enough to live in right now, there was no need. He planned to wait until the weather warmed up next year to begin building buildings on the periphery. But by then, they would likely need to recruit more people, and the staff at Xiaohe base alone wouldn't be enough. Of course, these were all future arrangements. Someone was muttering, and the person next to them said, "You know nothing. I don't like living in a building. It's like being in a cage all day. I used to be like that. I didn't dare leave the house except to work, for fear of offending someone. But the houses at the Xiaohe base all have yards, which makes them feel less cramped." How nice. That's true, but I'm not sure if it's as good as they advertise. They had all heard that ordinary people at Xiaohe base could eat their fill. They thought that was a bit exaggerated, thinking that just being able to eat half full and avoid starvation would be enough. However, they soon discovered that Xiaohe base was truly different. The people there had a completely different mental state. They all wore clothes made of mutant cotton, looked clean, and had smiles on their faces. They went to work together, and when they saw the newcomers, they smiled friendly and left. They were neither curious nor worried. After all, when they had visited other bases before, the people there had been scornful of them, thinking that their arrival would mean even less food for them. They viewed the newcomers as hidden competitors. Therefore, most bases tended to form groups, with the newcomers being marginalized and forced to stick together. But the people at Xiaohe base were different. When someone bravely approached and asked, the person being asked would just smile and say, "What's the big deal? There's food at the base. It's good that you're here." Captain Chung said the base needs more people. The person asking the question was shocked. Who dared to claim they had enough food? They exchanged glances, feeling they had arrived at the right place. Here, Chung Jiyu, as the base leader, had come to meet people from several other bases to exchange supplies. Zhang Tai and his companions, as they were from Chaiyang base, were perceived by the other bases as being under the same leadership. They were at the front, looking at the base, which looked like a village, and couldn't help but curl their lips. Then, a handsome man in his 20s approached, riding a giant dog. Seeing them, he smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work, and welcome to Xiaohe base. I'm the base manager, Chung Jiyu." Zhang Tai and the others instantly adjusted their expressions and smiled, indicating that it wasn't hard at all. Chung Jiyu said, "You've been traveling all night, and I'm sure you're tired. Why don't you rest first? We've prepared a simple meal. We can discuss other matters after you eat. The people, hungry all day, quickly agreed. Chapter 90. Not many bases are willing to host other bases for dinner now. After all, every morsel of food is precious, and they are discerning people. If Chungjiu hadn't offered to let them stay for dinner, they wouldn't have suggested it. Of course, since the other party had asked, they naturally agreed. They had only managed to eat half a hard steamed bun that day. There was no other way. The base had given them very few supplies for this mission, and if they didn't eat sparingly, they would go back hungry. Now that Xiaohe base was willing to host them for dinner, they could save a little more. Besides, didn't Xiaohe base boast that white flour steamed buns were enough to fill them up? So, their meal should be white flour steamed buns, right? Everyone glanced at each other and swallowed unconsciously. White flour steamed buns. How long had they not eaten them? Seeing the people from Xiaohe base eating these past few days had made them drool. Chungjiu had no idea what these people were thinking. He politely ignored the countless layers of clothing and the tattered, peeling shoes they were wearing, and had someone take them away to rest for a while. Zhang Tai and the others nodded and sent a message to their superiors, notifying them of their arrival at Xiaohe base. They followed them all the way to the rest area, observing the Xiaohe base as they went. They were surprised to find that the group was in excellent spirits. Not to mention their rosy complexions, but at least they looked energetic and didn't look hungry. And any random person on the street would be like this. This alarmed Zhang Tai and the others, and they even began to wonder if Zhou Min was just exaggerating. Could everything he said be true? Could it be? They were observing the people at Xiaohe base, and the people at Xiaohe base were also secretly observing them. Someone murmured, "Are these refugees from outside too? They really look miserable." "Yeah, thank goodness our Captain Chung is so smart." They spoke in low voices, but little did they know that Zhang Tai and the others, as psychics, had excellent hearing and could hear their conversation clearly. Zhang Tai and the others, who had been mistaken for refugees, said, They weren't that miserable, were they? They looked down at their shoes, peeling and glued to the soles. Then, they looked at the residents of the Xiaohe base, who were wearing countless layers of bulky, yet not warm, clothes, and whose mental state was so much better. They said, So sad, they really were refugees. What made them even more upset was that they passed a child of 7 or 8 on the road, eating a steamed bun. The bun's skin was hollow and white, and the filling inside was unknown, but it smelled delicious even from a distance. Zhang Tai and the others couldn't help but stare at it, swallowing furiously. This kid dares to eat like that on the street. Isn't he afraid of being robbed? The child seemed to sense their gazes and slowed down his eating. He looked up at Zhang Tai and the others. Their eyes were like those of hungry wolves, and the child shrank back in fear. Zhang Tai rubbed his nose awkwardly and glared at the others. Why are you staring at me? Are you trying to steal my food? Oh, we didn't mean that. We were just greedy. You're blaming me? Look at your eyes. They're even scarier. The group of people were talking back and forth. The child looked at them, swallowed, and hesitantly offered his bun. You want some? Zhang Tai and the others, The child, aren't you hungry? You look so pitiful. The child had already forgotten that he was hungry too. Zhang Tai and the others, No, can you please stop talking? It would be so embarrassing if we were to cry. The receptionist at the front, noticing they hadn't caught up, came over to check on the situation. Seeing this, his mouth twitched. Zhang Tai quickly pleaded his innocence. We didn't mean to steal food from this child. The staff member, I know, but don't worry. Meals are already being prepared for you, and you'll be able to eat soon. Zhang Tai and the others, You say you know, but you don't. In the end, no one dared to take the child's buns. If it had been an adult, it would have been fine, but if it had been a child, and they'd gotten so upset that they'd teared up, who knows how embarrassing it would have been if word got out that they'd snatched the child's buns. The group reached a temporary rest area. Not long into the break, the staff came over to call them to dinner. The Xiaohe base had set up a special area for guests. If the base wanted to grow, it would definitely need to collaborate with outside parties, and there would be a lot of visitors in the future. Zhang Tai and his companions were led there. They could smell the aroma from afar and gulped frantically. Why did they feel the meal was going to be quite sumptuous? It smelled quite sumptuous, anyway. Chungjiu also arrived with his companions, apologetically saying, The conditions are quite difficult, so everyone should eat lightly. Zhang Tai, smelling the aroma, eagerly looked over at the table and saw 6 dishes. Chungjiu genuinely thought the selection was limited, so each one was generously portioned. A nearby person excitedly exclaimed, "How can it be simple? It's sumptuous. Absolutely sumptuous. Chung Jiu, wipe your saliva." Glancing at their expressions, he sympathetically said nothing and let them sit down to eat. Chung Jiu had eaten in the morning and wasn't particularly hungry, so he pretended to eat with his chopsticks. At first, they tried to be reserved, but someone swallowed loudly, and everyone else couldn't pretend anymore. With a large steamed bun in one hand and chopsticks in the other, they stuffed their mouths frantically. Chung Jiu, no, you're representing the major bases. Can you please be more presentable? He lowered his head, trying to maintain composure. Zhang Tai and the others were like starving ghosts, eating so much they didn't even bother to lift their heads. Wow, how happy they were. It had been so long since they'd had such a good meal. The last time they had was before the apocalypse. It felt like a lifetime ago. These dishes were so fresh. They couldn't even get to eat the stale, let alone the freshest ones. They were all incredibly sober. Fortunately, he hadn't chosen to take them back to base. Otherwise, how could they have eaten so well? Chung Ji watched them engrossed in their food and felt that their original plan to discuss business during the meal was no longer feasible. Let's wait until they were finished. 6 plates of food were devoured, some even using steamed bun plates. Chung Ji, if you're not full, you can order more. Since it had come to this, why bother saving face? He immediately said, "Thank you, we're definitely not full." Chung Ji pressed his temple and asked for more food. After their first order of food, they said they were full. Chung Ji thought they might not be full, but were just too embarrassed to eat more. He also saw several people, while he wasn't paying attention, stuffing steamed buns into their pockets, trying to sneak them away. Chung Ji, give them some face and pretend you didn't see it. After dinner, the staff brought them water, and they could finally get down to business. Zhang Tai and the others also saw the supply list sent by their superiors through the communicator. "Superior, don't worry about face, just count the quantities, and don't miss a single thing, well, we don't have any face to lose anyway." Still, they were shocked by the list of supplies. The items they had been exchanging had been kept secret, with no news coming in. They only knew they were exchanging with the Xiaohe base. Seeing the contents, their fingers trembled. It was mutant seeds. In the apocalypse, whether ordinary or psychic, no one knew how important mutant seeds were. Having mutant seeds meant they could grow food, and food was their biggest need right now. Zhang Tai and the others' fingers trembled. When they were ordered to come and exchange supplies, they had assumed that Xiaohe village was just a small base, so how could there be anything important to exchange? Now they knew they were wrong. How wrong they were. Seeing the group suddenly so excited they were about to pounce on him, Chung Jiu said, He coughed lightly, took a breath, and silently stepped back. Zhang Tai stammered, "Mr. Chung, are the supplies we're exchanging really mutant seeds?" Chung Jiu smiled, "Of course. We've already prepared the seeds. You can rest for a while. Once you're rested, A man next to him flushed with excitement. "No need to rest." "That's right, we don't need to rest. Haha, it's normal to go several days without sleep during previous missions. Yeah, we're not tired at all. Mr. Chung, can we go get our supplies now?" The man rubbed his hands. Since they didn't want to rest, Chung Jiu didn't force it, of course. "Let's go. We passed by the fields at our base, you can take a look." Several people followed Chung Jiu. Because he had to accompany them, Chung Mo didn't transform into his beast form and just walked slowly. Although Xiaohe base was once a village, the country had developed well before, and the roads between villages were paved with cement. After the snow, there were special people responsible for cleaning up, so the ground was only slightly wet and clean. People from several major bases were walking along the flat road. One of them asked curiously, "Mr. Chung, can the mutant seeds still grow in such cold weather?" "In fact, I'm shocked by how resilient the mutant seeds are." Chung Jiu smiled and said, "After the sudden drop in temperature, I was worried they'd freeze, but surprisingly, they're growing very well. Just around the corner are the base's crops. Would you like to take a look?" Chung Jiu asked. In reality, given his rank, it wouldn't have been possible for Zhang Tai and the others to come with Chung Jiu. However, this was Xiaohe base's first major order, so Chung Jiu decided to come in person. Someone else might come later. Zhang Tai and the others were truly eager to see the mutant seeds. They felt like they were carrying the hopes of the base on their shoulders, and nothing could divert their attention. However, if it were the crops, they could certainly see them. They were eager to see them. So, they nodded in agreement. If the mutant seeds were truly as resilient as Chung Jiu had claimed, Then that meant that as long as they were planted and properly cared for, most natural disasters wouldn't be a problem. It also gave them peace of mind. Soon, they arrived at the farming department. Fang Gui came over and asked what was going on. Cheng Jiu said, "You go about your business. I take a few people from the base to check it out." Fang Gui nodded. He was indeed quite busy. Before the snow fell, they had harvested a large area of crops, leaving most of the fields bare. Although they had later planted rice and soybeans, the arable land wasn't fully planted, and everyone felt it was a waste, so they wanted to plant more. Because of the previous snow, they couldn't plant anything. Since they had nothing to do these past 2 days, he had people clear the snow from the fields. Only a thin layer remained, and the ground was less muddy. Then they got busy planting. The weather was freezing cold, and the ground was frozen hard, making it difficult to plant. But everyone was in high spirits. Although tired, they could plant slowly, which was better than taking a break. Besides, because it was cold, they received a low-temperature subsidy, which earned them more than before. In fact, the weather now was more comfortable than the previous hot weather. They had clothes made of mutant cotton, and they didn't feel cold at all after wearing them. On the contrary, they were quite comfortable. Cheng Jiu led his men over, and people greeted them with smiles along the way. They knew that people from the outside base had arrived. Their superiors had previously instructed them to be in the best spirits. Everyone was a little nervous about the arrival of people from the larger base, figuring that they would surely have better food and clothing than they did. But when they took a peek, they were immediately disappointed. The people were poorly dressed. Their clothes were crooked, bulging here and there. One shoe sole looked like it was broken in two. A closer look revealed that it had been glued together several times and then broke again. "There's another one." The farmer winked at his companion and whispered, "Look, isn't that guy's butthole that big?" "Oh, really? It's so cold, his butt would be frozen." Weren't they supposed to be psychics from a large base? Why are they all just like refugees? But he didn't dare finish his sentence. Their team leader came over with a serious face. "What are you laughing at? Get back to your work." The team leader had a good relationship with them privately, but when it came to work, there was no room for jokes. Everyone quickly stopped laughing and grumbled to work. It was cold, and the machines had stopped working, so they had to plow the soil manually. However, after the apocalypse, ordinary people had more strength, and since the psychics had done a rough plowing before them, the work wasn't that tiring. They were quite happy working. Although it was cold, they would be miserable if they stayed home doing nothing and didn't earn any contribution points. Unlike now, the cafeteria provides 2 meals, and you can earn contribution points. You don't have to worry about anything every day, and you don't have to worry about your children not having enough to eat. Their children have been getting a lot fatter lately. Though they didn't say anything, the look on the faces of the people from the large base made them feel fortunate to be in Xia base. Otherwise, the psychics in the large bases were all doing so poorly. How could ordinary people like them have the same good life they have now? Thinking this way, they worked even harder. Zhang Tai and the others also had mixed feelings. Although they had gained some understanding of the current situation of the residents of Xia base along the way, they felt a pang of dismay when they realized that anyone here was dressed better than they were. If they weren't from other major bases, they'd all be tempted to join Xia base right now. They were so arrogant before they arrived, but now that they're here, they feel ridiculous. Their hearts beat faster as they looked at the soybeans and rice, completely unaffected by the cold. How long had it been since they'd seen so many crops? These were all edible things. How could they not be excited? "Mr. Chung, it's just I saw there's no soybeans or rice on our exchange list," the man asked, rubbing his hands awkwardly. Cheng Jiu explained with a smile, "Because this is our first time planting soybeans and rice, we don't have any extra seeds." The other man felt a little disappointed. One is rice, and the other can be used to make oil, tofu, and other bean products. Both are very important crops. What a shame. I have to tell my superiors when I get back. Xiohe base still has these 2 crops. When they're almost ripe, they can trade them. Maybe they can exchange them for more. Thinking this, he remained silent. Little did he know, those who followed along weren't fools. They all shared the same sentiment. After passing the fields, the group reluctantly arrived at the supply inventory. Cheng Jiu had already had the supplies counted, and there were no issues. Cheng Jiu had someone bring out a scale, and began weighing them in front of them. The Chaoyang base weighed 2,000 kilograms of cotton seeds. After weighing them, someone from a nearby base said, "Why do they have 2,000 kilograms, and we only have a few hundred? That's a huge difference. Our base is not small." Yes, my base also only has a few hundred kilograms. Mr. Chung, our base is quite large, you see. Chung Jiu, oh about that. When I was planning to trade seeds for supplies, the Chaoyang base leader immediately agreed to my price. The others agreed later, but there's nothing we can do. Our Xia base has limited production, and there's only so much seed. If we divide it among the remaining bases, each base will only get a few hundred kilograms. The people from several bases responded with, goodness. They didn't understand. Their base leaders must be being too clever, trying to drive down the price. But they didn't consider that these were mutant seeds. Even if they didn't want them, Chaoyang base would have bought them all. Maybe they'd even be thanking their stupidity. Everyone couldn't help but mentally complain about their base leaders. What a fool. Next, it was time to weigh the wheat and other seeds. Unsurprisingly, Chaoyang base had more of every type of seed than them, and the people at Chaoyang base were grinning from ear to ear. Although they had previously thought they could exchange for very little, their mood changed once they compared themselves. Their base had received the most in exchange. Their leadership was truly wise. If you're sure there's no problem, we weigh the seeds for the next base, said the seed weigher. Zhang Tai quickly pointed at the scale display. That's wrong. It's still 0.001 off. The seed weigher, He took a seed and put it in, and instantly 0.002 more was added. The seed weigher, is that all right? Zhang Tai grinned, sure. Even a single seed is precious. After Zhang Tai and his companions received their own seeds, they didn't rush to leave. Instead, they watched from the sidelines as the other bases collected theirs. You didn't need to look closely to see that these people had significantly fewer seeds than they did. The people from the other bases angrily shouted, now that you've collected yours, can you please move on? Zhang Tai and his companions replied, you talk as if this is your territory. The people from the other bases responded, What could they say? If they continued, it would be like slapping the people from Xia base in the face. Didn't they see that their leader had offended everyone before? Otherwise, why would they have bought so little? They didn't dare offend Xia base anymore. With only these seeds, they'd probably need to keep them for future use. There was no other way. The base was overcrowded. They would definitely have to trade with Xia base later. Zhang Tai's feelings about Xia base had completely changed. No wonder the residents there could eat white flour buns so freely. They could grow so much. Since seeds could be exchanged for resources, it meant they were already growing enough to eat. Of course, this is also because the Xia base has fewer people, so the food required isn't as much. But being able to keep so many people well fed and clothed in the apocalypse is already astonishing enough. Zhang Tai approached Zhou Min, now less arrogant, and sporting an ingratiating smile. Zhou Min couldn't help but take a step back. What are you doing? Zhang Tai chuckled. You said before that joining the Xia base would give you good food, but I didn't believe you. I was wrong. Zhou Min, what are you doing? It was terrifying. Do you really eat that well? Zhang Tai asked quietly. Can I have one vegetable every day? Zhou Min scoffed. You're so useless. I have meat and vegetables every day, and occasionally fruit. Fruit? Zhang Tai's eyes widened. He hadn't seen fruit in ages, let alone fruit. The last time he had fruit was when he completed an incredibly difficult mission and was rewarded with an apple. I heard it was grown in a greenhouse by a wood-type mutant. The apple was only the size of a palm, wrinkled from lack of water or something, and the seed inside was enormous. The direction of mutation in mutant seeds is uncontrollable, and this apple had clearly mutated in a negative direction. But even with its many flaws, it was still precious. Zhang Tai took the apple and carefully bit a little bit with his teeth. It was sour. Before the apocalypse, apples like this would have been offered for free, but no one would have wanted them. But now, the sour taste captivated Zhang Tai. After eating bland, hard, black steamed buns every day, the sudden taste of sourness was particularly pleasant. If the apples weren't storable, he could have eaten them for ages. He ended up finishing them bit by bit over the course of a day. The seeds had to be turned in, because they were mutant seeds. Even if the mutation wasn't ideal, at least they could be grown. Mutated seeds were precious, so he naturally wouldn't keep them for himself. As a result, Zhou Min told him that he could occasionally eat fruit. Zhang Tai, I don't believe it unless you show it to me. Zhou Min wasn't fooled. Oh, believe it or not, why should I prove it to you? Zhang Tai, We've already started planting fruit trees. In a few years, maybe we can sell you some seeds. Zhou Min was particularly offensive. Zhang Tai was almost in tears. Does that mean I can't join your base? You're from Chaoyang base. Zhou Min's situation was different from Zhang Tai's. Although he had been at Chaoyang Base, he was only a resident, with a lot of freedom and the ability to leave at any time. But Zhang Tai was different. He was now an official member of the base. Fortunately, I didn't join the official system. Zhou Min patted Zhang Tai's shoulder sympathetically. Don't worry. Didn't our base sell you seeds? I guess in 2 or 3 years, you two will achieve food freedom. Zhang Tai said sadly, 2 or 3 years is pretty fast. I hope that day comes soon. Chapter 91. After sending off the personnel from the major bases, Cheng Jiyu had the personnel at his own base count and file the supplies before storing them. Send the daily necessities to the small shop, Cheng Jiyu said. Xiohe Base now has a small shop, run by the base. However, the only items currently available for exchange at the small shop are food and a small number of other items, all of which are found by psychics outside. The small shop's main function is still to collect items. Some people take materials from here, return them to the small shop after finishing them, and count them as contribution points. Of course, these finished items are also displayed at the small shop for those in need to exchange. Now that we have daily necessities, we can send them to the small shop and exchange them. After the daily necessities were put on the shelves, a sign appeared at the entrance of the small shop, listing the items currently available for exchange. Then, medical resources were sent to the base hospital. The base hospital is now under the charge of Zhou Min, and this time, he was lucky enough to recruit a healing psychic. You have to know that healing psychics are highly sought after by the major bases. As soon as they show up, they're snatched up. Zhou Min had been able to easily leave Chaoyang Base by concealing his healing abilities. If his abilities had been exposed, his escape wouldn't have been so easy. He had also lucked out at a fortunate time. Back then, detecting abilities was still a challenge, unlike today, when the base has mastered the techniques. They could directly determine your abilities, making it impossible to conceal them. So, the chances of finding a missing item like before were even lower. They hadn't expected their luck to be so good, and they actually found one. The other party was originally from a small base, but the base's manager was killed by zombies. Because the base was small, the manager was essentially the sole administrator. So, with the manager's death, the entire base fell apart, fragmenting into several factions, each vying for control. As the scramble progressed, they realized the base was in chaos, and were forced to disband. It was during this period that the healing user named Chen Wan took advantage of the situation to escape. When Chen Wan first discovered she was a healing user, she didn't realize her worth, and was recruited by this small base. After that, she lost her freedom every day. As the only healing user in the small base, she was treated like a cow, exhausted every day, her powers used to the hilt, and she suffered from splitting headaches all the time. But these people knew that this was a normal state after using up her powers. Since they weren't going to die, they could just rest for the night. Chen Wan was a bit naive, but not foolish. She saw that this base treated her less like a human being and more like a tool. Unfortunately, she was under extremely tight surveillance, unable to escape. Thankfully, the base was in chaos, and these factions were still trying to seize her. She finally found an opportunity, slipping away while they weren't paying attention. Afterwards, she disguised herself as a refugee and didn't dare use her healing powers. Her hands and feet were covered in sores. She looked nothing like a healing power user, no different from any other refugee, so her identity remained undiscovered. Later, when the various bases began recruiting, Chen Wan knew she would definitely join one. Having suffered losses at smaller bases before, she was determined to find a larger one. Unexpectedly, she saw the Xiohe Base. The Xiohe Base was eager to recruit skilled ordinary people, and they offered real rewards, not just empty promises. Chen Wan was torn to pieces, mainly because she had learned her lesson after a previous setback. She hid in a corner, secretly observing the Xiohe Base, and discovered that it was completely different from her previous base, and no other base was better. Other bases sought powerful psychics, prioritizing strength. This was understandable, after all, in the apocalypse, who didn't value strength, but the Xiohe Base seemed completely different. They had rejected several powerful psychics with poor character. Chen Wan thought of her previous base. To attract powerful psychics, the administrators were willing to agree to anything, even finding them attractive women. The thought made Chen Wan feel sick. This was why her previous base had fallen so easily into chaos. The administrator's death was just the trigger. Undercurrents had already been brewing. Even the administrator's death might not have been a coincidence. Chen Wan finally joined the Xiohe Base, when only a few spots remained. Indeed, she felt somewhat uneasy, fearing she jumped from one pit of suffering to another. But upon arriving at the Xiaohe base, she was struck by the healthy mental state of the ordinary people. Furthermore, because her condition wasn't good, she was only told to rest and wasn't immediately assigned any work. After all, at her previous base, she had to work as long as she had breath left. After resting for most of the day, Chinwan finally made her way to the Xiaohe base's medical room. Most of the doctors here are ordinary doctors. If someone has a cold or fever, they won't ask a psychic to treat them. They just treat them normally. Someone saw her coming and asked curiously. Director Zhou said, "You should rest for a week before coming back." "Why are you here now?" Chenwan blinked. "I came to see." She asked, "Where's Director Zhou?" The other person said, "Oh, Director Zhou isn't here. Our base rarely has emergencies. Most of them are minor illnesses. We have another healing psychic on duty. When you come back later, you two can swap shifts." Swapping shifts? In the past, she couldn't rest unless her psychic powers were exhausted. Chen Wan's mood instantly calmed down. She had never seen an ordinary person before. The only people she could treat were powerful psychics. The base wouldn't even allocate treatment quotas for lesser psychics. Here, there were both ordinary people and psychics. An elderly man came in complaining of eye pain. After inquiring about his condition, the doctor prescribed eye drops. "This batch of eye drops just arrived at the base, perfect for you." The elderly man nodded with a smile, thanked the doctor, and was about to leave. Chenwan asked, "Uncle, is the treatment here expensive?" "It's not bad. My husband and I both have jobs, and this condition doesn't come up every day. Coming here won't cost many contribution points," the elderly man said. Chenwan's understanding of the benefits of the Xiaohe base became even clearer. This elderly man was clearly an ordinary person, and elderly at that. If he were in her previous base, he would have been lucky to be alive, let alone treated. Chinwan watched the elderly man leave, her eyes shining. She felt that her choice had been right. She had chosen a base like Xiaohe. As a healing psychic, she was willing to contribute to humanity, but only if she wasn't exploited as a tool. She also didn't want to lose her freedom and be watched constantly, like being in prison. This place perfectly met all her needs. Chinwan smiled and said, "I feel fine now. I wait for Director Zhou to come and tell him I can start working the day after tomorrow." "Oh, what's the rush?" The doctor said, "Don't worry. The base will ensure your daily needs until you've rested. I owe you contribution points, but I'm sure they'd be repaid soon." In fact, whether it was the newly arrived ordinary residents or Chenwan, the Xiaohe base could provide them with free supplies for a few days. But as the saying goes, a little kindness is repaid with a big grain of rice. Giving them supplies for free doesn't mean they're being kind. Chenwan smiled. "That's not the reason. I just wanted to come to work, and I'd definitely be back soon." She was a healing psychic, so why should she worry about such a minor injury? She'd been traumatized by her previous base, so even if she'd been injured, she hadn't used her powers to heal. She feared being exploited, afraid of being treated as a nobody. But now that she'd seen firsthand how the people at Xiaohe base lived, it was completely different from her previous base, and she was willing to trust her own judgment once again. The doctor who had been trying to persuade her stopped trying. "Think about it yourself. Just get some rest." Chenwan nodded and watched quietly for a moment. Several ordinary people came in for treatment, most with minor ailments, the most serious being a sprained ankle. "I heard it happened that night when it snowed. He went to get cotton clothes and bedding, ran too fast, and fell. When the Xiaohe base reported the disaster to the authorities, they listed him as the only injured person. He was extremely embarrassed and said he'd been laughed at a lot." Another psychic came over with a large gash on his arm. The healing psychic on duty came and healed him. He explained the reason for his injury. "I was thinking our farm was still short of cattle. I love beef, and I happened to come across a few cows and wanted to catch them. But one of them was so aggressive it actually went right at me. I wanted to catch them alive, and I didn't want them to get hurt, but I ended up getting hurt." "Did you catch the cow?" someone nearby asked. The psychic smirked. "Of course they caught one. I've sent it to the farm." "That's great. If we keep raising it, we'd be able to eat beef too." "Don't tell me, I'm really craving it. Before the apocalypse, I love beef. I don't know when we'd be able to eat it. After the first one, there's the second one. We'd definitely be able to eat it sooner or later." "That's right." Chinwan, listening nearby, was surprised to find that the psychics at Xiaohe base treated ordinary people with a normal attitude, unlike many psychics in the apocalypse, who acted condescendingly. Furthermore, when they caught a cow, their first reaction wasn't to hide it from the base and eat it secretly. Instead, They risked injury to capture it alive, and send it to the farm. They all seemed to sincerely wish the best for Xiao Base. Chinwan pursed her lips. She seemed to be starting to like Xiao Base. What's so good about the cow? Chung Yamo muttered to Chung Jiyu. The man had been planning to go home, but then heard that a psychic had captured some cows, so he said he wanted to come over and see them. Chung Jiyu glanced at Chung Yamo, and for some reason, he smiled and said, cows are not only beautiful, but also delicious. Chung Yamo, haha, I still remember you trying to get a bite of beef. Chung Yamo reached out and covered Chung Jiyu's mouth, his face flushing. Stop it. He defended himself seriously. I was too young back then, my IQ was a little affected, and goat milk powder really doesn't taste good. Haha. Chung Jiyu burst into laughter, but it was a shame he didn't take a picture of the scene, so he couldn't enjoy it now. Chung Yamo, stopped laughing. The two arrived at the farm, where Han Tingting was busy checking on the cows. The cows had just been put into the pen and were very irritable, wanting to get out, but perhaps after discovering the warmth inside, they calmed down a bit. After the breeder fed them their feed, they ate cautiously, and found it quite tasty. Perhaps they figured it was warm here, with good food, so why would they leave? They simply stayed put and settled down. Seeing they were less irritable, Han Tingting began to examine them. They must have been a little cold and hungry out there, but overall they're in good condition. They just need some rest and good care. These cows were quite pitiful too. Frozen in the cold and without food, they were all skin and bones from starvation. After that, she checked on the next one. This cow seemed reluctant to let her touch it, so Han Tingting took out a handful of alfalfa and fed it, and it finally stopped struggling. Han Tingting examined her, her eyes lighting up. Take good care of this cow. She's pregnant. Everyone was delighted when they heard this. We see if we can separate her from the others. If she gets hurt, it'd be terrible. Han Tingting finished her examination and emerged from the pen. Seeing Chung Jiyu and Chung Yamo there, she smiled as she put away her stethoscope. Are you here to see the cows? Chung Jiyu nodded. It's just right for us to stop by. You seem to be settling in well, like a true veterinarian. To be honest, I was just too hesitant to go in at first. Han Tingting lowered her voice. But what else could she do? It was the end of the world, and she finally had a skill she could use. No matter what, she had to go. Otherwise, she didn't even have the skills to survive. If she were asked to work, she wouldn't be able to outperform others. She couldn't always rely on her brother to take care of her, could she? Speaking of which, when she first arrived at the farm, her brother might have been worried about her, so he'd come several times a day. Han Tingting was still feeling rather annoyed, and it turned out her brother hadn't been around lately. Not to mention his recent field work, he didn't even come to see her when he returned to base, and when she got home, his family wasn't around either. Then she realized, wow, her brother and Zhou Min were getting along a little too well. They were practically inseparable, and her brother was always staring at them. TSK, there was definitely something wrong. Han Tingting thought she might have a sister-in-law, even if it was a man. No wonder so many beautiful girls had confessed their love to her brother before, but he remained indifferent. It turned out it was the wrong gender. Despite her inner complaints, she was still quite happy that her brother had found someone he liked. Chung Jiyu had no idea what Han Tingting was thinking. He smiled and said, but you're doing well. If the farm expands and you're too busy, we can hire another veterinarian or find you an assistant to slowly learn from you. Han Tingting said, okay. I talked to the director later. We train the person first, so there's no need to rush when the time comes. Chung Jiyu nodded. The pregnant sow had been placed in a specially built greenhouse. She was expected to give birth in the next few days, so preparations were in advance. Han Tingting had recently moved to the breeding department, staying in the dormitory at night, so she could come quickly if there was any news. This was the first sow to give birth on the farm, and everyone was very nervous. Chung Jiyu looked over and saw from a distance that the sow's belly was already quite large. Hope everything goes well. Back home, Chung Jiyu noticed Chung Yamo had returned to the kitchen. He seemed particularly fond of cooking lately. Seeing Chung Jiyu approaching, Chung Yamo asked, what do you want to eat? Chung Jiyu was speechless. He sounded as if he'd order whatever I ordered. He coughed softly. I'm not very hungry. Chung Yamo, then I cook less. Chung Jiyu helplessly replied, then make me some porridge. Porridge was simple, saving Chung Yamo from getting too creative. If he'd been making ingredients, he'd probably have to wait until tomorrow to figure it out. Okay. Chung Yamo breathed a sigh of relief. Great, he knew how to make porridge. If it was anything more complex, He'd probably have to ask his mother for help. While washing the rice, Chung Yimo asked, "What kind of porridge would you like?" Chung Jiyu didn't dare give him any leeway and immediately said, "Something light tonight, plain porridge." Chung Yimo was still worried. Will it taste bland? Chung Jiyu quickly pulled out some pickled vegetables from home. "We have some." Chung Yimo nodded, poured the rice into the pot, then glanced at Chung Jiyu and added more water. "What do you think of the amount?" Chung Jiyu, "It seems a bit too much." Chung Yimo scooped out a little, and saw Chung Jiyu nod. That's fine. Cooking seems pretty easy," Chung Yimo said, as he furiously cooked a bowl of porridge. Chung Jiyu closed his eyes and praised, "That's true. It's mainly because you're amazing. You learned it quickly." Chung Mo's mouth curled wildly, as he said modestly, "Actually, it's not that bad. These are really simple. I think I can try something more difficult later." Chung Jiyu, Are you sure?" Chung Yimo continued to ask, "What do you want to eat?" Chung Jiyu didn't dare to answer, saying, "No rush. Let's talk later. Don't tire yourself out." Chung Yimo, who had only made plain porridge, said, "It's fine. Not tiring." Chung Jiyu, already quite adept at it, said directly, "But I feel bad." Chung Mo's lips curled wildly. "Oh?" He lowered his head and kissed Chung Jiyu. Not feeling it was enough, he pecked him on the lips. Chung Jiyu blushed. "Stop it, we're in the kitchen." If his parents or sister accidentally saw him, he'd be utterly mortified. Chung Yimo conjured a pair of ears. "Oh." Chung Jiyu, I give in. It's always like this. And now, Chung Mo's wearing an apron. So lewd. Chung Jiyu rubbed his ears angrily and bit his lips. "I told you, we were out." Chung Yimo innocently said, "I didn't do anything." Chung Jiyu, "Look at the porridge. It's getting mushy." Chung Yimo immediately became nervous and hurriedly went to stir his porridge. Seeing it wasn't mushy yet, he breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. If it got mushy, it wouldn't be edible." Chung Jiyu was about to say something when he heard footsteps at the kitchen door. He instinctively glanced at Chung Mo's ears. "Shoo. Brother, what delicious food are you making?" Chung Jiyan was hungry late at night and wanted to see if there was anything to eat. When she took it, she saw the kitchen light was on. Chung Jiyu quickly blocked Chung Mo's path. Just some plain porridge." Plain porridge. Chung Jiyan didn't feel like eating anymore. She was about to say something else, but Chung Yimo, who was bending over the porridge, straightened up, and she saw a pair of ears on his head. Chung Jiyan, hiss. Chung Jiyu, Chung Yimo already had animal ears, and he was wearing an animal ear hairpin. Chung Jiyu didn't know which explanation would be more shocking. Fortunately, Chung Jiyan was very perceptive and chuckled. "Oh brother, I'm suddenly not hungry anymore. I'm not eating anymore." Chung Jiyan said this, and quickly slipped away. Oh my god, she didn't see anything. She hadn't expected her brother to have such a hobby. Chung Ji watched his sisters fleeing back, then turned and looked at Chung Mo. Chung Mo's innocent face. "What's wrong?" Chung Ji glanced at Chung Mo's furry ears, raised his hand, and rubbed them furiously. Chung Mo enjoyed it internally, but complained, "Oh my, Chung Ji, you've messed up my hair." Chung Ji rubbed harder, venting his anger, and then withdrew his hand. He took a look at Chung Mo's new hairstyle and, puff, a messy mess. But Chung Mo's model face was truly beautiful. Even with the messy mess, it didn't detract from his looks. It actually made him look uniquely handsome. Chung Mo, very self-conscious about his appearance, furrowed his brow as he combed his hair. Even with a vindictive heart, he raised his hand and ruffled Chung Jiu's hair as well. Chung Jiu exclaimed angrily, "Big black." Chung Mo's face tightened, and he said seriously, "Jiu looks good like this." Chung Jiu, hee. Chung Mo, I make it up to you later. Chung Jiu raised an eyebrow. How? Chung Mo whispered something in his ear, and Chung Jiu's ears immediately blushed. He looked at him suspiciously. "Where did you learn that?" Chung Mo proudly said, "From comics." "A pornographic comic." Chung Jiu muttered, "You're just being naughty all the time." Chung Mo chuckled, "So do you want it?" Chung Jiu said honestly, "Yes." "TSK, my compensation, how can I not have it? Otherwise, my Baishi will be dead." Chung Mo was proud. "Look, Chung Jiu is completely captivated by me." The porridge was ready. Chung Mo served it out, put some pickles on a small plate, and took it outside to eat. Chung Jiu glanced at the top of the other person's head. "Hold your ears." Chung Mo obediently closed his ears. He just enjoyed tempting Chung Jiu like this, but he had no interest in letting others see. It was difficult to make a mistake with white porridge. Chung Jiyu took a sip of the porridge with pickles, and found it quite delicious. Chung Jiyu took a big sip and asked, "Do you want some?" Chung Mo, "No, I need to stay in shape." Chung Jiyu, "What about me? You just coaxed me into eating." "You don't need to. I like Jiyu in any way." Chung Mo said, "But I'm different. Jiyu likes a good figure." Chung Jiyu, he said viciously, "Good, you're right. Stay in shape, or I won't like it." Chung Mo slumped over the table. "Chung Jiyu, why are you like this?" Chung Jiyu sipped his porridge with delight, finding it even more fragrant. He asked, "How am I?" Chung Mo's eyes narrowed. "Can't you just coax me, and tell me you like me no matter what I am?" Chung Jiyu raised an eyebrow. "Oh? So everything you just said was just coaxing me?" Chung Mo immediately grabbed his hand, and expressed his sincerity. "Of course not, I'm telling the truth." Chung Jiyu was in a good mood. "Oh, I just have to believe you." Chung Mo nodded, then became puzzled, feeling like he'd been tricked. He looked at Chung Jiyu, who was sipping a simple bowl of porridge with pickles, still eating diligently, finishing the entire bowl. Chung Mo immediately cast aside his previous doubts, and said with a smile, "I continue to make it for you in the future. Should I make something more complicated? This is too simple." Chung Jiyu, ? "Are you sure?" "Dahe, you're getting a little carried away." Chapter 92. After Chung Jiyu finished his meal, Chung Mo, wearing an apron, diligently washed the dishes, and pulled the now lazy Chung Jiyu along. "Come on, hurry upstairs." Chung Jiyu glanced at Chung Mo, who had taken off his apron and found a new one, a pink one. Chung Mo noticed his gaze, and immediately defended himself. "This is the only one I have, nothing else." Chung Jiyu was helped to his feet, and smiled. "It's fine, pink is good." The two went upstairs and showered. Chung Mo undressed, and put on the pink apron, revealing his ears and tail. To be honest, pink makes him look a bit darker, but Chung Mo looks handsome even in his darker skin. And the apron isn't really clothing, it's barely visible. "Jiyu?" Chung Mo had barely opened his mouth when Chung Jiyu clung to him. Chung Mo's lips curled up, almost reaching the sun. Great! He'd discovered another hobby of Jiyu's, and he'd seduce him from now on. He lowered his head, and kissed him hard. The next day, Chung Jiyu rode Dahe to work, complaining on the way, "It's all your fault. I'm almost late." Dahe whispered to him, "Yeah, it's all my fault, all my fault." Chung Jiyu patted him, "Hurry up." Dahe still walked slowly, mostly for fear of bumping the person on his back. "No rush, I definitely get you there before work." "Chung Jiyu, you better keep your word, or we make it once a month." Dahe, shock. Finally, Chung Mo managed to get Chung Jiyu to the office just a minute before work. Chung Mo pointed to the clock on the wall, "Not late." Chung Jiyu, got it. The recently arrived residents have gradually settled in. Due to a shortage of staff at the base, most have found jobs, and a smaller number are already being arranged. A small fabric yard has been built at the base. Chung Jiyu previously tasked a psychic with finding a machine to make fabric. The machine has been found, and the fabric yard has hired workers and begun making fabric. Currently, cotton is the primary material. This isn't the heat-generating mutant cotton, but a different type of cotton that has undergone a mutation, one that doesn't generate heat. The mutation has caused the cotton to grow significantly larger, and Chung Jiyu has discovered that this type of cotton is ideal for making fabric. It's very flexible, and the resulting fabric is very soft. After making a batch of experimental products, Chung Jiyu even used contribution points to buy a bed sheet. Although the color isn't particularly attractive, it's an undyed white, it's very comfortable to sleep on. Some of the newly arrived residents went to the fabric yard. There's also the brick kiln. Although they don't plan to build a building right now, preparations are underway. Construction will begin once the weather warms up. Chung Jiyu had always believed that the Shioha base wouldn't always have such a small population. As the base expanded, the existing buildings would undoubtedly become inadequate, and new buildings would be necessary. Thankfully, they'd accepted 1,000 new residents, otherwise the space wouldn't have been enough. As Chung Jiyu busied himself with work, Chung Mo reminded him, "It's time to eat, Jiyu." Chung Jiyu looked away from the documents, nodded, and said, "I told Mom and the others I won't be going home for lunch today. I'll be going to the cafeteria. I heard they recently hired a new chef, and his food is delicious." Chung Mo shamelessly asked, "Is it as good as my cooking?" Chung Jiyu, probably. But how could he possibly tell the truth? He said, with perfect EQ, "I've never eaten in the cafeteria." Chung Mo, perhaps still somewhat self-aware, didn't ask again. The two of them walked slowly to the cafeteria, But upon arriving, they regretted their decision. They should have run faster, because there was a long line at the food counter. But everyone was very polite, so there wasn't any queue jumping. Chung Ji-yu glanced at them, and quickly joined the line behind them, leaving Chung Imo to get his tray. The person who was talking in front fell silent. Turning to see it was Chung Ji-yu, they suddenly became nervous. "Captain Chung, how about you stand in front of me?" Chung Ji-yu smiled. "No, I wait in line." The other person asked a few more times, but when Chung Ji-yu said he didn't need to, he stopped talking. While they were talking, several more people lined up behind them, oblivious to Chung Ji-yu, excitedly asking, "What's on the menu today? Didn't you see the sign at the door? Spicy and sour potato shreds, candied sweet potatoes, and braised eggplant. All vegetarian. Oh, you're so picky. Have you forgotten about the time when you couldn't afford to eat?" "No, I'm not picky. I'm just saying that. But they're all home-cooked. Are they as delicious as you say?" Those who hadn't tried them were skeptical. It's mainly because eating in the cafeteria is more expensive than cooking, so many people want to save money. They were so afraid of going hungry before, and having food on hand gives them peace of mind. He nodded inwardly at this, wondering if it was an exaggeration. This chef is famous for his home-cooked meals. You know, before the apocalypse, he used his skills to open a restaurant and even bought a car and a house. Oh wow, that's really impressive. Yeah, restaurant business was tough before the apocalypse. Chung Ji-yu, upon hearing what the man said, grew excited. After all, it was nice to change up the food from eating home every day. Perhaps the cafeteria knew the line would be long, so they had 2 waitresses serving food at the counter. They were nothing like the shaky hands of the university cafeteria staff before the apocalypse. These 2 were very practical, serving generous portions of food. Someone took a look at the food tray and said, "You know what? It's a little more expensive than making it yourself, but they give you a lot of money. Indeed, it smells better than what I make myself." When it was Chung Ji-yu and Chung Mo's turn, Chung Ji-yu said, 3 portions every dish. The waitress serving the food said, "Oh, Captain Chung, are you here to eat too?" Chung Ji-yu smiled and said, "I heard the cafeteria has a chef, so I came to try it." "You've come to the right place. The new chef cooks delicious food." As the waitress spoke, her hands were not moving well, filling the plate completely. Chung Ji-yu and Chung Imo couldn't handle it, so Chung Imo simply used his water power to hold them off. There were many people with special abilities eating here. Seeing someone using water power like this, their lips twitched, but then, they saw it was Chung Imo, and instantly felt normal again. This guy was ridiculously strong. Chung Ji-yu and Chung Imo searched for a long time before finding 2 seats. "Let's try the candied sweet potato first. This is a bit more complicated and not often available." He took a bite, and instantly realized, no exaggeration, that it was indeed delicious. The shredded potatoes and braised eggplant were both excellent dishes that went well with rice. Chung Ji-yu said, "Delicious?" Chung Imo said sourly, "Is it really that good?" Then he took a big bite. Chung Ji-yu, The cafeteria's portions were already huge, and they'd ordered 3 portions, which looked especially generous. Even with that, they finished them both. After finishing, Chung Imo said, "You can come to the cafeteria once in a while." Chung Ji-yu, "Are you sure you mean once in a while?" Chung Imo, "Just when there's a new dish." Chung Ji-yu had long known that Dahe was a foodie. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to jump onto the table and eat that beef. Chung Imo was impressed. "Could you please stop talking about this?" Chung Ji-yu, "Haha, but it's really funny." Chung Imo, it seems to have caused Chung Ji-yu to lose his memory. Chung Ji-yu pursed his lips. "I won't say any more, seriously." Chung Imo said softly, "You better." "I was really affected by my physical condition at the time." He then explained that it wasn't just greed. Chung Ji-yu tried hard to suppress a smile and nodded, "Yeah, I know. You're not greedy at all." Chung Mato glanced at him twice, and seeing Chung Ji-yu's serious expression, he was finally satisfied. After Chung Ji-yu and his friends finished eating, they placed their plates in the recycling area, where they were cleaned and disinfected by a dedicated staff member. It was almost like a university cafeteria. When they left, there was still a long line at the window. It seemed the new chef's food was truly popular. In the kitchen, Ning's mother was busy. Yes, she was the new chef. When she first arrived at the Xiala base, Zhou Min had promised her that as long as she cooked well, she could work in the cafeteria. But life after the apocalypse always made Ning's mother feel uneasy. There were so many unpredictable situations. Unless she had control over her work, things could change at any time. Not to mention, she and her son ate 3 steamed buns a day, which must have meant they owed the base a considerable amount of contribution points. Mother Ning was worried she wouldn't be able to pay them back. Xiohe base was different from other bases. They treated ordinary people like them well, willing to give them steamed buns on credit. Mother Ning was truly grateful. After all, other bases wouldn't even be able to get white flour steamed buns, let alone credit. Furthermore, ordinary people seemed to always be treated as inferior, unlike Xiohe base, which treated ordinary people and those with special abilities equally. Precisely because she had a strong fondness for Xiohe base, Mother Ning was even more determined to stay there. If she couldn't pay the steamed buns on credit, it would leave a bad impression on the base and get her kicked out. So, upon arriving at the base, she approached the person in charge and told him she could work in the cafeteria. The person in charge glanced at Mother Ning and said, "Hey, this woman was limping, as if her leg was injured and her hand was swollen. She looked very weak. If she works like this, won't she die of exhaustion?" Then it would be his responsibility. The person in charge immediately shook his head. No, I can't assign you any work in your condition. You should continue to recuperate. Come back to me when you're feeling better." Ning's mother was anxious. "I'm fine. Why can't I work? And I see the family next door already working." On their first day of work, they came back with a full bag of wheat. Seeing the smiles on their faces and the food in their hands, Ning's mother was so envious that she couldn't help but come to the person in charge. The person in charge said, "There's nothing wrong with them. Of course they can work. Look at you, you're limping. It's not going to work. Let me take a couple of days off and see if it works." Ning's mother was about to say something, but the person in charge said sternly, "Andy, please stop pestering me. If I let you go, it will be my responsibility. It wasn't easy for me to get to this position, and I'm still in the probation period. If something goes wrong, I won't pass." Ning's mother immediately stopped talking, fearing that she would bring trouble to others. As a psychic, Ning Wenin had already been assigned a place. That night, when he came home from work, he saw his mother sitting in a dark room, lost in thought. Ning Wenin fumbled for the switch and turned on the light, only to see his mother's eyes red. Ning Wenin's heart tightened, and his face immediately turned red. "Mom, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you?" It wasn't that he was overreacting, but at his previous base, someone had taken advantage of his absence to steal his belongings. Mother Ning quickly wiped away her tears. "No." Ning Wenin frowned. "What's wrong with you?" "Mother Ning, the person in charge won't let me work. They said I'm not feeling well." Ning Wenin breathed a sigh of relief. "So that's why? Then you can just rest. I'm here anyway. Let me tell you, Xiohe base is very generous. If I work hard here, I have no problem providing for our family." But as soon as he said this, he was glared at by Mother Ning. Ning Wenin, ? Isn't his statement filial enough? Little did they know that Mother Ning had come all the way to Xiohe base with hope. She hoped that she could make money on her own, just like before the apocalypse, instead of being a burden to her son like she is now. Even if her son said he could support them both, Mother Ning had run a small restaurant on her own before the apocalypse, and was very ambitious. She had no other options before, but now that she knew she had hope and could rely on herself, how could she continue to be a burden? Ning Wenin scratched his head, figuring it all out. He said, "Mom, it's not like they're forbidding you to go. They're letting you rest for your own good." Mother Ning nodded. "I know. I'm just upset. It's all my fault. My health is so poor." Ning Wenin felt bad too. His mother had suffered with him, and her health was deteriorating. He was actually grateful for the arrangements made at the Xiohe base. If his mother had been allowed to work in her current condition, she would still have fought tooth and nail. At the very least, she would have sustained underlying health problems, and at the worst, the consequences would be unthinkable. Ning Wenin, then take advantage of this opportunity to rest and be happy. You get better soon, and you be able to work faster. Mother Ning's words made sense, and she said, "Then I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me." Ning Wenin, Why rush so quickly? Afterwards, Ning Wenin took his mother to the base hospital, where he got some medicine. After a few days of recuperation, his mother went back to see the person in charge. This time, the supervisor noticed that Mother Ning was in much better condition. At least, she looked less frail. The base wasn't particularly strict about this. If she'd been completely healthy, who knows how long it would have taken to recover. So, as long as she looked more or less healthy, the supervisor relented and wrote her a note. "Okay, go to the cafeteria tomorrow and sign up. The cafeteria requires you to get up early, starting at 7 a.m. to prepare the food. You have one meal at 10 a.m. and another at 3 p.m., and then you can pack up and go home. Mother Ning gratefully put the note away, taking the supervisor's advice to heart. She had already visited the cafeteria, having anticipated her future work there. The next morning, before going to work, Ning Wen'en took his mother to the cafeteria. It was cold, a little after 6, barely 7, and still pitch dark. Fortunately, there were streetlights, so they didn't have to walk in the dark. When they arrived, Ning Wen'en was still a little worried, but his mother waved her hand. Go about your business. What could possibly happen at the base? After she finished speaking, she paused, having never imagined she would be able to say such words so naturally. There had been incidents at the base before. While there weren't zombies, there had been bullies. Ning Wen'en, too, was reassured about the safety of the Xiahe base. Hearing his mother's words, he left. He had to hurry back to work. Back there, his mother found the cafeteria manager and handed him the note. The person in charge was a woman in her 40s, smiling and seemingly good-tempered. As soon as she saw the note, she excitedly said, "Big sister, you're the chef we've hired this time. I've been looking forward to you all day." Ning's mother was completely relieved by the other person's enthusiasm. She had been feeling uneasy all along the way, fearing that she'd arrived too late, and they wouldn't want her anymore. Of course not. Our canteen is in need of a skilled chef. The person in charge had already said our canteen. She was ambitious. The canteen was originally established to serve the positions on the base that had food provided. While others did come to eat, the number was not large. The reason wasn't just that everyone wanted to save money. Of course, that was part of the reason. The more important reason was that they lacked competitiveness. The food they cooked was just average, and people thought, I'd cook it the same way at home, so why bother eating in the canteen? I could save more by cooking at home. Wouldn't that make them less likely to come to the cafeteria? So, upon learning that a group of people were coming to their base, the person in charge approached Zhou Min and repeatedly urged him to find a chef who could cook delicious meals. She wasn't shy. She was genuinely looking forward to Ning's arrival. Come and see. These are our cafeteria dishes. The person in charge showed Ning's mother the dishes. These dishes are so fresh. Ning's mother couldn't take her eyes off them. She and her son had just arrived at the base, so they were living frugally and reluctant to spend their contribution points on food. Isn't it fresh? Fresh from the fields. The person in charge said, look at what dishes we can make. Ning's mother took a quick look and had a rough idea. She named a few dishes, and then tried them for everyone in the cafeteria to try. She was confident in her area of expertise, and sure enough, everyone in the cafeteria raved about them after trying them. The menu for the day was set and placed at the cafeteria entrance. The first day, Mother Ning made a small amount, and she was a little nervous in front of the new window, worried that everyone would be frugal and unwilling to spend the money. She was very confident in her cooking skills, but she also had to have people willing to try. The first person to come was Ning Wen'en, who brought a few friends he had recently met. They were all psychics and never lacked a meal. After eating, they immediately thought the food was delicious. So, word spread, and the number of people coming to Mother Ning's window increased. At first, she could only occasionally come to the window to get food, but later, she was busy working in the kitchen, and the cafeteria even sent 2 skilled cooks to help her. Seeing so many people, Mother Ning felt completely at ease, and her spirits improved. She usually finished cleaning the cafeteria and left work around 4 or 5 p.m. After get off work, she would chat with her new friends, unlike at her previous base, when she would stay in her room all day. Moreover, the canteen work also provides meals. After deducting the large expense of food, I can basically save up all the contribution points I earn each day. With contribution points in hand, I feel at ease. When I have free time, Ning's mother goes to the small store at the base with friends to exchange for daily necessities. There are many people like Ning's mother who are getting better and better. In the past, it was easy to tell the difference between the former residents of Xiahe Base and the newcomers because of their different mental states, but now it's almost impossible to tell them apart. The newcomers may be slightly thinner, but otherwise they are basically the same. Cheng Jiyu was reviewing documents. Cheng Mo, beside him, acted as his assistant, serving him tea and water and sorting documents. Because of Cheng Mo's presence, Cheng Jiyu didn't even hire an assistant. Cheng Mo propped his chin up and sat down next to him. What's wrong? Cheng Jiyu glanced at him. Don't you have a stool? You have to squeeze in with me. I'm your boss. How can this be? Cheng Mo smiled. I'd just like to defy my superiors. The boss's ears blushed. Stop looking at weird stuff. Go away, go away. Your butt is too big. You've taken up all the stools. Cheng Ji pushed the man aside. He pointed at the documents. Someone's applied for a night market. Is this weather suitable? Chung Ji was quite interested in opening a night market. Firstly, it would boost the economy, and secondly, he was greedy. He thought for a moment, and decided to hold a trial run for a few days. If business was good, he'd continue. If not, he'd just call it quits. The person who handed him the documents had naturally planned the location, and Chung Ji saw no problem, so he wrote a 3-day trial run. The notice was quickly disseminated, and everyone at the base knew they could open for business. Everyone was thinking about setting up stalls to make snacks in the evening. Those with some snack-making skills set up shop, while those without could see if they had anything they could exchange for contribution points. The night market actually made the entire base lively. The first day of the trial operation arrived in a flash, and Chung Ji took Chung Mo to the night market after work. He had thought he'd arrived early, so there might not be many stalls, but everyone was so enthusiastic that they were all setting up stalls. Chung Ji immediately noticed a stall selling starch sausages. Chung Mo, a foodie, asked, "Is that delicious?" "It's delicious. Let's go buy 2. Chung Ji pulled them over. After buying 2 starch sausages, Chung Mo finished them in a few bites and said, "10 more." Chung Ji, question mark. Never mind. I have a big appetite, so I'm not afraid of running out of food later. The starch sausages were clearly handmade by the stall owner. Unlike the ones eaten before the apocalypse, they were uniform in size. These handmade ones were a little crooked, but they were delicious. Chung Ji, when the soybeans are ripe, we set up a stall selling tofu pudding. Chung Mo, what is tofu pudding? Is it delicious? Chung Ji glanced at Chung Mo, a foodie. Forget it, let's not set up a stall. Chung Mo, why? Chung Ji, I'm afraid you eat it all, and I have nothing to sell. Chung Mo, upon hearing this, thought this tofu pudding would be delicious. Ji, then make it for me. She even started acting like a spoiled child for the sake of her food. Chung Ji snorted, we see how you perform then. Of course, the night market doesn't just sell food, there are also vendors selling small items. Most of these vendors are psychics, or their families. They find these less practical items while on missions, and then sell them at their stalls. Chung Ji even spotted Zhou Min, whose stall was filled with small trinkets. Zhou Min, Han Ping and I came across a jewelry store and decided to empty it out and set up our stall here. Chung Ji nodded, uninterested in the jewelry. Zhou Min then gave him a mysterious smile. Hey, I have some good stuff here. Do you want some? I give you a discount. Chapter 93. Tianqiao happened to be passing by and complained, Man loves to eat. He gets those jianbingguzi, rice cakes, so delicious he won't leave the stall, buying one after another. I think he's going to book the entire stall today. Zhou Min, hearing this, was heartbroken. Oh my god, if I'd known the snack business was so good, I would have set up a stall selling these. Just for Man and Hage. Both of them are huge foodies. Tianqiao, with your cooking skills, can you really sell snacks at a stall? Zhou Min was unhappy. I'm better than you, right? Besides, there's Han Ping, he's a great cook. Tianqiao was puzzled. When did you two become so close, inseparable all day long? Han Ping coughed softly and silently sorted his trinkets. Zhou Min boasted, TSK, you don't understand. Jianbingguzi? Are they delicious? Chung Mo began to ask familiar questions again. Chung Ji, I show you some later. Let's go now. Chung Mo was worried about Tian Man eating all the food. He knew how much she ate. Chung Ji nodded and was about to go over when Zhou Min said, Don't worry, I have some good stuff. Tianqiao was puzzled. What good stuff can you have here? Aren't they just little trinkets that girls like? What can 2 grown men use? What do you know, you straight guy? Zhou Min sneered and pulled out a larger package from the jewelry. Look what this is. A chest necklace. Tianqiao was quite enlightened. I've only heard of necklaces. What is a chest necklace? You don't need to understand. Zhou Min chuckled and looked at Chung Ji and the others. How about it? How about it? Chung Ji coughed lightly. Chung Mo, what's a chest chain? Chung Ji reached out and took it from Zhou Min. Yes, thank you. After that, he pulled Chung Mo away. Zhou Min gloated. I told you it was a good thing, didn't I? Han Ping reminded him. They didn't give any contribution points. Zhou Min, Lost. Han Ping comforted him. It's okay, this is a no-cost business to begin with. Zhou Min, hearing that, thought it made sense. Even then, Chung Ji had already slipped the chest chain into his space. Without waiting for Chung Mo to question him, he dragged him to the Jianbingguzi stall. Chung Yimo temporarily put the chest chain aside and ordered 2 jianbingguzi. After finishing one, he said 2 more. Tian Man, standing nearby, shock. Someone tried to snatch it from him. The jianbingguzi vendor's mouth was almost splitting with laughter, his shovel waving wildly. Chung Jiu leaned over to Chung Yimo and whispered, "Who said you need to stay in shape? You end up fat if you eat like that." Chung Yimo hesitated for a moment, then said, "It's okay. I run a couple more laps before bed." Chung Jiu, But Chung Yimo ordered 2 more, and didn't eat any more. The night market was already so popular on the first day, with almost half the base out. It looks like the 3-day trial run has been successful. Barring any unexpected events, this night market will continue to exist. Chung Jiu had originally wanted to bring some food back for his parents, but then he realized his parents were also at the night market. Okay, then, no need to bring it. Back home, Chung Jiu yawned and prepared for bed. Chung Yimo, where's the bra chain? Chung Jiu had completely forgotten about it. He blushed a little when Chung Yimo brought it up. When Zhou Min mentioned the bra chain, he'd somehow gotten it. Thinking about it now, it's still rather awkward. Chung Jiu hesitated. Forget it, it's quite late today. What does it have to do with being late? Chung Yimo noticed Chung Jiu's awkward expression and narrowed his eyes slightly, guessing something. Not wanting Chung Jiu to refuse, he pressed him down and kissed him hard. Quick, bring it out, so I can see it. Chung Jiu's tongue sank. He hesitated, then figured it was almost there, so he couldn't waste it, so he took it out of his space. Chung Yimo unwrapped the package, and saw a chain much more complex than a necklace. He tried it on himself, puzzled. How do I put it on? Chung Jiu coughed lightly. You need to take off your clothes. Chung Yimo immediately took off his clothes, and handed them to Chung Jiu. Put it on me. Chung Jiu's ears reddened even more. Can't you do it yourself? Chung Yimo, I don't know how. Hurry up. Chung Jiu took the chain, his mouth grumbling with displeasure, but his hands kept moving. After a quick glance, he figured out how to put it on, and came behind Chung Yimo to fasten it on him. This chest chain had a main chain around the neck and waist, then 2 layers of chains below the neck, and several glittering chains dangling loosely below the chest muscles. What a strange thing. Chung Yimo turned and frowned. Then he saw Chung Jiu, face-palming, staring at him with a gleaming look in his eyes. Chung Yimo? He took back what he had said. It wasn't a strange thing, it was a good thing. Chung Mo's lips curled wildly. Does it look good? Chung Jiu nodded. Oh my god, it's so sexy. This necklace doesn't look fancy, but why does it look so sexy when worn? Why are there little clips on both sides? Chung Yimo observed carefully. Chung Jiu, hiss. Forget the little clips. Chung Jiu thought to himself, it was already tempting enough. He was completely captivated. Chung Yimo, why? Where are they clipping? Clip them on for me. Chung Jiu, in case it hurts. Chung Yimo insisted. Chung Jiu's eyes, as if he wanted to devour him, gave him extra satisfaction. Of course, he wanted better results. Chung Jiu pursed his lips, and cautiously reached out. Tell me if it hurts. He pinched the little clips on both sides and clamped them. Chung Yimo hummed softly, his brow furrowed. Chung Jiu nervously, does it hurt? After all, they were clipping right there. However, before he could raise his hand to remove them, Chung Yimo grabbed his wrist, hugged him tightly, and kissed him vigorously. The two of them were so close, Chung Jiu couldn't help but feel the change. He immediately understood. What pain! It was probably pleasure. Damn, so perverted, he really liked it. Chung Jiu saw the chain connecting the small clip, and reached out to tug gently. Chung Yimo gasped, You want me to die? Chung Jiu quickly withdrew. I won't pull anymore. Chung Yimo tugged a few more times. Chung Jiu, So it was the death that meant pleasure. As expected, the two of them tossed and turned until midnight. Later, Chung Jiu was so frantic that he pulled at the chain, feeling both pain and pleasure, and then he got even more aggressive. The next day, Chung Yimo emerged from the bathroom, his voice heavy. Chung Jiu, I can't leave the house today. Chung Jiu glanced at the swollen area on someone's face and scratched his face. Then just stay in your room and wait until you're well again. Chung Yimo hugged him, reluctantly saying, No, I suffocate. Chung Jiu thought about it, and felt a bit bored staying in the room all the time. He searched in his space, and finally found a box of band-aids. He put them on, and put on his clothes. Chung Jiu, are you not freaking out now? Chung Yimo nodded. Chung Jiu, blushing. Chung Yimo, the chain's a little broken. I fix it. Chung Jiu, If it's broken, I don't want it anymore. Chung Yimo said no, you really like it. Why don't you ask Zhou Min for another one? Chung Jiu, What do you mean I like it? Okay, I really like it. Well, let Chung Yimo fix it. It's not that badly broken, actually. He didn't exaggerate too much. It's better not to ask Zhou Min for it. It's embarrassing. Everyone will know how it broke. No, he doesn't have that kind of mental fortitude. Chung Yimo fiddled with it for a long time, then smiled. Fixed it. He held up the chest chain and swung it in front of Chung Jiu. The latter blushed, recalling memories of last night. He reached out and snatched it, storing it in his memory. Chung Yimo held out his hand. Give it to me. Chung Jiu refused. I keep it for now, so you don't have to flaunt it around in front of me. Chung Yimo was dissatisfied. I'm wearing it, not you. Why are you keeping it? Chung Jiu pretended not to hear, stood up, and opened the door. Come downstairs and have breakfast. I have to go to work after that. Chung Yimo, no. Chung Jiu, oh, then I go to work alone, and you can rest at home. Seeing him actually push the door open and leave, Chung Yimo became anxious and immediately ran after him. No! How could you be so cruel as to leave me alone? What do you mean by I'm cruel? Chung Jiu denied it. It's so nice to be home, and I can sleep in. Do you think I want to work? He finally understood why Lin Kong was so eager to give him the manager's position, working day in and day out year-round. On the contrary, look at Lin Kong now. He's living a carefree life. No, once the base is running smoothly, weekends off must be implemented. I heard you guys bickering this morning. What were you talking about? Mother Chung asked with a smile. Chung Jiu glanced at Chung Yimo and shook his head. Nothing. Chung Yimo, getting the message, didn't dare to say anything, so he followed suit. Nothing is all right. You two should accommodate each other and not get too angry. That's how our relationship will last, said Mother Chung. Chung Yimo peeled an egg for Chung Jiu and placed it on his plate, nodding. Well, I never get angry with Jiu. Chung Jiu, really? I don't know who just accused him of being cruel. Mother Chung smiled. That's good. She was becoming increasingly satisfied with Chung Yimo. This child was truly amazing with his son Jiu, and as a mother, she sometimes felt inferior. Chung Jiu sighed, oh, it makes me want to fall in love. The whole family's alarm bells went off. Chung Jiu looked at her and asked, how old are you? Mother Chung, what do you think about all day, little girl? Father Chung, who had remained silent, said, you're in love? Who? I break his legs. Chung Jian was embarrassed. Oh, Dad, I was just saying it casually. Why did you take it so seriously? And I didn't say I was in a relationship. I was just thinking about it. Isn't that normal? Don't you think so, brother? Father Chung frowned. You're only 17. What are you thinking about? Chung Jiu stopped acting like a caring older brother. That's not normal at all. At 17, all I could think about was studying. Chung Yimo also said, yeah, if your brother had wanted to date at 17, he wouldn't have met me. Chung Jiu, can you please stop with that? Yeah, I was still in school at 17. Mother Chung said this with a hint of discomfort. If I were still in school, I wouldn't have had time to think about these things. Chung Jian, it doesn't have anything to do with school, right? Many of my high school classmates were in relationships. However, the others strongly agreed with Mother Cheng's words. Cheng's father, Jian never said anything like that before when she was in school. Chung Jian, do I dare say that? I'd be put on trial if I say it. Chung Jiu nodded seriously. That's true. It seems like education should be on the agenda. There are quite a few new intellectuals at the base this time. I see if I can recruit some teachers. It's time for them to go to school. Chung Jian shuddered. No, she had just said it casually. Why did it bring this up? Brother, do I have to go to school too? Chung Jiu, what else? Chung Jian, but I'm a psychic, and I have to protect the base. Chung Jiu, you're still a child. It's not your turn to do this. We couldn't do it before, but now we don't. Just go to school. Chung Jian, okay. Truly, she wasn't really opposed. Before the apocalypse, Chung Jian was a top student. On second thought, she decided to just go. She was going to tell her friends this good news. There were only 5 or 6 people around her age in the entire base. Chung Jiu kept his word and went to the office that day to get busy with this matter. By noon, the recruitment information had been sent to everyone's phone. Chung Jian and her friends were patrolling the perimeter wall. Since they were young, they weren't usually allowed on missions these days unless they were accompanied by an older, powerful psychic. Most of their work involved patrolling the perimeter wall, and any problems were immediately reported to their superiors. Just then, everyone's phone started ringing. A teenager pulled out his phone, glanced, and saw it was for a teacher position. Why are they hiring teachers? The person next to him took out his phone and looked at it. Are they teaching the children at the base? Probably. Those kids have nothing to do every day, so it's not good for them to not go to school at this age, a young girl said, feigning maturity. That's right. Seeing them having such a good time, free from the stress of studying, makes me feel uneasy. That's great. Send my brother to school soon. Every time I go home, he's asleep. I'm so jealous. Hey Jian, why aren't you talking? Do you know something? Chung Jian smiled. Nothing. We just have to go to school too. Really? Are you kidding? We're also a very important part of the base's workforce, right? No, Chung Jian, are you kidding? Haha, he hates studying. He once told me that the only good thing about the apocalypse is not having to go to school. If he still had to go to school, then I really want to die. Chung Jian said, I'm not kidding. My brother said that this morning. Instantly, there were wails. They refused to believe it, but a few days later, their parents found their school bags and made them carry them to school. One rebellious teenager protested, I'm not going. He was then beaten up and obediently went to school. Turning around, he saw his younger brother also carrying his school bag with a sad face, and instantly felt happy. Haha, even though he had a hard time, his younger brother hadn't had an easy time either. Everyone was very enthusiastic about sending their children to school. Almost no one objected. Don't you see that the base is recruiting now? Intellectuals can easily find good jobs. They didn't expect the apocalypse to end. Even if it didn't, it was good to have some knowledge to rely on. This thing went quite smoothly. That day, Chung Ji passed by a farm and heard that the sows had already given birth. That was several days ago. The farmer couldn't suppress the smile on his face. 10 piglets. That was indeed a lot, quite a lot for a sow. Furthermore, the farm was well cared for, and all 10 piglets were healthy. Chung Jiu, upon hearing this, wanted to go and see. Because it was cold, the piglets and sows were still housed in the greenhouse. The farmer cleaned diligently, but there was still a slight smell, though not overwhelming. But Chung Mo was still disgusted. Standing a few meters from the greenhouse, he frowned. It stinks. I can't breathe. Chung Ji, you could tolerate it, then you stay here. I go over and take a look. Chung Mo hesitated, but ultimately didn't have the courage to follow. The stench was too great, and for him, a misophobe, it was simply torture. He touched a mask to Chung Jiu and put it on, then he felt relieved. Okay, go ahead. Chen Jiu, Alright. In the greenhouse, the plump piglets huddled together to drink milk. The sow looked a little irritated, as if she was patiently trying not to kick the piglets away. The piglets looked healthy indeed. Chung Jiu nodded, but you still need to pay attention to ventilation. Although being cooped up all the time is warm, it can easily lead to illness. The farmer nodded. We have ventilation. By the way, are these piglets going to be castrated soon? Chung Jiu asked curiously, not quite understanding the question. The farmer nodded. Yes, they be castrated tomorrow. Chung Jiu was surprised. So soon? He had thought they would have to wait until the piglets were at least a month old. Hauntington, I've been reading postpartum care for sows a lot lately. Piglets need to be castrated after 4 to 7 days. Hauntington pulled out a cold knife and giggled. I can't wait. Chung Jiu, He silently moved a little further away from Hauntington. Leaving the greenhouse, Chung Mo was still waiting. He approached, and like a large dog, he leaned in to sniff. Chung Ji was puzzled. What are you doing? Chung Mo, I'm checking to see if you stink. Chung Ji hurriedly lowered his head and sniffed himself. No. Chung Mo pinched his nose. A little. Chung Ji, how could that be? I didn't even smell it. Chung Mo, that's because you've been in there so long, you can't smell it anymore. Chung Ji, He hurriedly said, wash me quickly. Chung Mo immediately used his water power to create a mist and rinse him clean. Chung Ji, what about now? Chung Mo leaned in close to him and took a deep breath. Chung Ji, Good, I know there's no more. On the way back, Chung Mo asked, Shiyu, do you like cubs? You always come to see them. Chung Ji smiled, yes I do. Cubs represent hope. Chung Mo hesitated for a moment before asking, although I don't want the cubs to steal your attention, if you want, I can bear it. Chung Ji was stunned. What do you mean by this? Chung Mo smiled. it means having a child from both of us. Cheng Ji was certain he couldn't have children, so his eyes fell on Cheng Mo's belly, and he exclaimed, "Can men from your winged tribe have children?" "Oh my god." Seeing Cheng Ji staring at his belly, Cheng Mo tilted Cheng Ji's head upwards and said, "What are you thinking? I'm not the one giving birth." Cheng Ji immediately defended himself. "I can't give birth either. Don't take those weird pornographic comics seriously." "Cheng Mo, am I that stupid?" "Cheng Ji, that's not entirely certain." Cheng Mo knew what Cheng Ji was thinking the moment he saw his eyes. He angrily bit Cheng Ji's face and said, "Don't let your imagination run wild." "Cheng Ji, oh, so why do you say that?" Cheng Mo explained that their galaxy had the technology to produce children through genetic fusion. Even if two males wanted to have children, they could do so through this technology. Cheng Ji was shocked. "I've learned something new." "Cheng Mo, this is usually done in an artificial womb, which simulates the maternal environment. When this technology first emerged, there were some drawbacks, but it's now very mature." Cheng Ji was curious about Cheng Mo's hometown. It seemed the technology there was much more advanced than theirs. "Cheng Mo, of course, some people want to experience the feeling of being connected to a child, so they implant an artificial womb and carry and raise the child themselves." Cheng Ji exclaimed, "Wouldn't that mean they'd have a womb?" Cheng Mo explained, "It's disposable and will be removed when the child is born." Cheng Ji, "I see." Cheng Mo chuckled, "If Ji wants me to carry the child, that's fine." Cheng Ji imagined Cheng Mo with a large belly and shuddered. "Don't be ridiculous. I don't think that." "Cheng Mo, I just knew Ji felt bad for me." Cheng Ji, "Alright," he said, "I don't want children at all. Of course, if your family needs it. After all, Cheng Mo is the crown prince. Shouldn't a crown prince have offspring?" Cheng Mo immediately said, "If Ji doesn't want one, then don't. Let this old man have another." Cheng Ji, "What a filial son." Cheng Mo chuckled, "Why are you praising me?" Cheng Ji, am I praising him? Actually, I don't want any children at all." On the way back, Cheng Mo said, "Ji, I'm enough." Cheng Ji helplessly said, "How can you be jealous of a child who doesn't exist?" Cheng Mo confidently said, "Of course." Cheng Ji was speechless. "Don't worry, it's just you." Cheng Mo was overwhelmed with joy. Ji truly loved him. Cheng Ji was just marveling at the technological advancements of Cheng Mo's hometown when he suddenly received good news. "What did you say?" Cheng Ji excitedly stood up. The people on the other side were equally excited. Professor Chi and his team have developed a vaccine for the zombie virus. They've already conducted animal trials, and the results are successful. Cheng Ji's heart was beating rapidly. He hadn't expected Chi Hongyi and the others to make such rapid progress. He had originally planned that there would be no results for several years, or that the larger base would develop the vaccine first. If it was the latter, that would be a good thing. The zombie virus vaccine is crucial to humanity's future. Once a vaccine is available, humanity will no longer fear the zombie virus, and then the apocalypse will be over. This was undoubtedly a major event. Cheng Ji immediately said, "I go over and take a look." The other side quickly agreed, "Okay." Seeing Cheng Ji's anxiety, Cheng Mo simply transformed into a beast and carried Cheng Ji over. Once they arrived at the research institute, Cheng Ji rushed in without a second thought. He saw Chi Hongyi and the others smiling. The animal trials were successful. Now we just need someone to conduct the experiment. Chapter 94. Professor Chi, Professor Feng, Professor Chu, thank you for your contribution to humanity. Cheng Ji said sincerely, looking at the dark circles under the professor's eyes. Chi Hongyi waved her hand. "These are what we should do. We also hope the apocalypse ends quickly." The other two taciturn professors nodded. "Yes, that's right. Chi Hongyi, speaking of which, it's all thanks to the research samples you provided, Captain Chung. We discovered a miraculous substance in the samples that can resist infection by the zombie virus and even purify it. We simulated this substance, and it's also the main component of the zombie virus vaccine. So, this isn't just our credit?" She smiled and said, "Without the samples, we alone wouldn't know when we would have discovered this substance." She didn't mention that in the previous research institute, everyone was only scheming against each other, and few people were serious about research. They were more grateful to the Xiaohe base for giving them an environment where they could focus on their research without having to worry about anything else. Cheng Ji smiled, thinking, "Thank you so much, Xiaolu. I have to give Xiaolu some more delicious treats later." Currently, the zombie virus vaccine only needs further testing. Chi Hongyi said, however, the vaccine still has significant limitations. It must be administered within 2 hours of infection. Injecting it beforehand will be ineffective. Our future research is to investigate pre-inoculation to allow the body to produce antibodies. In this way, the body won't have to fear the zombie virus for a short period of time. Currently, a zombie bite instantly transforms an ordinary person into a zombie, so the vaccine must be administered immediately after being bitten. The higher the level of the psychic, the longer they can hold out. Based on current experience, they can hold out for up to half an hour. So even though it's said to be 2 hours, it's best to get the injection immediately after being bitten. Chengjiu had a notice posted, inviting volunteers to participate in a trial to develop a zombie virus vaccine. Zombie virus vaccine. It immediately caused a stir. Everyone was excited to hear about the vaccine's progress, and many people signed up eagerly, willing to participate. But how do we do it? Do we have to get bitten by a zombie? Someone asked. At this point, some people shrank back. What if? They said, what if? The vaccine doesn't work, wouldn't everyone just turn into zombies? Although it's been successful in animals, everyone still felt a little scared. What if, despite fear, some still signed up? I just want the apocalypse to end quickly. Just like before the apocalypse, many drugs were developed through the sacrifice of others. There's always someone willing to sacrifice themselves. After all, I'm the only one in my family, free and unattached, so it's nice to be able to make a contribution. That's what I think too. What's there to be afraid of? That's right. I just don't believe this vaccine won't work. The next day, those who signed up received individually packaged vaccines and syringes. Don't we have to actively let ourselves be bitten by zombies? The person in charge was speechless. Actively let ourselves be bitten? That's too dangerous. Then how should the experiment be conducted? The person in charge explained, carry the vaccine and syringe with you. If an emergency occurs, administer the injection immediately. While the experiment is important, you are all living beings. Unless there's an emergency, it's best not to actively engage in such a dangerous act. Everyone was deeply moved by this. The Xiaohe base truly has a humane touch. Here, people are more important than anything else. If the vaccine weren't crucial to humanity's future, they wouldn't be using humans for testing. The lives of a few people are more important than the hopes of all humanity. Zhang Yan and Miao Li are a couple, and they've also signed up for the trial. They are among the rare newcomers to the group of psychics who have volunteered to participate. They are 2 of the 1,000 people accepted into the Xiaohe base. Miao Li's situation was unique. She and her boyfriend were robbed by another group of psychics. Neither of them had very strong psychics, and the other group outnumbered them. Ultimately, their belongings were stolen, and Miao Li also lost an arm. As a psychic, she survived the severance, but her powers were severely damaged, and the little food they had was stolen. For a moment, she felt completely devastated. Several bases were coming to recruit people. Miao Li, knowing she was a liability, told Zhang Yan to leave her alone. You're a psychic. Try your luck. Maybe someone will want you. Zhang Yan refused. If I leave you alone, you probably die. Miao Li smiled. I've had enough of this apocalyptic world. I'd rather die. Zhang Yan frowned. Don't talk nonsense. There's always a way. Miao Li burst into tears. What could be done? She and Zhang Yan were only first-level psychics, weak and insignificant. They'd been able to survive together before, but now she was in this state. She couldn't help Zhang Yan much, and would only be a burden to him if he joined the larger base. No one wanted someone like her. Even if a healing psychic could regenerate her limbs, why would those bases be willing to waste such valuable resources on a useless person like her? Zhang Yan joining the base alone was the best option. Otherwise, they would both die. But Zhang Yan refused. We've come this far, and you know I'm not that kind of person. Miao Li cried. She was heartbroken. The better Zhang Yan got, the sadder she felt, sad that she was dragging him down. Just when they were desperate, they heard about the Xiaohe base. They heard that this base had lower requirements for the strength of psychics. The Xiaohe base valued character more. Miao Li pursed her lips, a glimmer of hope returning to her eyes. Why don't we give it a try? Zhang Yan nodded. In truth, neither of them had much hope, but they still wanted to try. What if? Miao Li said she didn't want to live, but who would want to die if there was a chance to live? Besides, she didn't want to drag Zhang Yan down. With a sliver of hope, they wanted to try. When they signed up, Zhou Min glanced at Miao Li's arm. Their hearts tightened, fearing that the Xiaohe base would reject them because of this. If that were the case, Miao Li had already made up her mind. She'd beg the other party to accept Zhang Yan, as he had both arms and legs intact and a better chance than her. Thinking of this, Miaoli felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. However, when she saw Zhou Min write their names on the registration form, Miaoli felt a ball of cotton wrapped in cloth tucked into her arms, and she was stunned. Sun Yu, noticing this, reminded her, "You passed the screening." Miaoli, surprise! She and Zhang Yan looked at each other, hugged each other, and burst into tears of joy. Not only had they joined the Xiohe base, but they also had materials for making clothes and white flour buns to eat. It truly felt like a dream. After they arrived at the base, someone reminded her that she could go to the base's hospital to check out her arm. Zhang Yan said, "Let's go and see." Miaoli nodded, but she wasn't hopeful. Would a healing psychic be willing to help a lowly one like her? It turned out they were. "But the treatment costs are a bit high," the other person said. Miaoli swallowed nervously. Zhang Yan beside her quickly asked, "How much?" The other person said, "It's been quite a while, and you're regenerating a severed limb. You need 5,000 contribution points." Miaoli was surprised. So little? In her previous base, only high-ranking psychics could afford this treatment, and the only other option was to pay a high price, at least hundreds of thousands of contribution points. But where would anyone else get so many contribution points? Even if they worked their tails off, they couldn't possibly earn hundreds of thousands of contribution points. So, while this request sounded like it gave everyone a chance, it actually excluded them. It's said that ordinary people have a hard time surviving in the apocalypse, but for low-level psychics like them, the situation wasn't much better than that of ordinary people. So knowing all this, Miaoli hadn't held out any hope before arriving. It was she who hadn't given up, so she decided to give it a try. To her surprise, it only cost 5,000 contribution points. Even though they couldn't afford 5,000, they didn't. To their surprise, the other party said, "Your condition is getting increasingly difficult to treat the longer you wait. Here's how. I apply for a special case, and I can keep the contribution points in your debt." Miaoli and Zhang Yan were both pleasantly surprised. They hadn't expected the Xiohe base to be so good, offering credit for contribution points. Zhang Yan immediately said, "Thank you for your help. We're willing to pay you back." The other party replied, "Don't worry. I've already agreed to prevent anyone from holding on to contribution points for an extended period without paying them back. You have to sign a contract. If that happens, we force you to take on missions, and most of the contribution points you earn will go toward repaying your debt." Miaoli was a little nervous. "So, what's the deadline?" The other party said, 6 months. After 6 months, if the repayment is not made, we will issue a mandatory task. Zhang Yan breathed a sigh of relief. 6 months is fine. We work hard every day, and will definitely be able to pay it back. After coming to the base for the past 2 days, he had already asked around. As psychics, paying back 5,000 contribution points in 6 months is not difficult. The Xiohe base didn't mean to make things difficult for anyone. After Miaoli's arm healed, she could pay the contribution points on her own, not to mention he was there. Miaoli was relieved, tears glistening in her eyes. I'm willing to sign the contract." Zhang Yan smiled and said, "Please put my name on it too. It will be faster if we pay it back together." This time Miaoli didn't refuse. After signing the contract, the healing psychic immediately came to treat her. Miaoli swallowed nervously, her other good arm tightly grasping Zhang Yan's hand. Zhang Yan was even more nervous than her, and his grip hurt Miaoli's hand. They watched helplessly, as a flash of white light appeared on the empty arm. As the other person used their healing powers, Miaoli felt a pain in her bones. The healing user said, "Hold steady. Don't struggle, or it will affect the effect." Miaoli quickly controlled herself, her brow furrowed as she thought her arm was about to grow back, yet she managed to control herself. An unknown amount of time passed before the treatment ended. Miaoli could already feel her arm. She tentatively moved it, and found it was much whiter than before, and the skin seemed slightly tenderer. Healing user Chenwan's face paled as she exhaled. "Go home, and take good care of it. Don't rush to use your powers." Miaoli nodded quickly, thanking him profusely. Chenwan had a severe headache, but she felt none of the discomfort she'd felt at the previous base. Instead, she felt deeply satisfied, especially when she saw Miaoli and Zhang Yan hugging and crying tears of joy. She felt that moment had truly embodied her own worth. The hospital also gave Chenwan some nutritional supplements, and told her to leave work early and get some rest. Chenwan didn't refuse. Her powers were exhausted, and she couldn't do much today, so it was good to go back and rest. Afterwards, Miaoli recuperated for a while, and her arm was completely healed, feeling no different from before. When the base issued a notice recruiting volunteers for the experiment, Miaoli hesitated for a moment before deciding to sign up. First, she was deeply grateful to the Xiaohe base. It was no exaggeration to say that the Xiaohe base had given her life, so she was willing to contribute to it. Second, signing up for the experiment would earn her a substantial contribution point bonus, enough to pay off her debt to the hospital, with some left over. Although they could eventually pay it back, they had to live frugally. Eating wasn't a big deal, but the crystal cores counted as contribution points. They finally had a chance to improve their abilities, so they naturally had to seize the opportunity. Since they were both quite weak, they had to participate in the base's psychic training every day since arriving. This was actually a great thing. Since the apocalypse, psychics had been allowed to grow freely, and few were willing to spend time with those who were considered untalented and low-level psychics. They had to rely on their own experience, and leveling up was difficult. So, even if they weren't allowed to join the training, they had to find a way to spend their contribution points. It must be said that after training for a while, their progress was faster than they would have made in 6 months of self-discovery. Their training had yielded significant results. Zhang Yan had already reached the brink of level 2, and Miao Li was almost there. They needed crystal cores. But they also had to pay off their debts. Neither of them liked to be in debt, so they were reluctant to absorb the crystal cores, using them instead to repay their contribution points. But seeing others level up after absorbing crystal cores, they felt envious. So, without hesitation, they signed up for the experiment. When they learned it wasn't their imagination, deliberately biting zombies, they were both relieved. Just then, a few psychics they knew said they were going to hunt zombies outside and asked if they wanted to go. Since their arrival, Miao Li and Zhang Yan hadn't left the base. This time, with so many people, there was little danger, so they naturally agreed. While leaving the base always carries risks, that's how psychics are. Their upgrades always come with risk. Unless someone is willing to support them, they have to fight their way through the zombie hordes one by one. A group left the base and said, there are basically no zombies within a kilometer of the base. The base sends out special forces to hunt them every once in a while, so we need to go farther away. Everyone nodded in agreement. After this period of training, they had become much more confident. Furthermore, they were numerous. Although their highest level was only level 2, they were still capable of fighting a level 3 zombie. Unexpectedly, their prediction proved true. They encountered a level 3 zombie, a formidable lightning type. As they hid, they were struck by lightning several times, leaving them in a state of disarray. They finally managed to kill the level 3 zombie. Miao Li still had some strength left. She stepped forward, dug out the zombie core, exhaled, and smiled. Great! This core, if shared equally, can earn each of us quite a few contribution points. Yeah, I have to go to the cafeteria for a meal when I get back, and treat myself. Is the food in the cafeteria really that good? I've never been there. Miao Li wondered curiously as she cleaned the core. It's delicious. I've been thinking about it since I tried it once. It's a pity we just arrived at Xiaohe base, so we don't have many contribution points. We need to use them for daily necessities, otherwise I'd have to go to the cafeteria every day. The other person then went on to talk about various dishes and what they tasted like. Miao Li swallowed her saliva. It wasn't that she was a loser, but after the apocalypse, who had ever eaten such good food? Even after joining Xiaohe base, they hadn't dared to eat in the cafeteria because they had to pay off their debts. Eating only white flour buns every day made her feel quite happy. After all, at the previous base, they'd toiled their asses off and still not even get a single white flour bun. They gritted their teeth and exchanged for a bowl of pickles, which they ate with their steamed buns, feeling almost faint with happiness. Unexpectedly, the food in the cafeteria was so good. Miao Li decided to make it a goal to eat in the cafeteria once her debt was paid off. The group chatted and laughed, but then they noticed the level 2 psychic in the group had turned pale, his forehead covered in sweat. What's wrong with you? Did you use too much energy just now? Everyone expressed concern. Ha, how about I carry you? Someone joked. Who knew? The level 2 psychic took a step back, his face pale, and said, you guys go. What's wrong? Everyone's smiles faded. The level 2 psychic closed his eyes and raised his hand, revealing a scratch on the back of his hand. It didn't look like a normal wound, as signs of decay had already appeared around the scratch. I accidentally got scratched by that zombie just now. The level 2 psychic smiled bitterly. Go away. Before you leave. Kill me. Everyone's face paled, panicking. Although they were a makeshift team, they were all kind-hearted people, and seeing the level 2 psychic like this, they were deeply distressed. The level 2 psychic, feeling a little out of control, closed his eyes. Go quickly. The more sensitive people were already crying. If it weren't for the level 2 psychic, they wouldn't have been able to kill that first 3-strike zombie. Miaoli and Zhang Yin were also a little confused. Everyone had been so happy just a moment ago, but now the atmosphere was completely different. Miaoli suddenly thought, wait, I have a new vaccine developed by the base. Yes, the vaccine. I heard they're recruiting people willing to participate in the trial. Quick, give it to him. Whether it worked or not didn't matter now. Anything was better than nothing. Miaoli quickly pulled out a syringe and the vaccine, then injected the filled syringe into the level 2 psychic. The people around her gulped nervously. How's it going? The level 2 psychic asked them to stay away, shaking his head and saying, nothing feels right now. Huh? It's useless? Some people were a little disappointed. They weren't just worried about the level 2 psychic, they were also worried about their own future. If the vaccine truly worked, it would mean that if they were caught or bitten in the future, they could just carry the vaccine with them and get it injected immediately without having to worry about being infected. What do you mean it's useless? Look at him, hasn't he changed in all this time? It must be working. Someone nearby exclaimed excitedly. Everyone saw it, and saw it was indeed true, incredibly excited. After waiting a moment longer, the level 2 psychic remained conscious, and the wound on the back of his hand stopped decaying. Instead, it gradually returned to its bright red color, eventually becoming just an ordinary wound. Everyone watched in amazement. Great! The vaccine really works. It works! Great! Ha ha, those damn zombies. Go to hell. Do we no longer have to fear zombies? Is the apocalypse coming to an end? Someone cried, thinking of their own family, who had been bitten by zombies, and had watched helplessly as they turned into zombies, and even attacked them. In the end, he had killed that zombie with his own hands. If only there had been a vaccine like this back then, how wonderful it would have been. Everyone laughed and cried, and after returning home, they reported what had happened today. The level 2 psychic needed to cooperate with a blood test. Afterward, the vaccines were gradually successfully verified as effective. Cheng Jiu chuckled. After contacting the authorities, they quickly issued a notice, and everyone in all major bases received the news that the zombie virus vaccine 1.0 had been successfully tested. Instantly, public opinion was in an uproar. Ordinary people were delighted by the vaccine, yet worried that they wouldn't get it. Those in the major bases, familiar with the Xiaohe base's situation, were somewhat incredulous. After all, the Xiaohe base was so small. The fact that they had previously produced so many mutant seeds was already astonishing enough, but now, they had actually developed a vaccine. How could this be possible? However, although they were somewhat skeptical, they also knew that Xiaohe base wouldn't dare to make such a big statement. Everyone was asking when Xiaohe base had acquired such talented researchers, including Chaoyang base. After hearing his subordinate's report, the Chaoyang base manager looked up and asked, "You said those 3 people came from our base?" The subordinate lowered his head, not wanting to look at him, and nodded, yes. The Chaoyang base manager thought carefully, and actually remembered something like this. At the time, Xiaohe base had said they had found a sample suitable for research, but he hadn't taken it seriously, considering it was a small base. Still, he suggested sending a few people over to assist with the research. The manager's recollection filled him with regret. If he remembered correctly, Xiaohe base had originally intended to give them the sample, but he had pushed it out. The main reason was that the director of the Chaoyang Base Research Institute at the time said it was a waste of time, and that it would be better to just send a few people. Persuaded, the manager let the director make the arrangements. If I remember correctly, he said those 3 people were just errand boys at the institute, right? The manager sneered. Arrangers? How could errand boys produce such results? He climbed the ladder step by step, so how could he not know the twists and turns of the institute? These 3 people were clearly capable, but they were marginalized. If he had known their abilities, he would never have been willing to send them there, if he had asked for the samples back then. The manager thought, then shook his head. The institute seemed completely rotten. Even if he had asked for them, the samples would probably have been wasted. I'm afraid there won't be a vaccine by now. Regardless, a vaccine would be a great thing. Contact the Xiaohe base immediately. The manager frowned, made arrangements, and sneered, it seems the institute needs to clean up its act. Chapter 95. Chihani and the others didn't know that the vaccine's release had already caused the intrigues and cliques at the research institute. But even if they had known, they would have said, it should have happened long ago. The Chaoyang Research Institute had always been rotten. Those at the top weren't focused on research, exploiting those below them, stealing their findings, and claiming them as their own. The rewards received by those below them were completely disproportionate to their contributions. Ever since the vaccine announcement went viral, Cheng Jiyu's communicator had been practically blown away. Many people wanted to buy the vaccine, and even larger bases like Chaoyang wanted to collaborate. They could pay a patent licensing fee, and Xia Base would license the vaccine patent to them, allowing them to produce it themselves. Cheng Mo, listening from the side, sneered, "How cunning. They only needed to pay a patent fee, and they would be able to produce the vaccine continuously. This would naturally be much more comfortable than buying from Xia Base and being manipulated." Cheng Jiyu tapped the tabletop, pen in hand. "Vaccines are different. If possible, I'd like to mass produce them. But given our base's potential, even if we produce them day and night, we don't know how long it will take to supply them." Ling Kong understood his meaning. "Are you willing to license it? Indeed, holding on to this thing wouldn't be a good thing for either the people of the apocalypse or our base. The innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. These days, unless the patented vaccine technology belongs to a large base like Chaoyang Base, no one can control the situation. Furthermore, with a powerful weapon like a vaccine, even the Chaoyang Base couldn't keep it completely hidden. After all, there were officials involved. The officials weren't concerned with the base's interests. They wanted everyone's well-being. Thankfully, Cheng Jiyu didn't intend to hold onto it. Even if he made a killing, it wouldn't be that meaningful. He licensed the patent, trusting that other bases wouldn't mess with it. Just like before, withholding good things from ordinary people, obviously, that's impossible. The production of a vaccine could potentially end the apocalypse. If you don't give it to ordinary people, they'd be infected and become zombies, and the zombie population will continue to grow. So, when will the apocalypse finally end? Furthermore, the vaccine's materials are carefully selected to be cheap and easy to find. The impact of these materials on production capacity is minimal. I believe that after a while, the vaccine will no longer be a rarity." Cheng Mo praised him. "Jiyu is so kind." Cheng Jiyu glared at him and said, "We need to discuss an appropriate patent fee." He wasn't a sucker. Of course, he couldn't refuse the patent fee. He planned to use the patent fees to build his base. After much discussion, everyone settled on a price that, while painful for the larger bases, was still acceptable. As for the smaller bases, those willing to purchase could also do so. If they couldn't afford the patent fees, they could ask the government for guarantee and credit. For the next period of time, each base was busy. After paying the patent fees, they quickly began production. The government also mandated that for every vaccine produced, a quota be allocated to ordinary people. This was a rigid rule, intended to prevent the upper class from monopolizing the vaccine once again. I won't discuss other matters, but vaccines are absolutely prohibited. Anyone who dares to have any ill intentions in this matter will have to consider whether they can bear the consequences. Cheng Jiyu was quite pleased with the authorities' strict stance. While it couldn't completely eliminate the problem, it did, to a large extent, protect the rights of ordinary people. Because the Xia base didn't need to supply vaccines to other bases, nearly everyone at the base now had several doses. Cheng Jiyu looked at the huge revenue from the patent fees on the books. He offered a one-time buyout, so the price was quite high. Some thought the Xia base was foolish, saying the patent fees should be collected annually, so there would be a constant flow of income. Cheng Jiyu said, "I want to reduce the cost of patent fees. If we charge royalties annually, the fees paid by each base will still be spread over the cost of each vaccine purchase. This is not the outcome I want. Vaccines should be cheaper." The officials were deeply moved by this, and were impressed by the young base manager. He had a great vision. Because the authorities had a favorable impression, some bases tried to delay payment, but were warned. Their implicit response was, "We've already provided you with so many benefits, and you've suffered so much loss, yet you still want to delay paying your patent fees? Isn't the money invested in research money? To delay further is shameless." While officials wouldn't directly say shameless, it sounded like that anyway. Of course, the warned bases didn't dare to act rashly again, and obediently paid their patent fees. Cheng Jiyu rubbed his nose, feeling a little guilty. Actually, the main reason he collected the fees all at once was because Qi Hongyi and the others had already begun researching the zombie virus vaccine 2.0. Once 2.0 was released, it would be difficult to collect the patent fees for 1.0, so it was better to pay in full. Of course, if other bases improve upon 1.0 and come up with more advanced systems, that's their own skill, and Cheng Jiyu doesn't think it's a big deal. It's all for the benefit of humanity. Whether they're motivated by profit or not, that's a good thing. As long as the results are positive, that's all that matters. Speaking of the extra money on the books, Chung Jiu immediately approved all the projects that had previously been denied due to funding shortages. The base has also begun building buildings. They will reduce the area occupied by the base. He's already applied to the authorities, and the surrounding area is all their Xiaohe base's territory. After everyone has integrated, Xiaohe base will recruit more people. As the base gradually expands, it will eventually become a large base. He plans to build a city here. Of course, it's still a little early for that. But it won't be difficult. They now have a steady supply of food, vaccines, and patent fees, and there will be more royalties coming in. This dream will come true one day. 6 months later, the weather had warmed up. Chung Jiu had initially worried that the summer would be even hotter than last year, but he found the temperature to be bearable. Of course, it wasn't exactly comfortable. Compared to before the apocalypse, the temperature was definitely hot, over 40 degrees Celsius, but Chung Jiu didn't find it particularly hot. He wasn't the only one who felt this way. He asked those around him, and they all agreed that the temperature seemed bearable. Chung Jiu felt that, while the temperature had changed during the apocalypse, humanity was also evolving. And this evolution didn't refer to superpowers. This evolution included ordinary people. It was an evolution of adaptability to the apocalypse. The 40+ degree weather was pleasant not only for superpowers, but for ordinary people as well. This was undoubtedly a good thing. Thanks to human intervention, many plants had mutated. These mutant seeds were well suited to the apocalyptic temperatures, growing freely just like plants before the apocalypse. Chung Jiu cultivated not only numerous tree species, but also grass seeds. When he had free time, he would sit around and spread grass seeds everywhere outside the base. The mutant grass seeds, like the grass before the apocalypse, sprouted readily with a simple scattering. When he visited again after a while, he saw a lush green patch. Occasionally, a herbivorous mutant animal would graze on the roadside, and judging by their expressions, they clearly enjoyed the scenery. Compared to the barren, yellow landscape of last year, this scene was undoubtedly a beautiful sight. If you didn't venture further, just near the Xiaohe base, you'd be hard-pressed to tell whether this was before or after the apocalypse. The lush grass near the Xiaohe base attracted many animals, and Chung Jiu would occasionally spot little rabbits hopping about and grazing. Chung Mo, looking rather disheartened, said, "I'm craving spicy rabbit heads." Chung Jiu was speechless. "Didn't I tell you to eat them before?" Chung Mo complained, "I haven't had enough." The base's animal husbandry industry is now well established, especially with the fastest breeding rabbits, which now number in the hundreds. Residents can buy rabbits from the farm. Chung Jiu was craving spicy rabbit heads, so he bought 5. At first, Chung Mo was disgusted by the thought of eating rabbit heads. "Why would you eat rabbit heads when you can't eat good meat?" Chung Jiu replied, "You don't want to eat them? That's perfect. I eat them all by myself." Chung Mo hesitated at his expression, as if rabbit heads were something special. He immediately changed his tune. "Then I try them." Chung Jiu kindly advised him, "You might not be able to accept it, so don't force yourself." Hearing this, Chung Mo became even more resolute in his decision. "I'm going to give it a try." Chung Jiu thought to himself, "What a mistake." As a foodie, Chung Mo was quite perceptive. In the end, Chung Jiu prepared a full rabbit feast: spicy rabbit head, spicy dry-fried rabbit, braised rabbit meat, and some vegetables to relieve the greasiness. The whole family ate together. No one else wanted rabbit heads, but with Chung Mo, there were exactly 5 people who were willing to eat, 1 each. Zhou Min eagerly grabbed a rabbit head and asked Han Ping, who was standing beside him, "Are you sure you don't want to try it?" Han Ping took a look and shook his head. Han Tingting exposed his past. "My brother was bitten by a rabbit when he was a child. He has a psychological trauma about rabbits and won't eat a rabbit head." Han Ping, Zhou Min laughed. "What are you afraid of? It bit you, so you're taking revenge. You really won't eat it?" Han Ping firmly refused. "No." Zhou Min, "Okay." Tian Xiao, standing nearby, looked at Tian Man, "If you don't like it, you can give it to me." Tian Man, a foodie, was just like Chung Mo. He had never eaten it before, but wanted to try it. Tian Man, now munching diligently, looked at Tian Xiao with confusion. Tian Xiao, "Forget it." Chung Jiu glanced at Chung Mo, who elegantly put on his gloves, picked up the rabbit head, and seemed to be considering where to start. He said, "If you don't want to eat it, forget it." Chung Mo took a bite, and was instantly amazed. "Delicious." Chung Jiu, "That's good." The last person nibbled on a rabbit head, still wanting more. Chung Mo then started to think about the rabbit heads, but each rabbit only had 1 head, and the scale of the breeding base was not large enough to eat rabbit heads at will. In fact, most residents buy rabbits to take home and raise, since the farm promises to recycle them, which would also be a source of income. So, Chung Jiu estimated that in 6 months or a year, the bays should have more rabbits. Chung Mo lamented, "It's been a long time." Chung Jiu fainted with laughter. Chung Mo truly loved them. Precisely because they were so scarce, Chung Mo's craving for spicy rabbit heads started as soon as he saw the rabbits running by. "Don't be greedy, you don't even know where they've gone." Chung Jiu patted his head soothingly and promised him, "When the time comes, we open a spicy rabbit head shop at the base. You can eat as much as you want." Chung Jiu has already issued a new policy, hoping that residents of the base can leverage their strengths and open more shops. Chung Mo, then I want to be a VIP. Chung Jiu agreed outwardly, but inwardly he was thinking, Chung Mo wouldn't eat all the rabbit heads in the shop at once, would he? Chung Mo didn't know what he was thinking, but seeing how much Chung Jiu cared for him, the corners of his mouth curled up. "Let's open one in my hometown. The rabbits there are so fertile. We really need to curb that," Chung Mo said. "Chung Jiu, among the orcs." Although he didn't finish his words, Chung Mo understood instantly. He tapped Chung Jiu's head with his fingers. "What are you thinking? I'm talking about ordinary rabbits." Chung Jiu breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." In his opinion, although orcs were a different race, they could all transform into humans, so they were the same race. If they could eat each other, wouldn't that be any different from cannibalism? "Do you eat orcs there?" Chung Jiu asked cautiously. Chung Mo smiled, his fangs gleaming coldly. "Eat." Chung Jiu glanced at his expression and said, "Well, I'm glad you're not eating." "Oh, I can't scare you anymore." Chung Mo was disappointed. Chung Jiu snorted, "When can you scare me?" Chung Mo nudged him, "I just don't want to scare you." Chung Jiu was about to say something when Chung Mo said, "Jiu, my back is itchy." Chung Jiu reached out and scratched him. "What's wrong?" "Chung Mo, maybe I'm going to grow wings." Chung Jiu was surprised, "Really?" Chung Mo nodded, "Actually, if you calculate carefully, I'm only a few days away from adulthood." Chung Jiu said seriously, "Next time, please say 100 years old. Otherwise, he'd look like a criminal." Chung Mo refused. "Wouldn't that make me look old?" Chung Jiu was speechless, and curiously asked him questions about growing wings. Chung Mo said, "Our coming of age isn't fixed. The day we grow wings is the day we become adults." Chung Jiu nodded, feeling a sense of anticipation. For the next few days, he would touch Chung Mo's back whenever he had nothing to do, wanting to see if his wings had sprouted. Chung Mo was under a lot of pressure. What if his wings didn't look good when they did? Chung Jiu, unsure of what to do, asked again, "Your wings have just sprouted. Aren't they just tiny, featherless wings?" Chung Mo thought his thought was terrifying and told him to stop. Chung Jiu comforted him, "It's nothing, actually. It's just the natural growth process of living things." Chung Mo pinched his mouth, hushing him. It was truly terrifying. Recently, people from various bases have been arriving one after another to exchange supplies. Xiaohe base had a new batch of seeds, and they wanted to exchange them. Chung Jiu gave them some, rice and soybeans, but only a tiny bit. Rice and soybean seeds are food. "We just planted the first batch, and this is all we can share," Chung Jiu said. "Rice, for one, can be used to make a variety of things. Soybeans are even better. They can be pressed for oil, used to make tofu, soy milk, tofu pudding, tofu rice, bean curd sheets, and a variety of other dishes. Furthermore, the bean dregs can be fed to pigs, who love them and grow fat." One of the bases even tried to get him to compromise. "This is too little. We have so many people. Just share a little more." The person in charge of the negotiation said, "Sorry, this is our maximum." The man wanted to speak again, but then he realized that people from several other bases were already arguing over how to distribute the seeds. What a lack of martial ethics. The man cursed and joined the fray, not caring about letting the people from Xiaohe base share. Chung Mo watched the fun from the sidelines. "Jiu, let's go eat tofu pudding." Zhang Tai, who had already secured his share, pricked up his ears. Tofu pudding, he swallowed frantically. Their base didn't even have soybeans, let alone tofu pudding. The last time he went back, he'd told everyone how much he'd eaten at Xiaohe base. They were so envious that their eyes were red. They were all vying for a spot on this mission at Xiaohe base. Zhang Tai was truly regretful. He cultivated a group of rivals for himself. Thankfully, he stood out again this time, and successfully took on the mission. Great. Another feast to enjoy. In fact, things had improved significantly at Chaoyang Base over the past 6 months. At least with the first batch of mutant wheat and vegetables planted, they could occasionally enjoy some steamed buns and vegetables. But it certainly can't compare to the Xiaohe base. Their wheat and vegetables need to be saved for seed and continue to be planted. Thankfully, they were still able to buy wheat and vegetable seeds this time. After planting a few more times, their base could probably afford to eat steamed buns and vegetables as freely as the Xiaohe base. Thinking of this, Zhang Tai swallowed furiously. The Xiaohe base is now quite famous, and many people want to join, but the base hasn't shown any interest in recruiting yet. Cheng Jiu actually plans to recruit a new batch soon, still intending to only recruit 1,000 people initially. Looking at Zhang Tai's eager gaze, Cheng Jiu felt embarrassed to refuse. Okay, let's go eat together. In fact, he had already arranged for the group to be treated, and this time they were going directly to the cafeteria. With Ning Mama as the chef, the food was quite good. Even the mediocre food was still quite good, considering other bases couldn't even afford it. It was heartbreaking. Inviting only one person to eat tofu pudding was obviously a bad idea, so everyone else went together. Chung Mo was displeased, but the group didn't even react. He regretted even asking for tofu pudding. The tofu pudding shop was a bit small, and there wasn't enough room for the group, but they didn't mind. Each of them took a bowl and squatted on the sidewalk, devouring the food enthusiastically. Chung Mo scooped a mouthful of the fragrant and spicy tofu pudding with a spoon. It was delicious. A few people on the sidewalk finished their bowls and didn't ask for more, because they saw a pancake shop next door, a fried noodle shop next door, and a Rujiamo shop next door. This was actually the commercial street planned by Cheng Jiu, and many businesses had already moved in. With so many delicious treats, they couldn't just eat tofu pudding. They had to try it from every corner. Everyone took out their phones and started taking pictures. Although they couldn't send them now that they were away from the base, they could use them to tempt the others when they got back. Regarding communication, the various bases were already planning to build joint base stations, so even if they weren't in the same base, they could still communicate. TSK, I'm tired of all that. Chung Mo ate tofu pudding with dignity. Tofu pudding is a relatively new treat. The shop has only been open for about a month, and Chung Mo hasn't gotten tired of it yet. How quickly he gets tired of it depends on how quickly the next shop can deliver new treats. Cheng Ji rested his chin on his hand, thinking. Chung Mo's coming-of-age day should be celebrated. He said, wait a few days, and I make you something you've never tasted before. Chung Mo looked up with anticipation. Why wait a few days? Can't we do it tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? Cheng Ji, no. Chung Mo, disappointed. Okay. He was silent for a moment, then said seriously, don't worry, my abs and pecs are still there. They won't disappear from eating. Cheng Ji, that's not why I'm here. Chung Mo, are you going back to see me? I asked Zhou Min for a new bra. Cheng Ji, yes. It was totally impossible to refuse. Zhang Tai and the others feasted on the commercial street, and by the end, they were so full they were sitting there, frantically, scaring the shopkeepers to death, thinking they'd died of stuffing. Cheng Ji, upon hearing this, said, It was so sad. Even more heartbreaking was what happened next. After packing up their supplies, the group frantically bought food at the base, and before leaving, they were reluctant to leave. Wow, I can't bear to leave this place. Let's take a step back. Can't I just join Xiaohe base? This group of people carried bags of varying sizes, filled with food frozen by ice-powered people to prevent it from getting stinky on the way, so they could heat it up and eat it back home. They looked like refugees from somewhere. So, after they left, a rumor spread throughout Xiaohe base. A group of refugees begged and cried to join Xiaohe base, only to be rejected. People were practically fainting from tears. Huh? Then why won't our base accept them? The messenger didn't know why. He'd heard it from others, and couldn't put a finger on it, so he just guessed, I guess they're not good people. Everyone knew that Xiaohe base only recruited people with good character. That makes sense. Then we were right not to accept them. As the group spoke, they did some handicrafts to earn contribution points. As they sighed, they all felt incredibly lucky. Choosing to join Xiaohe base was definitely the right decision. Of course, more importantly, they had always been steadfast in their commitment to being good people. Otherwise, even if they wanted to join, Xiaohe base wouldn't have accepted them. Everyone inexplicably felt honored to be residents of Xiaohe base. This outrageous rumor eventually reached Cheng Ji's ears, and he was shocked. How could I not know about this? Tian Xiao gleefully explained it to him. Cheng Ji finished, Sure enough, rumors were born that way. But there was no need to explain anything. As for the refugees, Zhang Tai and the others, upon returning to their base, the group, like dogs with noses, went after their specialties, offering to sell or trade them. Finally, when they came to their senses, they found themselves empty-handed, with only the cold crystal cores left. How regretful. They should have eaten all the food along the way instead of saving it. Cheng Jiyu was unaware of this. At that moment, Cheng Yimo was hugging him, complaining of severe back pain. Cheng Jiyu was heartbroken. The other person told him that the wings were about to emerge. Cheng Yimo was still thinking, if it's really ugly, you can't dislike it. No, why would I dislike you? Cheng Jiyu was amused and distressed. Cheng Yimo was content. Next, Cheng Jiyu thought he heard the sound of wings flapping. He saw the dark figure behind Cheng Yimo, and his eyes widened. Chapter 96. Cheng Yimo saw Cheng Jiyu's eyes widen, a bit nervous, his forehead covered in sweat from the pain, but he kept asking, is it ugly? Cheng Jiyu, beautiful. Indeed, it was beautiful. Cheng Mo's wings were pure black, not as Cheng Jiyu had said, small and featherless when they first grew. It was amazing. These wings were large, plump, and black as ink, giving Cheng Yimo a divine, yet sinister air. After listening to Cheng Jiyu's words, Cheng Yimo checked that he wasn't trying to comfort him, then he looked in the mirror. There was a crackling noise in the bathroom. Cheng Mo's wings weren't very well controlled at first, and he swept all the bottles and jars to the floor. Seeing Cheng Jiyu approach, he touched his nose. Cheng Jiyu smiled and said, it's okay. You go out first, I clean up. Cheng Yimo nodded. He tried to retract his wings, but couldn't. However, he wasn't anxious. It was normal for newly grown wings to be a bit uncontrollable. Cheng Jiyu finished cleaning up, his heart racing. He walked out of the bathroom to find Cheng Yimo sitting on the edge of the bed, his wings gone. Disappointed, Cheng Jiyu went over to touch him. Where are the wings? Cheng Yimo, I'm controlling them. I've retracted them. But seeing Cheng Jiyu's expression, he knew what he was talking about. He immediately released his wings again, wrapped them around Cheng Jiyu, and carried him into Cheng Mo's arms. Cheng Jiyu's heart was beating fast. He looked at Cheng Mo's perfect face and changed the subject. Why aren't your clothes torn? I don't know. Wings should be able to penetrate clothes. Otherwise, every time they appear, my clothes would be torn. Wouldn't I be running around naked? Cheng Yimo said. Cheng Jiyu thought it made sense and blinked. Oh. Cheng Mo's ears popped out. Cheng Jiyu, surprise. Cheng Yimo kissed him and said, take out the bra chain. Later. I won't put my wings back. He had been with Cheng Jiyu for so long, and if he hadn't noticed that Cheng Jiyu liked him with wings, he would be a fool. Cheng Yimo was proud. Great. Now he had a new way to seduce Cheng Jiyu. Sure enough, Cheng Jiyu was madly excited and took the bra chain out of his space. Cheng Yimo, put it on for me. Cheng Jiyu blushed. For some reason, even after Cheng Yimo had wings, he was still shy around the man. Maybe it was the man's divine nature. The thought of what they would do in a moment made Cheng Jiyu's hands and feet go weak. He put the bra chain on Cheng Yimo, and the next moment, the man kissed him aggressively. Cheng Jiyu nervously grabbed Cheng Mo's ears. Finally, the wings encircled him, their soft feathers brushing against his body, leaving him feeling tingling. Cheng Jiyu grasped the warm wings, his fingers straining. When he came to his senses, he noticed a few more feathers in his hand. Cheng Jiyu, He glanced at Cheng Mo's wings. Thankfully, there wasn't a single bald spot. He quietly hid the feathers in his space. Cheng Jiyu was somewhat impressed by his own adaptability. Afterward, his eyes lit up. So, can you fly now? Cheng Yimo dressed him and kissed his forehead. It's tonight. There's no one around. You can try. Cheng Jiyu nodded, eagerly anticipating the possibility. Cheng Yimo carried him outside, then took flight. Then, with a violent shake, Cheng Jiyu, I won't fall to my death, will I? Cheng Mo's ears flushed slightly, and he coughed softly in defense. I just grew wings, so I'm not very proficient in flying yet. Cheng Jiyu nodded in understanding. Thankfully, Cheng Yimo became much more proficient in flying later. Being held in his arms, Cheng Jiyu felt both nervous and excited. This was a completely different feeling, even more thrilling. Besides, Cheng Yimo was so high up, Cheng Jiyu could speak loudly and freely, because he was so far above the ground, completely safe from being overheard. He had never felt so close to the stars before. The stars in the sky seemed especially bright. The two flew for an unknown amount of time. Cheng Jiyu, worried about Cheng Mo's newly grown wings and worried he'd get tired, said, Let's go back. Cheng Yimo nodded. I transform into my beast form. Chung Jiu nodded. He had never seen Chung Mo's beast form with wings. Chung Mo transformed directly into his beast form in midair, with Chung Jiu held in his mouth. Chung Jiu, his collar bitten, said, "This position isn't very respectable, is it?" It was as if fate was being grabbed by the scruff of the neck. Then, Chung Jiu felt himself being flung upwards. He screamed, then landed on Dahe's back. Dahe's roaring laughter filled his mind. Chung Jiu gritted his teeth. He bit his ear hard. Dahe flew sideways, and Chung Jiu quickly let go of his ear, scratching his face. "Who told you to scare me? You've gotten so brave." Dahe explained, "I had no choice but to throw you on my back like this. What else could I do?" Chung Jiu touched his nose. It seemed so. He patted Dahe's head in a comforting gesture. It was already dawn when they returned. Fortunately, they didn't run into their families, and made it back to their rooms safely. Thankfully, everything at the base had been going smoothly lately. Chung Jiu slept for a while, then went to the office to take care of some things. When he was done, he went back to sleep. After a good night's sleep, someone came to report. A resident at the base saw a huge bird just as the weather was getting cooler. "We're worried it might pose a threat to the base. Should we send a psychic to search the area?" Chung Jiu listened and said, "Tell me more." The other person continued, "The resident said it had wings, but it didn't look like a bird. Because it was still dark, he couldn't see it clearly." Chung Jiu confirmed it was them. He pressed his eyebrows together and said, "Don't worry about it. I know what it is." The other person stopped asking questions. Curious as he might be, it was better not to ask questions he shouldn't. Chung Jiu breathed a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of a free moment, he dismissed Chung Mo, retrieved the materials he had prepared long ago, and began to work. To prevent Chung Mo from returning unexpectedly, he sternly emphasized, "Don't come back before 8 p.m. Chung Mo was unhappy. "Why?" Chung Jiu coughed. "Don't act like a spoiled child. I've prepared a surprise for you. You be back later anyway, you hear?" Chung Mo's eyes lit up, but after hearing this, he wanted to come back even earlier. However, to avoid Chung Jiu's anger, he had to endure it. As soon as 8 p.m. passed, Chung Mo impatiently returned. The courtyard was pitch black, and he frowned, wondering if the surprise was inside. As he entered, a flicker of candlelight lit up, and Chung Jiu approached, carrying the cake he had painstakingly prepared. "Happy birthday." Chung Mo stared at him without blinking. Chung Jiu was embarrassed. He also felt it was a bit tacky, but he couldn't think of any other way. Thankfully, Chung Mo hadn't seen much of the world, so he was pleasantly surprised. When Chung Jiu said he could make a wish, he made one seriously. He had no other wish except for Chung Jiu's happiness, for Chung Jiu to be happy, and, of course, for them to be together forever. After blowing out the candles, Chung Mo felt his hand being held, and then something seemed to be placed on his finger. Someone turned on the lights, and Chung Mo looked down to see a ring on his finger. He curled his lips, knowing its meaning. Birthday wishes really came true. Chung Jiu coughed softly. "Let's cut the cake. It's all your favorites, including rabbit heads." "Chung Mo, I'm so happy." Tian Xiao and the others came over and said, "I was wondering why Qingzi had such a big table today. It turns out it's Hei's birthday. It was actually a coming-of-age ceremony. But there was no way to explain it, so he just treated it as a birthday." Chung Mo was transfixed, his lips curled wildly. "It's because Ziyu likes me so much." Chung Jiu, He blushed slightly. After all, his parents and the elders were there. He coughed softly. "Hurry up and cut the cake. We need to share it with everyone." Chung Jiu was afraid he didn't understand, so he reminded him. It turned out that Chung Mo really didn't understand. When he heard that his cake was to be shared with everyone, he secretly sent a message to Chung Jiu. "Can't we just share it?" Chung Jiu gave him a look. "Of course not." Chung Mo understood, and with a hint of sadness, "You shouldn't have invited so many people today." So many people came, and they took all his cake. Chung Jiu whispered, "Hurry up and divide it. Are you trying to get fat by eating it all by yourself?" Chung Mo muttered, "I don't want to eat alone either." He began to divide the cake, first with the elders, then with Tian Xiao, Zhou Min, and the others. Tian Man, without hesitation, held out his hands and chuckled, "Brother Hei, give me more. It looks delicious." Chung Mo, Don't I know it's delicious? This is what Jiu made for him. Chung Mo's heart bleeds as he cuts the cake for him. Thankfully, the cake is big enough, and there's still quite a bit left. Chung Mo smiled, and cut Chung Jiu an extra large piece. "Chung Jiu, I can't finish it." The cake is amazing at first, but you definitely get sick of it if you eat too much. Chung Yimo said, it's okay. Give me what you can't finish. Chung Jiu, all right. Everyone ate together. Chung Yimo took a bite of the cream cake and was truly amazed. He glanced at the cakes next to each person. Chung Jiu, You didn't need to guess what Chung Yimo was thinking. Today, there was a full table of dishes, so there was no need to worry about not having enough. Han Tingting, moved by the food, said, Brother He, can you celebrate your birthday every day? Chung Yimo said, no, Ji wouldn't be exhausted. Han Tingting, What a mouthful of dog food. The meal was a pleasant one. Afterward, Chung Yimo pulled Chung Jiu aside, extending his hand to show him the ring on his finger. You just put the ring on me. Why were you so secretive? Chung Jiu blushed. What nonsense! How could I be so secretive? Chung Yimo didn't argue. He looked at the ring on his finger. It was a simple, plain piece, but he loved it. Shiyu, do you know what a ring represents? Chung Jiu felt embarrassed and simply played dumb. I don't know. Chung Yimo didn't mind, pressing his shoulders and saying, it's a proposal. Chung Jiu coughed lightly, a little hesitant to meet Chung Mo's gaze. It's not always that way, is it? You still don't understand human culture well enough. Chung Yimo raised his hand, turned his face, and fixed his gaze on him. But I think that's what you meant. Chung Jiu, So you know me better than I do, don't you? Chung Yimo smiled charmingly. So Jiu proposed to me. Chung Jiu touched his nose. Chung Yimo said, I said yes. He leaned on Chung Jiu's shoulder and asked, when will you marry me? Chung Jiu said, before I go back to your hometown. Chung Yimo raised his head, his eyes shining as he looked at Chung Jiu. He hadn't expected the answer he received. Before going to Chung Mo's hometown, the apocalyptic situation would likely have stabilized, making them suitable for marriage. Chung Mo's gaze darkened as he met Chung Jiu's. Both of them were stunned, unconsciously moving closer. Just as they were about to get close, Chung Jiu came to his senses and tilted his head to remind him, this is outside. Chung Yimo turned his head away. Outside is outside. At this point, who cared about whether it was outside or inside? Besides, their position was very secluded, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Afterwards, Chung Jiu's mouth flushed deeply. He frowned and cursed, Chung Yimo, you're a dog. His mouth was numb from the bite. Chung Yimo, yeah. Chung Jiu, Really? A dog with wings is still a dog. Following the release of Zombie Vaccine 1.0, Zombie Vaccine 2.0 has also been announced. Unlike 1.0, which required a zombie bite before use, and was useless if used beforehand, 2.0 overcomes this shortcoming. Furthermore, 2.0's effectiveness lasts for 2 weeks, so if you get vaccinated every 2 weeks, you don't have to worry about being bitten by zombies. Because of 1.0, the number of zombies in the apocalypse isn't increasing as much as it once did. Presumably, the rollout of 2.0 will further reduce the zombie population. Since they're constantly killing zombies, and no one is turning into a zombie, the zombie population will decrease. Chi Hongi and the others were still unsatisfied with 2.0. Some vaccines can be administered only once in a lifetime. The zombie virus vaccine is a bit more difficult to achieve, but we hope to achieve a once-a-year dose. In fact, a bi-weekly dose would actually be more profitable, since people must get vaccinated every 2 weeks. But Chi Hongi and the others clearly didn't think about that. They were focused solely on making the best vaccine. You're already very impressive, Chung Jiu said, but if you have higher aspirations, I certainly support them. Chi Hongi smiled and said, then we get back to our research. Before, they had been respectful and polite to Chung Jiu, but after spending more time with him, they realized that Chung Jiu was different from other leaders. He didn't like these empty promises. To gain his respect, you had to do more than just flatter him. Instead of focusing on these things, it was better to improve your skills. As expected, Chung Jiu didn't feel slighted. Isn't that what scientific researchers are like? Their Xia base also needed such pure researchers. Chung Jiu flipped through the 2.0 vaccine research report. After a while, he felt a headache. He only had a bachelor's degree before, so how could he possibly understand it? Luckily, no one offered to test him. However, Chung Jiu was quite treacherous. He handed the document to Chung Yimo, asking him, do you understand it? Sure enough, Chung Yimo frowned and said, what? I don't understand it. Chung Jiu smiled. Chung Yimo pinched his face. What are you laughing at? You definitely can't understand it either. We're made for each other. Chung Jiu, Sometimes, having a partner who knows you too well isn't a good thing. The two put the document aside, and simply stopped reading. After all, the boss didn't need to understand it. All they needed was the results. Let's go eat. We're in the cafeteria today. They have new dishes, Chung Ji-yu said. Chung Yim-oh perked up at the mention of food. Okay. Chung Ji-yu pulled him along. Let's go, let's hurry up, before another base calls us. Luckily, they ran fast. As soon as they left, the communicator rang. A subordinate answered the phone and apologized. Sorry, Captain Chung is out on a field mission. The subordinate was quite articulate. He'd clearly gone out to eat, but he'd turned it into a field mission. The other person asked, when will he be back? The subordinate replied, sorry, I'm not sure. I have him call you back when he gets back, okay? After hanging up, another call came in. By the end, the subordinate's voice was hoarse, but he was still happy. Their Xiaohe base was so welcoming. The callers were all managers from various bases, but they were all polite to the subordinates. The subordinates simply felt that, as the base grew stronger, their status had skyrocketed. Elsewhere, Chung Ji-yu and Chung Yim-oh were queuing for lunch. There were new dishes today, and a huge crowd showed up. The person in front of them said, I'm running so fast. Why are there still so many people? The companion said, it can't be helped. We work in a formal department, and our shifts are fixed. They can come in any time they want. The other person said, that makes sense. You used to envy us, and I'm a little envious of them. The companion nodded. It's different now. Even if you don't work in a formal department anymore, you can still live well. The place next door to me sells hand-pulled pancakes, and they earn a lot of contribution points a day. I heard that Captain Chung and his boyfriend go there often, and his boyfriend can eat over a dozen at a time. The person in the queue ahead of them said, wow, Captain Cheng's boyfriend is fat. Chung fatty mo Chung Ji-yu saw his gloomy face, and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. The two people talking exchanged glances, and said to the person in front, you're new here, right? The person in front, yes, I've only been at the base for a month. How did you know? The other person laughed, because we've all seen Team Cheng's boyfriend. He's not fat, he's very handsome. He's a psychic, and I've heard he's very powerful. Maybe it's because he uses up his psychic power so much, so he eats more. The person in front nodded, so that's how it is. Psychics do eat more than ordinary people. The companion coughed lightly, let's not talk about that. By the way, you've only been at the base for a month, and you're already eating in the cafeteria? The person in front smiled, I work at the construction site. They provide food and accommodation. I've saved up my contribution points since I came here. I've been hearing about the cafeteria food for half a month, so I gritted my teeth and came to try it. The construction site he was referring to was the building currently under construction outside. The newcomers didn't have to worry about lack of work, as the site was so short of workers that they were immediately assigned jobs. Meals were also provided, and although these workers were tired, they all gained weight. After all, life was also tiring, and they didn't have enough to eat before they arrived. In just 1 month, these people had already developed a sense of belonging to the Xiaohe base. A companion said, then your trip wasn't in vain. The cafeteria has braised pork today. It's a little more expensive than eating on your own, but it's a good deal. The man in front was already swallowing furiously, having smelled the aroma. Chung Mo's mood had brightened up, the annoyance of being called a fat man gone. But it seems everyone at the base knows he's a big eater. Chung Yim-oh looked at Chung Ji-yu. Ji-yu, you don't dislike me, do you? Chung Ji-yu, no, you've been a big eater for a while now. Chung Yim-oh, Why does that sound a bit off-putting? Perhaps it was the two people mumbling in the background, as the people talking in the front turned their heads and instantly became nervous. Chung. Captain Chung. Chung Ji-yu gave a kind smile. After get off work, just treat me like an ordinary resident. The other person nodded stiffly, and even stiffer when he saw Chung Yim-oh there. He'd heard he was a bit aggressive. Chung Yim-oh, I'm actually pretty nice too. By the way, I heard the cafeteria is opening another window, Chung Ji-yu asked. The other person nodded quickly. Yes, it seems they've hired a few more cooks. I guess in a couple of days, there won't be so many lines anymore. Chung Ji-yu nodded. Now, most people in the base, except for the new residents, have to come to the cafeteria every now and then. The continuous development of the Xiaohe base filled them with hope. They no longer frantically hoarded food, as they had in the past, and were afraid to eat it freely. Now, all they needed were contribution points. As for food, if they just kept it lying around, it would simply go to waste, so it was better to hold on to the contribution points. As long as they had contribution points, they could buy it at the official grain store, and the price would basically not go up, but rather would gradually decrease. Because the base's crops had expanded significantly, they were producing more and more grain, including vegetables. The grain store now also sold vegetables, picked daily from the fields, so fresh and tender they were still covered in dew. While everyone didn't have meat on their tables every day, they at least had vegetables and steamed buns. Oh, and those who loved rice had rice too. Word of the good life at the Xiaohe base had spread, and everyone wanted to join. Unfortunately, the Xiaohe base only recruited members at intervals, and the number was limited, so every time they did, they had to fight for it. In the past, Cheng Xiu could recognize everyone in the base. They were from the same village, after all. But now, when he walked down the street, people recognized him, but he didn't recognize anyone else. There were many new faces. In fact, Xiaohe base was still a small base with a small population, but its strength was already formidable. With vaccines and mutant seeds in hand, everyone could have enough to eat. Only Xiaohe base had achieved this. No other base had. Not to mention, all the psychics in Xiaohe base had participated in training. While individually, they might not be as powerful as those in other bases, but if they worked together, even those powerful psychics wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat them. In other bases, psychics valued freedom of development. Unless they had a particularly close relationship, someone they could trust and work with, they were wary of everyone else. After all, no one knew someone might make a move that day. A similar incident occurred at a base before. A group of people were killing zombies, and one of the psychics had just had a minor altercation with another 2 days prior. The psychic, harboring a grudge, attacked his companions during a crucial moment, seriously injuring them. Unexpectedly, this backfired on them. With one less person to fight, the situation quickly reversed, and the zombies gained the upper hand. The psychic who had attacked was ultimately mauled to death by the zombies. The others, seeing they were no match for the enemy, took the opportunity to flee. In the end, even the severely injured person survived, while the psychic who had attacked survived. Chapter 97. Upon hearing of this incident, the various bases were in an uproar. They had always focused on the strength of the psychics. As long as they were strong enough, nothing else mattered. But they hadn't expected something so egregious to happen. They could only do their best to enforce strict regulations, such as the punishment for those who attacked during combat. As soon as this regulation was released, many people reported it. Some reported that their family members had been attacked by their fellow missioners, resulting in lifelong disabilities or even death. Because the perpetrators were psychics, and their family members with psychic abilities had been lost, they were afraid to pursue the matter. Now that this regulation had been issued, everyone finally mustered the courage to speak out and seek justice for their families. Since the base's leadership had already issued the regulation, they couldn't ignore it. Upon investigation, they discovered that many of those who had committed such acts were powerful psychics, who had made significant contributions to the base. Should they intervene? If they did, what would happen to these people? They were a significant part of the base's combat power. If they ignored this, and allowed this situation to continue, the situation at the base would only worsen. Those who diligently performed their duties, and served the base would also lose heart. After all, who knew that one day, out of the blue, they would be attacked by their teammates? The base's leadership was caught in a dilemma. Cheng Xiu didn't know how they ultimately handled the situation, but when Xiaohe base was recruiting, many powerful psychics applied. As long as their character was good, they were welcome. Some bases, perhaps realizing belatedly that their number of powerful psychics was dwindling, finally began to address their shortcomings and deal with those who had made mistakes. They used to think the Xiaohe base was stupid. They only looked at character, not ability. When hiring, good character was useless. The apocalypse was all about fists. But now, they finally realized they were wrong. The apocalypse was indeed about fists, but only if those fists didn't hit them. Besides, what did it matter if one lacked ability? One's abilities could be improved. They were filled with mixed emotions. Cheng Xiu didn't care about the complexity. The number of powerful psychics at the Xiaohe base had increased, and the base's safe zone had expanded to a 2-kilometer radius. The next day, Cheng Xiu returned to the office and called the base manager, who had called the previous day. He lied without a blush. "Sorry, something happened yesterday, and I didn't get back to the office. I only heard about the call today." After get off work, unless there was an emergency, he would resolutely not work overtime. There were no weekends left, and if he continued working overtime every day, Cheng Xiu felt he would never be happy again. No matter what, health should always come first. The person on the other end naturally didn't dwell on whether he was truly alright. Instead, they said with mixed emotions, congratulations. I heard your base has developed the 2.0 vaccine. Chung Jiu smiled and said officially, this is a benefit to all of humanity. The other party got straight to the point. I'm calling to discuss the patent fees. And so, Chung Jiu's next few calls were all about this topic. Chung Jiu had already determined the price of the patent fees, so when the other party asked, he simply stated the price. The lump sum payment was quite high, and some bases hesitated for a moment. But knowing Chung Jiu's style, the prices he set were firm, making bargaining nearly impossible, so they agreed. Actually, Chung Jiu only charged a one-time patent fee, which was quite good. If this technology fell into the hands of other bases, they would have to make a killing. However, some base managers were confused and tried to bargain, saying sourly, Xiao Chung, you're so lucky. We just collected the 1.0 patent fee, and now you're charging 2.0. They were all base managers, and he called Chung Jiu Xiao Chung, as if he somehow had an advantage over Chung Jiu. Chung Jiu remained unimpressed. He said, what you're saying is true? I support those researchers, and provide them with research materials. These aren't free gifts. Seeing Chung Jiu wasn't falling for it, the other party could only say, the patent fees are too high. We've collaborated so many times, so for the sake of our friendship, how about asking for less? Before Chung Jiu could finish his words, the other party began to make a big deal. Look, patent fees are a significant burden on our base. Every penny I spend is a penny less for the base residents. Alas, I can't bear to see them suffer, so I'm coming to you with all my might. Chung Jiu sighed helplessly. If possible, I don't want to pay. Patent fees are fine, but the investment in this research is too huge, and we're still losing money. Of course, this is a lie. Who wouldn't lie with open eyes? Chung Jiu, well, if you can't raise the patent fees, you can consider it. Our base has other businesses. You can buy the finished vaccine. This way, you save on patent fees, costs, and spare the residents from suffering. What do you think? The other party, hey, that's not what I meant. No one is stupid. Vaccines are the most important resource in the end times. If we don't control the production methods and rely entirely on importing them from other bases, it's like handing our lifeblood over to others, letting them control it. No smart person would choose to do this just to save a short-term profit. Chung Jiu smiled and said, actually, if your base really wants to buy finished vaccines from us, our production capacity might not even be enough. Or you could buy from other bases, which have paid patent fees and have the production rights. The other party was about to say something, but Chung Jiu casually interrupted. Sorry, there's a new call coming in. Let's not talk for now. Please think about it. There's no rush. Chung Jiu said, hung up the phone, and continued chatting with someone else. This situation didn't happen again later. Some people tried to bargain, but seeing Chung Jiu's firm attitude, they dutifully agreed. Later, the bases Chung Jiu had mentioned to consider kept calling, clearly anxious. He had his subordinates answer the calls, saying he was away and would call back when he returned. Chung Jiu didn't call back until almost the end of the afternoon, apologizing, sorry, I'm really busy today. The caller couldn't tell if he was genuinely busy or not, but assumed he was, forcing a smile through gritted teeth. It's okay, I didn't wait too long. The price you mentioned for the patent fee does make sense. I agree. Chung Jiu wasn't surprised at all. He smiled. Okay, happy cooperation then. The caller breathed a sigh of relief, fearing Chung Jiu would cause trouble again, but fortunately he didn't. Afterwards, the major bases sent in their patent fees, and Xia base was bustling with activity for a few days. Not long after, Vaccine 2.0 production began. In addition to selling to the bases themselves, they also sold it to external customers. Some smaller bases, unable to afford the patent fees, and without the need to purchase the patents, chose to partner with these bases and purchase the vaccine. Chung Jiu didn't care. He'd earned what he was supposed to, so there was no need to transfer all of it. After that, there were no major incidents, and the base entered a period of stable development. One day, he and Chung Yamo were sitting outside. Chung Yamo, a little jealous, said sourly, it's not like I can't fly. It's daytime. How would we explain if someone saw us? Chung Jiu was helpless. Chung Yamo, oh. Hey, do you see anyone over there? Chung Jiu pointed nearby. Chung Yamo glanced and nodded. There's a group of people gathered there. After all, this was Xioha base territory, so Chung Jiu went down to ask what was going on. When the group saw him, they knew he was from the base because of his respectable attire, and quickly said, don't chase us away. We won't cause any trouble. Chung Jiu said, don't worry. I'm not here to chase you away. The group looked at each other, and breathed a sigh of relief. Chung Ziyu asked them why they were there. The leader, a man who was able to speak effectively, explained honestly, We want to join the Xiaohe base. Chung Ziyu frowned. I haven't heard the base is hiring. The leader replied, It's true they aren't hiring, but I heard they do it every once in a while, so we came here early so we can run faster. Chung Ziyu was silent for a moment, looking at the skinny group. Don't you have a base? The leader sighed. It's the same as if you had one. If you couldn't survive at the base, why would you come here? We heard the Xiaohe base also needs ordinary people, so we thought we'd try our luck. Chung Ziyu asked, Which base were you from before? The other party said it was Donglong base. Donglong base was the closest base to Xiaohe base. No wonder they were able to come here. Chung Ziyu frowned and asked, Did Donglong base treat them badly? The leader said, Well, it's not that bad. The base is still growing crops, so they prioritize those who are useful, which is normal. We used to live like this, and it's actually been a little better lately. We've all gotten used to it. But then I heard about life at Xiaohe base. We have to think about our children, not just ourselves. Who doesn't want a better life? Anyway, we're useless to the base. Chung Ziyu didn't think they were useless. Wasn't the current Xiaohe base built by many ordinary people? Other bases might not see much use for ordinary people because they're larger in number, but the bases couldn't do without these residents if they wanted to discover things. They don't care now, but they will when the residents gradually leave. They don't exploit ordinary people. They just favor those with special abilities. Chung Ziyu couldn't say anything about that. He shook his head and asked the men, So what are you eating? Xiaohe base isn't recruiting residents right now, so he couldn't make an exception. The base has its own rules, and changing them so often would be chaos. Furthermore, if they were to make an exception just because someone had arrived during the non-recruitment period, what would happen to everyone else who heard the news and arrived? Would they all want some? Obviously not. The leader smiled. Xiaohe base is great. Chung Ziyu? ? Why are they suddenly praising him? The other men said happily. We were worried we'd starve to death here, but after arriving, we discovered that Xiaohe base's territory is completely covered in grass and trees. The grass is tender and delicious. There's plenty of grass to eat, and we don't even have to peel tree bark. Oh, and there are locust trees here too. Their flowers are delicious. Chung Ziyu, who had worked so hard to plant trees and grass, said, The other person, looking at Chung Ziyu's face, seemed a little nervous. Can't these be eaten? Chung Ziyu helplessly said, It's not that they can't be eaten, but you can't just keep eating this. The other person said, Why? This is good enough. There's plenty, and you be full. Chung Ziyu sighed slightly. You all should go to the entrance of Xiaohe base early tomorrow morning. The other person was puzzled. Xiaohe base isn't hiring, right? Chung Ziyu said, No, but the base needs workers for the construction site right now, so we can start hiring. Recruiting workers means having them work and providing them with food, but they are not considered residents of the base. Coincidentally, the construction site is currently outside the base, and they won't be entering. Besides, the site is indeed short of workers, and because of this lack of manpower, progress has been lagging behind. Recruiting workers is indeed a good option. He had considered this before, but felt that if he couldn't promise that they would join the base, others might be reluctant to come. But now, he realized that he had underestimated Xiaohe base and overestimated the others. Recruiting workers. The group's eyes lit up. Chung Ziyu nodded. Remember to go, but the child. Don't worry, we have someone to take care of him. The leader said excitedly. Thank you for telling us this news, otherwise we wouldn't have known anything. Chung Ziyu thought to himself that since this really wasn't happening, he would have to tell them when he got back. He said, You're welcome. Make arrangements for the child. The leader nodded, repeatedly bowing to express his gratitude. After Chung Ziyu and the others left, someone came up to the leader and said, Great. How come we didn't hear anything about this before? The leader patted him on the head and said, Are you really stupid, or are you just pretending to be stupid? Because there's no such thing. Since they arrived here, they've been asking about the Xiaohe base. How could they not have heard such important news, unless there's only one possibility? Huh? The man foolishly touched the spot where he'd been tapped, puzzled. Then that person just now was lying to us? The leader rolled his eyes. Why would they lie to us? What good would that get them? They're just sitting around. The man was puzzled. If they're not lying to us, what's going on? He was completely confused, unable to grasp the meaning of the words. The leader snorted and said inscrutably, That guy just now was probably no ordinary person. If this doesn't happen now, he have it back home. The man nodded, confused, then smiled and said, "Anyway, as long as there's work to do and I get paid, it's fine. I can earn enough food for my child. We're fine if we go hungry, but we can't let him starve." The leader nodded in agreement. He didn't say that. When he was talking to Chung Ji-yu, he'd wanted to ask if the child could do some work. It wasn't that he was cruel. This wasn't the pre-apocalyptic era, when children were treasured. This was the apocalypse. If the child could do some work, it would give them more hope of survival. Whose child wouldn't do some work these days? But in the end, he didn't ask. It was already great that they were willing to give them this opportunity. If they pushed it too far, it would be terrible. The leader sighed and said to the group, "Everyone, go find another area to pull weeds. Don't just pull in one place and leave it all barren." "Got it." Elsewhere, Chung Ji-yu and Chung Mo continued to wander around, though they didn't encounter anyone else. However, as Xia Base's reputation grew, more people would surely come. Go back and arrange for patrols. They patrol the territory outside the base every day, Chung Ji-yu said to Chung Mo. Chung Mo nodded and praised, "Ji-yu is so kind." Chung Ji-yu was a little embarrassed. "Don't talk about that." "Why can't you say that?" Chung Mo was puzzled. "You're just kind." He said, "Thank goodness you're kind." Chung Ji-yu looked at him. "Why do you say that?" Chung Mo curled his lips. "Because if you weren't kind, you wouldn't have picked me up." The thought filled him with dread, and he said solemnly, "People should still be kind." It was true at that time. With the apocalypse breaking out, no one knew where their future lay. Few were willing to shoulder the burden of a dog's future. After returning, someone reported to Chung Ji-yu that a group of people had appeared in the base's territory, asking what to do. Chung Ji-yu explained the patrol team and the recruitment process. Everyone nodded and went to work. The next day, the leader and the others nervously approached the outskirts of the Xia base. Sure enough, they saw a sign announcing the recruitment of construction workers. The group was delighted. "It really is. That's great. If only we could have a steamed bun a day. I've almost forgotten what steamed buns taste like. Just talking about them makes my mouth water." No one's laughing. We're all like this. "Hey, the sign even says the wages." Everyone's eyes lit up. Wages were a very important matter, and they all leaned over to take a look. Someone exclaimed, "Oh my God, if you complete a day's mission, you get a pound of food?" I read that right, a pound. Not only that, but 2 meals are provided. As long as we work here, we have enough to eat, but we can't take anything out. Oh my God, such great conditions. How can we get one? This is a scam, right? What's the point of being so convincing? I just don't know how many missions there are, and whether we can complete them. Never mind, hurry up and sign up. I wonder how many spots are available. The group, alerted, hurried to sign up. The person at the table reminded them, "Line up properly and don't crowd." Everyone immediately lined up obediently, nervously watching the person at the front. They watched as the person asked various questions, then wrote down their name and handed them a sign saying, "From now on, take this sign to work at dawn, and someone will lead you." The man clutched the sign tightly, as if it were a lifeline. He had children and a wife, and a pound of food wouldn't be enough to worry about starving to death. He swallowed and asked, "Can I work today?" "Sure." The other person nodded, called someone over, and asked them to lead the way. "If you have a sign and want to start work today, you can find him. By the way, we're also hiring someone who can cook for you," said the person registering. The man at the beginning quickly said, my wife can cook." The person registering, "Call her if she can cook." The other person nodded quickly and ran back as fast as they could. Although they didn't ask how much the cooking was paid, they knew that even if they didn't pay, just the food, the two of them could save, and the child would still have enough to eat. After lining up to register, they followed the team leader to work. They had finally landed a job, and the pay was so good, no one dared to slack off, fearing they'd be caught and lose such a good job. Everyone worked incredibly hard, and only reluctantly stopped when the team leader urged them on as darkness fell. "Okay, let's have dinner and get our food," the team leader said. Everyone nodded. They had already eaten at noon, and the thought of that delicious meal made their hungry stomachs drool. They collected plates and went to get their food. After their lunch, they had learned the hard way. They didn't need to take too much at once, because they could still get more after finishing it. This day, many people had taken too much at once, but they couldn't let it go, and they didn't want to waste it, so they ended up stuffing themselves. Though they were happy psychologically, the feeling of being overfed was unpleasant. Everyone had learned their lesson, and didn't dare to take too much. They ate, still a bit dazed. Yesterday, they'd been starving, plucked up the lush green grass like it was meat, and devoured it, roots and dirt included. And yet, today, they were actually full, even stuffed at lunch. When it came time to collect their rations, the feeling was even more surreal. Some were surprised to discover they'd received more than a pound. He hesitated, worried that the person distributing the rations had been careless. If he took it without telling anyone, it would be a disaster if they found out, and he'd lost his job. He'd only been working there for less than a day, but he already treasured this job. He wouldn't be able to find such a good job if he left the Xiaohe base. So, after a moment's hesitation, he finally said, "Did they give me too much?" The ration distributor glanced at him and said, "You've exceeded your quota. We didn't give you more." Everyone, shock. They hadn't dared to ask what the quota was, hoping to get half a pound. They hadn't expected the quota to be so large. They'd only just started working long after daybreak, and yet they'd already completed it. If they worked hard, they might even get more food. Their hearts pounded at the thought. After receiving the rations, it wasn't over yet. The ration distributor said, "Those of you working here can rent tents with the rations and live outside the base. We've designated a special area." Some people couldn't help but be tempted by this. Although the Xiaohe base's territory was already quite safe, there might be wild animals, even if there were no zombies. Living outside the base would be different. It would definitely be safe. Someone couldn't help but cautiously ask, "How do I rent a tent?" The other person replied, "1 tent for 1 pound of food, good for a month." This price would have been astronomical before, but now, no one thought it was expensive. If they worked hard, they could earn a pound of food in half a day. Everyone was tempted. After all, they all had children. At the beginning of registration, the man, who had called his wife to cook, walked with her. His wife was also carrying a pound of food, which surprisingly weighed a pound as well. The wife smiled and said, "This is my fixed salary, just 1 pound a day." She was the only one cooking, and she also had to wash dishes and other things, busy from morning till night. It wasn't easy at all. The man exclaimed, "That's a lot. We rent a tent later, and bring the child over." They asked a mother-in-law who was staying there to look after the child. They agreed that each of them would give the mother-in-law a handful of food for helping to look after the child. But no matter what, it was better to move to the outskirts of the base for peace of mind. Living in the wild was really scary. Chapter 98. When Cheng Ji was leaving the base again, he saw a few more tents in an area just outside the base. Children were playing near the tents, and an old woman watched with a smile. The old woman looked much better. She was alone and couldn't do heavy work. She could only help look after the children. They had previously discussed moving here and living in the designated area outside the base. The old woman said nothing, but she felt uneasy. She feared she would no longer have to care for the children outside the base, and she feared she would be left without a source of income. So, she was reluctant to eat the food she had received while helping to look after the children, thinking she could save it to survive a few more days. As for returning to her old base, she hadn't considered it at all. Firstly, she couldn't go back alone, and secondly, it was a sad place. Her grandson hadn't returned during his mission. She hadn't expected them to take her with them when they left, asking her to help look after the children. The old woman was stunned. "It's safe there. Why should I watch?" Someone said, "Safety is safe, but what if a child gets naughty and can't be found?" The old woman said nothing, knowing it was an excuse. Which child who had survived the apocalypse wasn't well behaved and sensible? Someone else said, "Besides, we're so busy working every day, how can we care about them? They can't go a day without eating, can they?" The old woman agreed. Anyone who was young and capable of doing the work, regardless of gender, took it. After all, they were paid based on the amount of work completed. Some women were even more capable than men. Indeed, the old woman was the only one taking care of the children. Later, the old woman followed along. She saved some food by caring for the children, and rented a tent of her own, rather than sharing with other families. Grateful, she took good care of the children. When one child's clothes were torn, she rented needles and thread from the base and mended the clothes while caring for the child. Cheng Ji stopped nearby and took a curious look, amazed to see the old woman sewing with white thread, a completely different color from the clothes. At first, Cheng Ji wondered if it wouldn't look ugly. But in a short while, the old woman had sewed a lifelike rabbit onto the outer garment. The original color of the fabric, used to create the eyes, would have been even more beautiful if the thread hadn't been so stark white. Cheng Ji was astonished. This old woman must have been a skilled craftsman before the apocalypse. Cheng Ji couldn't help but lean closer as he watched. The old woman was startled and nervously looked at the two tall men. "What are you doing?" Cheng Ji came to his senses and smiled sheepishly. "Grandma, we're from the base. We saw the little rabbits you were sewing and got mesmerized. The old woman relaxed when she heard he was from the base. She thought about it. This was the area of Xiahe base, and no one except those from the base could come here. Lately, patrols have been patrolling the Xiahe base daily. Any extremely vicious individuals approaching have been driven away, and those allowed in are just like them. But Cheng Jiyu and Cheng Yamo were well dressed and in good spirits. They clearly couldn't be refugees. They could only be from the base. The old woman had a good impression of the people at Xiahe base. They were all very kind, without the hostility of those who had lived through the apocalypse. She smiled and said, "It's nothing." The child was in a hurry to get dressed, and it's just one piece. I've even roughed up the tip of my needle. Surprised, Cheng Jiyu chatted with the old woman for a few minutes and learned that she had been an embroiderer before the apocalypse, and many people paid handsomely for her work. However, as the old woman aged and her eyesight faded, she rarely worked, and only trained apprentices. Highly skilled, Cheng Jiyu shamelessly asked, "Grandma, do you still accept apprentices?" The old woman looked at Cheng Jiyu and Cheng Yamo in surprise. The boy who spoke was a bit more delicate, but he didn't look like someone who could be an embroiderer. Cheng Jiyu smiled and said, "It's not me, it's the girls at the base." The old woman said, "After the apocalypse, no one cares about my skills anymore. It would be a good thing if I could pass them on." Cheng Jiyu understood what she meant and said with a smile, "It's worth having you teach me. Do you want to join the base?" The old woman's fingers trembled at this. "Aren't they hiring people now? You're a talent, so your treatment will definitely be different." Cheng Jiyu smiled. Before the apocalypse, many cities had talent recruitment policies. Of course the old woman agreed. She was thrilled, but reluctantly looked at the children not far away. "It's just, I have to watch them." Cheng Jiyu said, "You can watch them, but you can also go to the base." The old woman nodded immediately. Okay, I agree." After that, Cheng Jiyu arranged for someone to register the old woman. The base would naturally pay the old woman for teaching apprentices, and the wages were quite high. Among those who became apprentices, there were people with special abilities, with strong concentration and eyesight, as well as very steady hands, which made them an excellent embroiderer. The old woman was also delighted. Before the apocalypse, she had taken in apprentices hoping to pass on her skills, but unfortunately, now at last she could. During the day, she watched over the children while guiding her apprentices. They were diligent. When the old woman needed to cook for the children, the apprentices let her rest while they did the cooking. When it got dark, the children's parents returned, and the apprentices took the old woman inside the base. "We have a night market at our base tonight. It's so lively," the apprentice said. The old woman said, "What's the point of an old woman visiting a night market?" But a smile played on her face. She had come to treat these apprentices like her own children. Over time, the old woman's mental state changed. She seemed younger, more energetic. Later, the earliest workers gradually joined the Xiahe base, no longer living in the tents outside. However, new people began to move into the tents, and their number grew. The first batch of buildings at the base was completed, and the flow of people to Xiahe base grew rapidly. A commercial street even developed on the outskirts of the territory. Even those who weren't coming to the base would come and browse. Some even bought goods and sold them back to their own bases. 3 years later, Xiahe base had grown to 50,000 people, making it a medium-sized base. During this period, Chaoyang base purged its research institute and was replaced by new researchers. They used Vaccine 2.0, a modified Chaoyang vaccine that lasted 3 months. However, 6 months later, Xiahe base developed Vaccine 3.0, a vaccine that lasted a full year and caused another sensation. The reputation of the Xiahe base has spread like wildfire. Major bases exchange mutant seeds from it. Over the past 3 years, they've achieved widespread cultivation, ensuring everyone can eat their fill. The base's residents' wages have also skyrocketed, and they've finally reached a point where they need ordinary labor. As a result, some bases have discovered that their labor force is insufficient, and many have left without realizing it. Before, they looked down on these people and didn't care if they left. But now, they've discovered they're short of manpower and are recruiting again. However, some prefer to rent houses outside the Xiahe base, waiting for the day when Xiahe base recruits, rather than go to these bases. Even if they don't have to join Xiahe base, they still have something to do. They can run a small business here, and there are plenty of people buying from other bases. Why bother working tirelessly at these recruiting bases? The area outside Xiahe base is also safe. It's said there's a guardian beast, and even nearby alien beasts don't dare come. Let alone zombies. People aren't really afraid of them anymore. They actually light up when they see one. The crystal core in their heads is money. Digging up the crystal core would provide a starting capital, and perhaps even make a fortune at the Xiaohe base. The zombies probably didn't expect to fall to this point. As the zombie population dwindles, high-level zombies have been mostly wiped out, making it even more difficult for low-level zombies to move up. So, high-level zombies are now rare. When a group sees a zombie together, they stare at it with eager eyes. In the end, the zombie crystal core is pocketed by one of them. The others glared at this person fiercely. "You're so cunning. This should have been mine." The person who got the crystal core was somewhat smug. "We all won based on our abilities. How do I get to be the cunning one? If you don't have the ability, don't try to act like one." Others, "Are you looking for a fight?" The person who got the crystal core, "Looking for a fight? You think I'm afraid of you? If you're brave enough, let's fight." Others, "Come on, let's fight. I beat you to death." The group exchanged barbs, spit flying, but they refused to come to blows. In the end, they glared at each other and dispersed unhappily. The onlookers were accustomed to this. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight, but fighting was forbidden within Xiaohe base's territory. They were all harboring evil intentions, deliberately provoking their opponents, hoping to get them to fight and force them out of the base. Not only does Xiaohe base prohibit fighting, but the aforementioned guardian beast also fights with those it dislikes. If anyone starts a fight, it will immediately appear and throw the offender out of its territory, and those who engage in fighting will never be allowed to enter Xiaohe base again. While everyone thought these rules were too harsh, there was no other way. If they wanted to come here, they had no choice but to abide by them. However, for those who dislike arguments, this is undoubtedly a good place. With the development of Xiaohe base, it now looks almost identical to the city before the apocalypse. Cheng Jiu signed his name on the last document and stretched. "Is it over?" Cheng Yimo came over and handed him a glass of water. Cheng Jiu's mouth was indeed a little dry, but after drinking half a glass, he felt much better and nodded. "Yes, it's over." Cheng Mo said distressedly, "I've been so busy lately, working overtime every day." Cheng Jiu said helplessly, "I have no choice. I have to arrange everything in advance, so I can go to your hometown with you without worry." Cheng Yimo curled his lips. "Well, we agreed to have a wedding before we leave. How about I take care of it?" Cheng Jiu really didn't have the energy to make any of that, so he nodded. Cheng Yimo took his hand, and the two of them, unhurriedly heading home, leisurely strolled along the road to the base. It was already past 10 o'clock, and the road to the base was still bustling with people, all smiling, the gloom of the apocalypse seemingly gone. Now, base stations have been installed between the major bases, allowing ordinary people to communicate with those in other bases. The internet was restored, and after that, everyone's first priority was to search for their loved ones. For this purpose, the authorities set up a forum where those searching for loved ones would post photos of them. It's true that this forum has helped quite a few people find their loved ones. Recently, the joyful laughter of those who have found their loved ones was everywhere. After returning home, Cheng Yimo enthusiastically told his parents about the wedding. Cheng Jiu said, "Mom and Dad, Cheng Yimo doesn't understand our local customs. Please help him when the time comes." He and Cheng Jiu had already agreed to hold the wedding according to local customs here, and then, when they returned to each other's hometown, they would follow the customs of their hometown. Yes, it would have to be two. Regarding the need for two weddings, Cheng Yimo had a lot to say. Of course we have to do it twice. Do it on both sides so that everyone on both sides knows about our relationship. Cheng Jiu actually didn't care whether others knew about it or not. As long as they were happy, that was all that mattered. But Cheng Yimo disagreed. "I want everyone to know you're mine." Cheng Jiu looked at him. "Cheng Yimo, I'm yours too." Since Cheng Yimo felt it was necessary, then let's do it. Cheng's parents had accepted their relationship for years. Of course, it was mainly Cheng's father who accepted it. Cheng's mother had never objected. So, when they both said they wanted a wedding, their family naturally supported it. The older generation believed that weddings were essential. Cheng's mother said happily, "That's a good thing. Don't worry, your father and I will definitely help with everything." After that, Cheng Yimo began to make arrangements. He found that the preparations here seemed much more complicated than his own. Why did he say seemingly? Because he had only attended weddings before, never hosted one. First, there was finding a venue for the wedding. This one was directly arranged at the official hotel. Then, there was the wedding dress. Mother Chung said, "You have no experience with this." Originally, dresses had to be ordered in advance, but since the situation is urgent, buying something ready-made will do. The base also sells ready-made items. Chung Jiyu had previously arranged for someone to learn from the old woman, and they've already completed their apprenticeship. They've opened a shop selling embroidery, including dresses. Chung Jiyu quite liked the clothes there. They were very unique, each one custom-made, and each one was one of a kind. The two found time to try on dresses, and ultimately settled on one black and one white. Chung Mo's black, Chung Jiyu's white. The embroidery was beautiful, complementing each other beautifully, making them a perfect match. After trying them on, they both fell in love. Chung Jiyu looked in the mirror and said, "Then these two will do." Chung Mo, yeah. Chung Jiyu nudged him and whispered, "Why are you leaning so close?" Chung Mo, Jiyu, you're so beautiful. Chung Jiyu struggled to suppress his smile and coughed softly, "I know." Seriously? Chung Mo didn't understand what seriously meant, so he leaned closer to Chung Jiyu and kissed him gently on the lips. Chung Jiyu's ears immediately flushed, embarrassed. "We were outside you." Chung Mo said, "It's okay, they didn't see." The shop assistant, pretending to be busy, said, "Eh." Chung Jiyu glared at Chung Mo, who softened a bit but whispered, "Jiyu, you look great even when you glare at people." Chung Jiyu, "Eh." Someone get this pervert out of here. After choosing the clothes, it was time to take pictures. Unfortunately, there aren't any shops specializing in wedding photography right now. Although life is slowly getting back to normal, many things are being kept simple. Chung Jiyu said, or maybe not. But when Chung Mo heard about the wedding photo shoot, he insisted it was a must, even arguing, "When we're old, we can look through the photos together." Chung Jiyu was speechless. If an ordinary person had said that, he'd have thought it was quite romantic, but Chung Mo said, "Well, by the time they're old, it might be thousands of years away. Is it really necessary? It's precisely because we live so long that we forget about it." Chung Mo said, "When we're old, we have long forgotten the present, so it's even more important to take photos." After thinking for a moment, Chung Jiyu said, "Let's take photos of our family and friends too." Family, forget about it, but friends. We still have to think about them when we're old. Chung Mo was sour. Chung Jiyu patted his head, "Be obedient." Chung Mo, oh. Finally, Chung Mo actually found a camera, and someone who knew how to use it. The two of them took lots of photos first, then took photos of their family and friends, and finally, everyone took a group photo together. Chung Jiyu took a copy of the photos, and put it into his profile, feeling a little melancholy. Because he and Chung Mo shared a lifespan, when he got old, his family and friends. Chung Mo said, "I'm here." Chung Jiyu curled his lips. "Well, thank goodness you're here." Zhou Min, standing nearby, pulled Han Ping over. "Come on, let's take a photo too." Han Ping glanced at the other sheepishly, then agreed to take the photo. Han Tingting, she hadn't been wrong. After taking the wedding photos, they sent out invitations to their friends and family. But there still weren't enough people. With a little selfish motive, Chung Jiyu announced his own wedding, saying he would select a few people to attend his wedding. The winner doesn't need to prepare anything, just attend the wedding. Although the residents of the base had heard vaguely about this, they hadn't received any concrete information. Now, after hearing about it, they weren't surprised, but instead felt a sense of certainty. People commented on the post, pick me, I can go on stage and perform. Reposted Koi, please pick me. Ah, I want to go too. Captain Cheng's wedding will be filled with so much delicious food, haha. Upstairs, are we still short of food? What do you know? That's definitely different. The unlucky ones burst into tears. Just give me another chance to be lucky. Captain Chung and Mr. Chung Mo are a perfect match. May they live together forever. Captain Chung and Mr. Chung Mo are sweet, and will be together forever. Captain Chung and Mr. Chung Mo. Why are you all posting about this? I heard Mr. Chung Mo loves hearing this. Post more, and maybe he pick you. I see. Then I give it a try. Chung Mo scoffed at the content. TSK, he wouldn't. Then he silently added the people who had just posted about this to the invitation list. Chung Jiyu was oblivious to this. He was looking at the report. The zombie population had hit a new low. Furthermore, thanks to the promotion of mutant seeds, most arable land could now be used to plant mutant seeds. Everyone's production and life were gradually approaching those before the apocalypse. The apocalypse was about to end. Chung Jiyu curled his lips. He still missed life before the apocalypse. And now, all the major bases had dispatched personnel to clear out the zombies. It wouldn't be long before the zombies were all gone, and then the apocalypse would be history. Shiha base was particularly bustling today. Someone was curious, what's going on today? Why is it so lively? The person being questioned glanced at the other person and asked, You're not from Shiha base, are you? The other person scratched his head. Yeah, how did you know? Because you didn't even know Captain Chung was getting married. The person smiled. Everyone knows. Many people have been invited to the wedding, but it's a shame I wasn't chosen. The other person suddenly realized. I see. Then I have to go and see the fun. The wedding would definitely not follow the pre-apocalyptic tradition, and Chung Jiu also found that awkward. Just a few words to announce his marriage to Chung Mo. Although everything was kept simple, everyone was in high spirits. Chung Jiu and Chung Mo distributed wedding candy. Then the feast began. Chung Mo, it smells so good. Chung Jiu amused himself. Why do you love to eat so much? Chung Mo denied it. No, I'm just expressing my feelings. Chung Jiu, let's go, let's eat. Chung Mo, aren't we supposed to eat? Chung Jiu was puzzled. Why not? Chung Mo, I heard couples don't get to eat at the banquet on their wedding day. Chung Jiu then realized. That's because they're busy toasting. Let's skip that step. Let's go, let's eat. Chung Mo was happy. Let's go to that table. Chin Jiu, a separate table. He had made all the arrangements. Otherwise, wherever Chung Mo sat, the others at that table wouldn't have had a full meal. After the wedding, the base was filled with joy for a while, and several other couples also had small celebrations. Chung Jiu had boosted the marriage rate at the base. After the wedding, they didn't leave immediately. He continued to work on the base's affairs. He had trained quite a few capable people over the years, and they all had good abilities. Chung Jiu would arrange all the tasks for these people during this period. The current focus remained on planting trees and crops, promoting everyone's production and livelihood. In particular, we should encourage everyone to start businesses, and the base could offer preferential policies, etc. We should also strengthen cooperation with other bases. Now, other bases can also freely obtain mutant seeds, no longer needing to buy them at the Xiaohe base. Chung Jiu didn't feel disappointed, but rather saw this as a good thing. Food issues require self-sufficiency. Long-term reliance on a single base would be abnormal. Not long after, the official announcement was made that the apocalypse had ended with the elimination of the zombies. The day was filled with excited cheers. Followed by this, various laws and regulations were enacted to prevent the vicious struggles of the previous apocalypse. Then, the major bases were no longer called bases, but divided into regions, each with a manager who would be elected. Chung Jiu didn't run for the position. He had no other choice at the time. Furthermore, he would likely be commuting between Chung Mo's hometown and here, unable to stay here permanently. Finally, the Xiaohe district manager was elected by someone Chung Jiu had been training. This person shared similar philosophies, and the Xiaohe base's development would not change significantly from now on. Outside the perimeter of the walls, the area was no longer deserted as before, but filled with laughter and joy. They had weathered this difficult time together, and their future would be peaceful and smooth.